This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Preface. It's okay. If you are a human, you will die. Be good, be obedient, lie down. Tuck your feet into the quilt. That's the contract. The figure sitting on the lonely boat hummed the ballad in his memory, while stroking the mark on the side of the boat with his hand. Amid the ballad, the lonely boat moved slowly along the long river of time, finally arrived at the place in his memory. Then, cast the hook. Chapter 2 The Luck of Misfortune. In the evening, a large dark cloud floated outside the port of Sis, covering the sunset, and the sky darkened instantly. Then, accompanied by strong winds and thunder, heavy rain poured down all of South Los. The big raindrops hit the windows of 333 Russell Street, and before they could splash, they gathered into a stream, quickly overflowing the window frame, flowing down the wall of the second floor, rushing through the sloping roof of the first floor, and half of them flowed along the eaves to the ground, half of it dripped into the hall of the house through the cracks in the roof, and fell into the pool of scarlet. The rain diluted the color of the blood, and the ripples had not yet dissipated, when a palm slapped on it, completely breaking up the accumulated water. Mo Chishang supported himself with one hand, and climbed up shakily. Away from the interference of the palm, the dripping rain quickly accumulated into a pool, mixed with blood, like a red mirror reflecting Mo Chishang, who was wearing a brown vest and a white shirt. Mo Chishang looked blankly at the still childish face under the scarlet reflection. Scarlet distorted the childishness. It made the childishness become evil. With his brows slightly furrowed, Mo Chishang subconsciously wanted to move away, but as soon as he moved, he felt an uncontrollable pain in the back of his head. Mo Chishang took a breath of cold air, and then his eyes condensed. He thought of what happened before. Was I hit by a dump truck? I just wanted to go to the dock to get some French fries. Mo Chishang murmured in his heart. Suddenly, he was shocked. Because I didn't delete my browsing history on my phone. When he confirmed that he had dragged half of his body to crawl for more than 10 meters, but still hadn't completed the most critical task, Mo Chishang's muscles instantly tensed up, especially his 10 toes tightly gripped the soles of his shoes. That was the instinctive reaction of extreme embarrassment brought by social death. But immediately, Mo Chishang didn't care about these. More intense pain came, which made Mo Chishang's eyes wide open. Along with the pain, a large amount of memories was stuffed into his brain like a duck. I am Arthur Kratos. My parents died when I was young. I was raised by my grandfather, Old Charlie. There are 2 uncles and an aunt in the family. Uncle Winters, who was the most promising successor to the family business, disappeared 3 years ago because of the family business. Uncle Drake wrote to me 6 months ago saying that he had become an apprentice knight in Woodlesburg in the north. Aunt Cassandra was sent to Niwin to attend a girls' school by my grandfather a year ago. I, Arthur Kratos, should be the only heir to the family business. But Grandpa doesn't want that. He wants me to have a better life, like Aunt Cassandra. But I don't want that. I want to inherit the family business and become an excellent medium. So, when Grandpa went to Barney to complete the commission, I also took on the task of exorcising evil spirits alone. The memory of Arthur Kratos flashed through my mind like a black and white movie. Mo Chishang couldn't help but frown. He didn't mind living here under the identity of Arthur Kratos, nor did he mind that the family business of the Kratos family was psychic. Even if it was a pure scam, he didn't mind. What he minded was the person in front of him, a middle-aged man with a regular face, a well-trimmed mustache, and wearing a suit, vest, white shirt, and trousers that had just become popular in Niwin this year. The other party was the client of Arthur Kratos' mission this time. It was also the person who knocked him down with a club after he entered the door. There is no doubt that the other party was dressed quite decently, and with a handsome face. It was easy to get people's favor. Arthur Kratos was deceived by the other party's face and dress, and was not prepared at all. And the other party? He did not hold back at all, and was just going to kill him. He clearly heard the sound of the back of his head breaking. Arthur Kratos was already dead in that blow. He, Mo Chishang, came back to life in the body of Arthur Kratos. He, now, became Arthur Kratos. At this moment, the other party was very happy to see him awaken. He really has a special bloodline, although he is not awakened in the true sense. For me, is there anything better than this? I originally thought it was just an exaggeration, and I just wanted to give it a try. But I didn't expect it to be true. The bloodline of the Kratos family is so magical. My luck is so good. Looking at the smiling man standing in front of him, Arthur, who had already substituted into the role of his predecessor, really wanted to tell him that the so-called magical bloodline was just a story made up by his grandfather, Old Charlie, for better business. The Kratos family did not have any magical bloodline. It was just an ordinary family. As for him, he announced more than once in public that he perfectly inherited the psychic bloodline. That was just the rebellion of a teenager after being urged to study hard. But Arthur Kratos didn't say anything in the end. Because, even if he said it, it would be impossible to change the other party's decision. The current situation has long been a situation where I am the fish on the chopping board. But he was really wronged. He had to pay for the vanity and competitiveness of a rebellious teenager like his predecessor, a fight to the death with a madman. In Arthur's view, the other party who opened his mouth was bloody and closed his mouth was magical. It's just a crazy man who is not in his right mind. Arthur complained in his heart, but his hand touched his boots inconspicuously. There was a dagger there. It's far better to choose a weapon that is convenient for you than to fight a madman with bare hands. But just when Arthur's fingers just touched the dagger, the other party suddenly raised his hand. Whoosh! A strong hemp rope jumped out from the shadows, flexible like a snake, not only tied Arthur's hands and feet behind his back, but also formed an extremely shameful reverse arch posture. Arthur was hung upside down on the beam. But he didn't care about it at all. His eyes were full of doubt. What is this? Magic? Superpowers? Arthur was shocked. He originally thought that the other party was a lunatic. But now it seems not. Is there really such a thing as blood? Arthur guessed. But he felt that things were getting more and more wrong. In the memory he just saw, the predecessor of the psychic successor firmly believed that there were mysterious things in this world. But he had never seen it. Even though his predecessor had spent a lot of effort to find it, he still found nothing. At most, he encountered two third-rate scammers who were far inferior to the Kratos family. But now, the mystery appeared directly in front of him. His predecessor could not find it, but he encountered it casually. But this did not make Arthur happy now. But it sounded a warning bell in his heart. According to his experience, violating the norm is not a good thing. What's more, the other party had attacked the front body before. In fact, the next moment, a scene that made Arthur's scalp numb and unforgettable appeared. Under his gaze, the man with an ordinary face suddenly raised his hands and grabbed the hair on the back of his head. Then, he tore it hard. Swish! With the sound of cloth tearing, blood flew everywhere. The other party seemed to be taking off his clothes, tearing off his skin and flesh. The intact human skin stained with blood and flesh was thrown at his feet casually by the other party. The bloody opponent did not feel any pain, and just used his own blood to draw on the ground. This scene made Arthur feel suffocated, and his body became stiff. This is a magic circle. It is used to replace your blood. Why replace your blood instead of your grandfather's? Compared to his cunning, you are more naive. Look, I pretended to be a so-called client, and you fell into the trap yourself. The other party said vaguely, like a snake's hiss. The sound was getting closer and farther in Arthur's ears. But the other party was clearly standing in front of him. Suddenly, a strong nausea began to appear. The discomfort made everything in front of Arthur blurry. He watched the other party move his hands together, his left hand drawing a magic circle, and his right hand placing black and white candles on the boundary line of the magic circle. Then, everything became distorted. When Arthur's vision gradually recovered, the so-called magic circle was completed, forming an H shape, and the 6 black and white candles were placed in their respective OS, opposite each other, and had been lit. As the candle flames flickered slightly, the flesh and blood on the other person's body, and the human skin at his feet flowed into the magic circle like water. The other person finally revealed his true face. A long and pale face, without a single hair on his head, and a black poisonous snake tattooed on his scalp. The venomous snake opened its mouth to reveal its fangs, and spit out its scarlet tongue, which made people feel nervous at the sight. But the most terrifying thing was the other party's nose. Or rather, the other party had no nose at all. Where the nose should have been, there were only 2 black holes. The other party who was being looked at by Arthur didn't care at all, but took a step forward. Suddenly, the 2 black hole-like nostrils came in front of Arthur, which made Arthur subconsciously raise his neck. Arthur wanted to stay away from the 2 nostrils. This range was the limit of what the restrained Arthur could do. But he was immediately grabbed by the hair and pulled back. More importantly, The other party came closer, and the hot air from his nose gave Arthur goosebumps on his neck. It was as if the other party was sniffing something on him. Disgusting, perverted. Arthur struggled more and more violently. As long as he could break free, Arthur swore, not only would he punch the other party, but he would also stomp on the other party twice. At least crush the other person's disgusting face. Hee hee. A hoarse, low laugh squeezed out of the other person's throat. The other person looked at Arthur, as if he was admiring a rare treasure in someone else's hands. Greedy and malicious. Arthur could clearly see the burning heat in the other person's cloudy eyes. It was so hot that his eyes felt stinging. Subconsciously, Arthur was about to dodge again. But the other person immediately raised his other hand to fix Arthur's jaw. Arthur had no way to dodge, and could only look at the other person. In just a few seconds, tears flowed uncontrollably from Arthur's eyes. After another round of hoarse and low laughter, the other person let go of his hand with satisfaction, letting Arthur swing on the beams. What I have now, the looted dark snake bloodline, is already very good. But compared to the legendary Kratos family bloodline that can almost be resurrected from the dead, it is nothing. The opponent, who was sure of winning, did not hide anything in his eyes. Staring at Arthur, the strange burning gradually became as if it were real. Arthur was stunned. The opponent just said to replace, and the opponent already had the bloodline that was plundered, the dark snake bloodline. Now he wanted to replace his bloodline that did not exist in the first place. What would be the result? He got the dark snake bloodline, while the opponent got nothing. When he thought of this result, Arthur looked at the opponent with a strange look. If it weren't for the wrong posture, and if he couldn't be sure whether he was in danger during the replacement process, he really had to thank the other party. However, this strange look obviously made the other party misunderstand. Did you find something different? You haven't awakened in the true sense, but you have an intuition beyond ordinary people. This means that in addition to having a strong recovery ability, your bloodline also has a high spirituality. What exactly is your bloodline? I'm really looking forward to it. As he spoke, he walked around the magic circle. His steps were steady and rhythmic, and to Arthur it looked like a dance. Moreover, his speed was getting faster and faster. When it reached a certain extreme, the hemp rope that bound Arthur tightly and hung him up immediately shook, and directly shook Arthur off the beam. But before Arthur could struggle, he changed the binding posture, making Arthur's palms face down and rushing forward. Then the other party raised a finger, and the long nail brushed across Arthur's palm. Blood suddenly gushed out. The other party held Arthur's hands and pressed them on the side of the magic circle, the side of the white candle. A sucking feeling appeared in the palm. Whoosh! The flame that was originally just a beam-like jump instantly sprayed more than a foot high. Arthur could clearly feel that his blood was constantly flowing out. He struggled hard, but it was useless. The rope was much stronger than expected. Moreover, the speed at which this magic circle absorbed blood was also much faster than expected. In just a few seconds, Arthur felt dizzy. Then came the trembling under the bone-chilling cold. The same trembling as before being hit by the dump truck. That was the breath of death. Instinctively, Arthur struggled again. The other party looked at the struggling Arthur, but was not angry. Instead, he nodded in praise. Tenacious will and vitality. It couldn't be better. The longer you hold on, the better the replacement effect. Looking at Arthur struggling more and more fiercely, the other party couldn't help but laugh again, raising his hand and placing a conical bottle filled with light silver liquid medicine in the place where Arthur's eyes could reach, but outside the magic circle. This was carefully prepared by the other party, and it was also the core of this plan. The other party pointed at the conical bottle and said with a very proud expression, "It is the key to my plan this time. It is also something I have spent a lot of effort to get. Herc Silver Medicine. The legendary Herc Silver Medicine. As long as you take it, it will allow the user to perfectly awaken their own talents, but it is uncertain for those who already have talents. It may increase the original talents, or awaken new talents. So, you who have talents but have never awakened, it is really the best for me. When the blood replacement is completed, the blood you have will be mine." As he spoke, the other party uncorked the bottle of Herc Silver Medicine, and moved an inch in front of Arthur. A rich aroma immediately penetrated Arthur's nose. What was that smell? It was like the smell of meat, the fragrance of soil after rain, and a little bit of the unique sweetness of tea. Arthur couldn't describe what it was. He just knew it smelled good, and he wanted to taste it. Even in this semi-conscious, bound state, Arthur couldn't help but open his mouth. He stuck out his tongue. But the other party immediately took back the Helk silver medicine. The other party smiled maliciously, while putting the cork back on the bottle. "It's mine," the other party announced loudly. In order to make such a sound, his pale face was even distorted in a strange way. His forehead and chin were shaking rapidly in the opposite direction, so fast that it created a phantom in Arthur's eyes. After saying this, the other party did not speak again, but raised his right hand fingers to cut his left palm, and pressed it heavily on the other side of the magic circle. Whoosh! The flames on the 3 black candles on that side also shot up at the same time. When the 6 black and white candles began to spit out flames, the entire magic circle lit up. The faint light kept flowing in the entire 8 magic circle, and the speed was getting faster and faster. After a breath, the flowing light showed a faint brilliance. Arthur could clearly feel the flesh and blood in his body being pulled out at a faster speed, and more powerful, cold flesh and blood were filled in. And the trembling brought by the bone-chilling coldness disappeared. Death gradually faded away. Instead, it was comfortable. Chapter 3 Brilliant Silver. Comfortable. Just like not having breakfast, and having a pork leg rice with meat for lunch, Arthur felt an unprecedented sense of fullness. Not only the stomach, but also the fullness of the whole body, filled with power. Bang! The rope that had been binding Arthur was directly broken. The broken rope was shattered and splattered, hitting the face without a nose, and an exaggerated dent appeared on the other party's cheek. His entire face twisted towards the side of the force, just like a powerful slap on the face. Snap! Crisp loud. The opponent was stunned. Then he felt a long-lost weakness and pain in his body. The opponent knew very well that it was the backlash after the activating snake rope technique was cracked, and it was the curse of becoming immortal after losing the power of blood. But it shouldn't be like this. His plan was perfect. Where did the mistake go? Could it be that they are chasing me? No! Impossible. The fear and obsession in his heart turned into the other party's roar. My plan can't go wrong. I fooled them. My plan is perfect. In the paranoid and arrogant roar, blood spurted out of the other party's mouth, nose and eyes, and the other party fell to the ground, howling non-stop. Undoubtedly, after losing the power of blood, the backlash power far exceeded the other party's tolerance. Arthur ignored all this. The moment he broke the rope on his body, he rushed to the corner of the room. There, his medium box was placed. Arthur Kratos came to 333 Russell Street to exorcise the spirit. This medium box was specially made by his grandfather, Old Charlie, for the members of the Kratos family. It was a medium box with 2 layers on the surface, and a 3rd layer hidden. Arthur opened the box directly, and the 2 layers on the surface were immediately revealed. The first layer was iron dagger, silver dagger, coarse salt, red brick powder, lime, encapsulated white phosphorus, kerosene gunny sack. The second layer is holy water, sulfuric acid. 6 bottles of 100 milliliters holy water in glass containers are lined up on the second layer of the box. Under the rainy night, these holy waters bloom with their own unique brilliance. Arthur picked up 2 bottles, uncorked them, and poured them at the malicious employer, and instinctively said what old Charlie had said during the demonstration: evil spirits, purify. Swish. Ah! The malicious employer was caught in the backlash, and had no power to dodge. Both bottles of holy water were poured on the other party. Swish. Ah! The unique sound was then suppressed by the scream. The other party screamed continuously. But Arthur had no mercy, and did not hesitate at all. After pouring the remaining 4 bottles of holy water on the other party, he grabbed a bag of lime and poured it again. Evil spirit, exorcise. This time, as luck would have it, the other party was screaming with his head raised. Not only his eyes were exposed under the lime, but his mouth was also open. Cough, cough, cough. The violent coughing made the other party bend over completely. The burning sensation made the other party scream again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Arthur pressed his hands on both sides of the medium box. Click! With a crisp sound, the box popped out the 3rd layer. In the dim room, the warm color of the solid wood gun handle was still hard to hide. The barrel was golden and thick, with a dragon with its mouth wide open carved on the muzzle. From a distance, it looked like a dragon roaring with its mouth open. Thunder gun. A short musket specially designed for cavalry. Old Charlie liked this weapon when he first saw it. He thought it could effectively ensure the safety of the members of the Kratos family and facilitate exorcism, so he put it in the medium box. And on the 3rd layer of this medium box, 2 guns filled with lead bullets were placed diagonally up and down. Silver bullet flintlock. These 2 flintlocks are much smaller, and for convenience, they are also equipped with special gun belts. Boom! Lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Arthur picked up the thunder gun, aimed at the opponent, and pulled the trigger with his finger. Snap! The flint hit the flint directly, and the sparks ignited the medicine plate. Boom! The dragon opened its mouth and roared, and 7 bullets were ejected from the muzzle. Arthur lowered the muzzle, and pulled the already loose collar with one hand, after breathing more freely. A cold sentence sounded from his mouth. Evil spirit. Judgment. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splashed everywhere as the bullets hit him. And the malicious employer was beaten back again and again. The opponent, who had already suffered a backlash and lost his special blood, was already overwhelmed after being splashed with sulfuric acid and lime. At this moment, he was shot into a dying state by a thunder gun. Blood kept spurting out of the opponent's mouth, staring with his eyes, full of resentment and unwillingness, but at this time, the other party did not forget to reach for the bottle of Herc-Silver medicine. But then, the other party's eyes became terrified and panicked. Because Arthur, who put down the thunder gun, picked up 2 handguns. Unlike the area damage of the thunder gun, the handgun is naturally much more accurate. The mercenary who was targeted in the head panicked. Wait! Bang, bang! As soon as the other party opened his mouth, Arthur pulled the trigger. The handgun loaded with lead bullets missed. The bullet hit the opponent's shoulder. The pistol loaded with silver bullets hit the target's eyes. The bullet exploded the eyeball and rushed into the brain. Then, the broken silver bullet crushed everything in the opponent's head with powerful kinetic energy. After the opponent stood there blankly for a second, the only remaining eye stared at the potion in the conical bottle, full of struggle and reluctance. But in the end, he fell straight down. Plop! Is he dead? Arthur couldn't tell. So, he threw the iron dagger over. Poof! When the iron dagger pierced the opponent's chest, Arthur, who was worried, threw the bottle of kerosene over again. When the flames ignited, the opponent still did not move, and quickly turned into ashes. Arthur, who was holding the silver dagger tightly, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This look. The opponent should be dead. Simply kerosene can't burn a person to ashes to this extent. It should be the extraordinary power of the opponent's backlash. Arthur measured it. Then, his eyes turned to the potion that the malicious person could not let go of until his death. The conical bottle filled with light silver liquid, under the illumination of the remaining flame, became bright and dazzling. Arthur just looked at this color, and recalled the taste before, and immediately, the strong instinct rose again in his heart. He wanted to drink this bottle of Herc-Silver medicine. He raised his hand, and took the Herc-Silver medicine. In his hand, he pulled out the cork of the bottle, and threw it on the ground. He raised his hand, and was about to pour the Herc-Silver medicine into his mouth, to taste the taste that made him addicted just by smelling it. But the bone-chilling coldness attacked again. The breath of death appeared again, even more fierce than before. It was like a shadow covering Arthur's heart. Arthur was stunned. His whole body was stiff. At this moment, he seemed to be split in two. His brain told him that there was danger, but his body told him that this would be a supreme enjoyment. Huff! Huff! Arthur stared at the bright light of the Herc-Silver medicine in his hand, and panted heavily. The hand slowly, and lifted up little by little. Herc-Silver medicine was getting closer and closer to Arthur's lips. Arthur's forehead was bulging with veins, his eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. He tried his best to restrain his impulse, but he knew that such restraint was only temporary. As long as Herc-Silver medicine was still there, in the end, he would be defeated by instinct. So, when the mouth of the medicine bottle was about to touch his lips, he roared loudly, and swung the silver dagger in his other hand. The sharp edge of the silver dagger stabbed the medicine bottle fiercely. Immediately, cracks appeared on the medicine bottle. Under Arthur's gaze, the cracks began to spread, cross, and finally shattered. Snap! The conical bottle containing Herc-Silver medicine shattered, but the dazzling medicine inside did not drip onto the ground. Instead, it wrapped around the silver dagger. Instantly, the pure silver dagger melted. It melted into the liquid of Herc-Silver medicine. The liquid of medicine melted into the pure silver, became more and more brilliant. This brilliance was no longer the light reflecting the flame. Instead, it was glowing itself. It was also heating up. Arthur, who had originally tightly grasped the pure silver dagger, when Herc-Silver medicine wrapped around the pure silver dagger and, after it melted, His palm had been in Herc's silver medicine. Therefore, he could clearly feel this temperature. But just when Arthur clearly felt the temperature of Herc's silver medicine completely disappeared. Or to be more precise, it melted into his body. Chapter 4, All-Eating Food. Hulk Silver Medicine. During the whole process of being absorbed into the body, Arthur felt no pain, nor any abnormality, just like a drop of water flowing into the sea, causing no waves. But the change still exists. In the next moment, in front of Arthur's eyes, a large area of unfamiliar, unrecognizable text began to flash. At first, it seemed as if the power supply was insufficient, and it flickered. But in less than a second, these texts became stable, bright. The completely unfamiliar words and strange situation made Arthur frown. He stared at these unknown words, thinking about the meaning of these words. At this time, these words quickly changed to 0 and 1, and then, before Arthur could react, they changed again. They changed to the words that Arthur was most familiar with: gain talent, all-eating. All-eating, all-eating, all-knowing, all-eating, you come, you see, you understand. You digested the Hulk Silver Medicine in the right way, open the most appropriate talent for yourself. When you complete battles, explorations, tasks, eating delicious food, etc., you will get XP. XP? Arthur was startled. And then almost instantly, he realized what this meant. Immediately, Arthur shouted in his heart. Character column. The text in front of him began to flow down from top to bottom, like a waterfall. Line by line, column by column, very detailed. Appeared in front of Arthur. Name, Arthur Kratos, Mo Chishong. Gender, male. Age, 17. Identity, psychic fake. Talent, all-eating, death intuition, dark snake. Cruel. Attributes, physical 1.6, spirit 0.1. Combat skills, basic swordsmanship LV1, 0/1. Assisted skills, writing LV1, 0/1, intimidation LV2, 0/5, bluffing LV2, 0/5, sharp eyes LV1, 0/1, reading people's expressions LV1, 0/1. General skills, general common sense. Nanlos LV1, // general geography. Nanlos LV1, // simple mathematics LV1, // quick reading and writing LV1, // simple painting LV1, // simple etiquette LV1, // XP, 0. Equipment, none. Items, medium box. Arthur's eyes quickly swept over, and finally stopped at the talent death intuition. Dark snake. Remnant. As his eyes focused, the text information about death intuition. Dark snake. Remnant. Began to appear in front of him. Death intuition. Having experienced death once, you are extremely sensitive to death, and when it approaches, you will always feel it. Simple and direct introduction, Arthur understood it at a glance. But Dark Snake, Remnant, is different. Not only is it an explanation, it also introduces its origin. Dark Snake, Remnant, the long-lasting and cruel witch hunting has ended on the East Coast, but the West Coast did not. Instead, it became more and more serious. In order to preserve the flame, the Snake School, which had been passed down for 600 years, sent some talented young people away from the West Coast. But without the constraints of the elders, these young people who have been wandering for many years, after encountering countless adventures and setbacks, gradually gained their own understanding of the original Snake School philosophy. They no longer travel together, but choose the path they think is right. We are born noble, under the moonlight. We hold our heads high and move forward. Effects: 1. Awakening. 2. Hide in the shadow. 3. Snake body. 4. Snake eyes. 5. Snake language. Awakening. You have awakened a special bloodline, and now you are different. Physique plus 0.5. Spirit plus 0.1. Hide in the shadow. When you are in the shadow, in the darkness, you will get a plus 3 correction for stealth. Snake body. The body joints are as flexible as a snake, and even the whole body can be winding like a snake. Snake eyes. Look at others with snake eyes. It can cause confusion to people with weak will, and even hallucinations. Snake language. Communicate with snakes by hissing, and command snakes to a certain extent. Note, the talent you have obtained is a branch of the snake sect after its split. On the basis of the original snake sect, it has incorporated some voodoo Nodhag sect and Druid Teldred sect. And finally the new snake sect was born. In the eyes of traditionalists, the snake sect power you have has been corrupted. Not only did the concept change beyond recognition, but the power also changed. Even though it became incomplete due to several seizures, its strength was still unquestionable. Hiss. Arthur looked at the interpretation of Dark Snake Remnant, and his throat naturally emitted waves of tingling snake hisses. As he stepped back, the moment the shadow enveloped Mo Qishang, he seemed to disappear in the room. Ordinary vision could no longer capture his figure, and the body that disappeared from the ordinary people's vision at this moment, winding and circling, like a real snake. A cold breath spread in the rainstorm. The remaining fire on this side was completely extinguished in this coldness. But the next moment, everything became normal, and the temperature of the room returned to normal again. Arthur walked out of the darkness, with a smile on his face. At this time, for this incomplete talent, he has already mastered most of it. Although it is only an incomplete talent, according to the memory of his predecessor, he has surpassed most ordinary people. In terms of physical fitness alone, except for those with extraordinary talents, there is no comparison at all, not to mention the extraordinary power that comes with it. This is something that ordinary people cannot achieve at all. Bloodline? Arthur turned his head and looked at the other person, who had already turned into ashes at his feet. In his mind, he recalled the greed and arrogance of the other party when he talked about bloodline. At the same time, he thought of the so-called nobles in this world. The nobles in the world before him were very particular about bloodline. The two were probably related. Arthur guessed, picked up the sack in the medium's box, and began to collect the ashes completely. Although it was just a pile of ashes, who could guarantee that this pile of ashes would not reveal anything? If he was not worried about being too eye-catching, Arthur would prefer to burn down the entire 333 Russell Street. After all, this is a city, not an uninhabited wilderness. So, he gave up this one-time solution. Of course, compared to the trouble that 333 Russell Street might bring, he was more worried about the guy who had already turned to ashes. Was this guy who was burned to ashes by the backlash a loner? Or did he have family, friends, or even an organization? If so, were these people ordinary people? Or people with bloodlines? If it was the latter, Arthur would be unable to sleep or eat. More importantly, this guy deceived them. Even the blood exchange he encountered might be part of the other party's deception of him. It's a bit troublesome, Arthur thought, and then shook his head. He had too little information at the moment, and he couldn't deal with it at all. It would be better to clean up the scene thoroughly first, and do what he could do at this stage. Of course, it is also necessary to put the ability to protect oneself on the agenda as soon as possible. And this is not a problem for Arthur at all. Relying on it all to gain XP, and then convert it into strength, is what Arthur has to do at this stage. As for how to effectively and quickly gain XP, Arthur is ready to start trying. For this, he once again thanked the young man of his predecessor. In order to allow him to smoothly inherit the family business and gain more recognition, his predecessor sent someone to inform the newspaper reporter before coming to 333 Russell Street to exorcise the ghost. Through the window, Arthur, whose physical strength had greatly increased and whose eyesight had become better, could clearly see the running figure of the newspaper reporter. He raised his hand to pick up the blood-stained hunting hat beside him, patted it several times, and put it on his head. Arthur adjusted his double-breasted black windbreaker, carried the medium box, pushed the door, and walked out of 333 Russell Street. The rainstorm had become smaller at this time, dripping, but the water under his feet still did not exceed the gravel road surface. Arthur shook his sleeves calmly as he walked forward, and lime powder and white phosphorus immediately fell from his sleeves and fell into the puddles. When Arthur's shoes stepped over the puddles, white smoke rose from the water behind his feet. As Arthur walked forward, the airflow carried the white smoke and followed Arthur forward. Just as if the legendary ghosts pounced on Arthur, the reporter who had just arrived stared at this scene with wide eyes. He was about to remind Arthur, but he saw Arthur pause. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The snap was crisp. With the snap, a handful of flames appeared behind Arthur. The flames rose up, the dazzling light dispelled the darkness around, and the white smoke disappeared without a trace the moment the flames appeared, as if it was completely purified. The reporter could no longer hold back, he exclaimed. Oh my God! This is exorcism. Chapter 5 Get one of the two. In the early morning, it had been raining all night, and it got heavier again. The people of Nanlos have long been accustomed to this. Many people from other parts of Nanjun call Nanlos the port in the rain, and those arrogant Niwen people sometimes contemptuously call the people of Nanlos rain men. In response, most people of Nanlos will choose to ignore it, and a few people of Nanlos will throw those Niwen people who dare to call them contemptuously into the river with a smile on their faces. Some people with bad tempers would tie stones to the other person. Arthur learned from his previous life's memory that his two uncles Winters, Drake and Aunt Cassandra, were such people. Of course, his previous life was the same, and this was completely inherited from his grandfather, Old Charlie. In his previous life's memory, Arthur had witnessed his grandfather warning his two uncles Winters and Drake not to cause trouble. While kicking the Niwen man who slapped Aunt Cassandra into a dry well, he shouted to the dry well, "Greetings from the Kratos family," and then covered the dry well. Afterwards, of course, he claimed that there was an evil spirit in the dry well, and it would take 6 weeks to exorcise it. Medium. A very convenient profession. Arthur, standing in front of the stove, sighed. Then, he thought of what he had done last night. He nodded slightly and whispered to himself, "It's really a teaching by example." He didn't mean to deceive the reporter. He was just trying some ways to get XP by eating everything. At this moment, he naturally cracked 2 eggs in the frying pan. The moment the egg liquid touched the frying pan, the fat immediately crackled. The yolk and egg white were distinct in color, and when a little black pepper was sprinkled on, the aroma of the food was even more tempting, which made Arthur, who had not slept well last night, feel relaxed. He put the 2 fried eggs on a ceramic plate, picked up the ham that had been prepared on the side, bread slices. Arthur walked to the dining room. The kitchen was connected to the dining room. There was a large square table in the memory of the predecessor. Every festival, the Kratos family would put food on the table. The whole family would gather together. Then, as Grandpa Old Charlie announced the start, everyone raised their glasses and drank. This did not include the predecessor, who was still young at the time. He could only drink juice or water. Although the predecessor was very curious about alcohol, but in the face of Grandpa Old Charlie's strict prohibition, no one dared to offer alcohol to the youngest member of the Kratos family. Want to drink? At least you have to be an adult. And, even as an adult, you need to be restrained and not become addicted to alcohol. These holiday dinners were the happiest times in my previous life. But after Uncle Winters disappeared 3 years ago, everything became different. The dinners were still there were laughter, but there was much less joy. Everything seemed to be covered in a haze. The devil wandering around Baker Farm? Arthur muttered the incident that led to Uncle Winters' disappearance. He didn't know what the specific circumstances were. He only knew that Old Charlie went there in person at that time. And 2 months later, he came back with a gloomy face, and stopped investigating, and did not allow anyone to talk about Winters, and did not allow Drake, Cassandra to get close to there. The previous incarnation was sad for a long time. And this also caused Drake to leave home. Even, Cassandra agreed to go to the girls' school because of this incident. However, this has nothing to do with Arthur now. He is just enjoying the breakfast he made himself. He picked up the yolk of a fried egg, and as the half-cooked yolk flowed out, a finger-thick slice of ham was immediately dipped on it. The rich meat flavor and the half-cooked yolk intertwined, and there was an immediate sense of deliciousness, which made Arthur chew it in big mouthfuls. Unfortunately, this is not a delicacy. At least it is not a delicacy recognized by all eating. XP did not increase. Is it really not working? Arthur was not angry after the failed attempt. He was quite self-aware of his cooking skills. Although he had many delicious food recipes in his mind, these recipes only existed in his mind, and were not put into practice at all. It was luck that the fried egg did not break just now. One way was blocked. Arthur had another way, to publish in the newspaper. Last night, he was interviewed by Scott, an intern reporter of the Bugle. And the other party promised, the report about the medium Arthur Kratos will be published in today's Bugle. The other party is a young man who believes in the occult. The first person he met was Old Charlie. That's why the predecessor chose him to prove himself. The predecessor believed in him. He naturally believed in him too. And this trainee reporter did not disappoint Arthur. Extra! Extra! Medium Arthur Kratos successfully exorcised the evil spirit at 333 Russell Street. The crisp shout of the newsboy reached number 2 Kirk Street. Arthur's face showed a hint of surprise. He originally thought that his deeds would be published on the second and third pages of the Bugle, or even in the most inconspicuous corner, but he didn't expect it to be a supplement. It seems that Scott was really impressed last night. Arthur thought, his mouth curled up, and he became more and more expectant. He was not worried that the Bugle supplement would not sell. Although the number of people who could read and write in South Los was less than the number of people who threw the Niuan people into the river, but newspapers are not hard to sell. Because those who can read are not stingy about spending 50 soli to show their difference. They think it is respectable. Others also admit that it is respectable, not only because these people can read, but also because 50 soli can buy half a pound of coarse flour. If it is corn flour or potatoes, it is enough for the men in the family to eat for a day. Most of the Nanlos families, the daily income is only 2 to 3 soli. This is the husbands in the family. The adult sons go to the docks, shops, markets, etc. in the early morning to complete the day's work. The underage children can only earn money by doing odd jobs beside their mothers. In short, this is a very ideal situation. More often, you can't earn so much. Because odd jobs are not stable. Because the husbands who are the main source of income, sons will get sick. Sometimes there will be accidents, etc. Therefore, these Nanlos families will do their best to raise money to make one of their sons become an apprentice with better security. As for reading and writing, like other people in Nanjun, Nanlos basically regard it as a luxury. A normal Nanlos family can raise enough tuition for an apprentice in about 3 years. And the tuition for reading and writing? It will take 10 years. And you have to starve. And this is just the most basic tuition, which does not include books, the price of a pen. Knowledge is expensive. This is recognized by everyone in Nanjun. When Arthur looked through the memories of his predecessor, old Charlie not only spent a lot of money to hire a tutor to teach his predecessor to read and write, but also learn swordsmanship, horsemanship, arithmetic, etiquette, etc. These are all shown in all foods. There is no doubt that old Charlie hopes that his grandson will become a superior person. Simply put, it is a noble. Although the witch hunt on the East Coast ended 30 years ago, and psychics have long been safe, it is still far behind the nobles, who have honor and territory. Even though the newspapers kept saying that the old-fashioned aristocracy has begun to decline, and the future belongs to pioneers, old Charlie stubbornly believed that owning his own fiefdom was the best choice. However, like all teenagers who entered the rebellious period, his predecessor never listened to the words of his elders. Therefore, the current situation of being replaced by someone else has been caused. As a vested interest, Arthur cannot comment on this. He ate his breakfast silently. When the last bite of fried eggs was finished, a prompt appeared in front of him published in the newspaper. You gained some fame. XP +1. The prompt of gaining XP made Arthur's mouth curl up. Then, he could not wait to add the 1 XP he just gained to basic swordsmanship. In this strange, in a place full of dangers, it is irrational to accumulate any XP. Even though Arthur has a little squirrel syndrome, he knows that at this time, it is good to increase his strength a little bit. Basic swordsmanship LV2, basic swordsmanship has been mastered, and can be applied in actual combat. The synchronization of body and knowledge was completed in an instant. There was a lot of knowledge in his mind, and his body had adapted. Arthur drew out the long sword beside him, stabbed straight out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blade brought a hint of cold light. Although the sword move was just a basic stab, it made a continuous sound of breaking through the air. However, Arthur frowned slightly. Because the skill level increased, but the attributes physique, spirituality, did not increase accordingly. Is it because the basic skill level is too low? Or because the level is not increased enough? Or is it because my current physique, spirituality, is too high? Arthur couldn't be sure which one it was. But after glancing at the information that had changed to basic swordsmanship LV2, 0/5, he knew that he needed more XP. Therefore, Arthur immediately began to think about how to impress Scott more times. While Arthur was thinking about Scott, outside the door of number 2 Kirk Street, the young reporter rang the doorbell with an uneasy look on his face. Ring, ring, ring. Chapter 6, number 2 Kirk Street. At this moment, the rain gradually subsided. Under the pull of the young reporter, the copper bell with a lion's body and eagle's head hanging in front of number 2 Kirk Street immediately made a melodious and crisp sound. The blessing inscription engraved on the bell vibrates with the bell wall, and a subtle phantom appears. When you look closely, the relief of the lion's body and eagle's head seems to be flying. Scott let go of the handle, stepped back, and waited quietly. Behind the worried young intern reporter, the 3 people who followed had different expressions when they saw the scene. The 3 people were of different ages, and they were dressed differently. One of them was well dressed, wearing a suit, vest, shirt, and leather shoes, and his face was full of excitement and curiosity. The one next to him was wearing a linen shirt and dungarees, and a torn cap, and he looked indifferent. The middle-aged man at the back was also well dressed, but his sleeves were obviously worn out. His expression was also excited, expecting, but the corners of his mouth would occasionally turn down, obviously with a hint of contempt and disdain. In the peephole on the side of the door, Arthur took in everything. Immediately, in the character column, the two skills, eyes as sharp as a torch, observe the words and expressions, began to flash non-stop. Instantly, Arthur was sure that the last person had bad intentions. Almost instinctively, Arthur's palm touched the thunder gun disguised as a door bolt. Peephole, the disguised thunder gun, all arranged by Old Charlie. After all, psychic is a high-risk profession, and no one knows who will block the door. After his finger was on the trigger, Arthur finally opened the door, with a kind smile on his face. "Good morning, Scott." "Good morning, Arthur." Unlike the kind smile on Arthur's face, Scott's smile was quite forced, and the middle-aged man with ill intention standing at the back had already turned up his downturned mouth corners, and walked forward with a bright smile on his face. However, that smile seemed fake to Arthur. "Hello. Are you Mr. Arthur Kratos? I am a reporter from the Bugle. Docule? Have you read today's report? What is the rumored psychic like? It really makes people curious. I hope to do an exclusive interview with you. Please give me this opportunity." These two? They are Vaughn-Wiggins. They all came here because of their reputation. The middle-aged man named Docule introduced. He extended his hand enthusiastically. At this time, Scott's smile had completely disappeared, leaving only deep worry. Not for himself, but for Arthur. With the help of sharp eyes, and observing words and expressions, Arthur instantly took in this expression, and immediately guessed what was going on. They were from the same newspaper, they were both reporters. One had bad intentions towards him, and the other was full of worry about him. TSK, this guy named Docule in front of him, this is to step on him to get to the top. No wonder there is a supplement about him. He originally thought that Scott was shocked last night, and tried hard to fight for it. No, to be precise, Scott was really shocked last night, and he was also trying hard for him, but because of this, he was targeted by Docule. Arthur could fully imagine the situation at that time. Facing Scott's request, Docule not only agreed, but also issued a supplement. Then, this morning, I ignored Scott's obstruction, and brought people here to fight against fakes. A liar and a liar who appeared in the supplement of the Bugle. The latter is obviously more eye-catching. As a reporter who reported this news, Docule will naturally gain both fame and fortune. As for Scott, he is just an intern reporter. If he made a wrong report, he must take responsibility. Being kicked out is a seemingly good result. Moreover, the origin of the malice may be because of this young intern reporter. As for why, it is probably because it is blocking the road. It is not Docule's road, but the road that Docule paid for someone. The word internship is enough to explain everything. Society is dangerous. Arthur, who had seen similar experiences, sighed silently in his heart. However, while sighing, Arthur loosened his hand holding the thunder gun and pushed it back silently. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary door bolt. A guy who likes to be clever and calculate people, it's not worth a shot from the thunder gun. You know, this thunder gun is different from the thunder gun in the medium box. In order to conceal, this thunder gun is almost disposable. Simply put, after firing a shot, you have to change the door in the gun. In addition, you have to deal with the body, which is not an ordinary trouble. Arthur kept smiling, and after gently shaking the hand that had just held the thunder gun with the palm that Docule stretched out, he turned sideways and opened the solid wooden door of number 2 Kirk Street. He was just thinking about how to impress Scott a few more times, and put more ads in the newspapers. He didn't expect that someone would come to him now. He was really grateful. How could the attraction of the so-called a fraudulent psychic, who appeared in the supplement of the Bugle newspaper, be compared with shocking? This male reporter actually did this to the psychic. Thinking of this, Arthur's smile became more kind. Seeing this scene, Scott became more worried. The young reporter was really worried about Arthur. Although he believed that Arthur inherited the blood of Sir Charles, Arthur was too young. As we all know, the ability of a psychic is linked to age. No one can guarantee that Arthur can do everything perfectly at this age. If there is only one mistake, based on his understanding of Docule, the other party will definitely do his best to discredit him. Without facts, Doku will fabricate them. Confusion of right and wrong. Moreover, he found a flaw. Scott was anxious when he thought of what might happen to Arthur. He immediately prepared to stop Doku from entering number 2 Kirk Street. However, Doku got in before Scott and entered number 2 Kirk Street in a flash. When he turned his head and saw the annoyance on Scott's face, his eyes flashed with pride. He naturally guessed what Scott wanted to do. This guy wanted to stop him before he set out in the morning. But he got there first. Humph, this is just the beginning. I will let you know the consequences of taking York's position. Doku thought viciously in his heart. York, his nominal nephew, actually his son, has never had a decent job. After several efforts, he finally found an interview opportunity for his nephew in the Horn newspaper as an intern reporter, but it was ruined by Scott, who suddenly came to apply for the job. You know, the Bugle is not a big newspaper like the South Los Daily or the Evening News. It is just a relatively small newspaper. Basically, everyone has their own job. There are no extra positions. He spent a lot of effort to make the old and dim-sighted editor understand that everyone needs an intern reporter to help. But in the end, Scott came to apply. Compared with Scott's rich knowledge and good writing skills, his nephew, who was only slightly literate, was naturally eliminated. It also stopped him from making the excuse that he was just an intern reporter. He didn't need to know so many words, and he could hone his skills slowly. However, that was before. Now, as long as Scott was driven away, his nephew would naturally have another chance. So, after discovering this opportunity last night, he couldn't wait. Arthur took everything in. He understood it in his heart, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. Coincidentally, Doku turned his head back. Looking at the smiling Arthur, Doku smiled again, but he was more and more disdainful in his heart. He was indeed a liar who was eager to become famous. Originally, he was worried that he might get into some trouble. At this moment, he was completely relieved. Who is he? He is a reporter. Who is the other party? A liar. What tricks can a liar like the other party play against a reporter like him? With such a belief in his heart, Doku began to turn his head and look at the corridor of number 2 Kirk Street. Then, the reporter shuddered in his heart. Chapter 7 Yin. What did Doku see? He saw a deer head and a painting hanging on the walls of the left and right corridors. The deer head looked like a normal specimen, but it had fangs exposed. A little change turned the originally docile deer into a ferocious man-eating monster. The painting was all scarlet, nothing specific, just a whole piece of scarlet, which made people feel creepy. This reporter was no exception. He felt extremely uncomfortable. But immediately, the reporter sneered in his heart. Liar! Playing tricks! The reporter was full of disdain. Arthur naturally noticed the disdain that flashed across Doku's face again, but he would never explain to him. The reason why the deer head had fangs was to hide the flamethrower installed in it, and there were 3 spears behind the scarlet painting. The scarlet would make people who saw the painting unconsciously look away, thus ignoring the deadly trap. There is no doubt that this is all arranged by Old Charlie. Psychic, pay attention to your own safety. Old Charlie always says this. And does it? Of course, at this time, Arthur has turned off the mechanism. He doesn't care about the life and death of people like Doku. Scott is a pretty good person. Even now, the other party is still worried about him. Arthur believes that Scott must know his current bad situation. But under such circumstances, the other party is still worried about him, which is enough to show that the other party is kind-hearted, even if the incident may be caused by the other party. Such a kind-hearted person should not encounter flames and spears. As for the other two, they should be Von Tur and Wiggins hired by Doku. Judging from their expressions, one is really interested in him as a psychic, and the other is doing things for money. The two are half innocent, and they should not encounter these. Moreover, the next thing requires 2 witnesses. Arthur, who needs more XP, is extremely tolerant at this time. The 2 young men, who have no idea how they are defined, are surprised and excitedly glance at the tusked deer head and the bloody painting. They are attracted by the full body armor, puppet dolls, and torture instruments placed in the hall. The full body armor is the style of the late Holy Empire. The visor only reveals the eyes. The overall structure is heavy, solid. There was a repair on the vest. It can be seen how the owner died at that time. The puppet doll is extremely delicate, wearing a white lace skirt, with big eyes, just staring at the doll. Both of them felt that the doll was also looking at them. A sense of discomfort, let them quickly turn their heads to look at the torture instruments on the side. Then, they felt more and more uncomfortable. There were still dark red marks on the knives, and a rusty meat hook made their scalps numb. In fact, it was not just the two of them who felt uncomfortable. Dokul, who had always been disdainful, also felt his throat tighten, and he unconsciously loosened a button on his shirt. When Arthur saw this scene, the smile in his eyes became more intense. It must be said that old Charlie's arrangement was really great. As expected of an experienced psychic, every arrangement hit people's heart, making people unconsciously step into the trap of fear. Arthur admired in his heart, but walked to the door of the small hall calmly and said seriously, "This is where the psychic works. Old Charlie usually tells fortunes for visiting guests, gives answers, etc. Of course, in order to deal with some guests with bad intentions, old Charlie also has some arrangements here. One of the arrangements is just to deal with guys like Dokul." Arthur turned his back to everyone and turned the door handle. Then, at the moment of pushing the door, he gently pressed the position of the lock core. Whoosh! Suddenly, an inflatable pig bladder covered with white phosphorus was ejected from the gap in the door. Whoosh! The white phosphorus instantly burned up, and the inflated pig bladder was carried by the force of the ejection and flew in the air, just like a ball of will-o'-the-wisp fire that passed through the door and rushed directly to Dokul and the other four. Ah! The two hired men, who were already in a repressive atmosphere before, screamed in fear at the sight. Scott's face was also full of tension. Dokul, who was targeted by the will-o'-the-wisp fire, turned pale and retreated repeatedly. Only Arthur turned around calmly. He stared at Dokul with indifference. "My servant, retreat." At Arthur's controlled speaking speed, the white phosphorus flew in front of Dokul and others, just burned the pig bladder completely. But in the eyes of the four people around, it was as if the will-o'-the-wisp really obeyed Arthur's words and retreated. This scene made the two onlookers exclaim again, and they were amazed by this magical scene. Scott smiled. Sure enough, Arthur perfectly inherited the blood of Sir Charles. Maybe he will grow into a true master. And Dokul's heart tightened. He found that things were a little out of his control. Immediately, the malicious reporter wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Arthur coldly. "Arthur, you come with malice. Otherwise, my servant would not be so excited." At this moment, Arthur stood straight, staring at Dokul expressionlessly. Under the terrifying arrangement, the inexplicable aura frightened the already uneasy Dokul and made him take a step back again. Arthur did not chase immediately. He stood there, pretending to listen attentively, as if someone was telling him something. "Greed? Yes, I know." As the conversation continued, his brows furrowed, and his eyes looked at Dokul with a strong disgust, and his voice was even colder. "Get out of here. You are no longer welcome here." Creak! The door of number 2 Kirk Street opened directly. Under Arthur's cold gaze, Dokul, who was nervous and fearful, immediately felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. Without hesitation, the reporter rolled and crawled outside. When Dokul was about to leave number 2 Kirk Street, and was about to feel the sunshine outside the door, the reporter's courage came back. He told himself that this was not his home ground. The newspaper was. When I go back, I must write a detailed report, Dokul thought to himself while gritting his teeth. The other party pursed his lips, and his eyes were full of resentment, which was seen by Arthur through the mirror hidden in the room. Immediately, Arthur narrowed his eyes. Arthur, who had no intention of letting the other party go, was ready to kill the other party directly after dark, decided to collect some interest first. Arthur's cold voice sounded again. "Greedy man, your Death Star is flashing. Bloodline Dark Snake. Remnant. And skill intimidation." Flashed. The cold voice suddenly penetrated into Dokul's heart, as if it really brought endless curses. The chill that had just dissipated appeared in his heart again, and it was much stronger than before. This malicious reporter not only felt a cold hand grasping his heart, but also squeezed it hard. Suddenly, Dokul, who had already run out of number 2 Kirk Street, was in a panic. His left leg tripped over his right leg. He fell down. Plop! Dokul was dizzy, and his vision became extremely blurred. When he subconsciously turned back to look at Arthur, in this blurred vision, he saw that Arthur's eyes, which were staring at him indifferently, turned into vertical pupils. Golden vertical pupils. Like a snake. The moment this thought appeared in Dokul's mind, Arthur's appearance changed. His body, his tongue stretched out instantly, his eyes were full of coldness. When his clothes were taken off, it completely turned into a huge snake that occupied the entire living room. Was pitch black. and looked up at the sky. The next moment, the giant snake lowered its head and stared at him. Dokyul's blood was almost frozen when the giant snake rushed towards him. "Ah!" Dokyul screamed, got up and continued running. In panic, the reporter did not notice that a speeding carriage was coming from the other end of the street. Then, bang! Chapter 8 Just a coincidence. Dokyul was knocked away by the speeding carriage. The reporter's body turned 3 or 4 times in the air before falling heavily to the ground a few meters away. Not only was there an obvious dent in his chest, but his mouth, nose and ears began to bleed uncontrollably. This scene frightened Scott and the 2 bystanders so much that they stood there in shock. They heard clearly the curse Arthur had just hurled at Dokyul. Just now, they thought it was just a curse in anger. But now? Curse. A real curse. Scott gasped as he looked at Arthur. Curse, he knew. Sir Charlie had told him that. Curses are formed when a person dies with great resentment. It is basically impossible for a living person to curse others. Even Sir Charlie, as a master, needs a long time to arrange it. But what is happening in front of him is really happening. There is only one possibility left. Arthur not only inherited Sir Charlie's bloodline, but beyond. Arthur is a true master. When this thought came to him, Scott looked at Arthur differently. At this moment, Scott, who loved him from the bottom of his heart and pursued the mystery, was not only surprised, but also respected. Isn't a true master worthy of respect? Compared to Scott's surprise and respect, Vontel, who was hired, and Wiggins were only horrified. Dokyul was dead. Died under the curse. Then, what about the 2 people hired by Dokyul? Sir Kratos, we have no ill will towards you. We were just deceived by this guy. Please forgive our ignorance. Both the well-dressed young man and the young man who had nothing to do with the matter said this repeatedly at this moment. Facing death, even heroes cannot be calm. Not to mention the 2 young men who are essentially just joining in the fun? Arthur ignored them. He swore he really didn't want to kill Dokyul just now. He originally wanted to scare him first, and then find him at night, and create an accident like carbon monoxide poisoning. Who knew Dark Snake, Remnant, Snake Eye, was so useful? Who knew that the carriage came here so fast? Unconsciously, Arthur looked at the carriage. This carriage was not a coachman's back station, a cheap 2-wheeled Hanson carriage. It is a 4-wheeled carriage, pulled by 2 horses, faster and more stable. The carriage is made entirely of century-old oak, painted with dark matte paint, and the canopy is made of velvet inside and buffalo leather outside. It can be closed or opened as the owner wishes, regardless of wind and rain, and is very convenient. Oak, in Nanlos, represents glory, strength and perseverance. Velvet is well known to be expensive. So, the cost of a pull carriage is naturally very high. At least, the average middle class, the rich can't afford it. Of course, in order to distinguish it from a public carriage, the average middle class, the rich will choose a Bloom carriage, a single-seat closed carriage pulled by a single horse, but, most of the time, this single-seat carriage will be converted into a face-to-face 2-seat carriage, which is convenient for family use, and can also be used for some formal occasions. With the memory of the predecessor in his mind, Arthur knew that the owner of the carriage was either rich or noble. And the driver proved this point. Unlike the panicked drivers, who usually hit someone, this driver immediately pulled the reins after he hit someone, jumped off the carriage, and went to check Dokyul's injuries. When he found that Dokyul's chest was sunken and bleeding from all 7 orifices, he was probably beyond help. He immediately walked quickly to the street corner. This was not to escape, but to call the police. Because it was close to Westmeck Avenue, at the entrance of Kirk Street, there were not only patrolmen, but also a sentry box. After the driver brought the policeman in the sentry box back, he walked to Kirk number 2. I'm sorry. This happened. The policeman will handle it properly. If you need anything, please let me know. The driver bowed politely and spoke politely. But the content of his words was not simple. He admitted his mistake right away, but did not immediately offer compensation. Instead, he said to let the police handle it. It was obvious that he had absolute confidence that he would be treated fairly, which eliminated the possibility of raising the price and being blackmailed. In addition, with the carriage on the road, anyone would know what to do. You misunderstood. It was not your fault. It was Dokyul who rushed out just now that caused the tragedy. Scott stood up and communicated on behalf of everyone. As for what had just happened, the young reporter did not hide too much. Speaking truthfully, The two young men hired by Dokyul, although still frightened at this time, could still nod in agreement. As for Arthur, he stood aside silently, but glanced at Wiggins, who was dressed in ordinary clothes. When the police appeared, the young man pulled up the brim of his hat, covering his face. Afraid of the police? Born on the streets? A gang member? Or a thief? Arthur pondered with interest. While looking at the driver who came to him, he looked carefully at the loose linen shirt under the overalls, which immediately tightened up when the driver leaned forward, and the shoulders were bulging, and the rolled-up sleeves revealed a section of thick forearms, plus the thick knuckles and calluses outside the knuckles. Arthur decided immediately that, if there was a conflict with the other party, he would never engage in close combat. This driver also worked as a bodyguard. There is a dagger in the boot. The driver's seat is covered by felt. There should be 1 to 2 muskets underneath. There are no mud stains on the wheels, which means they are only driving near the Shire district in the city. And the speed just now is so fast, which means they are in a hurry. No! No! The direction they came from was Dow Lane, where there are some civilians with better lives. Although at this time, the peak of work has ended, but the busiest time period has not. Those wives who supplement the family income, the second sons, will all go out at this time. Under this premise, it would be extremely time-consuming for the carriage to enter Dow Lane. Under the blessing of Torch Eyes, Arthur quickly collected all the information. But soon, he found the contradiction. Unintentionally, Arthur looked at the driver again. Coincidentally, at this time, the driver listened to Scott's explanation and cast his eyes on Arthur. The other party raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth slightly, and even though he returned to normal immediately, he still couldn't hide his surprise. But what was really important was that the muscles around his eyes changed significantly, and the faint crow's feet became clearer. The other party was very happy. Was he trying to hold back his smile? Arthur immediately understood what was going on. He sighed in his heart. Dokyul, you really deserve to die. It was obvious that the driver in front of him came for Dokyul. No! To be precise, the people in the car came for Dokyul. Even if he didn't make a move, the people in the car would definitely kill Dokyul. In fact, the other party probably changed their original plan in an instant when they saw Dokyul rushing out, and directly accelerated the carriage to hit Dokyul. Arthur didn't care about the other party's original plan. He was now thinking about what he could get from the current situation. If the other party really wanted to kill Dokyul, he had already killed him in advance. So, as long as the other party was not a fool, this was an accident. The other party would definitely hide himself and start to publicize the so-called medium curse. Expand the influence and get more XP. This is what Arthur wanted. As for more, if you don't have enough strength, and you are greedy, then Dokyul, who is lying in a pool of blood, is the best example. Judging from the other party's style of doing things, the other party is not someone who is easy to deal with. So, Arthur looked at the other party, showed a smile, said, "Such a tragedy is something we all don't want to see, isn't it? Of course. It's just a coincidence, a tragedy under coincidence." The driver emphasized, then continued, "After all, we are here to visit you today." Visit me? Immediately, Arthur narrowed his eyes. Chapter 9 Visitors. Did he make up the words of visiting me on impulse to make it more coincidental? Or did he really come to visit me because of something? Or is it both? The other party really has something to do, and he really has a grudge against Dokyul. He just happened to see him here and thought it was a good opportunity. So he just killed him and asked him some questions in the name of visiting? Arthur hoped it was just a coincidence. But the facts before him told him that the latter was more likely. He secretly glanced at the carriage again. Looking at the valuable carriage, he knew in his heart that the trouble brought by the other party was definitely not small. Before he had enough strength, he would not be interested in such trouble. I have to find a way to refuse. Thinking in his heart, Arthur had already relaxed his brows, and his eyes looked at the coachman in front of him again. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything this time. Even if he has the skilled sharp eyes and reading the expressions, Arthur still needs the other person to show the corresponding expression. If he can know what the other person is thinking with just a glance, then it should not be called sharp eyes and reading the expressions, but mind reading. Welcome to number 2 Kirk Street. Psychic Arthur Kratos is happy to serve you. Arthur, who did not get any clues, but he smiled and made a welcoming gesture, even if he was unwilling in his heart. As a psychic, Arthur knew what he should do when facing a customer. He didn't want to reveal his flaws. Otherwise, there would be bigger troubles. Even a catastrophe. The world before us has similar sayings of demon possession and devil possession. Although the witch hunt has long ended, it is still difficult to fight against demons. If he is related to the devil, once it is confirmed, he will most likely be burned at the stake. And his situation, to be honest, is similar to the demon from outer space. According to the understanding of the natives of the world in front of him, it is not an exaggeration to send him to the stake. But Arthur does not want to experience the feeling of being burned and swallowed by the flames. Therefore, he is not only a qualified psychic now, but also a young man who is extremely eager for fame and recognition. Arthur Kratos. Standing on the steps in front of number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur watched the driver return to the carriage, open the door, and raise his right arm. However, when he raised his right arm, the driver first put down his sleeves and put on the dark clean coat hanging on the side of the driver's seat. When the driver finished all this, a hand stretched out and placed on the driver's arm. The palm was white, and the fingers were long and slender. It was placed on the sleeve of the dark coat. It became whiter and whiter, and when the sun shone, it had a brighter look, attracting the attention of the men present. Even the patrolmen who came to maintain the scene were attracted. They were looking forward to seeing the owner of the hand. Even Fontel, who was hired by Dokul, had imagined a blue leg of mutton sleeve slowly extending out, bringing out the same color puffy shoulders, and then a white multi-layered petticoat covered by a leather corset. This is the most popular style in Niwin this year. This is the look that most ladies and noble women pursue. And a lady dressed like this is naturally a sweet-looking noble lady. Is this the luck under bad luck? Have I met my lucky goddess like this? Von Tell, who was born into a wealthy family and full of romance, thought in his heart, and his eyes were full of expectation. In fact, at this time, everyone except Arthur had expectations in their eyes. Then, the hand on the driver suddenly pushed hard, veins immediately popped up on the back of his white hands, and then a figure jumped out of the carriage like a sharp arrow, crossed the flooded road, and came to the steps in front of number 2 Kirk Street. He had a billiard-style long-handled pipe in his mouth, and at this moment, the smoke was rising with the woman's breathing. He was not wearing the popular style of this year's Niwin, but a long-sleeved and long-trouser outfit from the 7 Years' War, which was retro but convenient for action. Retro outfit. Holding a pipe, it looked weird no matter how you looked at her, especially because the lady had short blonde hair. Even though she had blue eyes and a delicate face, it didn't make her look weird. On the contrary, it made her look even weirder, because she didn't hide her female characteristics, but she didn't hide her masculine lifestyle. Suddenly, everyone around her said they couldn't accept it. Several men widened their eyes, looking incredulous, especially the wealthy man, Von Terrace, who was full of romantic fantasies, covered his chest exaggeratedly. It was as if at this moment, his heart was broken. Even though his mind was full of fantasies, as a traditional Southern Laotian, Von Terrace could not accept the lady in front of him holding a pipe. The other men obviously thought the same. They stood there sighing. But Arthur didn't care. For him, who had seen plastic bags in his hometown, this level was really nothing. Moreover, compared to the opponent's pipe, Arthur was more concerned about the opponent's skills. The jump just now, although it was less than 3 meters, most adults could do it with a running start, but it was obviously impossible to run in a small space like a carriage. Even using the arm to gain leverage was difficult. Not to mention landing steadily and silently. Fast speed and agile. If fighting, you must strike first. It would be best to take advantage of the other party's inattention and knock him down with a musket from behind. Arthur remained calm on the outside, but was thinking secretly in his heart. This lady was obviously used to the strange looks from people around her, even with discriminatory looks. So after noticing Arthur's calmness, she couldn't help but show him a hearty smile. And then, she stretched out her hand generously and said, "Melinda Julius Caesar." Arthur Kratos. A strange name that he had never heard of, but it did not prevent Arthur from raising his hand to respond. After a polite handshake, he pulled his hand aside and invited the other party to enter number 2 Kirk Street. The door was not a good place to talk. Not to mention, Dokul's body was next to it. However, when he walked into number 2 Kirk Street, he nodded to Scott. Scott smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Nanlos has a famous saying, never delay other people's business at any time, unless he killed your parents. Arthur was busy with his career. Scott was the same. He wanted to write everything down. Worried that he would forget, the young reporter squatted in front of number 2 Kirk Street and began to record everything that had just happened with a charcoal pencil. But Von Tur and Wiggins looked at each other, standing in front of the door, not knowing what to do. "Let's go!" That was really not daring. The two could only continue to stand there anxiously. Melinda Julius Caesar's coachman did not enter number 2 Kirk Street instead. He stayed on the carriage like an ordinary coachman. Only Melinda Julius Caesar followed Arthur and walked straight to the small psychic room that received customers. Along the way, the lady just looked around briefly, and then she didn't look around. Even when facing the decorations that frightened Dokul and his party, the lady remained calm. However, Arthur keenly noticed that when passing by the tusked deer head and the scarlet painting, the lady paused slightly. Although it returned to normal immediately, Arthur still noticed it. "I found the trap set by old Charlie." Arthur was quite sure of this. Immediately, Arthur raised the danger level of the other party to a higher level. However, the conversation between the two remained friendly. "You have so many books here." Melinda entered the small hall, took a look at the Ouija board and crystal ball on the table, and then set her sights on the many books around. The only thing that can be linked to the medium in the medium's small reception room is the Ouija board and crystal ball. The rest are bookshelves placed along the wall. Bookshelves from the floor to the ceiling, filled with books, at least 400 or 500 books at a glance. These are all old Charlie's collection. My predecessor has seen only a small part of them, but was forced to do so by old Charlie. Young people like to focus more on swordsmanship, shooting, riding horses, and can stay here quietly by themselves for only a few hours in a week. Arthur, who inherited the memory of his previous life, naturally knew what was going on, but he would not admit it. He said, "Reading can make me calm and comfortable." As he spoke, Arthur pointed to the chair across the table. Melinda sat down in the chair across the table with a pipe in her hand and asked directly, "Mr. Kratos, can you hunt down the murderer? I hope you can find the murderer who killed my girlfriend." Chapter 10. Chasing the murderer. The medium uses the ability to communicate with the soul to directly find the murderer. Old Charlie has done this before, but not often. Seriously speaking, only twice. Because, not only are there too many variables in the pursuit of the murderer, it also requires a lot of preparation in advance. To put it simply, the 2 times of chasing the murderer, one was something old Charlie had to do after moving to South Los, in order to make a name for himself, and the other time was to prove that he could indeed chase the murderer. But Arthur doesn't need this kind of behavior right now. The supplement of the Bugle this morning has opened up the situation for him. Moreover, for Arthur, even if he needs to perform chasing the murderer, he should be the director, instead of passively joining. So, Arthur is ready to reject the other party tactfully. And to pave the way, Arthur first frowned slightly, and when he was about to speak, Melinda spoke first. "Are you wondering if I have a girlfriend?" When the lady said this, the pipe was put back into her mouth, and a small wrinkle appeared on her nose. Her blue eyes looked at Arthur. The traditional Nanlos, and even the entire Nanjun, were prejudiced against her behavior. Therefore, before she spoke, the lady was mentally prepared and prepared for the response. Ordinary people should just ignore her. As for those who were talkative and wantonly ridiculed and insulted her like Dokul, just die. However, Arthur smiled and shook his head. "It's not strange. I've seen stranger things. It's not pandering, nor is it perfunctory." For Arthur, who has seen sexual orientation as motorcycle exhaust pipes, the sexual orientation of this lady in front of him is really pure. Immediately, curiosity appeared in the lady's blue eyes. Just when she was about to ask what was stranger, there was a knock on the door. It wasn't a doorbell. Dong dong. The heavy and powerful knocking sound attracted Arthur's attention. He looked past Melinda toward the door. Through the small hall door that was not closed, he saw a middle-aged man in a dark blue police uniform. He had a serious face and a firm step. The police officer's hat, which was firmly held in his left arm, had both a new police badge and an old-fashioned sheriff badge. Moreover, unlike the patrolman who only carried a baton, this one was wearing a long sword. All of these indicated his identity, the sheriff. More importantly, Arthur recognized the sheriff. In the memory of his previous life, his name was Locke, and he was one of the 7 sheriffs of South Los. Old Charlie had dealt with him once before. Stubborn, rude and barbaric. That was how old Charlie described him. As for more, that's all. Don't expect a psychic to contact the police under normal circumstances. Every time a psychic dealt with the police, it was out of necessity. In fact, the time old Charlie had that contact with the other party, it left a rather unpleasant memory. And this unpleasantness is still spreading at this moment. Arthur Kratos, are you using those little tricks to attract business for your family again? Do you know that if you do this, I can arrest you on the spot? Or, do you want a more unforgettable memory? The sheriff who walked into the medium-small hall had a very unfriendly tone, especially the look he gave Arthur, as if he was looking at a scumbag liar. Bug. Moreover, this sheriff is even more rude than what old Charlie described. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out a long sword. It was obvious that if Arthur didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would draw his sword and kill Arthur on the spot. Don't doubt whether the other party has such courage. In Nanlos, even the sheriff of the entire South County, privately, people call him the Blue Devil, the Killer. Before these titles, the old police system has prefixes such as tyranny, brutality, and cruelness. This is true even if the new police bill has been introduced. After all, compared with the new police bill that was introduced only 3 years ago, the old sheriff system appeared before the 7 Years' War and has a history of at least 50 years. Just look at Sheriff Locke wearing an old sheriff badge on the side of his police hat to know the status of the sheriff system in people's hearts. But these did not prevent Arthur from taking out a loaded musket from the drawer and pointing it at the other party. Breaking into someone's house without reason, according to the new law, I can shoot you to death without punishment. Arthur did not want to cause trouble, but when trouble came, he had to solve the trouble as quickly as possible, instead of avoiding it. Once he avoided it, it would bring more trouble. In Arthur's hometown, he had seen many people who rushed onto the motorway to avoid bicycles. As a result, he was hit by a manure truck and was covered in gold juice. Facing the muzzle of the gun, Sheriff Locke's body froze, and surprise flashed in his eyes. He obviously couldn't believe that Arthur drew his gun so easily. I am the sheriff. Although the situation was unexpected, the sheriff still wanted to show his toughness, and emphasized it with a higher tone. It's the same for the sheriff. According to the new law, you need to get an investigation warrant from a judge before you have the right to enter my home. In South Los, you need to apply to the Earl. Arthur smiled, completely ignored the other party, and pulled the hammer with his thumb, making a shooting posture. This made Sheriff Locke's breathing become rapid, and his face turned slightly pale. Looking at this scene, Arthur silently thanked old Charlie in his heart. The reason why he knew the so-called new bill was that it was recorded in the book that old Charlie forced him to read. Being a medium is not an arbitrary profession. Knowledge will give us power. Old Charlie's words echoed in his ears, and Arthur agreed with him. He was determined to read all the books in the small hall. But that was later. Now, Arthur waited. There were not only him and Sheriff Locke present, but also a lady of unknown identity, Melinda Julia Caesar. Under normal circumstances, the other party would definitely stop him. What if something unexpected happened? Arthur was ready to go out to sea as a pirate. Although the new law allowed it, if he really shot a sheriff now, he would have a hard time in South Los. Rather than being hindered by others, or even being plotted against, it would be better to leave directly. Arthur never doubted the kindness of people, just as he never doubted the evil of human nature. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. Wait, the lady said. The other person stood up from his chair, and stood between the two of them. Sheriff Locke, I'm looking for Mr. Kratos because of Anna. I hope Mr. Kratos can help me find the murderer of Anna. Miranda looked at the sheriff, and said very seriously, Psychic chasing the murderer? A trick. Locke said this, but she put the long sword back into the sheath. The sheriff knew very well that the situation in front of him was not under his control. There is a step to go down. Arthur also raised his musket. Immediately, Melinda smiled gratefully at Arthur. Whether it was a performance, or a sincere one, facing the scene, Arthur nodded in response out of politeness. But this made Locke frown. Regarding the case of the axe murderer, Miss Caesar, you should trust the police more. I promise you, we will catch the murderer. The sheriff raised his voice again, to show his seriousness. I believe in your ability. Melinda nodded, and did not hesitate to praise him. When the embarrassed expression on Locke's face eased, she continued, but you have been distracted too much by the upcoming swordsmanship competition. As one of the judges of the swordsmanship competition, you will not be able to devote yourself to the axe murderer case for a long time. As she said this, the lady sighed. The timing was very accurate. At least, under Arthur's gaze. The sheriff had a kind of pride, after being complimented. And a smile appeared on his face. I will try to balance the time between the two. The other party puffed out his chest and said so. Arthur on the side did not pay more attention to the other party. He sat there quietly, his attention attracted by the information brought by Melinda's words. Fencing competition? Axe killer? Chapter 11 Axe Killer. Almost instantly, Arthur found the memories of his predecessor about the swordsmanship contest and the axe killer. Every 3 years, a competition called the swordsmanship contest is held in Nanlos. Participants are required to use bare hands or cold weapons. The age must not exceed 20 years. The champion can not only get a considerable bonus, but also get the qualification to go to Niwen to participate in the swordsmanship contest in Nanjun. If you are strong enough, if you also win the Nanjun swordsmanship contest, you will be conferred the title of knight by the Grand Duke of Nanjun. Knights have left the ordinary civilian class, and have stepped into the threshold of nobility. Even if you are the lowest class, even if everyone is talking about the decline of the old nobles, each swordsmanship contest is enough to attract all qualified people to come one after another. Because this is honor. If you are lucky enough, a small piece of fiefdom will be used as a witness of honor, even if it is for tax collection. The predecessor was also obsessed with this, not because he wanted to be in theft, but simply wanted to be the center of attention. Arthur was much simpler. He was thinking whether there was any XP to be gained from it. As for the axe killer, that was the most sensational event in Nanlos recently. The other party was the killer, who appeared in Nanlos 2 months ago. Every time it rained heavily, the other party would appear in the night and kill innocent people with a wood-cutting axe and plunder property. According to Arthur's memories of his previous life, this killer has killed 11 people, including a family of 5. The police arranged several times, but not only did they fail to catch him, but also killed a police officer. He was a real police officer, not a so-called patrolman. This terrified the people of Nanlos, and the rich rushed to hire bodyguards, causing the price of Nanlos security company to rise sharply. As for the poor, they don't have extra money, either choose to stay indoors, or go out in groups on rainy nights to reduce the risk. It can be said that apart from the rumored Ripper, the axe murderer is the most sensational case in South Los in recent years. Such a case, if it is solved, there will definitely be a lot of XP. Arthur thought involuntarily. For Arthur, who is extremely short of XP now, any behavior that can gain XP is worth serious consideration. While Arthur was sitting there thinking quietly, the sheriff, who had explained to Melinda for a long time that the Kratos family was a scammer, but still failed to persuade Melinda to continue asking for help, once again pointed his finger at Arthur. Even the most inexperienced young man among my subordinates is better than this scammer. As he said this, he glared at Arthur, his red cheeks making him look like he wanted to eat Arthur. No, I believe Mr. Kratos is not a liar. He is a real psychic. Melinda shook her head, then took out today's Bugle newspaper supplement from her pocket and handed it to the sheriff. Just some tricks. The sheriff sneered, obviously not approving. In his view, advertising in the newspaper to increase popularity is an old trick of the Kratos family, and it is not worth paying attention to at all. And what happened just now? Faced with the stubborn sheriff, she began to tell what had just happened. About Dokul being cursed. Arthur did not care about such a story. He knew the lady's intention, to completely get rid of suspicion. In Arthur's view, whether the lady insisted on believing in the medium or argued with Sheriff Locke at this moment, it was just to get rid of suspicion. This was the other party's plan. Especially when the lady took out the supplement of the Bugle. It proved all this. The other party accidentally saw the report about him published in the supplement of the Bugle newspaper. Guessed that Dokul would come to him next, which led to the scene that just happened at the door. But what Arthur didn't expect was that, as the lady told the story, the disdain in Sheriff Locke's eyes began to decrease. At the end, when the sheriff looked at Arthur again, a sense of coldness suddenly appeared in Arthur's heart. This discomfort immediately made Arthur's muscles tense. That is, the shadow of death. In the talent column, Death Intuition began to flash non-stop. At this moment, Arthur was stunned. Just when he and the sheriff were confronting each other with their muskets and swords, the other party had never thought of killing him, even though the other party was extremely angry. The other party was just trying to scare him, but now, after hearing Melinda's detailed account of his curse on Dokul, the other party actually had murderous intentions. Is the other party related to Dokul? No, it's not Dokul. If it was Dokul, when the other party saw Dokul's body, It would be impossible for him to be so calm and casual. So, the other party really began to believe that he could curse others, and thus guessed that he had a similar ability to communicate with the dead. If that's the case, it would be interesting. Axe murderer? Hey, axe murderer. Arthur raised his eyes, and looked at Sheriff Locke, who turned back calmly. At this moment, he, thinking about how to maximize the benefits. No, maximize XP. Sheriff Locke, who didn't notice any of this, shouted loudly. Coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Dokul couldn't have died of a curse. He just didn't see your carriage, so this tragedy happened. Sheriff Locke argued with Melinda again at this moment. Just like before, even his expression was exactly the same. Even if Arthur had guessed, at this time, I have to admire the acting skills of this sheriff. Because anyone who sees it will only sigh for the sheriff's stubbornness and persistence. Just like the lady in front of me. However, this lady's stubbornness is also amazing. Thank you very much for your advice, but I still want to try it, not only because of Anna, but also because of more possible victims. Since there is a chance, why don't we try it? What if it succeeds? Melinda looked at the sheriff sincerely again, and this time, the sheriff's expression was somewhat relaxed, as if he was convinced by Melinda's argument of no more victims. I'm worried that all this is just a waste of time. The sheriff muttered, and then looked at Arthur. Miss Caesar is willing to believe you, but I won't. If I find out that you deceived Miss Caesar. The sheriff snorted coldly, after bowing towards Melinda, turn around and leave. But this sheriff did not leave. Instead, the patrol of Dokkul's body was handled with a patrol officer outside the gate at number 2 of Kirk Street. Ask the 3 Scott, and the driver Edwin. Throughout the process, this sheriff is not only patient guidance, but also, I don't let go of a doubt when I ask, coupled with the so-called no more victims by Miranda. The so-called no more victims, the other party performed extremely well. It can be said that the character of the sheriff is perfectly in line with the character of the sheriff. Arthur, who was watching this scene silently, smiled. It really fits the character of the sheriff. If that's the case, I hope you can stick to it. Thinking in his heart, Arthur looked at the sheriff, who was about to leave, and said with a smile, Sheriff Locke, please stay. Chapter 12. Simple answer. The voice sounded in the medium small hall, passed through the narrow corridor, and fell into the ears of Sheriff Locke. The sheriff stopped and turned around. The other person, who was bathed in the bright sunlight, had a solemn face. His eyes looked like a hawk at Arthur, who was shrouded in shadows in the small hall deep in the corridor, but was smiling. The brightness and darkness intertwined as the two looked at each other. Seriousness and smile collided with each other. At some point, a breeze full of moisture blew to Nanlos, entering Kirk Street. The breeze, filled with the unique salty smell of the sea, lifted the sheriff's clothes, blew through the scarlet paintings, and lifted Arthur's hair, as if a ball of blood bloomed between the two. Do you have anything else? Sheriff Locke asked coldly. Arthur did not answer immediately, and the young psychic pretended to listen attentively. Seeing this scene, Reporter Scott's eyes lit up. Psychic! He exclaimed. But he immediately realized that something was wrong and covered his mouth. But the sound had already spread to the ears of everyone present. Vautel was hired. Wiggins looked at Arthur with fear in his eyes, but also with a hint of irrepressible curiosity. Melinda Julia Caesar was completely attracted by Arthur at this moment. The lady's beautiful blue eyes were full of inquiry. Only Locke, who kept staring at Arthur, was different. The eyes of the sheriff flashed with coldness. The stiff face was no longer just serious, but more of an inexplicable coldness. And the words were extremely impolite. Crook of the Kratos family. What are you doing? Arthur still turned a deaf ear. He listened attentively, nodding and frowning from time to time. Finally, he sighed. So that's it. A trace of sadness and sympathy appeared on Arthur's face. His voice became low, and he asked to the person beside him, Do you want me to help you? But, okay, as you wish. Saying these words, Arthur stood up, walked to the bookshelf beside him, took out the Ouija board from the side of the bookshelf, and placed it on the desk. Since the Ouija board is rectangular, when it was placed on the desk, the musket that was previously placed on the desk was moved from the position beside Arthur to the top of the desk, far away from Arthur, and parallel to the rectangular Ouija board. This Ouija board is made entirely of wood. The area is not small, but the thickness is less than 1 centimeter. If it were not for the 10 numbers from 0 to 9, basic letters, and the 2 answers of yes and no, it would look like a thin piece of wood. The whole set of Ouija board, in addition to the Ouija board itself, also has a matching triangular small board. The Ouija board is placed flat on the desk, and the small board is placed on the Ouija board. Arthur sits behind the desk, looking at the Ouija board, whispering softly, "Eternal monster, heir of the rebellious bloodline, creator of Ragnarok, fearer of the northern gods, ruler of the Chaos Blade, owner of the Leviathan Axe, Kratos." This is the spell made up by old Charlie. It is not a complete one. At first, there were only basic words such as eternal monster and Ragnarok. Naturally, this starting point is to make the name Kratos more famous. It can better set off the family business. And what about Arthur? After inheriting the memory of his predecessor, he felt that words like eternal monster and twilight of the gods were too monotonous. So, he added some prefixes based on the two. From the current situation, the effect is naturally excellent. Scott and the other two were completely shocked by such prayers. For the first time, surprise appeared on the faces of Melinda, Julius, and Caesar, and then their inquiring eyes became more intense. As for Sheriff Locke, he seemed to be sneering, but his neck was twisting unnaturally. Then, the uneasiness reached its peak, because, with a slightly harsh friction sound, the small board placed on the Ouija board moved. There was no rule, and it moved abnormally and frantically. Arthur seemed to be affected, and his whole body was shaking. "Stop! I'm here to help you." Arthur, who had always been gentle, became stern at this moment. His eyes narrowed slightly. Intimidation, in the skill column, began to flash and take effect. Everyone was startled. When they came to their senses, the small board had already stopped moving around and was once again quietly placed in the middle of the Ouija board. It seemed that everything just now was an illusion, but everyone knew that it was definitely not an illusion. Subconsciously, the people who had gathered together from the beginning first looked at the small board on the Ouija board, and then gradually focused their attention on Arthur. Under the gaze of the crowd, Arthur spoke. "Tell us, who are you?" As soon as Arthur finished speaking, the small board on the Ouija board moved again. Letters were connected one by one. Names were read out by the onlookers one by one. Mylewin, Ake, Joels, Mir, Bruno. One name after another came out of Scott's mouth, who bent over and looked out for fear of missing anything. Von Terrace and Wiggins, two witnesses invited by Docule, but they immediately took a breath of cold air, because they knew these names. These names were all people killed by the axe murderer. They had all seen them in the newspaper. And just now Scott even mentioned the word psychic. Could it be? A guess appeared in the hearts of the two. Sir Arthur Kratos was using psychic power to track down the murderer. The young reporter Scott looked at Arthur with great anticipation. Miss Caesar and Sheriff Locke stared at Arthur, without blinking. Especially the latter, his palm unconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword. "Although you have just told me, I need you to tell everyone present again, why are you here?" Squeak, squeak. The small board slid on the Ouija board again. Every slide, there would be a harsh sound. But no matter the reporter, the rich kid, the street person, or the lady with extraordinary wealth, or maybe the sheriff, they all ignored such voices. Their eyes followed the movement of the small board. The rich boy Von Tell was just like Scott before, reading out word by word. "For revenge. To expose the murderer who killed us. He is. Enough. Stop this boring trick," Sheriff Locke shouted, interrupting Von Tell's words. This impolite interruption immediately aroused Von Tell's disgust. The rich kid retorted, "Captain Locke, are you being too rude? Or, are you related to the axe murderer?" Von Tell's words were extremely impolite. Don't look at the police being called blue devils and killers. These are just the majority of powerless civilians. In the eyes of the rich and powerful, these so-called blue devils and killers are just blue dogs or good hounds. At any time, the privileged class always exists. And in South Los, or even the entire East Coast, it is even more obvious. Sheriff Locke ignored it. First, he really didn't want to conflict with Von Tell. And second, because the small board on the Ouija board did not stop. Squeak, squeak. A name was combined in the friction sound. Locke. Sheriff Locke. Suddenly, the whole medium hall fell into silence. Chapter 13. 3 Guesses. The silence lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds, and was broken by a sharp roar. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sheriff Locke stared at the Ouija board, and shouted angrily, then, staring at Arthur with his eyes, and shouted even more angrily. "It's you? It's you? All this is your trick. Are you framing me? As he said this, the sheriff drew out his long sword, and turned his palm. The tip of the sword was pointed at Arthur. Even though the sword was pointed at him, Arthur was not panicked at all. He placed his elbows flat on the table, crossed his fingers, covered his chin with his hands, and lowered his forehead slightly. False accusation? Arthur sighed, slightly shook his head, and his voice became more and more indifferent. Such a false accusation is really too simple. Isn't it? After all, we only need to search your residence to see if we can find the personal belongings of the victims, and then everything will be clear. Right? The question was asked softly. But Sheriff Locke's face changed drastically. It is well known that the axe murderer robbed the victim of a large amount of property. Shut up, Sheriff Locke shouted, and glanced at the musket on the table again. After confirming that Arthur could not get it immediately, he thrust his sword directly. The sword was fast and fierce, far beyond Arthur's basic swordsmanship LV2. However, no matter how fast it is, it can't be faster than a bullet, even if the bullet is just a lead bullet fired from a flintlock musket. Bang! Sheriff Locke looked down at his chest stained with blood, then looked up at Arthur holding the musket, his eyes full of disbelief. On the table in front of him, the musket he had been paying attention to was still in its original position, and the musket that fired was the one Arthur had just taken out of the drawer. Sheriff Locke's eyes widened. There was actually another musket in the drawer. Who would have two muskets in their drawer? Kratos' family. Yes, the most important thing for a medium is to ensure his own safety, so a man of the Kratos family must carry 3 guns with him. Old Charlie always repeats this to his uncles Winters and Drake when they go out. Not only does he say it, but he also does it. There are really 2 muskets in the drawer of the desk in the medium's small hall, 2 more hidden in the bookshelf, and 2 more in the floor compartment in the corner. In fact, when looking through the memories of his previous life, Arthur was amazed more than once by the arsenal arranged by old Charlie. Now, of course, it needs to be properly utilized. Arthur looked at Sheriff Locke, who was glaring at him, and smiled. He knew very well that, after he had arranged it many times, the other party was convinced that he would be killed with one strike. Afterwards, with the other party's prestige as a sheriff for many years, it would be easy to quell the false accusation. Even, he could bite back. Arthur knew even better that the other party had thought of these things at the moment of drawing the sword. Except, he didn't expect that he deliberately let the other party see these. Huff. Huff. Sheriff Locke breathed heavily. The pain in his chest told him that his internal organs had been pierced by lead bullet fragments. He knew he was doomed. With his life almost over, he looked at Arthur again. Arthur, who was sitting there, did not move at all. Even his expression did not change. He still had a smile on his face. At this time, Sheriff Locke finally reacted. He anticipated everything. No! He planned everything. The speed of holding the gun just now was faster than those quick shooters in my memory. The kid from the Kratos family has been luring me into a trap. Thinking of this, Sheriff Locke felt even more pain, and the whole person began to stagger, and kept retreating backwards. Finally, relying on the long sword as support, he stood firm again. Arthur looked at the other party, smiling unchanged. After the other party showed his murderous intention, Arthur decided to kill the other party as quickly as possible. The identity of the other party, as a sheriff, was not important to Arthur now. It was too much trouble. With a little trick, Arthur's plan to gain XP would fail by more than half. The 7 sheriffs of Nanlos, although not nobles, are more powerful than nobles in some aspects. Coincidentally, the other party seems to have hidden the identity of Axe Killer. Even more coincidentally, the other party is still in the medium's small hall. You know, here, old Charlie not only hid many muskets, but also arranged many traps. For example, using magnets to control the small board on the Ouija board is the most unpresentable trick. If it weren't necessary, everyone in the psychic room, except Arthur, would not be able to escape and would die inexplicably. Under such good conditions, Arthur felt that if he didn't kill this guy who had hidden murderous intentions towards him, it would be a waste of talent. Of course, killing the other party is not the end. What's more important is to get XP. Arthur's eyes turned to Scott, Fontel, and Wiggins. The 3 of them were still standing there in shock, and they obviously hadn't recovered. Among them, Scott was not to be mentioned. The identity of a reporter was enough for the other party to help Arthur in many ways. As for Fontel and Wiggins, Arthur believed that Dokul was not a fool, and it was impossible for him to find 2 people to be witnesses at random. These two people must have their own strengths. And now, the other two will help him get more XP. Arthur believed that the two would not reject him. In fact, they would be very happy to help him. After all, they needed to be forgiven by their medium, didn't they? Arthur thought to himself, and then he looked back at Sheriff Locke, who was still gritting his teeth, using his sword as a crutch, and his smile became even stronger. He thanked him again. The other party's appearance solved his urgent problem, and was worthy of such thanks. Seeing the increasingly bright smile on Arthur's face, Sheriff Locke's eyes widened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Puff! The bright red stained the blue uniform. Sheriff Locke wanted to kill Arthur with a sword. But when the sheriff tightened his sword again, he was unable to lift it. In the end, the long sword was only lifted a little bit, and fell heavily on the carpet. Then, without the support of the long sword, Sheriff Locke fell to the ground, and the scarlet blood gushed out like a spring. The police officer's hat that Sheriff Locke had been holding tightly also slipped onto the carpet. The brim of the hat, the police badge, and the old-fashioned sheriff's badge were immediately stained with blood. The brilliant silver white was obscured by the scarlet, and it seemed extremely dazzling. However, it was no longer noticed. Scott, who had recovered from the shock, picked up the charcoal pencil and wrote furiously. News! Big news! The reporter's intuition told him that the incident in front of him would definitely make a sensation in the entire South Los. Von Terrace and Wiggins looked at each other, looking at the shock in each other's eyes. They swore that they had never experienced such a thrilling experience as today in their previous lives. First, the medium's curse. Then, the axe murderer turned out to be Sheriff Locke. Any one of these things is enough to shock people, not to mention two things happening in succession. Two young people from different classes at this moment were completely speechless. But Melinda Julia Caesar was different. The lady also had surprise on her face, but more of it was anxiety. She asked hurriedly, Mr. Kratos, have you seen Anna? The hurried voice, the anxious expression. Anyone would notice the lady's anxiety. Arthur was no exception. However, with his eagle eyes, and observing her words and expressions, Arthur found that the lady's anxiety lasted for a long time, as if she was afraid that others would not notice it. And such an expression was undoubtedly fake. It was pretended by the other party. The other party was trying to cover up. As for what to cover up, Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, and had roughly 3 guesses. Chapter 14 Compensation. What Melinda Julia Caesar concealed was nothing more than 1. Anna was not dead. The so-called killing by the axe killer was just a plot, faking death and escaping. 2. Anna died, but she was not killed by the axe killer. It was still a plot, framing and paralyzing the real opponent. 3. Anna died, she was killed by the axe killer. To put it simply, if it is the first 2 guesses, that is Ms. Caesar fishing in troubled waters. Unconsciously, Arthur once again raised the danger level of Ms. Caesar. At the same time, his eyes looked at this lady again. The blue eyes were as pure as the sky. Except for anxiety, there was nothing else to see. The expression on her face was perfect, just like looking for his girlfriend. Even if Arthur relied on his skills, he couldn't tell more. Arthur couldn't tell what kind of situation Anna was in. Judging from the performance of Melinda Julia Caesar, Arthur is more inclined to the third guess that Anna is really dead, and was killed by the axe killer. But it is just a tendency, not a certainty. However, no matter which guess it is, Arthur will choose the safest answer. An answer based on the fact that the lady in front of him is still testing him. Testing whether he really knows the whereabouts of Anna. Then, the other party will naturally prescribe the right medicine. When he was about to get a large amount of XP, Arthur didn't want to cause any more trouble. So, in response to the lady's question, Arthur shook his head. No. My psychic ability allows me to find wandering ghosts, and I can also take the initiative to contact the ghosts, as long as she is in front of me. And among the voices just now, there was no Miss Anna. Although he didn't want to cause any more trouble, Arthur would not be modest, and say that it was because of his inability. I didn't notice the Lady Anna, but emphasized that Anna was not here. After all, the young reporter Scott was recording all the time. Of course. More importantly, as long as Arthur said this, the 3 guesses just now would be in line with it no matter what. Needless to say, the first one was not dead. So naturally, he would not be discovered by his psychic ability. The second one was that he did not die at the hands of the axe killer. Naturally, he won't appear here. The third one is also reasonable. Who says that people killed by the axe killer will definitely appear here? Arthur answered cunningly, which made Melinda Julius Caesar look sad. At least that's how the lady covered it up on the surface. Scott on the side exclaimed repeatedly, "Master, you are amazing. Master, you are amazing. You may have surpassed Sir Charles in some aspects." After confirming Arthur's psychic ability, the young reporter automatically changed to a respectful title. In such admiration, Volunteer and Wiggins naturally echoed him. Arthur responded with a smile. However, most of his attention was on Melinda Julius Caesar. The lady frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, she sighed and stood up. A 10 gold note, as she stood up, appeared on Arthur's desk. "This is your consulting fee. Please don't refuse. I know it doesn't match your worth. I will ask Edwin to send a real thank you gift later. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Look forward to meeting you next time. And I will deal with his affairs later." The lady took off her pipe, looked at the body on the ground, pointed to the ceiling, said goodbye to Arthur, and also to Scott Fontel. Wiggins nodded. The patrolman outside the door then entered the room, silently cleaned up the blood on the ground, picked up the remains, lifted the body, and left quickly. What a nice lady. What a pity. Fontel ignored the patrolman, just looked at the lady's back as she left, with a touch of nostalgia in his eyes. But then, he couldn't help sighing. The tradition of South Los made Fontel unable to accept the lady's rebellion. Wiggins said nothing. Born on the streets, he knew very well that there was no chance for him and the lady at all. Instead of making irresponsible comments, it was better to keep quiet. Scott ignored all this. The young reporter was discussing 3 new supplements with Arthur. Not just one supplement. Yes, 3 supplements. Everything that happened just now, whether it was the curse or the axe murderer, was worthy of a supplement. Let alone a small newspaper like the Bugle, the South Los Daily came, and it had to be a supplement. The 3rd supplement was an exclusive interview. It was different from Dokule's interview, which was actually a scam. Scott was sincere. He even gave the draft to Arthur directly, and asked what needed to be changed. Arthur listened to Scott's story, but his hand put 10 gold notes into his pocket without leaving any trace. Gold notes were the superior currency of the SO. 10 zero soda for 1 soda, 10 strings for 1 gold. Originally, there was an extremely complicated currency exchange system in Nanjun, such as 16 copper strings for 1 silver string, 12 silver strings for 1 gold string, and so on. Moreover, the currency systems of various noble territories were different. It was naturally fine in normal times, but with the start of the 7 Years' War, this complicated currency system caused unnecessary troubles, so it was abolished by the Grand Duke of Nanjun, and replaced with a unified 10-to-1 exchange. And copper ropes, silver ropes, and the like were eliminated, leaving only ropes, and the exchange of 0 ropes and gold. In fact, the gold notes were also to be abolished. But when the Grand Duke discovered a gold mine in his own territory, the gold notes were retained. Before old Charlie went to Barney, he was worried about his grandson, and left 10 gold notes to his predecessor. This money was enough for an adult to live a carefree life in South Los for a month. But who would complain about having too much money? After packing the gold notes, Arthur began to listen attentively to Scott's explanation. And at the same time, he took the draft handed over by the other party. Arthur believed in Scott's writing style and qualities as a reporter. This has been verified. The draft in front of him was also a true record. And with Scott's polishing, even the draft was thrilling to read. Especially Dokule's hidden scheming and Sheriff Locke's dominance, which made people feel nervous. When they saw the 2 people died, they would all breathe a sigh of relief. However, the title was too plain. Titles like A Curse Discovered Accidentally and The Truth About the Axe Murderer are really not as good as shocking. This male reporter actually did this to the psychic. However, in order to consider the acceptance of the public in South Los, Arthur could only force himself to change this overly advanced title to Mystery of the Past, Psychic, and The Curse, and the first case of the psychic, the axe murderer. Scott nodded. And then, he was attracted by the word first case. He looked up at Arthur. Don't worry, Scott. You need to believe me. This is just the beginning. My grandfather once said, psychics are always troubled by troubles. At the same time, I hope you call me Arthur. We are friends. Arthur smiled and replied. For more XP, Arthur would take the initiative to find trouble even if there was no trouble. Of course, the premise is that the trouble is controllable. Scott's eyes lit up. Okay, Big Arthur. The young reporter had a hunch that he would not be idle for a long time in the future. At this moment, Arthur looked at Volunteer and Wiggins. Suddenly, the two people with a look of uneasiness became more and more at a loss. Seeing the two people like this, Arthur smiled. He knew that he would have a large income again. Although he didn't care about the two people before, Arthur would not let the extra income go. Therefore, the next moment, Arthur said softly, "You two, I think we should talk about my compensation." Chapter 15 The Salon of the Lady of the Long Night. Hearing Arthur's words, although he was deceived by Dokul, Bontel did not hesitate at this time, and directly took out his wallet and started to take out money. When 2 gold notes, with a face value of 10 were placed on the desk in the medium-small hall, Arthur was surprised. He had previously guessed that Bontel came from a wealthy family, but he did not expect that he was so rich. He took out 20 gold notes without blinking. It seems that the other party was really scared. And he is richer than I imagined. That is right. Only such rich people don't have to work hard for life, are full of romantic fantasies, and are lured by Dokul. What about you? Arthur thought in his heart, and looked at Wiggins. In fact, compared to Volunteer, who can be seen to be rich at a glance, Arthur cares more about Wiggins. Dokul is a bad person, but he is not stupid. He chose Volunteer and Wiggins for his own purpose, to make things ferment quickly. He had no room to turn around. And Volunteer and Wiggins were able to make things ferment quickly, proving that the two had considerable influence in their respective classes. Of course, Volunteer had a lot of money, but Wiggins was different. If we only look at his clothes, Wiggins was a commoner, or even a poorer one, but his fingers were quite clean, especially his nails, which were trimmed very neatly, not at all like those of the poor, but like the hands of a middle-class person. Moreover, more importantly, the other party is also connected with Dokul. You know, a person like Dokul will never have contact with a real civilian, make friends, unless the other party is extremely valuable. Considering Dokul's profession as a reporter, and Wiggins's action of lowering the brim of his hat when he saw the police, and Wiggins is still keeping humble and silent at this moment, the other party's identity was finally confirmed by Arthur. Goldfinger thief. Only the golden finger who hangs out on the streets fits Wiggins' current appearance. And that's why Dokul, a reporter, would take the initiative to contact him. As for the gang members, it's impossible for them to be as silent as they are now. At least some simple words, such as "I am so-and-so, and my boss is so-and-so," can still be said. Moreover, Dokul probably doesn't dare to provoke the gang members, as they need someone to deal with some unnecessary troubles. Another thing is to get some information. It is enough for the golden finger to come forward. Do we really need to let the gang members take action? That means dealing with small troubles, and ushering in bigger troubles. Thinking of this, Arthur's narrowed eyes became brighter. Perhaps Wiggins, who came from the golden finger, cannot handle big troubles, but he is very good at handling small troubles. At least it is more useful in South Los than finding the police. And the golden fingers are definitely the most well-informed people in South Los. These are most suitable for Dokul. A reporter? Of course. For Arthur. A medium. They are also needed. Especially news. An excellent psychic must have a reliable source of news. Old Charlie's words. Arthur thought it made sense. Therefore, Arthur looked at Wiggins with a little more expectation. And Wiggins, who was standing aside, saw Vontel take out 2 gold tickets. He was stunned. He couldn't even get 10 gold notes with all his wealth. Although he made a lot of money as a goldfinger, he could get something every time he went to the commercial street in the dock area. But most of the money had to be paid to the police and local gang members in the form of protection money. Otherwise, he would disappear from the streets of South Los within 3 days. Now Vontel gave him 20 gold notes. What should he do? At this moment, Arthur cast a look at him. The inexplicable meaning in his eyes made Wiggins' scalp tingle. The scene just now scared the young golden finger. Not only was Arthur's curse killing people, but also when facing Sheriff Locke, he did not hesitate to take out the musket and shoot directly. The former was too novel and weird, so Wiggins could not accurately evaluate it. But the latter was qualified to evaluate. He had seen similar people. Those docks, street gangs, there are such people. Not many, just 1 or 2. But these 1 or 2 people are the key to the gang's foothold. Whenever the gang's survival is at stake, they are the ones who take action. The posture is exactly the same as Arthur's. The year when Wiggins just became the Golden Finger, he saw the Blood Dog gang in the dock area being invaded by outsiders. When most people were dispersed, the one in the Blood Dog gang took action. One person killed 4 outsiders, especially the leader of the outsiders, whose head was chopped off. At that time, the man's eyes were the same as Arthur's now. Will my head be chopped off? Wiggins' legs were trembling, but his mind was working faster and faster. Some people will only be confused when they encounter danger, but some people's brains are working extraordinarily. And Wiggins is such a person. At the beginning, Wiggins was also confused when he encountered danger. But he was lucky, he survived that time. After that, when he encountered danger again, Wiggins would never let his mind get confused. Because he wanted to live. Just like this moment. When cold sweat broke out on his forehead, Wiggins' first thought was to sell himself. For a golden finger like him, who came from the streets, the most valuable thing is himself. And there are many guys who are also very happy to do so. But Wiggins was a little reluctant. He didn't really yearn for more freedom. But he felt that if he sold himself like this, it would be a bit cheap. And he really didn't want to accept it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. And Wiggins thought of something. Immediately, the street-born golden finger took off his hat and put it on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "I can tell you a secret." Wiggins didn't say what the secret was, but just glanced at Vontel and Scott. Scott took the curious volunteer and walked out. When they walked out of the medium room, they closed the door. Immediately, Arthur and Wiggins were the only ones left in the medium room. Without hesitation, Wiggins spoke immediately. "Sir Kratos, have you heard of the Lady of the Long Night?" "Lady of the Long Night?" Arthur frowned and began to look through his previous life's memories again. Soon, he found the answer he wanted. Lady of the Long Night was quite famous among a small group of people in South Los. Because it was this lady who held the first salon in South Los. The salon first became popular in Niwan. At first, it was just for the aristocrats to entertain themselves. But with the participation of some scholars, painters, writers, it became more like-minded. However, with the participation of pioneers, businessmen and speculators, the salon gradually became a place of fame and fortune. And this Lady of the Long Night seized the opportunity and held the first salon directly in South Los. Although there were many followers, but none of them could touch the salon of the Lady of the Long Night at all. Because the salon was only the first half. And the auction in the second half was the highlight. The lady was quite clever in controlling the most core and irreplaceable part. Therefore, quite a few people in Nanlos were proud to be able to participate in the salon of the Lady of the Long Night. They even believed that the real upper class must be able to participate in the salon of the Lady of the Long Night. The predecessor heard these things from old Charlie. He was very eager for these things. He thought that it would become his stage of fame. Melinda Julius Caesar? Wiggins had already said this. Arthur naturally knew who he was referring to. Then, there was an exclamation of admiration. "It's amazing." He knew very well how difficult it was for a lady to achieve this in the traditional and conservative South Los. At the same time, how amazing the other party's ability was. Of course, the danger level also rose sharply. "I must be more careful," Arthur warned himself. Women have always been troublesome. And capable women? That's a huge trouble. However, that was later now. Arthur deliberately frowned. "Wiggins, are you kidding me?" Arthur asked directly. His voice was still steady, indifferent, but a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. The skill intimidation began to flash. It's not that he turned his back on her after getting the news. Arthur is not that shameless. It's because Wiggins is playing tricks. You know, when the lady left just now, in addition to leaving 10 gold notes, she also specifically said that she would ask the coachman to deliver the real thank you gift in a while. What would that thank you gift be? It's probably an invitation to the salon. At that time, the identity of Melinda Julius Caesar could not be concealed. And Wiggins wanted to use this cost-effective method to escape compensation. This is something Arthur cannot stand because, if he really agrees, he will probably not get any gratitude from Wiggins, but will be regarded as a fool by Wiggins. This is the calculation and materialism that is imprinted in the bones of Wiggins, who was born on the street. Even if he is shrouded in fear, it will not change. It will only be too late to regret when he dies. Why does Arthur know so well? Because he has seen too many similar people before. Even if these people are slightly darker than the style of Goldfinger, but the essence of being born on the street has not changed. Wiggins was shocked when his trick was exposed by Arthur. Looking at Arthur's threatening eyes, he immediately broke into a sweat. This street-born Golden Finger really felt the breath of death. Without any hesitation, he immediately said loudly. I am willing to be your subordinate, to be your eyes and ears, to get information for you, to be your dagger in the dark, to solve unnecessary troubles for you. Chapter 16 Leisure at Lunch. Vaughantel, Wiggins left 2 Kirk Street. There were 20 gold notes on the table in the medium-small room, and a promise that seemed to be unlimited. Of course, Arthur just put the money in his wallet. And that promise? He would not take it seriously. Maybe if he encountered a little trouble, Wiggins would be very happy to help him solve it, but when it was really a matter of life and death, it would be good if the other party did not betray him. Even if you deal with too many small troubles, the other party will complain. As for the fear now? That will pass with time. Now you are scared to death. What about a month later? What about half a year later? What about a year later? People are forgetful creatures. When facing fear, it is like this. When facing gratitude, it is even more like this. If you don't know yourself, and think you need to be grateful, you will be in big trouble, and you may even be scalped. Then that day will become a festival for skinners. Arthur knew this. So, he would not take it seriously. He would only use benefits to establish a closer relationship with Wiggins. Simply put, each gets what they need. If only there really was a so-called contract. Arthur sighed in his heart. For Arthur, there was no need for a so-called slave contract. A simple team contract of mutual trust was a pretty good choice. Thinking in his heart, Arthur sent Scott to the door with a smile on his face. Unlike Wiggins, Scott can be considered a friend. At this stage, Arthur is extremely dependent on him. After all, most of the XP he gets requires his help. The first 2 of the 3 supplements will be sent out this afternoon and evening, and the third will be sent out tomorrow morning. I can't wait to see everyone's reaction now, Scott said excitedly. I believe that it was 10 years ago, when it is mentioned in 20 years. It will be talked about by the people of South Los. Everyone will know me, the medium Arthur Kratos, and will remember you, the great reporter Scott, Arthur said very seriously. And this seriousness infected Scott. The young reporter clenched his fist excitedly and promised Arthur. Arthur smiled and reminded him. Remember? At night. Leave everything to me. The young reporter nodded vigorously. After assuring Arthur, he ran towards Westmeck Avenue, where he could call a carriage. Arthur watched the other person disappear completely. Then he closed the door. He was also ready to go out. He was going to have lunch. After Dokule's malicious visit, revealing Sheriff Locke's identity as the axe murderer, discussing the supplement with Scott, and the details of Wiggins. It was already lunchtime. He believed that it was time for Melinda Julia Caesar to ask the coachman to deliver the real thank you gift. I definitely won't choose lunch. Carrying his medium box, and wearing a top hat, Arthur walked along Kirk Street toward Westmeck Avenue. In his previous life's memory, there are several good restaurants opened on Westmeck Avenue recently. I heard that they are all chefs from Newen. Maybe the food can meet the requirements for gaining XP. The original Kirk Street was 600 meters long during the Empire period. But as the Empire became a remnant of its past, after experiencing the 7 Years' War, Kirk Street is less than 200 meters long, and is sandwiched between Dow Lane and Westmeck Avenue. But it is still the first choice for the middle class in South Los. Not only because it is close to the bustling Westmeck Avenue, but also because the road is easy to walk. The Empire in those days put a lot of effort into the roads, although the curbs have become uneven after being washed away by time, and there are gaps in many places. Even so, it is better than the dusty sunny days. The muddy road is much better on rainy days. In fact, the reason why Westmeck Avenue appeared here is that it occupied most of the original Kirk Street. Arthur stood on tiptoe and stepped through the gaps filled with rain. He didn't stop, but his eyes were attracted by a 2-wheeled food truck with a canopy. Not only because the canopy of this food truck was painted in red and white stripes, which was particularly conspicuous on this dark street, but also because there was no such food truck at this location in the memory of his predecessor. Newly opened? The location is good? It should taste good too. Smelling the rich meaty smell, Arthur praised in his heart. The food truck in front of him was parked at the point where Kirk Street was about to enter Westmeck Avenue. Whether people were going from Kirk Street to Westmeck Avenue, or people were strolling on Westmeck Avenue, they would notice this food truck. The rich smell of fried meat was the best guide. Arthur stood in front of the food truck, looking at the small blackboard in front of the food truck. Ivor's mobile snack stand, from ancestral craftsmanship, fried meat, 3 nuggets, fried fish, 2 nuggets, grilled pineapple, 5 nuggets, special 1, Marmite sandwich, 6 nuggets/piece, special 2, cupcake, 8 nuggets/piece, special 3, orange juice, 1 nugget/cup. The cup deposit is 100 yuan. The price is prohibitive for most civilians, but it is extremely cheap compared to the consumption in the restaurant on Westmark Avenue, and this means that the business here will not be bad in the future. Arthur looked at the boss here curiously, a fat man in a clean chef's uniform, smiling, looking amiable. After seeing Arthur's gaze, he immediately greeted him. "Guest, do you need anything? The new store is opening, all 20% off." Arthur glanced at the fried meat, fried fish, grilled pineapple, Marmite sandwich, cupcake and orange juice. Without any nonsense, he took out 2 bags directly. "One of each. It's not that I'm greedy. I just want to taste it. It's just like tasting a small dessert before the main meal." It's true that he inherited the memory of his predecessor, but the pictures in the memory cannot bring real taste. That kind of illusory experience can never be compared with the feeling of eating real food. Moreover, in order to maintain the mystery of the medium, old Charlie had only eaten out a few times before. The food in Kratos' house was basically cooked by old Charlie. The predecessor was very curious about the food outside. Arthur was the same. Eber looked at the 2 ropes handed over, and his smile became wider. His eyes were squeezed to a slit. He didn't expect that he would have a good start on the first day of the stall. After receiving the money, the fat boss immediately prepared for Arthur. The fried fish and meat were fresh out of the pan, the grilled pineapple was smeared with syrup, the largest Marmite sandwich was chosen, the cupcake was fully frosted and had no edges, and 2 cups of orange juice. "This is free." The fat boss pointed to one of the orange juices in a wooden cup and said with a smile, "Thank you." Arthur thanked him and stood to the side of the stall, ready to finish eating all of them. Go to Westmark Avenue again. After all, the wooden cup is not free, and a deposit is required. Moreover, bringing these foods into the restaurant will cause unnecessary trouble, and Arthur doesn't want to be mistaken for a troublemaker. As for whether he can eat more after eating these, the physique of 1.6 times that of an ordinary person brings not only strength, speed, but also an excellent stomach. Arthur thinks there is no problem. However, when he put the cupcake that attracted him the most into his mouth, Arthur's face changed. Sweet. Too sweet. It's so choking. Almost subconsciously, Arthur was about to spit out the cupcake in his mouth, but the habit he had developed over a long period of time made him swallow the food in his mouth. Then, he drank the orange juice in one gulp without making a sound. Sour. It's so sour that it makes your scalp tingle. It's so sour that your teeth will fall out. Fortunately, Arthur had just eaten enough sweet food, and the strong sour taste began to neutralize the sweet taste. Otherwise, his facial features would be distorted at this time. Pack. Pack. Arthur pointed at the remaining food, took out a 10 cents and put it on the snack stand, and said in a vague voice. His eyes showed a rare confusion of doubting life. It was not until he walked to Westmark Avenue with the food packed by the fat boss, and was bathed in the sun, that Arthur came back to his senses. He looked back at the fat boss, who waved goodbye to him with lingering fear. He turned his head woodenly, and walked quickly. When he was sure that the fat boss couldn't see him, Arthur put all the food in his hand, including the wooden cup of orange juice, in the hands of a beggar on the roadside. Without waiting for the beggar to thank him, Arthur, who knew that he was just trying not to waste food and didn't deserve the other party's thanks, walked quickly to the restaurant next to him. After tasting the cupcakes and orange juice, Arthur wisely chose to give up tasting other foods, even if they looked normal. Eber's ancestral craftsmanship is really amazing. I hope this place is normal, Arthur thought to himself, looking at the restaurant in front of him decorated with flowers, which looked very expensive, and was also one of the newly opened restaurants in his memory. There was also a blackboard below with today as chef's menu. White Rose Restaurant welcomes you. Today as chef recommendation, haggis. Chapter 17 Invitation. In the afternoon, the bright sunshine shines on the glass window of the White Rose Restaurant, making it even brighter and smoother, and with those luxurious decorations. Fresh white roses are not cheap in South Los, and you have to go to a special manor outside the city to buy them. In addition, it is rumored that the chef of this restaurant is from the largest restaurant in the Inner Bay, Clark's Diamond. With such a foreshadowing, White Rose Restaurant naturally attracts pedestrians on Westmark Avenue. People cast their curious and inquiring eyes towards this newly opened restaurant. But it was just a look. As for entering, that would not happen. The price of the White Rose Restaurant is as high as its luxurious decoration, especially the special dishes recommended by the chef, which are even more daunting. I wonder what such dishes would taste like. They must be delicious. No! They are charming. Every passerby who passes by the White Rose restaurant thinks so. Suddenly, ding! The wind chimes rang as the door of the White Rose restaurant was pushed open. Under the gaze of many passers-by, a figure rushed out of the restaurant. Of course, the most attractive thing is not these. The most attractive thing is that the figure put the packed food in the arms of the beggar on the roadside. Who is that? Isn't this too wasteful? No. This is generosity. What a generous sir. Amid the exclamations behind him, Arthur covered his mouth and ran faster and faster. He was afraid that if he ran too slowly, he would be unable to resist and would fire the chef of the restaurant and blow up the White Rose restaurant. Whose lamb tripe with lamb offal stuffing could be so unpalatable? Not to mention that it smelled like internal organs. They couldn't even clean the lamb offal, especially when the lamb intestines were not cleaned. And they could still shamelessly say it was pure natural. I'll kill you. This profiteer. Arthur cursed in his heart with a gloomy face. If Arthur could still deceive himself with the excuse that it doesn't look good. But it might taste good when the haggis was served. When the sheep's stomach was cut open, the mutton stuffing mixed with mutton fat flowed out. And he took a bite. This excuse was no longer tenable. Because it was too unpalatable. It tasted worse than what he made. At least he knew that the offal had to be cleaned. And that the offal had to be heavy. Of course, none of this mattered to Arthur now. The important thing is, Arthur still has a mouthful of the so-called haggis in his mouth. He wants to vomit, but he feels that he shouldn't. But if he swallows it, he feels uncomfortable. And if he keeps holding it, it's even more uncomfortable. Finally, he grits his teeth and spits it out. The good habit he has cultivated for a long time has been broken, making Arthur's face even gloomier. Unconsciously, he turns his head to look at the White Rose restaurant behind him, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Arthur never calls himself a good person. He eats everything, but never loses out. He was obviously cheated this time, and he will remember this White Rose restaurant thoroughly. He plans to repay the other party. However, not now. There are too many people now. Moreover, there is not enough time. Lunchtime is about to pass, but he remembers that Melinda Julius Caesar will ask the driver to deliver a real thank you gift. He did not stop on Westmeck Avenue again. Arthur wisely chose to bypass Ever's mobile snack stand and return to Kirk Street from another alley. According to the locations of the butcher's shop, bakery, vegetable and fruit shop, and cheese shop in his memory, Arthur went to each of them to buy the food he needed. Under normal circumstances, this was not necessary. As long as he handed the list of food he needed to the waiter in the store in the morning, the food would be delivered to his door at lunch, dinner, or at a specified time. Moreover, bills can be settled monthly. For old residents on Kirk Street like the Kratos family, they can be settled quarterly. Carrying the basket borrowed from the bakery, Arthur sorted the food into the cupboard and handed the basket back to the bakery clerk waiting at the door. At the same time, he gave 20 cents. This was the tip for running errands. Usually 10 cents would be enough. But the situation just now was special. In order to buy food, the apprentice who was just sent to the bakery had to run a lot with him. Therefore, Arthur gave an extra tenth according to his previous memory. Thank you, sir. You are so generous. The bread apprentice, who should be from a commoner family in the old district of South Los, was excited. After thanking him profusely, he skipped away with the basket. The commoners in the new district are richer and more willing to send their children to positions in the Shire district that require more knowledge. If they can learn to keep accounts, it would be even better. Only commoner families in the old district would choose apprentices who are coolies. And this is already good. At least, they have collected enough money for the apprenticeship. Those who can't collect enough, most of them will go to the dock like their fathers, and rely on their bodies to save enough money for the apprenticeship. Of course, that may have to wait until their son or grandson. Or maybe they will never wait. Nanlos has more opportunities than other places, but it is also far more cruel than other places. If you are not careful, you will face the scene you least want to see. An accident, a disease can make a seemingly good family fall apart. Good luck. Arthur looked at the baker's excited back, thought silently in his heart, then looked at the end of Kirk Street leading to Dow Lane. A familiar carriage appeared there. Arthur stood at the door without closing it and waited. Edwin, the coachman, obviously saw Arthur, and immediately shook the reins to speed up. Sir Kratos, you've been waiting for a long time. Edwin, who was much more polite than in the morning, jumped off the carriage, trotted to Arthur, bowed slightly, and then handed an invitation letter to him with both hands, glancing at the coachman, who was obviously more respectful. Arthur knew very well that this was the effect of the previous shot at Sheriff Locke. It's not bullying the good and fearing the evil. It's just the deterrence that should be given by daring to shoot a sheriff, even if the sheriff deserves to die. Naturally, many people think he is young and vigorous. But isn't it the effect that Arthur wants? Young and vigorous, good act. Thinking in my heart, Arthur's eyes looked at the invitation letter. The invitation letter is wrapped in dark silk. A fire paint with a moon decoration is pressed at the seal, as long. Everyone knows what this means. Ms. Long Night. Arthur has no resistance at all. Pick up the invitation directly. Once in line with Arthur Kratos. Secondly, he thought he could get more XP there. There will be a party this Saturday, and I will pick you up then. Looking forward to your arrival. Also, the hard-to-sell valuables have been found in the secret room of Locke's house. After Edwin finished speaking, he saluted again, but did not stay for long, just said that he needed to reply to his master, and then left. Master instead of employer? Are you a noble? Compared to the sheriff in the past, Arthur was more concerned about this lady. But then, he shook his head. These things had little to do with him, for the time being. What he needed now was more XP. Other things? Let's talk about it later. Thinking in his heart, Arthur was about to close the door and cook. But at this moment, Arthur felt a gaze staring at him. Without making a sound, Arthur looked at it with the corner of his eye. Suddenly, his heart trembled. Chapter 18 Food. Tailing and waiting. Arthur saw the beggar. The beggar who had been given alms twice in a row had come to Kirk Street without him knowing when, and appeared opposite his house. The other party was holding the wooden cup of the Ever snack stand, and the food basket of the White Rose restaurant in his hand. At this moment, he was sitting on the steps across the street, stuffing food into his mouth, and twisting his neck unnaturally, looking a little silly, a little crazy again. These are what Arthur saw through the peephole after he closed the door calmly. Is it a coincidence that the other party followed me? Or did I offend some powerful guy again? My luck can't be so good, Arthur thought in his heart. But his eyes did not leave the beggar. Even if the beggar was full and sleeping soundly on the opposite side, it would be the same. Arthur needed more observation to confirm whether the other party came here by coincidence or for some other purpose. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything until 2 hours later. Judging from the other party's behavior, he was just an ordinary beggar. No different from those beggars who came to the Shire district from other districts of South Los, and could be driven away at any time. But Arthur didn't give up. He had considerable patience. For this reason, he didn't cook, but just chewed toast, drank water, and sat behind the door. He was ready to fight a protracted war. For the extraordinary person who had just killed a malicious person yesterday, for Arthur, who killed another sheriff today. Any movement must be vigilant. Unless he wants to die. Time passed by. The beggar on the other side was still sleeping soundly. But Arthur got something. It was not about the beggar. It was XP. The supplement of the Bugle was on sale, and it was spreading in South Los at a speed beyond Arthur's imagination. The reason why Arthur was so sure was because the text in front of him said published in the newspaper, your name and the so-called curse attracted more attention. And you gained a certain reputation. XP plus 5. The so-called curse. Before seeing it with your own eyes, most people probably don't believe it, and are just watching the fun. However, with the true identity of the axe murderer revealed by me in the next supplement, and the promotion of Miss Caesar, my reputation should have an exaggerated increase, and it will bring a lot of XP. Arthur was quite sure of this. It was not only because of the accumulation of the 2 previous supplements and the instigation of Miss Caesar, but also because the true identity of the axe killer was Sheriff Locke. Such news would be explosive and eye-catching at any time, as long as it was published. It would cause a sensation. However, there were pros and cons. Locke, one of the 7 sheriffs of Nanlos, was killed by him. Even if there was a legitimate reason, the remaining 6 would probably be hostile to him. Even will cause trouble for him. But Arthur doesn't care. If it happens again, he will still do it. After all, the other party has already made a killing intention against him. If he still hesitates and dares not act, he is looking for death. Of course, Arthur knows better. With the death of Locke, the position of the sheriff of the Shire district is vacant, which will inevitably lead to a period of turmoil. As the richest and most special shire district among the 5 districts of South Los, there must be many people eyeing the position of the sheriff. Those people's attention will be attracted to this position. Simply put, before the new sheriff of the shire district appears, except for some minor troubles that he has already arranged and can deal with, Arthur is quite safe. As for the new sheriff of the shire district, I hope the new sheriff of the shire district can keep a reasonable mind. Arthur thought to himself, and added the newly obtained 5 XP to basic swordsmanship, raising its level by 1 level. Basic swordsmanship LV3, long-term practice and multiple actual combat. Your swordsmanship begins to become dangerous. If your opponent relaxes a little, he will suffer a fatal blow from you. Another coordination between body and knowledge. Arthur subconsciously wanted to draw his sword to practice. But he couldn't do it at all, because he was watching the beggar opposite. He could only resist the urge, so that his fingers trembled continuously. This feeling was very uncomfortable. What made Arthur even more uncomfortable was that this time the attributes physique and spirituality still did not increase. The current basic swordsmanship still can't increase physique by 1.6 and spiritual by 0.1. Arthur, who had not increased attribute points after 2 consecutive upgrades, did not give up. He instinctively felt that the next level of basic swordsmanship would bring him a surprise. Subconsciously, he glanced at basic swordsmanship LV3 0/10, and his heart was full of expectations. At the same time, he also felt a little unsatisfied. It's a pity that talent. Doesn't he have XP points? Otherwise, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Arthur glanced at it all. Death Instinct, and Dark Snake, Remnant, not to mention it all, and Death Instinct. As long as Dark Snake, Remnant, can be upgraded and gain stronger power, he can do more things. At least, he doesn't need to passively gain XP like he does now. Instead, he can be more proactive. For example, bombing the White Rose restaurant. Unfortunately, XP is limited. Or, Eat All has limitations. What if Eat All itself advances? You know, he just took the Herc Silver Pill. Herc? Arthur thought of this strange name in his heart, and decided to collect everything about the other party as inconspicuously as possible. Now, of course, he continued to follow. Time continued to pass. Just before dusk, the beggar who had slept all afternoon woke up, sitting there blankly. When it was getting dark, Arthur saw Ever closing his stall. Pushing his food cart along Kirk Street towards Dow Lane, Arthur happened to pass by his door. The fat boss obviously noticed the beggar sitting there, and was about to push the food cart forward, but, after taking 2 more steps, he stopped again. Then, he turned around, and turned back. The other party was holding the cheapest fried fish in his hand, which he broke into 2 pieces, after thinking for a while. He threw the slightly smaller one into his mouth, and put the slightly larger one with the fish head into the bowl in front of the beggar. Let's go quickly. There will be patrols here after dark. People like you will be driven away, and you may even get beaten a few times, Ever said. Turn around and push the car to move forward. The beggar casually threw away the wooden cup and basket that were stained with his own filth, and followed Ever with the broken bowl and the fried fish in his mouth, as if he was simply attracted by the food. Even if he was discovered and scolded by Ever, he didn't care at all, just smiled foolishly. And when Ever turned around, he immediately followed him. So, it's a coincidence that you followed me at noon and came to Kirk Street? Arthur looked at the beggar going away, still not letting down his guard. He even began to doubt whether Ever had any relationship with the other party. Arthur's practice of implicating the innocent. If people knew, someone will definitely call Arthur a psychopath. But Arthur doesn't care. It is precisely because of this mental illness that he has lived long enough. Unfortunately, accidents always come so unexpectedly. Dump truck TSK. Arthur curled his lips. He swore that if he encountered it next time, he would definitely be fine. Of course, it's not just accidents like dump trucks. There are more accidents that are full of coincidences that cannot be thought about carefully. He will be able to get out of danger, as long as he has enough strength. After all, any accident comes from insufficient strength. Strength. Still strength. Arthur watched the backs of Ever and the beggar going away. His eyes flickered, until the backs of the two disappeared. He looked at the text prompt that had been flickering since just now. Then, his eyes were full of surprise. Chapter 19 Fried meatballs and muskets continuously published in newspapers. You have gained a lot of fame in the local area, XP plus 30. When he saw the text prompts clearly, Arthur had an irrepressible joy on his face. He expected to get far more XP than before, but he didn't expect so much, 30 points. Sheriff Locke. Your true identity is really valuable. Also, thank you, Miss Caesar, for your help. Of course, and Vaughn, Terrace, and Wiggins. Faced with the harvest that exceeded the preview, Arthur expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Even though he knew very well that the reason why he was able to gain a large wave of XP, in addition to the identity of medium and a lot of help, the most important thing was the true identity of Axe Killer. Sheriff Locke's true identity was really shocking. When thinking of this sheriff, Arthur couldn't help but think of the one with the most special identity among the victims. I wonder if the police officer who was attacked has any background. If he does, Shire District will be in chaos again. Arthur laughed maliciously. With the implementation of the new law 3 years ago, the nominal sheriff has withdrawn from the stage of history. But just like Locke still wears the sheriff badge, many legacy issues have not been resolved. For example, the identity of the police officer. According to the new law, the police officers need to be selected, trained, proven loyal, etc. But what is the reality? Most of the police officers are still the original ones, from the streets, gangs, private soldiers of nobles, etc. Although the remaining police officers are recruited from the society, the additional cost of 200 equipment and clothing costs basically cuts off the possibility of civilians joining. These recruited people can only be the middle class, impoverished nobles, etc. Of course, the biggest possibility is the relatives of the original police officers. No one wants outsiders to join their team. This is especially true in traditional South Los. But no matter which one, they all have their own power. With such power, when being attacked and killed by their own people, some things become interesting. At least, some people who shouldn't have any thoughts, will also have some thoughts. After all, that is the position of the sheriff of the Shire District. However, these have nothing to do with Arthur. He just hopes that those people will fight for this position as fiercely as possible. The longer the fight, the better. It would be best to wait until he fully develops. By then, Arthur thought of this without any hesitation, and started to add points again. At any time, any plan. You need strength as a support. Consume 10 XP. Basic Swordsmanship LV3 LV4. Basic Swordsmanship LV4. A solid foundation and several life and death battles. Let your swordsmanship stand out from ordinary people. You can always deliver a fatal blow to your opponent. The synchronization of body and knowledge begins again. This time, there was no surveillance. When everything was done, Arthur drew out his sword with a clang and stabbed straight at the imaginary enemy in front of him. Whoosh! It was like the sound of a crossbow arrow breaking through the air. This sword was faster and more fierce than Sheriff Locke's before. Arthur was sure that he could pierce the opponent's throat first when he drew his sword at the same time. And he could withdraw his sword without getting his opponent's blood on him. This was because his swordsmanship level had surpassed that of the opponent, and his physique was not comparable to that of the opponent. However, the two attributes of physique and spirit still did not move. This made Arthur frown. Was my hunch wrong? No. It's just that physique and spirit are more difficult to improve than expected. But for me, this is not bad news. At least, for me now, such difficulty is not possible to increase. Arthur still had a lot of XP at the moment. He just glanced at the XP requirement of the skill Basic Swordsmanship LV4, 0/20. Just keep adding points. XP hit the bottom again. Arthur was not moved at all. To him, XP itself is a consumable. Using XP to exchange for stronger strength, that is the most normal thing. As for saving it, Arthur does not think he has the qualification of such a luxury. Unless XP can give birth to cubs. Consume 20 XP. Basic Swordsmanship LV4 LV5. Basic Swordsmanship LV5. Good talent and unremitting training. After dozens of life and death battles, you have reached your current level. With your current physique, you can easily chop down 2 arrows with a long sword. And when you thrust your sword, you can even cut the opponent's throat before ordinary people can react. Note, this skill level limit has been reached. Another synchronization of body and knowledge. However, it is different from before. This time there is a clear warm current in the body, and Arthur hears a sound of breaking through the air. As soon as he heard the sound of the arrow breaking through the air, Arthur had the thought that it was an arrow shot from a short bow. The trajectory and angle of the arrow appeared in his mind. Then his body moved involuntarily, and the long sword in his hand slashed straight out. Snap! The sword accurately blocked the arrow and split it in half. Arthur kept the long sword slashing posture, and the words flashed in front of him. Physique plus 0.1. Huh? Arthur exhaled deeply, recalling the feeling of the sword strike just now, and carefully experiencing the changes in his body. When the talent Dark Snake Remnant was replaced, Arthur had no time to feel anything. Everything happened too fast, and it was too painful. Now he can finally experience it carefully. It doesn't hurt. It's a bit like taking a hot spring bath. Then he clenched his fist, and the feeling of strength spread throughout his body. The increase in physical strength has a more direct impact on strength. He punched continuously, listening to the whirring fist wind. Arthur's face smiled again. Who can resist this feeling of becoming stronger? Especially for Arthur, there is nothing that makes him happier than increasing his strength. The only flaw is that basic swordsmanship has reached the limit of this skill. At this stage, it is only the level of chopping 2 arrows? If my physique is strong enough, can I cut the bullet shot by the musket? Arthur imagined himself chopping bullets with a sword one day. The smile on his face became brighter and brighter. After all, if someone saw that scene, he would definitely get more XP. Wait! At that time, do I still need to plan for XP with all my heart? Do I need it? Do I not need it? Arthur sat in the medium-small hall, and after thinking carefully for a minute, he shook his head and sighed. Human desires are really endless. So, in order to reach the level of cutting bullets faster, I need to learn some more advanced swordsmanship. And I don't know how the sword clubs on Westmeck Avenue are, because of the sword competition held every 3 years. There are sword clubs in every district of South Los, especially those on Westmeck Avenue, which are quite famous. In particular, one of them is called Joljok Sword Club, which won the 3rd place in the last sword competition. Maybe I can give it a try, Arthur thought. He walked towards the kitchen. Breakfast was okay. Lunch was for surveillance, so it was just for show. At dinner, Arthur thought he should treat himself. However, he didn't plan to go out to eat. He was afraid that some people wouldn't be able to find him. This would delay his XP income. 2 muskets were placed on one side of the stove. The long sword was slung across his waist, and the medium box was placed at his feet. Arthur melted a piece of butter in a frying pan, and spread the boneless chicken thighs in the frying pan. With a sizzling sound, the unique smell of meat drifted in the fat. Pork chops, steaks, and lamb chops would be more delicious. But these ingredients were delivered to each kitchen in the morning by the butcher's shop. When Arthur went there at noon, he could only choose some scraps and chicken. For those scraps, Arthur said that his cooking skills were not good enough, so he could only choose chicken thighs. However, the boss promised that he would get a pound of steak or the same weight of pork chops tomorrow morning. After the lamb chops, Arthur took half a pound of mincemeat, which was now soaked in cold water to remove the blood. Pour boiling water into the pepper and star anise, and set it aside. Arthur took out the mincemeat and chopped it even finer. He wanted to eat fried meatballs. Between the kitchen knife and the chopping board, the mincemeat quickly became mincemeat with a very rhythmic sound, and the 2 black shadows seemed to have predicted the future, and easily avoided the patrolling police officers, and touched the door of number 2 Kirk Street. And all this was seen by Arthur through the periscope. He wiped his hands, picked up 2 muskets, and walked to the door. Chapter 20. The night wind is blowing gently. Under the night, South Los becomes quiet but noisy. For the food of the next day, the poor people in the Chicheng district, Old Town, Dort district and Dock district go to bed early. But the banquet of the rich people in the Shire district, the salon is brightly lit. The melodious sound of musical instruments, the pleasant singing, and the aroma of food drift with the night wind. Joseph wrapped his coat tightly, and easily avoided the patrolman on Westmeck Avenue with Johnny, turned into Kirk Street, and soon found the target at number 2 Kirk Street. After all, for Joseph, a police officer in the Shire district, everything here is too familiar. Not only does he patrol nearby on a daily basis, but also because he has been ready to go since the afternoon. Shire District Sheriff Locke is dead. His immediate superior died here. How could he not care? It's not that he has a good relationship with Locke. As usual, it was a relationship of regular respect and impartiality between superiors and subordinates. But at this time, he had to stand up and kill the guy who killed Sheriff Locke. Not only to maintain the dignity of the sheriff, but also to wash away the guilt. He swore that He just fell accidentally and slipped in. It was definitely not intentional. Afterwards, the gun also went off accidentally, which shot the lady. It was definitely not intentional. There are more than 10 witnesses to prove this. Unfortunately, his boss needed stronger proof. For example, kill Arthur. This kind of thing, colleagues around him had done it more than once, but it was the first time for Joseph to do it. So to be on the safe side, he found Johnny, the golden finger, on the street. He needed to kill the target as quietly as possible. It would be best if it was done without anyone noticing. Joseph waved at Johnny. Johnny immediately took out a tool from his pocket to unlock the door. Hurry up. Joseph calculated the time when the next wave of patrol officers would pass by. He urged in a low voice. Although Joseph was sure that the patrolman tonight was also one of his own, he did not want to be seen as useless. You know, he proved himself, not only to prove his innocence, but also to prove that he was competent for a higher position. Joseph, who was not stupid, knew why his boss did this. It was for the position of sheriff. If his boss became the sheriff of the Shire district, then, as long as he proves himself, he can be promoted. Level 2 police officer may not be qualified, but level 3 police officer is definitely no problem. By then, he can at least lead a small team. Of course, he also has to send a sincere apology to the lady's family, just as he accidentally slipped and pulled the trigger. Okay. Right away. Johnny, who has a considerable reputation in the Goldfinger Circle near West Merck Avenue, Kirk Street, and Dale Lane, naturally has skills that match his reputation. In less than 20 seconds, the door of number 2 Kirk Street was opened. You see? It's actually not difficult. Of course, this is only for me. If it were someone else. Huh? Johnny smiled and showed off his craftsmanship to Joseph on the side. However, before he finished speaking, he was hit on the forehead by a musket. Joseph on the side raised his hands high and kept saying, "Wait, this is a mistake." Bang! Bang! Without any nonsense, Arthur pulled the trigger. The bullet made a big hole in the heads of the 2 uninvited guests. Blood flew, and the 2 bodies fell to the ground. Arthur methodically took out the paper-wrapped gunpowder from his apron pocket and began to reload the bullets. He knew that the little trouble was not over. When killing the police chief Locke, Arthur knew that he would encounter such a little trouble, even with the promise of the lady. He saw the lady's gesture clearly. There is no shortage of people who take risks in the world, and there is no shortage of cannon fodder. How can a group of guys competing for the position of the chief of the Shire district make themselves more convincing? Of course. Kill him. The murderer. Kill him in the most brutal and direct way. However, because of the lady's face, they will not do it themselves. But it is a different matter for their subordinates to make decisions on their own. Arthur had expected this, and he didn't hate it, because he could not only handle it, but also get more XP from it. But habitually cautious, Arthur also made corresponding arrangements. For example, the agreement with the young reporter. He must have been coerced and induced by his superiors. Arthur loaded the ammunition while looking at the 2 bodies on the ground. Of course, it could also be a guy who was blinded by the desire for the position of sheriff. If that's the case, he would be very happy. Because, who doesn't like stupid opponents? Moreover, if he really kills a contender for the position of district sheriff of the Shire, he will definitely get more XP than expected. You should know that those who can compete for the position of district sheriff in Nanlos, their status and position are beyond doubt. Putting aside the traditional nobles, they are also pioneers or people with wealthy families. As for the poor, don't be ridiculous. The poor, they are not qualified at all. Not to mention the position of sheriff of the Shire district, the richest of the 5 districts in South Los. Ordinary wealthy people are not qualified. Arthur thought to himself. Holding the reloaded musket upright, he walked out of the room and came to the courtyard. He didn't want blood to be spilled in number 2 Kirk Street, because it would be too troublesome for him to clean up. As for hiring others, there are too many things in number 2 Kirk Street that cannot be seen in the light, which is destined. He needs to do it himself, relying on the shadow hiding effect brought by his talent Dark Snake. Remnant. Arthur seemed to blend into the darkness. He stood in the shadows, squinting his eyes at the 2 patrolmen who had obviously violated the police dispatch speed and arrived at the scene quickly. It's that guy Joseph. Humph, trash. The door was not closed, and the light from inside allowed the 2 patrolmen to see the body on the ground clearly at a glance. After hearing the words of the 2 patrolmen, Arthur pointed the gun directly at the 2 people and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The two people who were shot fell to the ground. Putting the musket in his hand back into the room, Arthur took out the explosives hidden in the secret compartment. He did not ignite the explosives immediately, but moved the body. After confirming that it would not affect number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur ignited the 6 bundles of explosives and threw them on the body. Arthur walked back to the room and closed the door. The whole process was quick and hidden. Although Arthur believed that his neighbors would ensure that their curiosity would not kill them even if they heard gunshots, he was still careful enough. Outside the door. Boom! In the huge explosion, not only did the bodies fly high in the air, but the remaining traces were also completely destroyed. What happened? Why are there gunshots and explosions? There was the expected commotion all around. The previous gunshots had already attracted people on Kirk Street. It was only because the situation was unclear that he did not go out. But the explosion was too loud. After a few minutes, someone finally couldn't help it and bravely opened the door with a musket. Was someone taking the lead? More people opened the door. Through the peephole, Arthur saw the neighbors around him gathering first. But Arthur did not open the door immediately, but looked for the person he had agreed to meet. When he saw the familiar figure, Arthur opened the door directly. The next moment, the young reporter Scott rushed to him with a pen and paper and shouted loudly, "Sir Kratos, is it because you exposed the evil deeds of Sheriff Locke as the axe murderer that you were retaliated against?" Suddenly, the chaotic crowd around him quieted down. Chapter 21 Knocking on the door after sleeping. The young reporter Scott asked loudly without any concealment, immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. Unlike the common people who are illiterate, most of the people living on Kirk Street are middle class. Not only can they read, but also like to use newspapers to show their status. Therefore, these people all know what happened today. They know that there is a neighbor named Arthur Kratos, who is a medium. Knowing that the malicious reporter Dokul cursed by this medium, he also learned the true identity of the axe killer that had been frightening him for many days. Especially the latter. At the dinner table just now, it was the core of the communication among these middle-class people, and everyone was shocked and unbelievable. It was also because of this that, after hearing Scott's loud question, these people immediately had an answer in their minds: revenge. And after seeing the blue uniform clearly, many people were even more certain of this. Arthur's eyes swept over the neighbors, who were excited and expectant. He certainly knew what these neighbors wanted to hear. Unfortunately, this was of no benefit to him. The matter at hand, with the lady mediating with the top management, and him shocking the lower level, could come to an end for the time being. Next, what he needed was more time to get XP. Therefore, Arthur shook his head and said, "It's Locke. He turned into an evil spirit after his death and manipulated these former colleagues to come and avenge me. Then, I encountered the barrier I set up. Although being hired for revenge is a popular news, it is not better than evil spirit revenge. In some ways, the latter is more eye-catching. Of course, more importantly, it is not the right time yet." "Evil spirit revenge?" Scott exclaimed. "Those with evil intentions, slaughtering innocent people, using blood as a medium, returning to the human world." Arthur lowered his voice and said in a chanting manner. Scott, who didn't know the truth and was simply invited, changed his expression. A pale look appeared on the face of the young reporter. The living axe killer was scary enough, not to mention the axe killer of evil spirit after death. That was not fear. Rather, despair. "Don't worry. He's dead. I killed him when he was alive. After he died, I killed him again." Arthur smiled and comforted the young reporter. At the same time, he bowed slightly to the people around him with full of apology. And the neighbors around him immediately bowed in response. More police officers appeared here. After a brief conversation with Arthur, they began to clean up the scene. There were no more excessive words, and no corresponding excessive behavior. The people around were not powerless civilians. Although they would not really take one or two middle-class people seriously, they would not dare to go too far when a group of middle-class people were watching. Who knows if there are any of these middle-class people who have connections with big shots? Before you are sure, then don't mess around. Every police officer knows this sentence, and most of them do it. As for messing around, the leading police officer looked at Joseph's body on the ground, which was broken into several pieces, and couldn't help but curl his lips. When he was on duty, his superiors had already reminded him to handle it carefully and not to cause unnecessary trouble. Of course, he knew what to do. What's more, even without his superior's reminder. After checking the scene, Malt, a police officer with many years, knew what to do. Look at the remaining traces of the explosion. Although the new traces cover the original traces, Maltz knew very well that the person who did all this was so decisive and ruthless. As he was about to retire, he didn't want to cause trouble. He didn't want to be involved in the competition for the position of the sheriff of the Shire district. So, the retiring third-level police officer walked up to Arthur. He took off his police hat first, and then said gently, "Excuse me, Mr. Kratos. I hope I didn't cause you more damage. I'll annotate these." Maltz pointed to the courtyard that was hit by the explosion. "Thank you very much." Arthur glanced at the other's gray hair and crow's feet, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that the police officer in front of him would not become an enemy. As if he felt Arthur's kindness, Maltz said softly again, "I will go through the compensation process as soon as possible. Good night." "Good night," Arthur responded. He watched the other party and his subordinates leave in a hurry, but did not stop them. A senior police officer who just muddles through is only good for him. Not bad. He does not need the other party to have any favorable tendencies towards him. He just needs the other party to muddle through. This is the greatest fairness for him. As the police officers left, the crowd returned to their homes. Judging from the way they talked to their husbands, wives, and parents from time to time, these people must have had a sleepless night tonight. However, such conversations did not include the children at home. As soon as they returned to the house, the young children were ordered not to talk about these things and went to bed immediately. Not because they were worried about getting in trouble, but because the children still had to go to school tomorrow. As for the older children, the father's belt always makes them know how to choose. Tonight's incident must be published in a supplement, along with your interview. After leaving these words, Scott rejected Arthur's invitation for a midnight snack, and went directly back to the newspaper office, starting to work all night. And Arthur enjoyed the fried chicken steak, which was supposed to be dinner, and the fried meatballs alone. Before reheating the chicken steak, Arthur put the pepper and salt into the pan and stir-fried them. In less than 2 minutes, the unique aroma of pepper and salt wafted out. Smelling the unique pepper and salt flavor, Arthur smiled and crushed the pepper and salt little by little with the edge of the small bowl without waiting for it to cool down. Then, the reheated chicken fillet and the newly fried meatballs were sprinkled with this homemade pepper and salt. The taste was pretty good. I'm short of sesame seeds, peanuts and cumin. I don't know if the grocery store has these seasonings, Arthur thought. The grocery store in South Los not only provides daily necessities such as candles and soap, but also sells tea, coffee, sugar, cereal, biscuits, grapes and other dry goods, of which spices account for a large proportion. In short, if you can't find it in other specialty stores, you can go to the grocery store to find it. After eating and washing the dishes, after everything was tidied up, Arthur checked number 2 Kirk Street again, confirmed that there was no problem, and put the medium box under the bed. Turning over, it was within reach. Then, he placed the 2 muskets under the pillow, and then he got into bed in his pajamas. The hardness under the pillow did not make Arthur uncomfortable. On the contrary, he felt an incomparable sense of security. Tomorrow's plan is to find a suitable fencing club, acquire fencing skills above basic fencing, and go to the grocery store to buy sesame, peanuts, cumin. Before falling asleep, Arthur was still thinking this. It was a busy day, and continuous fighting. Even Arthur couldn't stand it. Soon, he fell asleep. And just a few minutes after he fell asleep, a soft call sounded in his ears. "Arthur, Arthur." Chapter 22 Trap. The shout was light and pleasant, making people unconsciously yearn for it. After it reached Arthur's ears, Arthur did not open his eyes, but his body slowly sat up. Throughout the process, Arthur's face was dull, and his body was stiff. "Arthur, Arthur." The voice sounded again. Arthur, who was only wearing pajamas, stood up barefoot, like a puppet, walking towards the ground. For safety reasons, the bedrooms of Kratos' family were all on the 3rd floor underground. Of course, in order to conceal his presence, there was also a bed in the bedroom upstairs. But there were some mechanisms inside the bed. This was enough to deal with quite a lot of trouble. And the trouble beyond common sense in front of him? Although it could not be completely dealt with, the sufficient distance caused a slight unexpected delay. The long distance made Arthur, who unconsciously walked up 2 floors, start to stagger with every step, so that the pleasant voice had to remind him one more time. Be careful. Don't fall. You can take your time. It should have been a pleasant voice. But with this reminder, the voice had become a little hoarse when it said take your time. Moreover, Arthur, who should have been controlled, spent nearly 10 minutes, and finally reached the first floor lobby of number 2 Kirk Street. The speed of his progress began to become extremely slow, as if he would stop at the next moment. At this time, the voice sounded again. Arthur! Arthur! This time, the voice was no longer pleasant, nor was it light and graceful. It was no longer simply hoarse, but hoarse after exhausting all his strength. Arthur's face became struggling. In the character column that only Arthur could see, the talent Death Intuition flashed several times. Come! Come and open the door! The hoarse voice became more and more impatient. And at this moment, it even gave people a roaring feeling. Under such urging, Arthur, who had struggled for a moment, began to move forward. He continued to walk towards the door of number 2 Kirk Street. The door was getting closer and closer. The heavy panting sound, like a beast after vigorous exercise, continued outside the door. Arthur seemed to be oblivious to it. He walked directly to the door and raised his arm. Come on! Come on! The voice outside the door sounded again. This time it completely turned into the roar of a beast, with a hint of pride, so that there was an unknown muttering in the voice. But in the next moment, as Arthur held the door handle, but it stopped abruptly. Because Arthur did not open the door. Not only did he not open the door, he also stopped, twisted the bolt, aimed at the door, and pulled the hidden trigger. Bang! In the special thunder gun, 7 bullets instantly tore the thin wooden board covering the shooting port, and shot into the body of the being outside the door. Puff puff puff. Ah! The sound of being torn apart, which is unique to flesh and blood, was covered by screams. A figure completely shrouded in the night twisted wildly. Are you awake? You woke up in your dream? Why? This is impossible. The figure in the night roared, while banging the door of Kirk number 2 frantically. And Arthur inside the door opened his eyes. Of course he was awake. At the moment when the gift Death Intuition flashed, the moment when the coldness appeared, he woke up. However, in order to cooperate with the other party, he did not open his eyes. And now Arthur, who no longer needs to pretend, after opening his eyes, he was stunned. The surroundings were not right. To be precise, the surroundings were no different from the layout of Kirk 2 in his memory, but the color of each decoration was much darker. Whether it was the deer head or the scarlet painting, they all seemed to have been filtered with a black filter. In addition, there was a thin layer of mist under his feet. The mist brushed across Arthur's feet like a stream, light, and without any touch. In a dream? Arthur was startled. He clenched his fists subconsciously. He could clearly feel his own existence. It was extremely real, and far beyond his own understanding of lucid dream. And the existence in the shadow outside the door, after discovering that he had been tricked, had become furious. Even if you wake up, you're dead. 3 minutes is enough for me to kill you 100 times. Bang bang bang. While he was speaking, the opponent's impact did not stop. Even though a huge hole was gouged out of his body by the thunder gun, every collision would cause blood to splash from the opponent's body. Using a peephole, Arthur observed the opponent. It was dark, and he couldn't see clearly. Not only was the opponent's whole body covered by the night, there was also a faint mist. With Arthur's eyesight, at such a close distance, he could only see an outline. It was as big as a rhinoceros, and the muscles were knotted. Just by seeing an outline, Arthur could feel the opponent's strength and power. Although he was not self-deprecating, but Arthur didn't think the door of number 2 Kirk Street could stop the opponent's continuous impact. In fact, according to Arthur's assessment, there was no need for continuous impact. With the power shown by the opponent, with just one strike, the door of number 2 Kirk Street could be knocked down with the door frame. It's not physical power. It's the protection meaning represented by the door itself? The ability given to the door by the dream? Or in the dream, the other party is also restricted. Arthur, who doesn't know much about the mysterious side, can only make random guesses based on some memories of his previous life. In his previous life's memory, the door at home can block mysterious creatures, including but not limited to the Tooth Fairy and Peeves. Of course, I don't know if it's true or not. As for the dream, the previous life didn't know more. However, Arthur knew that if he didn't do something, the monster would break in. As a guardian door, it can't be stopped for long. Without hesitation, Arthur turned and ran to the full-body armor, pulled out the knight's sword, turned back, and pushed the disguised thunder gun aside. Immediately, a shooting hole was exposed. In order to allow the thunder gun to fire projectiles better, this shooting hole was designed to be quite large, and there was no problem accommodating the blade of the knight's sword. Therefore, when the monster hit again, Arthur took advantage of the situation and gathered all his strength to follow the shooting hole. The knight's sword was thrust out. The two sides collided. Puff! The blade felt hard, and the recoil force was so great that even with Arthur's 1.7 physique, he could not hold the hilt of the sword and retreated again and again. But the effect was also obvious. Not only did the knight's sword penetrate half of the monster's body, the combination of the door and the knight's sword also stuck the monster. This made the monster even more angry. "You're dead." The angry opponent roared and pounded on the door. Moreover, he kept twisting his body, trying to break free from this restraint. After several times, the wounds on the opponent's body were shocking. A normal creature would have collapsed to the ground after facing such wounds. But this monster only panted harder and was still full of energy. Watching this scene, Arthur knew that the advantage he had gained was insignificant. But he did not stop, and still pretended to grab the hilt again, as if he wanted to enlarge the opponent's wound. In fact, Arthur's brain was spinning rapidly. Swords and muskets are basically useless. Even the advantage I have gained at this moment may be a trap set by the opponent to satisfy the opponent's malicious teasing. Just like the 3 minutes he just mentioned. He was too familiar with the feeling of cat playing with mouse in the opponent's mouth. Moreover, he was not a fool. Who would believe what the enemy, who had the advantage, said? If he really believed it, he would be courting death. Wait! Who said it can't be believed? Arthur, who thought of something, suddenly narrowed his eyes. In the attribute column, the skill bluff began to flash. Chapter 23 Performance. Bang! The monster slammed the door of number 2 Kirk Street again, and Arthur was repelled again. He lowered his head and looked at his bleeding knuckles, his eyes full of disbelief. But the monster, with this collision, completely broke free from its restraints. Looking at the knight's sword shot out through the firing port, it did not hit again, but grabbed the door frame with both hands and began to push back. Creaky! In the sound that made people's teeth ache, the door frame gradually deviated from the wall. Finally, bang! The door and the door frame were pulled down by the monster. This time, Arthur could see everything clearly without looking through the peephole. The monster, shrouded in darkness, seemed unable to retract its strength in time, and staggered backwards with the door, until it fell out of the courtyard of number 2 Kirk Street. The other party fell on his back. It looked very clumsy. It also made the other party's words more credible. Arthur in the corridor did not pay more attention to this place. He pulled away quickly. Not running away, but persisting. 3 minutes? Only 3 minutes is enough, Arthur muttered. Then he not only opened the room mechanism, but also took out weapons and equipment from the secret compartment. He tried his best to stop the monster. In his heart, he was thinking very firmly. 3 minutes? Delay for 3 minutes. That's how I leave. It's also my only way. What Arthur said, and what he thought in his heart, reached an unprecedented unity. Then, of course, it was time to act. Huh? Arthur adjusted his breathing while wrapping the explosives around his body. At the same time, he held a sword in his left hand and a gun in his right hand, looking like he was determined to fight to the end. Just as Arthur aimed the muzzle of his musket at the monster and was about to pull the trigger again, the monster in the night laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Without the protection of the door, do you think your little trick will still work? The fallen figure stood up. The other party pulled off the door that was still hanging on his body. At this time, Arthur pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out of the muzzle under the ignition of gunpowder. Arthur could clearly see the shape of the bullet, because the bullet stopped in front of the muzzle. Before Arthur could react, a sense of oppression comparable to a mountain appeared on his body instantly. Suddenly, Arthur couldn't move. He just barely maintained a standing posture. He had already tried his best. As he watched, the projectile that was suspended in the air began to break. Then, number 2 Kirk Street, where he was, broke. Everything began to break. The world Arthur was in was like a broken mirror. Everything turned into fragments. And behind the fragments, there was endless darkness. It was exactly the same as the darkness that enveloped the monster. When the two pieces of darkness came into contact and merged, the monster's body began to expand rapidly. And in a breath, it became like a small mountain. Arthur was sucked from the remaining fragments to the monster. The musket in his hand flew out of his hand and instantly turned into fragments. Arthur squinted his eyes and took a glance, then clenched his teeth. It was not to endure the pain, but to stop himself from thinking nonsense. In the opponent's home court, it was not too cautious. Therefore, he had to concentrate. Focus on thinking about surviving 3 minutes. The fragments of number 2 Kirk Street scars were left on Arthur's body. When he arrived in front of the monster, he had already become a bloody mess, and his whole body was pressed at the monster's feet. Come on. Struggle. Don't give up. The monster's mocking and teasing voice echoed in this black space. But Arthur, who was pressed to the ground, didn't seem to think much. He rubbed his head against the ground and supported himself with his arms, trying to stand up again. Every time he exerted force, blood was flowing out of the wounds on Arthur's body, and the pain was like a tide that hit Arthur's nerves. Such pain was enough to make anyone collapse. But Arthur seemed to be unaware of it. He just gritted his teeth and tried to stand up again and again, as if to say, if you give up, you will really die. If you don't give up, there will still be a chance. Even if all the bones in his body are crushed, he will not give up. He will look for opportunities. He doesn't want to die. After all, it only takes 3 minutes. Hold on for 3 minutes. You can leave. Ha ha ha. The monster laughed even more happily. The sense of oppression that had been deliberately controlled began to make subtle adjustments again. It wanted to give Arthur more opportunities. Let the bug in front of it feel more hope. Only in this way can it have fun. As for the 3 minutes, it's a trap. Of course, it's more for playing with the prey. What else could make it happier than the prey in despair? That is to give the prey hope first. Huh? With heavy exhalation from his nose, Arthur could clearly feel that the pressure on his body had weakened, and it was weaker than the limit he had just shown. As long as he tried his best, he could easily break free from this bondage. But Arthur was not in a hurry. He knew that there was only one chance. Now, the opportunity is not yet ripe. Not enough. Huff, huff. After several struggles, Arthur consumed a lot of physical strength. In addition to the constant bleeding, Arthur was not only breathing heavily from his nose, but also had his mouth wide open, gasping constantly, and seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and just collapsed there. TSK, is it just this extent? The monster shook its body, with a look of disdain, and then lowered its head, preparing to taunt this opponent who had caused it trouble. It hoped that Arthur would have vitality again. If not, that doesn't matter. Just eat it. The monster's head came close. It was within easy reach. And this was the opportunity Arthur had been waiting for. Whoosh! Arthur, who was lying on the ground, jumped up and thrust the long sword he held tightly at the monster's head. It was fast, very fast. Puff! The blade pierced the monster's eyes. Ah! You're lying to me. I want you to die. Die! The intense pain made the monster roar wildly, but the real reason that made the monster angry was that it was deceived. It felt the calmness in Arthur's heart at the moment. No persistence and no struggle. Just calmness. Heal you! Heal you! The monster covered his eyes, jumped and shouted, and his palm had already covered Arthur under his eyelids. Under the huge pressure, Arthur's bones were broken all over his body. And in the sound of crackling bones breaking, Arthur glanced calmly at the bundle of explosives that had been hung on the hilt of the sword and the fuse that had burned to the end, softly said, "Idiot." The cold evaluation made the monster realize something was wrong. At this moment, it finally realized that the action of stabbing its eyes just now was also Arthur's plan, to block its sight, so that it could not see the explosives wrapped around the hilt. No! Since Arthur wrapped the explosives around himself, he had already begun to mislead it. Ah! The monster, who had figured out everything, raised his hand to grab the explosives while roaring. But it was too late. Boom! A flash of fire, and a huge explosion began to echo. The darkness quickly faded away. The hill-like monster began to shrink like a deflated ball. Arthur, who should have been shattered to pieces, stood there unharmed. He looked at the monster that had shrunk to the size of a palm and looked like a toad, and instantly understood what was going on. Illusions within dreams? No! You are probably slightly manipulating the dream. The monster I just saw, you showed me all the damage. Only the accidental explosion just now could hurt you. The core hidden under the huge monster armor. Or to be more precise, you were stunned. Arthur muttered to himself, and grabbed the toad-like monster with his right hand. Wait, I'm not them. I just came to find Sayudik. You have his remaining snake blood. You must be his descendant. We can sit down and talk. Maybe I held you when you were a child. The captured toad monster woke up instantly and began to speak loudly. Arthur ignored him and squeezed his hand hard. Poof! As the juice splashed, Arthur's nose twitched. Then ugh! Chapter 24: The Smell of Foulness. Early in the morning, in the bathroom. After Arthur washed his hands for the 4th time, he still felt a stench on his hands that penetrated his soul. He suspected that he had squeezed out the urine of the toad in his sleep. The toad that came to see Sayudik should be the malicious employer from the night before. What is interesting is that Sayudik claimed to have deceived them, and the toad claimed that he was not them. These extraordinary people who are far away from ordinary people seem to be in a hostile relationship with them. Or is it a more complicated relationship? Mysterious side, what exactly is it like? And this stench, shouldn't it stay in the dream? Why was it brought out? Arthur stood in front of the wash basin, and couldn't he help thinking. After squeezing the toad to death, he returned to the bed in the bedroom on the 3rd floor of the basement of number 2 Kirk Street. There was no accident during the whole process, just a moment of distraction, and he came back. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. Of course, the dream was not a good one. If I had to say it, it was a nightmare. If possible, Arthur did not want to have such a nightmare again. So he wanted to know more about the mysterious side. Unfortunately, apart from them, he knew nothing. And the 2 insiders were also killed by him. However, even if the 2 insiders were alive, it would be impossible to get any useful information based on the relationship between the 2 parties. Even if some information was given, Arthur would not believe it either. Because it was probably a trap that would leave you dead without a burial place. It would be great if there was a kind mysterious person willing to communicate. Or if there was a gathering place for mysterious people, it would be even better if we could get more information. There should be. Right? It's just hidden in a place that ordinary people can't know. Arthur couldn't help thinking. Subconsciously, he crossed one hand over his chest, and rested the elbow of the other hand on the back of his hand. He tapped his temple with his index finger. This was Arthur's subconscious habit when thinking. Doing this usually helped him think. Now, he smelled the stink again. Arthur frowned, turned on the tap again, and picked up the soap. Unlike the soft soap made from fat, oil, and wood ash collected by ordinary families during cooking or exchanged at the slaughterhouse, Arthur used a more advanced white soap made from olive oil. In terms of effect, according to the memory of his previous life, Arthur thought it was similar. But after adding coconut oil, the fragrance was better and lasted longer. However, for the smell Arthur could smell at the moment, it was a drop in the bucket. After washing it 3 times in a row, the smell was still there, as if the bottom of the pot was stained with burnt food. After washing it several times, it was finally clean. But the burnt smell was still there. But Arthur had to go to the lobby on the 1st floor. It was already 6:30. It is time for apprentices from various shops to deliver food and groceries. If you do not take them in time, the apprentices will wrap them in oil paper and leave them in front of the door. The next time you come, the owner of the house will pay double the tip. If you do not give, the reputation of the owner of the house will be greatly affected. Not only will you not be able to enjoy the convenience of monthly and quarterly settlements, you will also lose any discounts. Even, your career will be affected by a bad reputation. Therefore, all the middle-class residents on Kirk Street are happy to tip. After all, it's just 10 cents, isn't it? Moreover, it's not every day. Most families only make a purchase every 2 or 3 days. And the reason why apprentices have to deliver goods every day is that the owners of various stores will stagger the time. However, every apprentice is also happy to do so. You know, this is one of the few times they can do so during their apprenticeship. Even the only income. Under normal circumstances, the shop owner will take turns to let the apprentices take charge, and sometimes there are biased bosses, and let one of their apprentices deliver twice more. Just like the bakery apprentice Arthur met yesterday, today he was also the one delivering bread. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Alvin, my name is Alvin. No need for more explicit instructions. The clever bakery apprentice told Arthur his name. Good morning, Alvin. Arthur smiled and took out a 10-cent coin. But he was shocked. He smelled a foul odor. But Alvin in front of him didn't seem to be any different. It was obvious that either he was the only one who could smell the odor, or the incident last night was related to the other party. Thinking in his heart, Arthur handed over the coin and observed the other party calmly. Thank you for your generosity. I will also deliver to other houses. See you the day after tomorrow. Sir. Just like yesterday's joy, he was not upset about giving 1 cent less, and his back was still full of energy. Arthur stared at the other person's back, his eyes narrowed slightly. Alvin should really not smell the stench. What happened last night should have nothing to do with him. Alvin's expression was normal, and his body did not seem to be damaged, but Arthur was not completely relieved. After encountering the abnormality last night, Arthur's vigilance had already reached the highest level. In fact, when Arthur woke up from the nightmare, he not only checked Kirk too, but also checked the surroundings. However, he found nothing. Although he had never come into contact with the mysterious side, and most of the things about the mysterious side in his previous life were rumors, Arthur was sure of one thing. That is, it would only happen if there was contact. It is impossible to appear out of thin air. If he could really ignore the rules and drag him into the nightmare. In Arthur's understanding, that is not simply extraordinary, but in the realm of gods. Facing such power, he had no chance of resistance. Not to mention, he crushed the other person to death. So, there must be contact. From yesterday to today, there are only a few people who have had contact with him. The most suspicious ones are naturally Miss Caesar and the beggar. Miss Caesar is the one that Arthur is most wary of. As for the beggar, the vague uneasiness always concerned him. But the rest of the people were also suspected by Arthur. He could only use the stupid method of elimination in the future. This was undoubtedly a big project. Moreover, the mysterious side itself had too many powers that he did not understand. For example, the toad that seemed to be crushed to death by him. Arthur was not sure whether the toad was really dead, or injured, or replaced by some props. Another example, the stench that seemed to be only smelled by him. Moreover, through this stench, Arthur also thought of one thing. Could this smell be something like a sign? If so, will this smell attract more people? This made Arthur feel urgent. But such urgency did not hinder Arthur's established plan at all, to increase his own strength, because he knew that only by becoming stronger can he cope with all accidents. So, Arthur now looked forward to what swordsmanship he could get in a fencing club. However, before that, Arthur turned and went into the kitchen. Man is iron, rice is steel. Arthur has always taken this proverb from his hometown as his guiding principle. There is no complicated process, just the simplest and most convenient milk, fried eggs, bread. Resisting the remaining nauseating smell, Arthur finished his breakfast. Fortunately, the sound of extra that came into his ears from time to time gave him a little comfort. You appeared in the newspaper again. People are curious about your growth, life, and your autobiography has attracted quite a lot of people to read. XP plus 10. The drama of Revenge of the Evil Spirit has surprised the people of Nanlos, and will certainly be talked about for a while. You have gained fame again. XP plus 10. 20 XP points have been credited. This time Arthur did not add points immediately. After basic swordsmanship was upgraded to the top level of LV5, there was no way to add points. As for the remaining auxiliary skills, Arthur also had some ideas, but he still wanted to try his luck in the swordsmanship club, in case he could learn more advanced swordsmanship. These 20 XP points would be the best way to advance. It's not that Arthur has no confidence in his talent. On the contrary, Arthur has considerable confidence in his talent. Eating everything is his talent, isn't it? Basic swordsmanship can be raised to the highest level within one day, isn't it, just relying on his talent and hard work? Especially the latter, which is the most important. When someone asks about it in the future, he can say with all his heart, I rely on my own efforts. With the continuous reports, my name should be known to some people in Nanlos. As time goes by, there should be more XP in the future. Arthur is very sure of this. There are only a few people in Nanlos who can read. Yesterday, people who know his name today, all of them are literate. Those who are illiterate can only learn his name from the literate through time. This process is bound to be extremely slow, but it is long-lasting. Arthur has foreseen that he will get the prompt of XP plus 1 from time to time for a long time. How about hiring a bard to spread my reputation? The moment this thought came up, Arthur shook his head and rejected it. He has just started. It is too deliberate to do this. Being caught is not good. When the opportunity comes, I will definitely use the bard to harvest a wave of XP. Arthur put on his coat while thinking, and took the medium box with 2 more bundles of explosives in the secret compartment, and went out. This did not take up more space in the medium box. When old Charlie designed the medium box, he deliberately left enough space The placement of these two bundles of explosives made Arthur feel at ease. However, at the moment of going out, Arthur suddenly thought of something. Chapter 25 Joel Jock. Arthur stopped and thought of Ever, the snack stand owner who impressed him deeply with the appetizer for lunch yesterday. That sweetness, that sourness. Arthur felt a toothache when he thought about it now. The most important thing is the other party's enthusiasm. To be honest, Arthur can't stand people who are too enthusiastic. When facing the enemy, Arthur can kill the enemy without hesitation, or he can pretend to be friendly, but normally. When facing a warm stall owner like Ever, when the other party greeted him warmly, Arthur felt that he should buy something. Although it is not expensive, it is really not delicious. But if he does not buy it, he will feel a little guilty. In short, it is very contradictory. Arthur often comforts himself with the excuse that people are contradictory. However, when encountering such contradictory, embarrassing things, this outstanding, the medium who is respected as a master stood in front of his own door first. And after confirming that there was no food truck at the intersection, he trotted across Kirk Street and came to Westmeck Avenue. Standing at the intersection of Kirk Street and Westmeck Avenue, Arthur looked back. And when he still hadn't found Ever's food truck, he let out a long sigh and began to walk towards the Georgiak Swordsmanship Club in his memory with a relaxed attitude. My predecessor loved swordsmanship very much. Although he did not have outstanding talent, he knew all the swordsmanship clubs in Nanlos. Not only the dozen famous swordsmanship clubs in the Shire district, but also the rundown swordsmanship clubs in the old city that were about to close down at any time. However, Arthur did not choose those clubs. He directly chose the most famous Georgiak Swordsmanship Club. Although there are so-called hidden pearls in the ocean, however, the Georgiak Fencing Club, which won the third place in the last fencing competition, is also quite valuable. Most importantly, there is no need to search hard. Arthur stood in front of the door, looking at the entire Georgiak Fencing Club. The club is located in the front half of Westmeck Avenue, occupying the entire three-story building, with rocks of different sizes attached to the exposed brick walls, making people feel that it is solid and reliable at first glance. The wooden sign avoided the cross-shaped windows and was hung between the first and second floors. The name Georgiak was written in large monolithic characters. At the end of the sign, two lines of suffixes were written in small cursive characters: Swordsmanship, Georgiak, Championship, Melee Club. Georgiak, Championship, Arthur knew. In his previous life's memory, he was very yearning for these two events. Especially the 30-man competition in the championship. It made the predecessor never forget it. And he would say from time to time, he could also have the honor of Marshal. Even if he was told that Marshal was one of the greatest knights of that era. The predecessor was not timid at all, and still believed that he could become, or even surpass him. This optimism made Arthur admire him very much. Unfortunately, with the end of the Holy Empire and the emergence of gunpowder, these two projects have long lost their original glory. In the past, they were not winning 3 consecutive games in the javelin, and not knocking out the opponent's teeth in the tournament. How can it be called a knight project? Now it is only included in the fencing club, and it is not even qualified to be mentioned. Arthur doesn't care about this, because he knows that if it weren't for the tradition of fencing competition in South County, and the generous rewards of fencing competition, I'm afraid even the fencing club would be gone. There is no other reason. The fire gun is too easy to use. Not only is it convenient, but it is also powerful. In a word, times have changed. With a sigh in my heart, Arthur pushed open the door of the Georgiak Fencing Club. The door was a heavy wooden door. To Arthur's surprise, there were traces of swords and knives on it. Upon closer inspection, Arthur discovered that the heavy door was also two-layered. On the original wooden door, a shield that had been used was inlaid. Combined with the rocks attached to the brick wall, Arthur's first thought was castle. Then, he thought that the owner of the Georgiak Fencing Club had a considerable business sense. At least, know how to package your own business. In fact, that is true. As Arthur opened the door, a lady in a modified autumn hunting outfit came up to him. The traditional autumn hunting outfit consists of a set of trousers, boots, a hunter lining similar to a vest, and a windbreaker, but the lady in front of him only wore an indoor suit, omitting the windbreaker and the vest, leaving only hunting trousers, round-toed leather boots, and a shirt that was one size smaller. The tight shirt made the lady's figure fully show off. Hunting pants raised the waistline. Wearing such a set, not only the legs are longer, but the waist is thinner. The most important thing is, when this lady lowers her head, her feet cannot be seen. With her beautiful appearance and sweet voice, she can immediately win the favor of the guests. Sir, is this your first time in Joljok? Do you need me to introduce you? Thank you very much. As Arthur smiled and nodded, the female receptionist immediately introduced enthusiastically. There was nothing strange in her expression, which confirmed that only he could smell the smell. We have 4 floors here. The 3 floors above ground are for swordplay, restaurant, and lounge. The underground floor is for shooting, javelin, and tournaments. However, javelin and tournaments require additional fees in addition to membership fees. After a general introduction, the female receptionist told Arthur her name. At the same time, start introducing the key points. We have ordinary members and VIP members here. Arthur did not interrupt, and signaled the other party to continue. Ordinary members, 20 su per month, can use all the facilities on the ground. VIP members, 45 su per month. In addition to being able to use all the facilities on the ground and underground, there are coaches to guide you personally. As she said, Amy quietly looked at Arthur. When she found that there was no shock on that young, handsome face, after hesitating and worrying, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fees of the Joljok Swordsmanship Club are not cheap, especially after winning the 3rd place in the last swordsmanship competition. The fees of the Joljok Swordsmanship Club have risen sharply. 20 sodas per month. 45 sodas have already exceeded the upper limit of ordinary families. Only those well-off middle class, businessmen, and nobles can afford it. But how many such people are there? Even if these people are concentrated in the Shire district, there are still too few of them. Because the richest merchants and nobles all have their own swordsmanship teachers, and will not come to the club at all. Only the middle class who are well off are left. But these middle class, who seem to be well off, are also the most unstable. Amy has seen many middle class families go bankrupt in the past year. One trip to the sea, a storm, can make these middle class families, who seem to be quite good, live on the streets. Looking at Arthur, Amy didn't want Arthur to experience these things. Besides the fact that Arthur was young and handsome, Amy thought that Arthur shouldn't experience these tragic things, because she hoped to get a commission. In addition to the basic salary, the boss of the Joljok Sword Club also gave a very generous commission. It was precisely because of this commission that the receptionists of the club worked harder. Amy was one of them. In order to make her argument more convincing, the young female receptionist immediately added, "Our coaches are all swordsmen with dozens or hundreds of actual combat experiences. If they were in the 7 Years' War, they would have been the elite in the army." Hearing this, Arthur smiled. It was not a mockery, but a kind smile. After all, he was fighting against the elite. The reason why he chose the famous Joljok Fencing Club, wasn't it for the powerful swordsman and the profound swordsmanship mastered by the other party? As for Amy's little thoughts, it's just human nature. Didn't he come with a purpose? This is a mutually beneficial transaction in itself. Of course, some things need to be said in advance. Thinking of this, he asked, "Is it so powerful? Can I try it?" Chapter 26, The Wooden Sword Piercing Straight. Of course. Hearing Arthur's words, Amy nodded immediately. Moreover, her face was more radiant, and her smile became brighter. It's not a bad thing to want to truly feel the coach's strength. This proves that Arthur really has the corresponding needs, and the possibility of completing the transaction will be further improved. On the contrary, guests who are indifferent and ambiguous often mean that the transaction has failed. Of course, this is much better than those guys who make excessive demands. Amy has encountered this more than once. She would politely refuse every time. If she really couldn't refuse, then kick her in the crotch. That's how she lost her last job. This job is more respectable, and the salary is more generous. Amy doesn't want to lose it again. If she really loses it again, she will really have to leave the Shire district and try other districts. However, she will never go to a place where there are really big businessmen and nobles. Her kick in the crotch can kick ordinary people. The middle class is fine. If she really kicks a big shot, she will be finished. Amy, who comes from the countryside of South Los, has her own little cleverness. Not too much, but enough for now. After arranging Arthur in the reception area and bringing him a cup of black tea, Amy walked back quickly. There are calluses on the palms, arms, and shoulders with obvious muscle lines. She has done farm work, and speaks with discretion, but has no more etiquette, but is full of energy. Well, a girl from the countryside around South Los? Arthur habitually guessed the stranger's origins, and ignored the black tea on the table. He could already smell the sweet ginger flavor in addition to the black tea. He didn't like this kind of black tea with additives. He preferred pure, simple tea. It was definitely not new tea. About 2 minutes later, a tall man followed Amy into the reception area. "This is Coach Bourne. He will take you through a practice session. This time it's completely free." Amy introduced the man and emphasized that it was free. "Thank you very much." Arthur thanked him, and his eyes had already begun to look at Coach Bourne. He was extremely strong. His entire upper body formed an inverted triangle. Especially the exposed forearms were almost as thick as those of ordinary people. His palms were also very wide, and there were obvious calluses at the base of his palms. A swordsman who relies mainly on strength? Arthur inferred in his heart. Coach Bourne had already extended his hand. "Welcome to the Joljok Fencing Club." After Arthur shook hands with the other party, then he let go. There was no wrestling, nor any collision, just a simple first exchange between a potential student and a coach. Coach Bourne knew his limits. As he led Arthur inside, he not only talked about the history of the club, but also emphasized the excellent coaches of the club. "Ritter is the best coach in our club. He was also the third-place winner of the last swordsmanship contest. And his swordsmanship is very impressive." When talking about the best coach in the club, Bourne was full of admiration. "Is Coach Ritter here?" Arthur asked with great interest. The other party was able to get the third place in the swordsmanship contest, so he must have considerable skills. And maybe he could solve this problem of seeking advanced swordsmanship. At the same time, it would also allow him to understand the true strength of the swordsmanship contest. There is a rough judgment. The predecessor yearned for the swordsmanship competition very much, but during the last swordsmanship competition, it happened to be when Uncle Winters disappeared, and the predecessor was ordered to stay at home. The previous years, because of the family business, they went to other places to exorcise ghosts. Earlier, they had to study at home and were not allowed to go out. Therefore, the predecessor, who was very curious about the swordsmanship competition, had only heard about the swordsmanship competition. I have never seen it in person. "You want Ritter to be your coach? Then you have to prepare a big price. Since Ritter won the third place in the last sword competition, his appointments have been fully booked, even if there is an additional charge." It is obviously not the first time that Coach Bourne has met a student who wants to be trained by Coach Ritter, and he immediately laughed. "Extra fee, how much?" "1 class hour, about 10 soda." This is the quotation from a month ago. "The swordsmanship contest will be held soon, and the price may go up." Bourne quoted a price that made Arthur frown. 1 class hour is the income of a civilian family in the old city for almost 5 days. This price really exceeded Arthur's estimation. But immediately, Arthur felt happy, because the value of the swordsmanship contest also exceeded his imagination. The swordsmanship contest has a greater impact than imagined. That is to say, I can get more XP. Thinking of this, Arthur smiled. He was a little impatient to test the strength of that Ritter. Of course, that was later. Now, of course, he would practice with Coach Bourne in front of him first. Accepting the wooden sword handed over by the other party, Arthur glanced at the dozen students who were learning swordsmanship under the guidance of the coach not far away, and then looked at this corner far away from the students, and couldn't help but have a little good impression of Coach Bourne. Obviously, the other party was worried that it was his first time here, and he would be nervous. He was also worried that he would be discouraged after failing. Even though the students had begun to pay attention to this, they still left room for both sides. After all, in the adult world, even if they really saw it, they could choose to turn a blind eye. "Shall we start?" Coach Bourne asked, holding the sword in one hand, his arm raised horizontally, and the tip of the wooden sword pointed directly at Arthur. This was a standard offensive posture. Arthur frowned secretly. This Coach Bourne was a good person, but his sword skills were average. Not only was his agile attacking posture very stiff, his heels, which should have been raised, also stuck into the ground like nails. And when Arthur nodded, the opponent rushed forward and stabbed with a sword, which looked powerful, but in fact, he did not use the power of his legs and wasted all, and locked the moves, without any subsequent changes. From LV1 to LV2, Arthur evaluated in his heart. But this does not mean that Bourne has no strength. On the contrary, even if Bourne's swordsmanship level is not high, he is still very strong. At least, for ordinary people, this is the case. Facing the aggressive Bourne, normal people either dodge or block. And if they dodge, they will fall into Bourne's rhythm and be forced into a dead end. If they block, they will die faster. Bourne's strength is not vegetarian. However, That is for other people. When facing Arthur, Bourne was not good enough. Bourne was strong, Arthur was stronger than him. Bourne was average, Arthur was very fast. Bourne's swordsmanship was average, Arthur's basic swordsmanship was top-notch. Therefore, the result was already determined. Snap! Before Bourne could see clearly, Arthur's sword ridge hit his hand, and when the wooden sword was out of his hand, Arthur's wooden sword hit Bourne's throat. Bourne's eyes widened. The students practicing around him, and the instructors, who taught the class, also looked incredulous. Although Bourne chose a corner. When the two walked in, they were noticed by the students. Those who had similar experiences naturally knew what the two were going to do. Boring practice. How could it be more interesting than watching people fighting with swords? Even the coach Desi did not stop them, but chose to watch the show with his shoulders crossed. Therefore, all the students were paying attention to this place. And many people even secretly bet on how many moves Arthur could hold out. Most people thought it was just 2 or 3 moves. Because, Bourne usually saves face for the students, and won't let the students lose too badly. But who knows, the result is quite different. Bourne actually lost. That person is so strong. He has the strength to participate in the sword competition. Right? More than that. To be able to defeat Coach Bourne, he is at least a seed player. While the students were discussing, a figure appeared behind them, and soon a student found something wrong. When he turned his head and found this figure, he immediately shut up and quietly pulled his companion. One by one, the students soon stopped talking. Not only did they stop talking, they also made way for this figure. The Desi coach hid far away. After the figure glanced at him, he snorted coldly and walked proudly from the separated crowd to Arthur and Bourne. Ritter, shut up. Trash. As soon as Bourne opened his mouth, he was stopped by the third-place winner of the swordsmanship contest. The other party did not give Bourne any chance at all. The tall Bourne lowered his head sadly and said nothing more. Ritter ignored Bourne and looked at Arthur. The new swordsmanship contest is about to begin. Which club are you from? How dare you come to pry about the truth like this? Okay. Draw your sword. Ritter obviously misunderstood something. Without giving Arthur a chance to explain, he directly picked up the wooden sword for practice. Arthur frowned, and then his brows relaxed. Because he was not going to choose the Georgiak Swordsmanship Club. Not only was Ritter too arrogant, which made him uncomfortable, but also because Ritter's swordsmanship was also basic swordsmanship. Although it was just a posture, Arthur, who was extremely good at basic swordsmanship, could tell at a glance that Ritter's basic swordsmanship level was around LV3. Obviously, there is nothing to learn here. The third place in the swordsmanship competition is this level? Arthur was puzzled, but he did not dare to be careless. And he clenched his sword. He had seen many things that happened in the ditch. He did not want to try it himself. When Ritter saw Arthur clench his sword, he did not attack immediately, but as if performing a ritual, he first handed the practice wooden sword to his left hand, stretched out his tongue and licked his right hand, and waited until the saliva moistened his palm. Then he changed hands again. Arthur frowned again. This time he was disgusted. He only knew that someone in basketball had this bad habit, but he didn't expect that it also existed in swordsmanship. I tell you, you've come to the wrong place. Take it. Ritter growled, and rushed towards Arthur, and the wooden sword in his hand had also completed a charge, and he was going to stab Arthur directly, just like he did in the last swordsmanship competition. But at this moment, Ritter's whole body twitched several times, and then he fell on his back, and foamed at the mouth. The next moment, he was completely dead. Ritter dead? Chapter 27. I'm not good at speaking. Bourne rushed over the moment Ritter fell. When he raised his hand to check and found no breath, the tall fencing coach's face changed. And the fencing students around were in a mess. Coach Ritter is dead. Call the police. Call the police. In the panic, several students were still calm and ran out immediately. And the Desi coach ran over and stared at Arthur viciously. What did you do? Why did you kill Ritter? The voice was high-pitched, full of questions. In an instant, it attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the female receptionist who just ran over from the front looked at Arthur with a look of doubt. And Arthur, who was being watched by everyone, just sighed slightly in his heart. He was lamenting the luck mixed in his bad luck. It was obvious that he was involved in a murder. This was terrible, but fortunately, his name will be known to the people of Nanlos again. Arthur originally thought that for quite a long time in the future, at least before the start of the swordsmanship competition, he would not receive any extra XP, but he did not expect to encounter it now. Almost instinctively, Arthur looked at Desi in front of him. Unlike Bourne, Ritter was strong and young. Desi was at least 40 years old. Not only was his head bald, but his temples were also gray. There were deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. At this moment, because the other party was glaring at him, the crow's feet were blown up, a bit like a chicken with its feathers blown up. The other party's eyes and expression did not hide his anger. It seemed that he was determined to kill Ritter. "Tell me why?" The other party scolded again, and he still tightly grasped the hilt of the practiced sword. That look, it was as if he wanted to draw the sword and kill him. And Arthur subconsciously thought, the more you try to hide, the more obvious it becomes. The scene of the thief crying "catch the thief" is so common. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other party was blinded by anger. Arthur could not determine which situation the other party belonged to for the time being, but he knew what he should do. Raise your hand, use force, slap hard. Snap! The powerful slap made the Desi coach turn around on the spot. You? Snap! The Desi coach, who had just stood still, was about to say something again, but was slapped by Arthur again. 2 consecutive slaps directly stunned the Desi coach. After seeing the Desi coach standing there in a daze, Arthur finally spoke. "Calm down?" Arthur seemed to ask, but did not give the Desi coach a chance to speak, and continued, "Although Ritter and I were just having a sword fight, we were at least 1 meter apart, our wooden swords did not touch each other, how could I kill someone?" As Arthur spoke, he replayed the scene just now to everyone. He did not even look at the Desi coach during the whole process, as if he had not wanted to explain to him at all. Because Arthur knew very well that once he explained to the other party, it would be entangled. Whether the other party was a murderer who wanted to cover up his crime, or an innocent person who was blinded by anger, he would be dragged into the vortex of self-proof. Self-proof is not that easy. He did not have the determination to cut open his belly to let people see how many bowls of jelly there were. So, he chose to use his own way. The effect was pretty good. The students who recovered from the shock of the dead nodded one after another. Yes, that's right. Coach Ritter convulsed and fell to the ground. The 2 of them really didn't touch each other just now. The students began to agree with Arthur's statement. But Coach Desi obviously disagreed. Who? Pa! Arthur, who thought he was not good at speaking, once again stopped this person's nonsense with his actions, and he looked at Coach Bourne very seriously. "Coach Bourne, please take this gentleman to the lounge to rest. He has been too shocked. It is not suitable for him to stay here now." "Okay." Bourne, who was honest in character, nodded immediately. When Bourne dragged Desi to the lounge, Arthur, who was not good at speaking, spoke again. "As an old swordsman, you are confused when facing the dead. You are not as good as the young men next to you." The voice was neither loud nor soft, emphasizing the words older, swordsman, confused. After hearing this, the young swordsmanship students around subconsciously looked at Desi's back. Desi, who had already walked to the lounge, clenched his fists, as if he wanted to turn around and fight Arthur, but was dragged in by Bourne. This look confirmed Arthur's previous statement, making the surrounding swordsmanship students look disappointed. Arthur felt it was a pity. Bourne was too nice. If Bourne hadn't held him back, he would have slapped him again. What was even more unfortunate was that there were too many people here, otherwise he would have just killed him. Who made him a man who wasn't good at speaking? There was no other way, he could only do more. Not far away, Amy looked at Arthur, and her eyes were brighter. There was no other meaning. It was just that this girl from the countryside of South Lowes felt that Arthur's slapping action just now was very satisfying. She also wanted to learn. The students around were much simpler. They began to guess Arthur's true identity. He could easily defeat Bourne. He could even face a dead man and slap Desi 3 times. This is definitely not an ordinary person. Some people think he is a wandering knight with superb swordsmanship. Some think he is the son of a big businessman, and some think Arthur should be the heir of a noble. There are all kinds of guesses, but none of them are right. Until, is it you? When Mounts and 2 patrolmen came to the training ground on the first floor of the Joel Joker Sword Club, he saw Arthur at a glance. Suddenly, the 3rd-level police officer, who was about to retire, felt his temples swell. Maltz, who wanted to enjoy his retirement life happily, did not want to be associated with Arthur, who looked extremely troublesome. Therefore, after returning yesterday, he quickly classified the evil spirit Locke murder case into the Sheriff Locke murder case. Someone was assigned to take charge. And he? Naturally. He continued to wait for retirement in peace. But who knew? I ran into Arthur again this morning. And it was a murder case. Trouble. It's really a big trouble. Should I change districts? Martz kept muttering in his heart, but he had to bite the bullet and come over. This is not the age of sheriffs. After the new law was passed 3 years ago, when facing this kind of murder case, every police officer must be cautious, otherwise the consequences will be extremely serious. This is the normal situation. Of course, it is often abnormal. However, for someone like him who is about to retire, it is different. He belongs to a rare normal situation. If he is not careful, not only will his pension be gone, but he will also be implicated. Mr. Police Officer, do you know this gentleman? After hearing Maltz's words, one of the already curious swordsmanship students immediately asked. Of course. You should also know this gentleman. He is the famous medium Arthur Kratos. Maltz, who did not want to cause trouble, did his best to flatter Arthur. The people around him all gasped in surprise when they heard Arthur's name. Hiss. At the same time, a malicious gaze locked onto Arthur. Chapter 28 Kasumar's Cheese. The moment a cold and uncomfortable feeling appeared in his heart, Arthur looked over calmly. Immediately, he saw Desi standing at the door of the lounge. Desi turned his head immediately after noticing Arthur's gaze. But death instinct was still flashing. This also made Arthur lock the other party in the first place. And he should be the murderer. Otherwise, why was he fine before, and only became more angry after being slapped 3 times by him? But now, he burst into such a strong murderous intent after hearing his name. It was nothing more than worrying that he, the medium, would find out that he had killed someone. After all, in Scott's description, he could talk to the dead. There was no doubt that the other party believed in the article published in the corner. In this era when few people could read, newspapers had considerable credibility. No matter how bizarre the things were, as long as they were published in the newspaper, someone would believe them. Even after being passed on by word of mouth, it would become an extremely exaggerated weird talk, urban rumors, etc. Similarly, the characters published in newspapers will also be sought after by people. Look at the students of the Joel Joker Sword Club at this moment. As children of wealthy middle-class families, they are naturally literate. They are no strangers to Arthur Kratos. The several supplements of the Bugle newspaper have already made this name well known. However, they did not expect that. The medium was so young. In order to make himself more popular, to get more XP, Arthur deliberately asked Scott to hide his age when describing the story. The effect? It must be good. Arthur is sure that if the sword students present today go to promote it later, he will definitely get more extra XP. Of course, Arthur will not forget the basic XP. He looked at Maltz. Officer Maltz, can I see the body? Of course. Maltz nodded immediately. For this third-level police officer who is about to retire, as long as Arthur didn't damage the body in front of him, it would be fine. However, Maltz agreed. But someone stood up to stop him. It was Desi. He can't touch the body. He's a murderer. He must want to destroy the evidence. The fencing coach shouted. This time, Arthur didn't slap him. Because Maltz did. The third-level police officer, who was about to retire, slapped Desi in the face. Shut up. How do you know he's the murderer? And destroy evidence? Do you know how to write the word evidence? After Maltz slapped Desi twice, he felt pain in his hand, and immediately picked up the baton of the patrolman next to him, and began to beat Desi hard. Faced with a big trouble like Arthur, Maltz didn't want to touch him, and wanted to stay away from him. But faced with a swordsman coach like Desi, Maltz was merciless. As a third-level police officer, who came from the sheriff era, Maltz was definitely not a good person. He had already figured out the details of the area under his jurisdiction. He knew who he could and could not mess with. There were indeed a few people who could not be messed with near Simic Avenue. Unfortunately, Desi was not one of them. After beating Desi with a baton until his nose and face were swollen and 2 of his teeth were knocked out, Maltz stopped with satisfaction. When he turned around, he saw Arthur standing next to the corpse with a frown on his face, as if he was listening to something. Wait! Listen carefully. Instantly, the retiring third-level police officer thought of something, and his hand shook twice. Martz thought of it, and the surrounding fencing students, Bourne and Amy, naturally thought of it too. Communication with the dead. Immediately, the young fencing students looked at Arthur excitedly and expectantly. Bourne also had expectations in his eyes. The coach was not expecting to see communication with the dead, but hoped to catch the murderer. He did not believe that Arthur was the murderer. Just as Arthur said, the two sides were so far apart, how could he have killed someone? As for Amy, although the female receptionist had curiosity in her eyes, she quietly stepped back 2 steps, as if she wanted to distance herself from Arthur. However, no matter what, the attention of the people around was originally on Desi. At this moment, some students who were ready to speak for justice also kept silent. Just looking at Arthur, Desi, naturally lying there miserably. And this is what Arthur wants. Yes, Arthur did it on purpose. He would not let Desi gain sympathy, and use this to muddy the waters and affect his XP acquisition. Is that so? Then how did you die? So that's how it happened, Arthur whispered to himself. The people around him looked at Arthur with increasing expectation. Therefore, when Arthur looked at Desi, many people were stunned. Arthur's eyes were clear. Desi is the murderer. Impossible. Desi can't be the murderer. Honest Born was the first to stand up. And Desi finally seized the opportunity. After turning over and standing up, he sneered at Arthur. You just said that you were at least 1 meter away from Ritter. You can't be the murderer. And what about me? I am at least 10 meters away from him. He's here, I'm here. Everyone here can prove it to me. Desi pointed to where he had stood before. Many people immediately nodded. Yes, Coach Desi is indeed here. This place is far from Coach Ritter. The students whispered. Hearing such words, Desi became more and more proud. Look! Someone testified for me. You are slandering me. It is slander. Desi originally wanted to say that Arthur was clearing himself of suspicion, but when the words came to his lips, he changed his words. After 5 slaps, the fencing coach learned his lesson. However, Arthur still looked at the fencing coach as if he were a fool. Of course you could kill Ritter. Because? You poisoned him. When he examined Ritter's body just now, Arthur smelled a strong bitter almond smell in his mouth. Palms and hilt. For Arthur, who had seen a truly meticulous murder case, this method was only at the kindergarten level. Not even to preschool. You are talking nonsense. How could I poison you? Desi was obviously nervous. But Arthur didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. Officer Mouths, please check the hilt of Ritter's sword. Then, go to Desi's residence to check if there is a lot of cassava residue. Plop. Before Arthur finished speaking, Desi collapsed. How did you know? Desi exclaimed, looking like she had seen a ghost. How do I know? Of course. Ritter told me. Look, he's right next to you. Arthur smiled playfully. Originally, he was going to lengthen the word cassava. Although Nanlos had the habit of eating cassava, he couldn't guarantee that Desi used cassava to extract toxins. It could be something else. But unexpectedly, Desi admitted it directly. It was so easy and simple. Another XP credit. Ah! Desi was so scared that he fell to the ground, and he rolled and crawled to the side to dodge, and he shouted, It's not my fault. I was just impulsive. You bribed your opponent to get a place in the fencing competition, but you still show off in front of me. Why don't you give me money to keep your mouth shut? Desi's words, like dropping a bomb, stunned everyone present. Except Arthur. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about blackmail so friendly. Arthur curled his lips and walked towards the club entrance. He had already seen Scott. When passing by Mouths, Arthur nodded to confirm again that the police officer in front of him was a person who could be dealt with. Perhaps some necessary friendship could be established? Arthur was still thinking. And the young reporter rushed over with excitement. Big news. Big news again. It's just as old Sir Charlie said. Psychics are always approached by troubles. Scott shouted excitedly. But then, the reporter looked at his pocket watch, and saw the hour hand about to point to 12 o'clock, and immediately said, Arthur, do you know the newly opened Red Rose restaurant? Thanks to you, I got a full-time job ahead of schedule, and I also got a large bonus. Come on. I'll treat you. Let's eat and talk. Their chef has launched a new specialty. Kasu Marza cheese. Chapter 29 The Taste of Residue. Simic Avenue, in front of the Red Rose restaurant. Arthur slapped Scott's back as he vomited with a sullen look on his face. I want to expose him. Ugh. They actually made me eat maggots. Ugh. The young reporter vomited and scolded. Arthur on the side clenched his fists. When he entered the Red Rose restaurant before, Arthur had a bad feeling. Not only were the names of the Red Rose restaurant and the White Rose restaurant a bit similar, even the layout was a little similar. Arthur thought that this lunch would not be good. But what Arthur did not expect was that it could be so bad. When the cheese was cut open, The dense maggot squirmed, which gave Arthur an indelible visual impact. Of course, Scott was even worse. Faced with the terrifying Kasumarza cheese, the young reporter was so shocked that he opened his mouth. And then, a milky white translucent maggot jumped up and drilled into the mouth of the young reporter. Then, he vomited. Assholes. Ugh. They actually said that jumping maggots prove the original taste of cheese. Expose him. I must expose him. Scott almost vomited bile. Not only was his nose and tears streaming, but he was also staggering after standing up. However, when Arthur was about to help him, the young reporter waved his hand. Arthur. I'm sorry. I brought you bad memories. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter, the young reporter assured Arthur. Then, the kind young man looked at the Red Rose restaurant with hatred. If killing was not against the law, Scott swore that he would kill the chef and blow up the restaurant. Who understands? The kind of figure that maggots crawl when you close your eyes. This will probably be the nightmare of his life. Scott looked in pain. His face twisted. Arthur patted Scott on the shoulder to comfort him, and then said he needed his help. What help? Please tell me. I will do my best to help you. Scott, who thought he had cheated Arthur, said immediately, I need to find a fencing club with real strength. Not like the Joel Jock fencing club, Arthur said, although Dessa's words after being frightened cannot be fully believed. The Joel Jock fencing club does not meet his requirements. But finding a real swordsmanship club is a big project for him, and it will take a lot of time. But Scott is different. As a reporter, Scott is well informed and very good at this kind of thing. In fact, the next moment, the young reporter gave a guarantee. Leave it to me. The young reporter said goodbye to Arthur. Lunch ended before it even started. And Arthur believed that Scott would not be able to eat for a short time, so he did not stop him. He watched Scott leave, and then walked to the food truck nearby. There are also food trucks on Westmeck Avenue. However, unlike Ever's flexibility, food trucks on Westmeck Avenue need to pay rent, depending on the location, about 2 to 10 sous per day. He chose the one that looked the most normal, and bought 2 of the most common egg and ham sandwiches. Arthur still has lingering fears about the so-called exclusive, featured, promoted and other words. So he declined. After Arthur lowered his requirements, this ordinary sandwich suddenly became delicious. The fried egg was runny, and the yolk flowed out after one bite, mixed with the meaty ham. And there was a slight sense of satisfaction when it was eaten. There were also tomatoes, salad dressing to enhance the flavor, and lettuce to increase the taste. Arthur almost ate a sandwich in 3 bites. This kind of unpresentable eating immediately attracted a chuckle from a couple nearby. Is that guy from the countryside? The way he eats is really ugly. He's carrying a box. He must be a country bumpkin. The man obviously wanted to show off his charm in front of his female companion, and he defined Arthur directly. Then, they fed each other sandwiches. Arthur ignored the 2 of them, and ate the rest of the sandwich in one go. Feeling unsatisfied, he bought 2 more. However, one of them was not his. Arthur saw the beggar again. Just like yesterday, the beggar was basking in the sun on the side of Westmeck Avenue. Based on the guess of the contact in the morning, Arthur was ready to try him again. And a piece of food was the best excuse. But what Arthur didn't expect was that when he just approached the beggar, he hadn't really approached him. The man who had been sitting stupidly against the wall in the sun suddenly stood up, looking at Arthur with a horrified face, and yelling repeatedly, Don't come over! Don't come over! You monster! The yelling startled the passers-by around, who all cast doubtful glances at him. Arthur wisely did not step forward, nor did he speak, but looked at the affectionate young couple beside him with a surprised look. All of a sudden, passers-by subconsciously followed Arthur's gaze. The young couple was stunned. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything, the young man explained. However, such explanations were useless, and instead attracted everyone's attention. Why did you treat an innocent person so rudely? How rude. The righteous passers-by began to uphold justice. When someone started, the rest of the people immediately criticized. No one knew what happened in the first place. Anyway, just follow the scolding. It can not only vent the unhappiness in your heart, but also gain the respect of others. Nothing is more refreshing than such a thing. But this has nothing to do with Arthur. He shrugged and blended into the crowd without any psychological burden. Then, when he went to look for the beggar again, he had disappeared without a trace. What happened? Is the dream last night really caused by him? But is this reaction too big? Arthur was a little confused. According to common sense, if it was really the other party who did it, after meeting him today, he should continue to play dumb. Such a big reaction, isn't it an act of exposure? And if it wasn't the other party who did it, why was he so frightened? He was no different from yesterday. Wait! Almost instinctively, when this thought came up, Arthur looked at his right hand. The faint stench on it was still there. The other party can smell the smell. This smell is really something like a mark. Instantly, Arthur narrowed his eyes. Without any hesitation, he began to look for the other party's trace. Although the beggar's identity could not be confirmed, since the other party could smell such a smell, it proved that the other party was from the mysterious side. At least, it was related to the mysterious side. He knew too little about the mysterious side. Now that he had finally found one, he naturally wanted to communicate as much as possible. However, Arthur searched the entire Westmeck Avenue, and some nearby alleys, and streets 3 times. There was no sign of the other party, as if the other party had disappeared. Until the sun set, Arthur chose to give up temporarily, and walk towards number 2 Kirk Street. Just now, he had contacted Wiggins, and asked him to help find it. He believed that with the other party's professional ability, and more people, there would definitely be gains. If it was another mysterious person, Arthur would not have such confidence, but for this person disguised as a beggar, Arthur had full confidence in Wiggins. After all, beggars are the most familiar to the Goldfingers. Some Goldfingers are even beggars themselves. With expectations for Wiggins in his heart, Arthur, who once again told himself that he had to be 200% cautious recently, took a deep breath and continued to walk home. Of course, he had to bypass the alley where Eva was. When he was looking for the beggar just now, he came here. Eva waved enthusiastically every time, forcing Arthur to deal with it, and with a smile on his face. But there was a reason for that. In this normal situation, Arthur chose to avoid it. Social phobia and social blindness are always perfectly reflected in Arthur. And just as Arthur walked through Dale Lane to Kirk Street, he saw a modified Bloom carriage parked in front of number 2 Kirk Street. Suddenly, Arthur's hand holding the medium box gently pressed the hidden mechanism, and the secret compartment opened silently, revealing 2 bundles of explosives inside. Chapter 30 Compensation will be after lunch. The accident when he met the beggar had already made Arthur nervous. Arthur looked the same as usual at this moment, but his alertness was 10 times that of the past. Any disturbance was irritating his nerves. Putting 2 bundles of explosives in his coat, Arthur walked along the wall, slowly approaching the modified Bloom carriage. The special effect Shadow Hidden, brought by the talent Dark Snake, Hidden, played its due role. With the correction of Stealth +3, Arthur came to the back of the carriage almost silently. Relying on the hearing brought by 1.7 physique, Arthur clearly heard the conversation in the carriage. Bourne, are you sure he can really communicate with spirits? Yes, boss. I and more than a dozen people have seen it with our own eyes. Arthur Kratos is a true master of medium. The conversation in the carriage, and Bourne's voice made Arthur pinch the fuse of the explosives that had just been lit. Just as he approached silently before, Arthur returned to his original position, put the 2 bundles of explosives back into the medium box, and then walked towards number 2 Kirk Street openly. This unconcealed move was immediately seen by the people in the carriage. Bourne, who had met him before, jumped off the carriage and waved to Arthur. Master Kratos? Here. The young swordsmanship coach gave Arthur the proper title of respect, and looked at Arthur with more awe. There is no doubt that what happened before had a great impact on the young coach. Under normal circumstances, the other party would never appear in front of Arthur again in a short time. However, there are always accidents. After greeting, the young fencing coach turned sideways, revealing the middle-aged man behind him. Unlike Bourne, this middle-aged man was well-dressed, had a big belly, and had 2 black mustaches above his lips. Without waiting for Arthur to approach, the middle-aged man came forward and took off his hat. I finally waited for you, Master Arthur Kratos. Facing the other party's enthusiasm, Arthur smiled. Welcome to number 2 Kirk Street. Arthur opened the gate and walked in. The other party immediately signaled the coachman to keep an eye on the carriage, and asked Bourne to follow him in. Listening to the footsteps behind him, Arthur began to wonder what the other party could give him. The other party is Bourne's boss. That is, the boss of the Joel Joker Fencing Club. At this moment, someone died in the club. But the other party did not deal with the trouble, but ran to number 2 Kirk Street to wait for him. What does this mean? In connection with the previous conversation, The answer is obvious. What Desi said was true. Little's third place in the last fencing competition was really obtained through bribery. And he, who can communicate with the dead, naturally knows more. In order to shut him up, the other party would wait here. Then what would the other party use to shut him up? Money is a must. In addition to money, is there any swordsmanship? The other party has a swordsmanship club, so he is close to swordsman, so maybe he can do it. Anyway, it's just extortion. At worst he can ask for a high price and pay it back. Arthur thought without any burden. Although the other party is not the bad guy he imagined, but judging from his actions, the other party was not one that Arthur could be lenient with. Moreover, this also complied with the medium rules set by old Charlie. Sinful coins should be purified and turned into food, clothes, and houses. Therefore, the Kratos family had a residence on Kirk Street, and also obtained food, clothes, and received an education that was extremely expensive in the eyes of ordinary people. Many people envied them. But there was no jealousy. Because, when old Charlie had the spare energy, he is really helping the poor. Of course, there will always be ungrateful people. If you give him some, he will ask for more. If you give him more, he will take your life. Facing such people, old Charlie usually chooses to exorcise or purify. The former has a complete body. The latter has no body left. What a respectable elder. Arthur evaluated his grandfather very subjectively through the memory of his previous life. Todd Gilly, who was following Arthur, was getting more and more uneasy. The owner of the fencing club was also frightened by the layout of number 2 Kirk Street. In fact, not only Todd Gilly was frightened, but also Bourne, who was following him. This tall and strong fencing coach not only had a panicked look in his eyes, his body was extremely stiff when he walked, and his clenched fists seemed to be ready to strike at any time. Fortunately, the corridor was not long. Once he entered the medium-small hall, Bourne let out a long breath, and the other boss took out the 10 gold notes he had prepared. Please forgive my recklessness. I really can't describe my excitement after seeing you in words. This is a small compensation for what you experienced in the club today. Please accept it. Todd Gilly, who was born as a businessman, spoke cleverly and respectfully. Arthur glanced at Bourne with a smile. Obviously, Bourne didn't know his boss's true thoughts. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't be so tactful when speaking. Arthur received the gaze, and didn't even look at the 10 gold notes on the table, but just said in the same tactful tone, "It's indeed a small compensation. You have to know that Ritter's ghost is following you." "Ah?" The owner of the fencing club seemed to be frightened, exclaimed, and then took out another 10 gold notes. "The ghost is still wandering," Arthur continued. Without hesitation, the owner of the fencing club took out 10 gold notes again. Arthur did not speak this time, but just stared at him. After hesitating for less than a second, the owner of the fencing club took out all the remaining 70 gold notes and placed them on the table. At this time, beads of sweat began to appear on the other party's forehead. Skill observed words and expressions flashed, and Arthur saw the other party's distress. 100 gold notes, if converted into sola. It would be 1,000 sola, which is enough for a civilian family in the old city to struggle for 3 years. The dead are gone. Arthur said this after putting the gold note into his wallet. Todd Gilly was relieved. But Arthur said again, "But he still has an obsession with swordsmanship. He hopes you can help him complete it. He doesn't want to be used only for ordinary, basic swordsmanship. He hopes to get better. This is difficult. But please believe me, I will try my best. Please give me some time." The owner of the fencing club showed a difficult expression on his face. Arthur was not surprised by this. Knowledge is expensive in South County, and fencing is naturally a kind of knowledge. Moreover, from the perspective of the Joljok Fencing Club, the value of fencing is far greater than general knowledge. "Okay." As Arthur nodded, Todd Gilly finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bourne on the side also smiled. In the eyes of the young swordsmanship coach, it was worth it to compensate Arthur and appease the spirit of Ritter, even if 100 gold notes were expensive. Having obtained what he wanted, Arthur, who was in a very good mood, personally sent the two out the door and watched them go away. Arthur turned back to the house when he could no longer see them. But just as he turned around, he felt his shoulders sink. He saw a hand suddenly appear there. Chapter 31 Excellent Spirit and Excellent Spirit. When Arthur looked at his shoulder, and his eyes narrowed into a straight line. The palm was covered with filth, and the nails were full of black mud. This palm was extremely dirty, but the voice of the owner of this palm was extremely magnetic and pleasant. Want to learn swordsmanship? I'll teach you. This is swift bird swordsmanship. As soon as the words fell, Arthur felt a gust of wind behind his head, as if something sharp was stabbing at the back of his head. Death instinct. Flashes quickly. Without thinking, Arthur's shoulders shook, causing all the bones in his body to crackle. At this moment, he was like a boneless noodle. Not only did he avoid the stab, but he also successfully escaped from the restraint of that hand. Arthur crawled on the ground. Not only his bones, but also his muscles all over his body had undergone subtle changes, so that he didn't need more bones to support him. He only needed to rely on his spine to drive all the muscles. It can crawl at a very fast speed, just like a real snake. Snake body. The characteristics brought by the talent dark snake remnant make Arthur really like a snake at this moment. But to some extent, it exceeds the snake. Arthur crawled. His speed did not decrease, but his neck turned back freely, allowing his head to look straight back. Suddenly, he saw who was holding his shoulder. The beggar who had been missing for a long time. Although when he saw the dirty palm that made him frown, Arthur had some guesses in his mind. But the current situation was still beyond his expectations. He saw the beggar who was originally stupid and silly was practicing swordplay. The beggar's eyes were bright at this moment, even though his face was full of filth. But his every move still carried a sharp aura that could not be ignored. The other party clearly did not have a sword in his hand, but just held it empty. But every time the beggar waved his arm, the sound of a sharp blade breaking through the air could be heard in the air. Moreover, in Arthur's vision, as the beggar swung his sword, the door frame of number 2 Kirk Street was being cut silently, one after another. Tiny gaps that ordinary people could hardly notice appeared on the door frame. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Or what kind of ability? Arthur looked at the beggar who seemed to be holding an invisible sharp sword, and thought flashed in his eyes. But then his cheeks shook twice involuntarily. I saw that. The beggar who was just practicing swordsmanship just now, suddenly he stopped moving. The other person stood there, his bright eyes became cloudy again, and a silly smile appeared on his face again. A madman is scary. But a fool is even scarier. Because no one will be wary of a fool. But this definitely does not include Arthur. After seeing the peculiarity of this beggar just now, Arthur, who was retreating, directly opened all the mechanisms in number 2 Kirk Street. At the same time, from the secret compartment under the floor next to him, he took out the musket, the long sword, and the explosives. At this moment, it seemed like a replay of last night's dream. But looking at the beggar standing stupidly outside the door, Arthur was more than 10 times more nervous than when he faced the monster in the dream. After all, in the dream, Arthur didn't dare to really confirm whether he was really dead if he died. But here, Arthur was very sure that if he died, he would be really dead. Baby, scarecrow. Under Arthur's gaze, the foolish beggar muttered to himself, and the expression on his face began to change slightly. It was no longer just foolishness. It was anger. Obvious anger began to appear on his face. Doll? Scarecrow? What is this? Arthur frowned, and he was more and more confused. But this did not stop him from continuing to retreat. He could not avoid the foolish opponent. Now the opponent's condition was getting worse and worse. He naturally wanted to leave at a faster speed. There is more than one secret passage leading to the outside world at number 2 Kirk Street, and one of them can directly leave South Los. A back road is necessary for a psychic, even more than the trump card in your hand. Old Charlie said so and did so. Although he didn't know how Old Charlie dug such a secret passage, but at this time, he thanked Old Charlie again for everything he had done. Arthur didn't turn around and run instead, facing the beggar whose breathing became heavy because of anger. He stepped back step by step, raised his legs high, and stepped lightly. He hoped that he could reach the secret passage safely without attracting the other party's attention as much as possible. With Old Charlie's caution, there were naturally traps in the secret passage, and they were far more powerful than the traps in the corridor of number 2 Kirk Street. As for the traps in the corridor of number 2 Kirk Street, according to the performance of the beggar just now, Arthur did not think that these traps could stop the beggar. In fact, that was also the case. When the angry beggar noticed Arthur's retreat, he immediately became even angrier. Why? Why did you leave me? He roared and walked into number 2 Kirk Street. Then, the mechanism started. Click! Swish! Amid the sound of the gear mechanism, 3 spears hidden in the scarlet painting pierced out directly. The speed was so fast that ordinary people had no time to react, and the force was enough to pierce a buffalo. But the beggar blocked it in a way that made Arthur stunned. The beggar raised his hand and flicked his fingers. 3 spears stabbed out from the place where his fingertips touched and spread straight inward. The metal spear tip and the solid spear body were all split in two, just like tofu cut by a knife. And the beggar? His mental state was getting worse. He started to switch back and forth. Sometimes he muttered to himself. Sometimes he roared angrily. The whole person seemed to be driven by instinct to walk forward, even though he was immediately enveloped by flames. He did not change at all. Nor was he injured at all. Even his dirty clothes were not burned. The silly smile in the flames was like a mockery. The roar in the flames was like an accusation. If the painters who were looking for the culture of the prey age recently saw the picture in front of them, they would definitely create an amazing work. The raging flames really easily reminded people of the stake. And the beggar's expression in the flames, maybe that's what they've been pursuing. However, none of this has anything to do with Arthur. Because the beggar accelerated. Without any sign, the other party took a step across the entire narrow corridor and appeared in front of Arthur. Arthur's heart tightened. At this moment, he was less than 3 meters away from the secret escape passage. But these 3 meters seemed like a natural chasm. Death instinct flickered. And because the frequency was too fast, it lit up like a perpetual lamp. Huh? Looking at the beggar who was so close, whose expression kept changing between stupidity and anger, and who was raising his palm to stab him, Arthur took a deep breath. The other party was impossible to communicate with. The other party was even more powerful than he could imagine. Just like the stab of the other party's palm at this moment, Arthur couldn't dodge it at all. So, he chose to communicate with the other party in his own way. Why did you leave me? Fate? Is this fate? The other party murmured with a roar, and then the roar turned into a murmur. The only thing that remained unchanged was the palm that stabbed Arthur. Oh, those who believe in fate are idiots, Arthur said softly with a smile on his face, not dodging at all. The flames could not hurt the other party. But the explosives should be able to. Because the explosives in number 2 Kirk Street are not just on Arthur. Similarly, there is not only explosives in number 2 Kirk Street. When the mechanism is opened, the insurance of the explosives disappears completely. Number 2 Kirk Street is a huge gunpowder barrel mixed with various additives, and any creature inside will be blown to pieces. Arthur believes that the other party is no exception. The next moment, Arthur pulled the fuse on his body. Chapter 32 Swift Bird Swordsmanship. As the fuse hissed, Arthur, who had been standing still, now rushed directly towards the beggar. Arthur has always been afraid of death. Who cannot be afraid of death? Even the heroes and legends are afraid of death, but they still choose to face death, so they are called heroes. The courage to face death is the most beautiful hymn. Arthur cannot reach this level, let alone such a realm. He simply thought that, since he couldn't live anymore, he would take the person who wanted him to die with him. It was that simple. There was no noble sentiment. There was no noble character. It would even cause casualties to innocent people. But Arthur didn't regret it. He stared at the beggar, staring at the hand that was about to pierce his chest. Then, he saw fear. He saw fear in the beggar's eyes. Not for him. And certainly not for the explosives on his body. It was a puppet doll. The puppet doll placed in the hall behind the corridor, placed together with the full body armor and torture instruments, was simply a puppet doll used as a prop for the horror atmosphere. Doll. Doll. The beggar stared at the puppet doll and shouted in fear. Then, he ignored Arthur and turned around and ran away. Arthur was stunned. Then, he extinguished the fuse. He never thought that at this time, he could save his life, and he never thought that the puppet doll that scared ordinary people could actually scare away a mysterious person. What happened to the other party? Did the other party become like this because of the so-called doll? The scarecrow? Arthur thought as he walked quickly towards the door. The door of number 2 Kirk Street had not been closed since the beggar broke in. Although there were few pedestrians on Kirk Street in the afternoon, there were still some. The mess inside number 2 Kirk Street was not suitable for people to see. The door frame is still strong, and it does not need to be replaced for the time being, but the spear, the kerosene must be refilled. The scarlet painting must be prepared again. The deer head must be repaired. And the traces of burning must be dealt with. It is a real big project. The secrets of number 2 Kirk Street, of course, cannot be known to outsiders. And these repairs naturally need to be done by Arthur himself. Arthur couldn't help but sigh when he thought that he would have to work as a carpenter and painter for the next 2 days. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is a lot of experience in the memory of the previous life. A profession like psychic medium is always dangerous. In the memory of my predecessor, number 2 Kirk Street was broken into 5 times. The most dangerous one was when the uninvited guest had already touched the bedroom upstairs and was bitten to death by the Black Widow hiding there. However, because it almost bit my predecessor during a feeding, old Charlie had to put the Black Widow somewhere else and change the trap layout of the bedrooms upstairs. Maybe I can raise some poisonous snakes? Arthur instantly thought of his talent Dark Snake. Remnant. The characteristic snake language. Communication, and commanding snakes to a certain extent. It seems that the protection level of number 2 Kirk Street can be greatly improved. However, where to start needs to be carefully considered. Otherwise, it is very likely that people will associate it with something. After all, the toad before was chasing Sayudik, and the beggar was attracted by the toad. It almost cost him his life just now. It's just one thing after another. I don't know how long it will take for this smell to dissipate. Arthur lowered his head and smelled the stench on his hands. It felt much lighter than in the morning, but there was still some residue. Obviously, as time passed, the stench would eventually dissipate. This made Arthur slightly relieved. He was not afraid of any enemy, but that didn't mean he was willing to fight endless enemies. At least, there should be a moment to breathe, until the stench completely dissipates. Stay at number 2 Kirk Street. Arthur thought silently in his heart, and was about to raise his hand to close the door. But at this moment, his eyes accidentally swept across the fine cutting marks on the door frame. When his eyes saw these cutting marks, Arthur couldn't help but recall the beggar's sword practice at the door just now. His fingers unconsciously stroked the scars on the wooden frame. In his mind, the image of the beggar dancing with a sword in the air became clearer and clearer. Unconsciously, Arthur's hands began to wave in the image of the beggar in his memory. There was no sharp sound of breaking through the air. There was no ability to cut the door frame. There was only yes/no to consume 5 XP. Learn Swift Bird Swordsmanship fake? Huh? Arthur was stunned. And then, he immediately chose a positive answer. Although the beggar was crazy and insane, his strength was unquestionable. If the opponent's swordsmanship can be learned, I will naturally learn it. Even if it is just fake. Swift Bird Swordsmanship. Fake LV1. The original Swift Bird Swordsmanship was a secret of the Nanjun Grand Duke's family, but with the start of the 7 Years' War, in order to train more warriors, swordsmen, the Nanjun Grand Duke had to teach part of the Swift Bird Swordsmanship in the army, and as time passed, the Swift Bird Swordsmanship was collected by interested nobles, and gradually became complete. But what you have learned is just the tip of the iceberg. You only get the form, but it still has extraordinary power, effect. When you use the Swift Bird sword style you have learned, the speed of the next sword will be increased by an extra plus 0.1. The synchronization of knowledge and body begins. After a few seconds, the moment Arthur opened his eyes, he stood sideways, bit his legs, with his left hand in front, for fingers together, the thumb open, the exposed palm is like a rack, it is holding the invisible sword held in the right hand. As his slightly bit legs straightened, the right hand holding the sword behind him thrust forward. Whoosh! Arthur rushed forward 2 meters quickly, and the imaginary enemy was pierced through the throat. Is 0.1 speed added to 1.7 physique? With his eyes closed, Arthur carefully felt the difference. Unlike the all-round increase in physique, Swift Bird Sword Art Pseudo only increased the speed, but this does not mean that Swift Bird Sword Art Pseudo is not strong. On the contrary, in a life and death battle, the Swift Bird Sword Art Pseudo that can increase the speed by 0.1 is quite powerful. It is enough to change the outcome of a battle. Of course, Arthur will never deny that increasing the speed by only 0.1 is too little. So add some points. After the XP is reduced by 10 again, Swift Bird Sword Art Pseudo is upgraded to LV2. Swift Bird Sword Art Pseudo LV2. You who only have the form of Swift Bird Sword Art did not give up the memories, practiced, and the hard work paid off. If you take it one step further, effect, when you use the Swift Bird Sword technique you have learned, the speed of the next sword will be increased by an additional plus 0.2. The deeper level of knowledge and the synchronization of the body began. Arthur felt that he had been practicing hard every day, regardless of wind and rain, regardless of cold and heat, and when he came to his senses, he had already mastered Swift Bird Sword technique. Pseudo LV2. The speed was faster, but physical strength still did not increase. Arthur was not disappointed with this. He already knew that the higher the physique, the harder it is to increase. Glancing at the Swiftbird swordsmanship fake, that required 20 XP points to upgrade to LV3, and the remaining 5 XP points, Arthur thought silently. The murder case in the swordsmanship club today should be enough to meet the upgrade requirements of Swiftbird swordsmanship fake. I just don't know what the real Swiftbird swordsmanship will look like. Human desires are endless. Arthur would not refute this. When he only knew basic swordsmanship, he wanted to learn other swordsmanship. After learning the basics of other swordsmanship, he naturally wanted to learn the true teachings. And the hope for the true teachings was naturally from the beggar. I hope Wiggins can bring good news, Arthur thought half seriously and half jokingly. Before he realized the beggar as strength, Arthur still had considerable confidence in Wiggins. After seeing the beggar as strength, Arthur put his expectations at the lowest. Or he just didn't have any expectations. But surprises always appear at this time. Chapter 33 Rainy Wednesday. The next morning, fine rain once again covered South Los. Wednesday is not a day off. People started to be busy as usual. Arthur brought the beef stewed overnight on a low fire to the table with the soup and meat. The soup was clear, with a little oil floating on the top, and the beef was already soft and rotten. After tasting a dice-sized piece of beef, Arthur squinted his eyes comfortably. Although he is not as good as a real chef, but the food you cook will always add points directly, making its deliciousness expand 1 to 10 times on the original basis. The expansion multiple depends on the degree of hunger. This morning's beef expanded 5 times. And when Arthur cooked the noodles, the expansion quickly reached 10 times. Scallions, cilantro, sprinkled on the beef noodles in the bowl, the green and white echoed each other. Arthur, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help but pick up the bowl and drink a mouthful of soup. The soup is moderately salty, with a strong meaty flavor, which makes people salivate, especially when red peppers are added. It stimulates the taste buds. At this moment, Arthur is extremely grateful to the city of Nanlos. As the city with the largest port in the entire South County, relying on the developed shipping, he can eat enough food of many kinds. Peppers are one of them. Of course, shallots, coriander, and many spices are also. In the farms around Nanlos, chili peppers, shallots, coriander and many spices have long become indispensable crops, and are also the main source of income for farmers. However, no farmer has made a fortune by relying on these expensive, even expensive condiments and spices. Because taxes must be paid. The owner of Nanlos is not someone who can be fooled. Although he has a good reputation, he is definitely not merciful, especially when facing tax evaders. He is even more harsh. Even old Charlie, who is a medium, has to pay 29 sous every year, which is a tax that is suitable for middle class clerical jobs. Slurp, slurp. Arthur ate the noodles in big mouthfuls, and his memory of the Earl of Nanlos flashed through his mind. This memory is not much. In fact, in his previous identity, he only knew this person. The Earl, in the memory of his previous life, is more like a symbol. For most people, all of them were like this, including Arthur. Apart from his thanks, he would never do anything more, even if the other party was the owner of Nanlos whom he had just thanked. After all, in Arthur's opinion, with Nanlos' unique geographical location, he could tie a dog here and do something similar. Burp. After finishing a bowl of noodles, a burp sounded, and Arthur had a satisfied smile on his face. The next moment, his smile became even brighter. Because the words in front of him were jumping the murder case of the Joljok Fencing Club. People are talking about it. More people are starting to pay attention to you, XP plus 10. More people have heard your name, XP plus 1. Everything was just as he expected. The reputation of the Joljok Fencing Club itself, in addition to the upcoming fencing conference, the attention it received was not ordinary. If Arthur was at this time, some information about how Ritter got the 3rd place in the last swordsmanship tournament was revealed. There must be more XP. Unfortunately, he has already accepted the compensation from Tajali. Although 100 gold tickets plus the promise of finding swordsmanship are naturally not as good as XP under normal circumstances, but considering that he will also participate in the swordsmanship tournament in the future, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble and more XP in the swordsmanship tournament, he thinks he needs to keep his promise. Similarly, this also fits the impression given by the predecessor. For XP points left, Arthur glanced at the XP required to upgrade Swiftbird's sword art, pseudo, to LV3, and was not in a hurry. He knew that as more reports about him were made, more and more people in Nanlos would know his name. And the plus XP he would get every day would increase exponentially. For quite a long time in the future. He would earn a certain amount of XP every day. Until he reached a bottleneck. By then, he naturally needs to open up new sources of XP income. He can either go to other cities to replicate what he did in South Los, or go to fight, explore, go on missions, eat delicious food, etc. However, the latter still needs to be explored. Let us not talk about delicious food. If that kind of food is called delicious food, Arthur will doubt his life. Exploration, missions should be specific. The battle made Arthur confused. He has fought several battles, he killed more than one enemy. But there was no XP prompt. If the previous few times, the battle intensity was not enough. Then he almost died in the battle with the beggar yesterday. Even the battle with the toad was quite dangerous. But there was no XP prompt. Wouldn't it be that XP would be gained only by killing enemies of this level? Arthur thought, frowning. Not only was this requirement extremely difficult for him now also. If this assumption is true, it means that the toad is not dead yet. This makes Arthur feel a little uneasy. The only lucky thing is that when he woke up this morning, the stench had completely dissipated. And he didn't have to worry about attracting other mysterious people, if the toad is still alive. We must find him, Arthur thought. And his brows furrowed even more. Finding the toad is more difficult than finding the beggar. Although the beggar is powerful, but Arthur knew what the other party looked like, and had reliable people to find him. And what about the toad? Arthur had never even seen the other party's real face. Simply put, there was no way to start. What should I do to lure the other party out? If I can't find the other party, I can only let the other party come out on his own initiative. Arthur narrowed his eyes, and began to think about feasible solutions. At this time, ding! Ding! The doorbell in the rain made a different crisp sound. Wiggins stood at the door of number 2 Kirk Street, his face full of joy, which surprised Arthur. Found it? Yes. I found it. Wiggins nodded repeatedly, with excitement on his face. As Arthur's name appeared in newspapers again and again, his reputation grew, and the golden finger was more odd. And in his heart, he hoped to be appreciated by Arthur, because, in his eyes, this would be a road to success. So, after receiving Arthur's message yesterday, the other party really tried his best. Not only did he not sleep all night, but also mobilized all his connections. Finally, he found it just now. But Arthur frowned secretly. Did Wiggins really find the beggar? Arthur expressed his doubts, but did not say it out loud, nor did he show anything, just motioned Wiggins to lead the way. However, before setting off, Arthur put the puppet at the end of the corridor in his arms, while Wiggins led the way, as he looked back at Arthur, who was holding a medium box in one hand, an umbrella in the other, and a strange puppet in his arms. He felt the hair on his back stand on end. This golden finger was frightened. Not only this golden finger. As Arthur boarded the public carriage, a man and a woman in the carriage were also frightened. And even the baby in the woman's arms was frightened and started crying. Arthur looked at the crying baby, but his brows furrowed. Something was wrong. Chapter 34 Tenderness Above Scarlet. Arthur naturally knew that he looked weird with the puppet doll, or even scary. After all, the puppet doll itself was made by old Charlie for the purpose of scaring people. It was creepy to look at it alone, not to mention that it was carried out on a rainy day. Arthur would not be surprised even if it scared a child to tears. But facing the beggar, how could Arthur, who had the magic weapon to defeat the enemy, not use it? In fact, if time did not allow, he would have ordered more puppets and scarecrows. He planned to use a bunch of puppets and scarecrows to encircle the beggar. Of course, the one in his arms was enough. More can be used, and less can be used. Therefore, Arthur felt sorry for the people who were scared. But he did not regret it. But the scene in front of him made Arthur confused. Puppet dolls are enough to scare most people, but definitely not babies. Especially babies of a few months old. Babies of this age have not fully developed vision, which can be considered as high myopia, and cannot see the environment clearly. Not to mention the puppet in Arthur's arms. Moreover, even if the baby saw it, would he or she understand the fear of the puppet? No! Babies of this age will only be afraid of two things: hunger and pain. Only these two things will make the baby cry loudly. What kind of baby is this? Arthur squinted his eyes and looked at it. The man, woman and baby in front of him, they were dressed like middle class, but their clothes were a little worn out, the man's sleeves were a little worn out, and the woman's skirt was a popular style several years ago. Middle class about to go bankrupt. Anyone who saw the two people's outfit would think so. Thus, they ignored the coarse cloth wrapped around the baby. Wrapping babies with coarse cloth is probably something that only civilian families would do. Middle class. Even the middle class who are about to go bankrupt, who are far better than ordinary families, will not use such inferior coarse cloth to wrap their children. Especially the middle class who are about to go bankrupt, will try their best to retain the last bit of dignity, and it is even more impossible to use coarse cloth. The most important thing is, a mother will not hurt her child by clenching her palms because of nervousness. Even if this mother is extremely careless, she should hug her child tightly, hide it in her arms, instead of clenching it tightly like now, as if it was an object that was ready to be thrown at any time. It was an object, not a child, with eyes as sharp as torches, and observing words and expressions. Flashing, Arthur took everything in. When he saw the man and woman panicking after being startled, he roughly confirmed the identities of the two. Human traffickers. Or human traffickers who stole babies. Stealing babies in South Los is a serious crime, and will be sentenced to death. But some people still take the risk. Because the profit is huge. A healthy baby can be easily sold for 10 gold tickets. After all, some buyers with special needs don't care about the price at all. If they need it urgently, they can raise the price again. The purity of babies is well known. Nanlos has a rumor that taking baby blood can drive away diseases and regain health. Some people even believe that eating newborn babies can increase lifespan. Although after the witch hunt, all kinds of evil have long been restrained. But in the face of interests, there is definitely no shortage of bold and reckless guys. The man and woman in front of him are obviously such people. Huh? Arthur retracted his gaze, took a light breath, slowly put away the umbrella, put the medium box at his feet, let the puppet sit on his legs, and then patted the carriage. The coachman of the public carriage heard such a sound and stopped the carriage immediately. Arthur whispered to Wiggins, "I need a little time." Although Wiggins didn't understand what Arthur was going to do, he immediately jumped off the carriage and closed the carriage door again, while buying time for Arthur. This was not difficult. The fare for a public carriage was paid after getting off the carriage. If you didn't pay, the driver would pester you for a long time, and then the passengers on the carriage would criticize you. Of course, the most important thing was that the drivers of the public carriages were all strong young men. In the early days of the South Los public carriages, there are no clear regulations on the age and strength of the drivers. However, with the occurrence of several public carriage robberies, the situation has changed. Young, strong, and especially swordsman drivers are welcomed and given preferential treatment. However, Wiggins does not need these. Wiggins's identity is enough for the drivers to give him the corresponding respect. Compared with ordinary citizens, these public carriage drivers know better who to offend, who should not be provoked. Wiggins, who has a golden finger, is the type who should not be provoked if possible. The closed carriage door made the voices of Wiggins and the driver inaudible, while Arthur was fiddling with the puppet doll carefully. He turned the puppet doll around, facing the man and the woman, raised the puppet's arm and pointed at the two, and asked softly, "Well, is it them? Are you feeling pain? Don't worry, they will feel more pain in a while." Arthur's voice became low and gloomy. The raindrops kept hitting the carriage, just like hitting the heart, causing the man and woman to change their faces. The woman's face turned pale, and her whole body began to tremble. The man was also scared, but he still took out a dagger and pointed it at Arthur. "Be smart. We don't want to cause trouble," the man shouted in a cowardly manner. This situation made Arthur dispel the last bit of doubt. Everything just now was just speculation. Even if there are many clues, speculation may be wrong, but threats will not. Arthur looked at the other party with a smile. The next moment, his eyes were faintly golden, and his round pupils began to lengthen. When the golden color filled his eyes, the light of the vertical pupils became cold. The man and woman who came into contact with Arthur's eyes began to scream. "Snake! Snake!" The two were terrified like crazy, and were about to flee from the carriage. But Arthur was faster. He first snatched the baby from the woman, and then snatched the dagger from the man. Then, the dagger swept across the throats of the two men. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the carriage was bloody red. When Wiggins heard the sound and opened the carriage door again, he almost knelt down. K. They are two baby thieves, and they are probably habitual offenders. Facing Wiggins, who stuttered a little, Arthur carefully held the baby in his arms. He deliberately lowered his voice. He was worried that the baby would be awakened, and that if it started to cry, it would be troublesome. The way he coaxed the child was just like that. If it really started to cry, he would be in a panic, and there would be nothing he could do. Wiggins nodded blankly. He knew he should call the police, but he couldn't help but stop and look at Arthur, who was sitting in the scarlet blood, holding the baby. At the feet of the man, 2 bodies were still bleeding, but the baby was sleeping soundly in the man's arms with even breathing. The man treated the newborn baby with unprecedented tenderness. Tenderness and purity shone with a faint glow in the rain. This strange scene attracted Wiggins's attention. What a gentle man, Wiggins thought in his heart. But the next moment, he shook his head vigorously. Because the blood of the 2 traffickers dripped onto his shoes. It's not that he pitied the traffickers. In the eyes of this golden finger, such people were not worthy of pity at all. But the shoes were his own. However, Wiggins knew what was most important to do now. The golden finger turned around and ran to find the police. After being delayed for 20 minutes, when everything was handed over to the police, Arthur changed a carriage and continued to move forward under the guidance of Wiggins. In the carriage, Scott, who was attracted by the case, exclaimed, "Arthur, you are such a gentle person. The baby didn't cry or make a fuss in your arms just now." Wiggins, who was standing by, secretly curled his lips when he heard this. "Gentle? Are you blind? Didn't you see the 2 bodies with their throats cut? Those 2 people deserve death." But Arthur was gentle. Even if he was gentle, it was reflected by the scarlet. Wiggins complained in his heart. Scott didn't pay attention to these. He asked Arthur in detail about what happened just now. This is related to tomorrow's supplement. "Arthur, how did you find out that something was wrong?" "Anna told me." "Anna?" Scott was stunned, and then he saw Arthur pointing at the puppet in his arms. Arthur was very familiar with how to get more XP. Psychic Arthur has appeared in the eyes of the public in South Los for a long time, which will cause aesthetic fatigue to those who read newspapers. People are guys who pursue novelty. Knowing this, Arthur naturally maintains this novelty. So the puppet has a new name. But Scott didn't know this. The young reporter looked at Arthur awkwardly, and when he saw Arthur nodded slightly, and his eyes were full of encouragement, he immediately nodded to the puppet. "Hello, Miss Anna." The skirt on the puppet made the young reporter call her that. The puppet naturally didn't respond to the young reporter's greeting. But the young reporter was looking for a reasonable explanation. "Well, it should be that I don't have the talent, so I can't hear Miss Anna's response. And she has already responded to me. I'm so sorry, Miss Anna." Scott bowed apologetically. Wiggins felt his scalp tingling when he saw this scene, and twisted his body unnaturally. He felt that Scott was a little abnormal before. Now it has been proved. Being with a person who is not normal, and that scary doll, especially with a psychic who looked normal, but was actually completely abnormal, the golden finger always felt the pressure coming. In his heart, the golden finger prayed to reach the destination quickly. However, the journey did not shorten with Wiggins's prayer. It still took 15 minutes for the carriage to stop. Without waiting for the carriage to really stop, Wiggins directly pushed open the door of the carriage, jumped down and said, "We're here." Chapter 35 Shells and Rats. The carriage stopped at the edge of the Shire district, adjacent to the Dort district. Opening his umbrella, Arthur got off the carriage and saw the gray, broken building spires in the distance. It was the most famous building in the Dort district, and it was also the core of Nanlos during the Holy Empire, the temple. However, with the disintegration of the Holy Empire, the core of Nanlos had long shifted from the Dort district to the Shire district. All that was left was the temple that still looked tall. We found him outside Rat Street. At that time, he was fighting with a dog for food. Wiggins walked in front to lead the way, introducing the situation at that time. Rat Street is the general name for a dozen streets in the block west of the church in Dort district. Compared with other places in Dort district full of factories, here live the lowest class of South Los. Just like the name of Rat Street, the people living here are all rats that everyone hates. Most of the bankrupts in Nanlos will gather here with their last bit of stubbornness, until they die completely, or choose to leave. In addition to the bankrupts, there are outsiders, refugees who can sneak into the city. They are one of the unstable factors in Nanlos. Of course, compared with the criminals hiding here, they are nothing. These guys are the real headache. You should never expect to catch these guys in Rat Street. Because the Rat Street on the surface is not just the dozen streets you see, there are many streets underground, which are the real Rat Street. If you enter without a guide, you will get lost, and then be eaten. Outsiders are very welcome in the eyes of real rats. Arthur learned all this from his previous life's memories. Old Charlie had reminded his predecessor more than once not to approach Rat Street without reason. And if he had to go to Rat Street, he had to be accompanied by his family. Uncle Drake or Aunt Cassandra would be fine, but the best one would be Old Charlie himself. In my previous life's memory, Old Charlie looked very serious when he gave instructions. So much so that my previous life suppressed my curiosity. I had only heard of Rat Street, but had never been there. Arthur was also very curious, but he was more rational than my previous life. He knew very well what kind of darkness was hidden in such a no-man's land. Before he became really strong, he would never set foot there. At the same time, Arthur also looked at Wiggins in surprise. Being able to find someone outside the Rat Street, Wiggins' influence on the street must be greater than expected. Arthur did not feel any uneasiness about this. On the contrary, Arthur was happy about it. For Arthur now, the greater the influence of Wiggins on the street, or the greater the power, the greater the help to him. As for when Wiggins' power on the street exceeds expectations, Arthur was not worried. Wiggins was developing his own power. Would he stop moving forward? He was also moving forward. And he was definitely faster than Wiggins. Arthur never overestimated himself, nor did he underestimate others. He was just confident that he could continue to cooperate with Wiggins. What exactly is Rat Street like? Scott, who was following him, couldn't help but ask curiously. Wiggins, who was walking in front, slowed down his pace, and then he spoke in a low voice. Hell. Immediately, the young reporter shrank his neck. But his curiosity did not completely disappear. For any reporter, Rat Street has an inexplicable attraction. Just kidding. Rat Street is a place where a group of poor people gather. There is nothing good about it. But if you want to go, you can hire me to take you in for $5 a time. Of course, what you see inside, you must not report it. Wiggins turned his head and glanced at Scott. He knew what the young reporter was thinking and said immediately, Can't report it? The young reporter looked sad. You are not the first reporter who wants to report on Rat Street. But why has no newspaper ever published a report on Rat Street? Wiggins shrugged. There are some things that the Golden Finger did not say. But the young reporter guessed. And he stopped entangled in the issues related to Rat Street. Undoubtedly, news is important. But life is more important. After walking along the muddy road for another 5 minutes, the three of them arrived in front of a house. And Wiggins pushed open the door. In the room, there were 3 boys aged 14 or 15, each holding a stick. Although they were ragged and thin, each of them had a fierce look in their eyes, especially with the beggar's cowering expression behind them. These 3 half-grown children looked even more fierce. When they saw that it was Wiggins who pushed the door in, the 3 boys put down their sticks, and their eyes softened. Boss! The 3 greeted Wiggins, and looked at Arthur and Scott with curiosity. This is Mr. Kratos. Wiggins raised his hand politely to Arthur, and pointed casually to the young reporter. This is Scott. Arthur nodded to the 3 half-grown children, and then walked towards the beggar. Arthur never underestimated people who came from the streets. Especially for such half-grown children, you should be more cautious because you have no idea what they will do when they are young. Curiosity and impulsiveness are the labels of this age. Brawl and aggressiveness are the labels of street people. The combination of the two is recklessness. The beggar's stupid and timid expression, and the wound on his face prove this. Arthur believes that this is the result of Wiggins' control. Otherwise, the beggar will be even worse. However, Arthur still frowned. The beggar in front of him was indeed the beggar he had seen before. But this beggar was not the beggar he was looking for. Simply put, the beggar's appearance had not changed. But the person hidden inside was gone. Not only would a truly mysterious person not fight back after being beaten like this, but also because the vague sense of uneasiness was gone. Except for the last time. When he faced the beggar, after the other party attacked, he had the death intuition start to flash. When the beggar first appeared outside number 2 Kirk Street, he also felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. Now it was gone. Arthur believed in his feelings very much. Is it possessed, and then left? The fear of the puppet made the other party give up this body? Arthur guessed. As for the other party's death, Arthur would not think about it at all. With the power shown by the other party, how could it be so easy to die? Being scared away is already a bold guess for Arthur. Mr. Kratos, what's wrong? Wiggins saw that something was wrong with Arthur, and asked immediately. Nothing. You did a good job. Arthur smiled and shook his head, took out a gold note, and put it in Wiggins' hand. As for the mysterious side and the extraordinary power, he himself didn't really understand it. So he naturally wouldn't blame Wiggins for catching the wrong person. The other party had worked hard, so it was reasonable to give him a reward. This was related to the identities of both parties, and also to the future cooperation. Arthur hoped that in the future, the other party served him wholeheartedly. Therefore, he took out one of the 10-1 denomination gold notes left by old Charlie. Although Arthur also had 12 sous and 3 small coins on him, but how could a pile of sous and small coins have a gold note? In fact, when seeing Arthur take out a gold note, the eyes of the 3 half-grown children beside him were all wide open, and Wiggins was also full of surprise. In Wiggins's mind, this trip and even the next few trips of work, these were all compensations from Arthur for letting him go. He didn't dare to ask for any reward at all. Moreover, in Wiggins' heart, he hoped that after several compensations, he could successfully escape from Arthur's control, or that both parties could cooperate with each other in a completely new identity. But now looking at this gold ticket, Wiggins hesitated. In the end, Wiggins chose to take the gold ticket. He knew that it would be the most correct thing for him to do if both parties cooperated with each other in a completely new identity. But he is short of money, in addition to the 3 boys beside him. This Goldfinger has some subordinates to support, and he has to pay protection fees to the gangs regularly, so he has been barely balancing his income and expenditure. But recently, the gangs have increased his protection fees, which has put Wiggins in crisis. He must pay the gang protection fees, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Therefore, even though he knew that after taking the gold note, his relationship with Arthur would remain the same as the existing upper and lower relationship, he chose to take the gold note. Arthur looked at Wiggins, who took the gold note, with a smile on his face, and just when he was about to say something, he heard a series of footsteps of boots stepping on muddy water. And it was getting closer and closer. Chapter 36 The Roar of the Dying. Arthur's physique is 1.7, which is 1.7 times that of an ordinary person. And physique includes strength, speed, reaction, vision, hearing, and other aspects of the body. Therefore, Arthur heard the sound of boots stepping on muddy water, but others could not hear it. Mr. Kratos, what's wrong? Wiggins looked at Arthur, who was about to speak but suddenly stopped, and asked. Arthur sighed first, then said, Anna told me that a guest is coming. Guest? The Goldfinger took a look at the weird puppet in Arthur's arms that made his back cold, and he couldn't help but take a step back. When facing Anna before, the Goldfinger felt uncomfortable, and the scene in the carriage just now made this discomfort even worse. Now, it has reached its peak. If Arthur hadn't been here, this golden finger would definitely turn around and leave. In fact, as a street-born Wiggins, he had seen too many tricks, and he should not be fooled by anyone. But unfortunately, he met Arthur. From Dokul's death from the curse, to the exposure of the axe murderer, to the public carriage just now. One by one, they are all human lives. Wiggins couldn't help but believe it. It also made Wiggins very afraid. For, the unknown is always scary. Wiggins is no exception. In Wiggins's opinion, the strange-looking Anna is as scary as the invisible curse. The opposite of Wiggins is Scott. The young reporter looks at the puppet with a curious and enthusiastic look. He really hopes that he also has the talent. By then, he will know what Anna said. And when Wiggins and Scott had different expressions, the door was pushed open with a snap. Yes, Wiggins's men. A boy of 14 or 15. Boss, it's Blue Dog. Blue Dog, a derogatory term for the police. Most people who come from the streets call those policemen that behind their backs. Wiggins did not hesitate, walked to the corner of the wall, and opened a secret door. Let's go! For Wiggins, it didn't matter what the police wanted to find him for, but it was important not to let the police find him. As a well-known Goldfinger in the neighborhood, Wiggins knew too well that the methods of those policemen were more frightening than those of gang members. Wiggins' 4 men obviously knew it too. They ran directly to the secret door. However, Arthur waved his hand. Anna told me that they had no ill intentions. This was certainly not a guess, but a familiar voice. The third-level police officer, who was about to retire, mouths. Arthur clearly heard the other party scolding his men not to chase after Wiggins' men. Moreover, you must exercise restraint. Arthur didn't know why the other party came here, but Arthur knew how to make Anna deeply rooted in people's hearts. Didn't you see that? Scott's eyes were shining. Wiggins hesitated slightly. Finally, he asked 4 men to take the beggar and escape through the secret passage first, but he chose to stay. After just getting 1 gold ticket, the relationship between the two sides became more and more subtle, letting Wiggins leave alone. If Arthur is left here, if something unexpected happens, his reputation in the neighborhood will become bad. No one will believe him, and no one will hire him. Even his men will leave him. Even though he is doing something sneaky, he pays special attention to his reputation at certain times. This is the kind of person who makes a living on the street. The street is such a wonderful place. So, Wiggins let his men leave first. He chose to believe in Arthur, but he didn't dare to take risks with his men. After all, this was just his choice. Arthur held Anna in his arms, and looked at Wiggins with interest. The other party was more responsible than he thought. This was good news. However, for Maltz, who came to the door, it was not good news. This third-level police officer, who was about to retire, really didn't want to see Arthur. He didn't want to get involved in the dispute over the chief of police in the Shire district. He didn't want to lose his life before retirement. But facing the order from his superior, Maltz still came. Seeing Arthur in the room, holding a puppet with 2 braids, a weird face, and a small skirt, standing there smiling at him, Maltz's legs went weak. Before coming, he knew that Arthur brought a terrifying guy today. But he didn't expect that it would be such a thing. What a damn bunch of guys. Maltz naturally complained about his superior's order to come to Arthur. Why not find someone else but him? It's just that he is about to retire. His style of doing things has changed, and it has become easier to control. Alas. Be patient. Be patient. I will retire soon. But, can I really wait until retirement? Maltz asked himself, and the answer was obvious. Even if he got through this difficulty, there will be another difficulty waiting for him. Even if he got through every difficulty, what will he become after retirement? A dish? Maltz took a deep breath, and his inner thoughts began to change slightly. With this change, he almost subconsciously looked at Arthur. He knew that this was the key to his breakthrough. But, Maltz, who was still hesitant in his heart, smiled at Arthur. Mr. Kratos? Good morning. The third-level police officer, who was about to retire, said hello, and looked at Scott and Wiggins. The two looked at Arthur, after noticing Arthur nodding with a smile. The 2 of them walked out of the room with the other patrolman, and closed the door. When there were only 2 people left in the room, the third-level police officer, who was about to retire, smiled more kindly, and calmly took out a $5 gold note. This is compensation for the damage to your yard. You can repair it first. If it's not enough, you can tell me, and I will help you apply again. The other party said this. He wanted to hand 5 gold notes to Arthur. But Arthur took a step back. You know, although there was a big hole in his yard, and the lawn was also damaged, it didn't take 5 gold notes to fill the hole or trim the lawn. Just go to any family in Dow Lane and hire the eldest or second son of the family. It only costs 1 yuan at most. If you are patient, you can bargain for it. For the eldest son and the second son, who mainly do odd jobs, this extra income is. It was really what they wanted. Especially since the work was not hard. Soil was everywhere. Grass was also everywhere. It was simple. And they could just ask their brothers and sisters to dig some. The only thing that needed time was the final finishing. This money was the same as picking it up for them. And now, this third-level police officer, who was about to retire, directly gave him 50 times the reward. If he said there was no trick, Arthur would not believe it. Moreover, according to the memory of his predecessor, he knew that the subsidy given by the South Los police could not be so fast. Nor could it be so much. Facing Arthur's retreat, Maltz immediately took out 2 gold notes, with a face value of 5, and put them in his hand, showing his sincerity again. But Arthur remained indifferent. Looking at Arthur's appearance, Maltz smiled softly. He knew that the gold notes could not impress the other party. But he knew there was something that could impress the other party. Or, to be precise, it is something that can impress the other party. But he is still a little hesitant. He is not hesitant to tell Arthur that thing. But he is hesitant. How much should he tell? Suddenly, boom! A thunderclap sounded outside the house. Lightning flashed across the sky. Dazzling light shone in from the crack of the door, passed by Maltz, passed by Arthur, and finally, but it flashed away again. Maltz lowered his head, staring blankly at the ground where the light of the lightning disappeared. He recalled the light of the lightning just now, it seemed. It turned into a rope that tied him and Arthur together. He blinked. After more than 10 seconds, the third-level police officer finally made a decision in his heart. I know who is behind Joseph. The voice was suppressed by the other party. Arthur smiled. He raised his hand and held Maltz's hand holding the gold ticket. Arthur naturally knew who Joseph was. I also know what that person is planning, Maltz said specifically. After that, he stared straight at Arthur. The other party's meaning was obvious. Cooperate, and he would tell him everything he knew. Go ahead. Arthur nodded. Maltz immediately said, Since yesterday morning, there have been 4 cases of missing children in the Shire district, and the one you reported before is the 5th. We are looking for the children who were lost before. And, at this point, the third-level police officer became hesitant. Arthur frowned and asked directly, What else? After looking at Arthur, the other party said with a guilty conscience, And something just happened. The baby you rescued was snatched away. Chapter 37 Contact. Contact? Arthur frowned. Not only would the baby he rescued being snatched away affect his XP gains, but there was something wrong with this matter. He had held that baby before. It was just an ordinary civilian child, nothing special. If that's the case, why would someone be obsessed with this baby? Even, someone went directly to the police station to snatch it. And, for babies were lost before. Seeing that Arthur just frowned, but didn't yell, Maltz breathed a sigh of relief. When he just opened his mouth, he imagined that Arthur would call him a waste. Because, when he just learned about this, he also called him a waste. At the Shire District Police Station, under the eyes of at least 20 people, the baby was snatched away directly, and a patrolman was beaten to death. From beginning to end, those frightened policemen and patrolmen did not fire their guns or draw their swords. If he is not a waste, then what is he? Especially afterwards. He swore that he was afraid of accidentally hurting the baby. If he hadn't wanted to retire peacefully, he would have slapped the other person in the face. It was simply Crosso's donkey. Crosso's donkey is a local specialty. It is small, has no strength and no endurance. It can be said that except for the delicious meat, it has no advantages. Of course, every time it is slaughtered, the sound is extremely loud. In South Los, there are many stubborn and useless people. Was called Klosser's donkey. After cursing a few times in his heart, Maltz took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and began to tell Arthur about the case. Yesterday morning, the first to report the case were the Coffees of P Lane, followed by the Neils of Pipe Lane, and at noon, it was the Nans of Olive Lane and the Puttons of Milk Thistle Lane. The first and second cases were reported within 20 minutes of each other, and the third and fourth cases were reported almost at the same time. At that time, the Shire District Police Station sent out all patrol officers. There were no more cases of baby thefts after that, until the case that just happened on the public carriage. After several witnesses identified the bodies, these 2 people had appeared near the baby thefts. The previous cases should have been committed by these 2 people. It was only yesterday afternoon that they stopped because there were more patrol officers. And today, taking advantage of the rain, the 2 committed the crime together again. While describing the case, the third-level police officer, while saying his own understanding, Arthur did not refute. Because what the other party said was reasonable, and there were witnesses. And this made Arthur more concerned about who had taken the baby. After all, the 2 human traffickers took such a risk, the other party must have spent a lot of money. A price worth risking their lives. What did the other party want to do? Arthur thought, and then asked. The person who took the baby, did you see clearly? Maltz's face immediately became ugly. Because more than 20 people, not one person could see the other's face clearly, and the other party killed a colleague. No one could see clearly. Or did the other party cover his face with an object? Arthur asked. The result of both cases was that the attacker's face was not seen, but the difference was huge. The latter was covered with an object. The former? That's worth pondering. In the Shire District Police Station, according to the memory of the predecessor, the resident police officer, there were at least 20 patrolmen in total. If one person or 2 people couldn't see clearly, it was understandable in a panic. But it was impossible for more than 20 people to not see clearly. Either, these policemen were in cahoots with the other side and intentionally concealed it, or the attackers used some tricks. The former was unlikely. Although the policemen and patrolmen in South Los were not good people, they could be bribed as long as there was enough benefit. But it was very difficult to bribe so many people at once. Too difficult. And the latter? Naturally the mysterious side, or some special method to create a similar effect to the mysterious side. Add to that the baby that the robber was obsessed with. Immediately, a word appeared in Arthur's mind. Ritual. Ritual of the mysterious side. Apart from this, he couldn't think of anything else. At the same time, he finally understood why mouths came to him. Not only was it related to the baby he had saved, but also because of this matter, which was weird. Therefore, hope to borrow his spiritual media means. But you know your own business. What's wrong with his spiritual media means, he is clear, if it is arranged in advance for him, he can absolutely act as a god. But this emergencies, it is the most difficult to do. Even Lao Charlie, nothing to face such emergencies. But Arthur did not push off. Because? XP. In order to keep the upcoming XP and get more XP, Arthur quickly calmed himself down. Thinking about the information Mouth had said. Relying on some experiences in his hometown. Arthur knew that the key now was to find common points in the cases. They were all babies. The same group of traffickers. And P Lane. Pipe Lane. Olive Lane. And Thistle Lane. Suddenly, Arthur narrowed his eyes. In addition to the common points Mouth had said, P Lane, Pipe Lane, Olive Lane, and Thistle Lane were all in the Shire district. No! To be precise, they are all near Kirk Street. Moreover, the 4 addresses are parallel to each other, and when connected together, they form a trapezoid. But if you add one more point, it will become a pentagon, or a pentagram. With the mysterious ritual as a prelude, Arthur naturally thought of the pentagram. The 5 babies are the 5 points of the pentagram. What about the middle position? It is a building. That is, number 14 Kirk Street. Almost at the moment, when I circled this point in my mind, Arthur narrowed his eyes. This is too close to 2 Kirk Street. So close that you can see it if you look up or down. So close that the baskets in the grocery store, the pork shop, the dairy, and the bakery may have been used up by the previous family, and then given to the next family. Contact. Contact. Thinking about his previous guess, Arthur's narrowed eyes flashed with coldness. Toad. It's that Toad. The other party borrowed the pure blood of the baby to heal himself. Arthur was at least 80% sure. The other party was obsessed with the baby, because the baby's home was at the point of the pentagram. There is no doubt that the 5 babies were carefully selected by the Toad. Why not the beggar? Because the baby was lost in the early morning yesterday, which did not match the time when the unknown other party left the beggar's body. However, he did not act immediately, but continued to listen to Martz's words. I didn't see it clearly. The strangest thing is this. The guy shot and killed a patrolman who was watching the baby. Then he took the baby and left. The whole process was very open and above board, but no one saw it clearly. Well, or to be more precise, saw it, but afterwards, no one could remember the other person's face. Martz's words became uncertain. And, while he spoke, he looked at Arthur's expression. Then, the third-level police officer began to twist his body unnaturally because Arthur was really a little too scary at the moment. It was raining heavily. In a dark and empty house. A handsome young man dressed in proper clothes was holding a strange-looking puppet. His eyes were extremely gentle. Then, he raised his hand to comb the puppet's hair. When Mouth saw this scene, his scalp went numb. At this moment, a cool breeze mixed with raindrops blew in from the crack of the door. Mouth shivered. The hair on the back of the third-level police officer stood up, and he rushed to the door in one step. He was obviously planning to run away. But Arthur's voice behind him stopped him. Anna, did you hear the cry of Carbon Street? Carbon Street? The location of the 5th baby family. Martz turned around, staring at Arthur and the strange puppet in Arthur's arms with his eyes. And after seeing Martz turn around, and the expression on his face, Arthur was certain in his heart. He knew he guessed right. Then, naturally, it was his performance time. Chapter 38. Pull the trigger again. In the dark and empty room, there was a gust of cold wind, and the handsome young man was talking in a low voice with the strange puppet. Do you like that child? Do you want to help him? Okay, I will always agree to your request. Arthur's voice was as gentle as his eyes. Every time he paused, he would brush the hair of the strange puppet with his fingertips. It looked like he was treating his spoiled sister. Although he couldn't hear the voice of the strange puppet, but Mouth thought that was the case. Moreover, this third-level police officer inexplicably felt that this strange puppet was much kinder than Arthur. At least it should be a good puppet. It just looked a little ugly. Thinking this in his heart, Mouth immediately shook his head. Compared to those who are ugly in appearance, but kind in heart, those who are well-dressed and righteous on the surface, but are thieves and prostitutes in secret, the former is undoubtedly worthy of respect. Especially when this existence is not yet a human. Please forgive my excessive thoughts. Ms. Anna. The third-level police officer spoke in a loud voice and saluted respectfully. Maltz really respected him. He was also really afraid. This third-level police officer, who had experienced the 7 years war, knew too many things that young people didn't know or had mistakenly believed to be rumors. Therefore, he knew very well what attitude he should use to face the weird puppet that was not a human. Even if the other party had shown friendliness before, he was unwilling to get too close to Arthur, a psychic, because of some things he had experienced. And he was even more unwilling to get involved in the mess caused by the position of sheriff in the Shire district. But now, both parties have the intention to cooperate. And naturally they need to change. Maltz is thinking. Change. The patrolman outside the door. Wiggins. Scott did not know. They all heard Maltz's loud voice just now. The patrolmen were a little puzzled. Aren't there 2 men in the room? How come there is a lady? Wiggins looked at the room anxiously. The street survival wisdom made him subconsciously choose to stay away. Scott was still curious and enthusiastic. As a reporter, Scott always had an unimaginable passion for the magical, unknown world. In the room, Mart straightened up, walked quickly to Arthur, and said in a low voice, "Wilt, one of the 3 sheriffs in the dock area, he was the one who ordered Joseph to come. And he was determined to get the position of the sheriff of the Shire district." Arthur remained calm. His eyes lowered. He was not surprised that Maltz said the name of the person behind the scenes. But just now, when Maltz greeted him loudly, a paragraph of text flashed before his eyes. Bluffing experience +1. Bluffing LV2, 1/5. Is this okay? Arthur was full of surprise. But now was not the time to think about these things. He should focus more on the present. For example, Walter. Soon, Arthur found this name in his previous memory. Unlike the New Town, Old Town, Dort District and Shire District, each of which has only one sheriff, the Yamato trade characteristics of the Dock District allow it to have 3 sheriffs. Among the 3 sheriffs, Walter is the youngest and the most ambitious. Not only does he do everything himself, but he also has a strong hand. The other 2 sheriffs were also happy to be free, and they all threw the things in their hands to Walter. It's just things, the benefits that should be there, not a penny less. So Walt does the most work in the dock area, gets the same money as the other 2 sheriffs. It's reasonable for him to want to come to the Shire area. No, it should be said that the remaining 6 sheriffs all want to come to the Shire area. After all, the prosperity of the Shire area is the best in South Los. The same is true for the benefits. I need more support to promote our cooperation. Arthur did not say the evidence, it's about cooperation. It seems that the essence is to get more evidence to prove that Worth assigned Joseph, but Maltz knows that Arthur doesn't want these. What Arthur wants is his attitude. Or sincerity. A sincerity that will not betray. Huh? The third-level police officer took a deep breath. Since he has decided to cooperate, Maltz no longer hesitates. I will prepare it immediately, and it will be done in an hour at most, Maltz promised. At this time, the third-level police officer stood straight. His eyes were sharp and firm, and he seemed to have returned to his youth. That was when he faced the West Coast Cavalry with a matchlock gun. At that time, his instructor told him not to panic. They just needed to aim at those damn enemies, pull the trigger, and kill them. Killing them would allow them to survive. Otherwise, without the protection of the spearmen, they would be trampled into meat paste. That time, he survived and became the only lucky person left. This time, he also wants to survive. He has to face the enemy and pull the trigger. Since you don't want me to retire peacefully, then you all should die. Kill you. It will be the same if I retire again. Maltz thought so. Arthur looked at Maltz, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Before, this third-level police officer was always in a gloomy mood, and his speech was a little weak. It seemed that anyone could bully him. But now, his temperament was completely different. He was not as sharp as a young man, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Instead, he was like a wolf king who was expelled from the wolf pack, and should have died of hunger and disease, but who knew that he unexpectedly found a steady supply of food on the road, and survived. Not only did he survive, he was even stronger than before. Arthur didn't mind at all, because he knew who the stronger opponent would attack. Walt. It is precisely because of Wolt's existence that the two sides have the current cooperation. Arthur, who has a great demand for XP, naturally hopes that such cooperation will continue. Of course, if there is a Shire District Sheriff who becomes a friend, it is also quite good. So, Arthur did not hesitate. He gently patted Anna's back, as if to comfort her, and said, "I will help them." After saying that, Arthur looked at Mounts. He told the other party the address. Number 14 Kirk Street. Wow, wow, wow. Graham climbed through the window and returned to number 14 Kirk Street. After pulling out the cloth blocking the baby's mouth, the baby immediately cried. In response, Graham ignored it. He believed that no one would hear it. The family of 4 at number 14 Kirk Street had been used as material by him. And the neighbors around? The good sound insulation and good quality made them not notice these. Of course, just in case, Graham was prepared. He placed the last selected baby at the end of a ritual drawn with blood, then turned on the secret aromatherapy beside. The fragrance filled the air. Immediately, the baby stopped crying and fell into a deep sleep. And Graham's mood became peaceful, and his mind became active. In order not to waste the aromatherapy, Graham started to meditate immediately. But Graham, who should have started to meditate smoothly, but he was unable to enter the state. 3 times in a row, for a full 2 hours, Graham failed. Suddenly, the eyes of this mysterious person were gloomy. Sayudik? Sayudik? Graham muttered the name coldly. He knew very well that it was because of his hatred for Sayudik that he could not meditate. It was clearly the cooperation between the two that got the Herc silver medicine, and a page of Herc notes. From them, as a result, the bastard Sayudik actually ran away with the Herc silver medicine. Fortunately, he did not trust him at all and kept a hand getting the Herc notes in advance. Otherwise, he would spend the rest of his life in endless regret. But he was still full of resentment. You know, that was the Herc silver medicine. A mere page of the Herc notes was nothing compared to it. Even after his translation, it was concluded that the hand of nothingness recorded above was somewhat different from the ordinary hand of nothingness. But in his heart, it was still Herc silver medicine. Precious. Mine. All mine. Don't think you can escape by using that Arthur Kratos as a cover. Graham snorted coldly. He knew too well how cunning Sayudik was. The other party must have planned everything long ago, using Arthur Kratos to attract his and their attention. If he hadn't discovered it earlier, the other party would have been able to hide it. However, it's not too late now. Although Sayudik must have left Nanlos, he would have to wait until he killed Arthur Kratos, who had a close relationship with the other party, and then used Arthur Kratos' blood and head to complete divination. And he would have been able to find the other party. Humph! Arthur Kratos. Graham, who thought he had underestimated the enemy and thus failed, became more and more angry when he thought of Arthur. He pulled off the cloak covering his body. Suddenly, a skinny body without a bit of fat, like a mummy, appeared in the mirror in the hall. Staring at himself in the mirror, Graham was not in a hurry. Because he was lucky. He actually found 5 families in Nanlos that fully met the requirements of the blood ritual. Soon, by midnight today, he could use the ritual to return to normal. Not only his body returned to normal, and his strength can be restored to normal. He can even exceed it by 1 point. When the time comes, he will take back everything he has lost. Thinking of this, Graham laughed out loud. Ha ha! Snap! 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 Amid the laughter, there was the sound of ceramic jars breaking. Not just one, but continuous. At the same time, a strange smell came into the room, and Graham's nose moved slightly. The next moment, his face changed drastically. Chapter 39 Support in the Drizzle. Martz and Odo walk side by side, followed by a team of 12 patrolmen. Are you sure that the mastermind of the baby theft case is on Kirk Street? Odo asked Martz again, when he was about to turn from Dale Lane into Kirk Street. The tone was stiff, even with a sense of questioning. Everyone in the Shire district knew that Martz was not the same Martz as before. The other party, who was determined to retire, had long become weak and vulnerable. Even when encountering something a little too much, he would choose to swallow his anger. At first, Odo was still cautious with Mounts. But as other police officers tested him, after Mounts did not resist, Odo became confident and bold. Just like this time, Mounts had found the mastermind of the baby theft case, but asked him to help. If it were someone else, Odo would definitely refuse this kind of behavior of sharing the credit, and be wary of whether the other party was setting a trap for him. But when it came to Maltz, Odo didn't suspect anything. After all, Maltz wanted to retire peacefully. But Chief of Police Wolt didn't want to let Maltz off so easily. A third-level police officer was a rare backbone in the Shire district. Wouldn't it be better to replace him with one of his own? Everyone knew what Wolt was planning. Everyone was laughing at Maltz, including Odo. Odo knew very well why Maltz gave him a share of the credit. It's nothing more than trying to win me over. Unfortunately, he has long been a member of that Sheriff Wolt's team. There is no way, because Sheriff Wolt promised too much. Not only him, as far as Odo knows, many police officers in the Shire district have joined the sheriff. As for the patrolmen, a group of temporary workers, how can they be qualified to join a sheriff? They are lucky to be able to curry favor with a level 5 police officer. Of course, no problem. This is the information I paid a high price to get. Maltz answered affirmatively as before, with a look of distress. Odo saw this distress, and knew that Maltz must have spent a lot of money. Then, he heard Maltz say, that bastard Joseph deserves to die. He owed me 10 gold notes, and died like this. That's my retirement money? Then you've wasted it. Odo curled his lips, full of disdain. He is a 4th-level police officer. And Joseph is also a 4th-level police officer. Although he also indulges in drinking, whoring and gambling. Compared with the latter, he is a good police officer. At least, he will not kill people without reason. Unlike Joseph. That bastard. Slide in? How? Tied to a pillar. Can you slide in? At least it should be on the bed. However, Maltz's pension seems to be quite a lot. Should we try to get some money out of it? Thinking in his heart, Otto has already said it. Maltz, I hope to have a good friendship with you. What do you think of the houses in the Shire district? Hearing such shameless words, Maltz almost laughed. Odo almost said robbery. Houses in the Shire district are not cheap. Even the streets where civilians live cost about 300 gold notes. Streets like Dow Lane, which are close to the middle class, cost about 400 gold notes. In short, if you want to buy a house in a place like Dow Lane, according to the highest average income of civilians in the Shire district, it will take about 4 years. The premise of this 4-year period is that this civilian family has at least 2 full-time strong laborers. And they don't eat, drink, or get sick. Otherwise, everything is just a dream. But now, Otto asked for 400 gold notes. Maltz didn't think about 300 gold notes. Given the greed shown by the other party, it could not be the lowest, nor the highest. Why not the highest? It's not that the other party has a guilty conscience, but that the other party is afraid of scaring him away. At the same time, he was also testing himself. Once he gave in again, he would show his wealth again. Maltz knew what the result would be. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Maltz hesitated for a moment, then gestured to Otto to talk to him nearby. Suddenly, Otto was overjoyed. He just wanted to try. I didn't expect that Maltz might actually agree. That's 400 gold notes. It's enough for him to go to the inner bay for a long vacation. No! I have to type more. Thinking in his heart, Odo said to the patrolman behind him, Keep going. After saying that, he walked straight to the alley on the side, unbuttoning his belt as he walked, looking like he was going to urinate and defecate anywhere. Nanlos has long banned urination and defecation in public, but except for the most prosperous places in the 5 districts, in the remaining small streets and alleys, it is not allowed despite repeated bans. Even in the most prosperous Shire district, it is the same. Maltz stood aside and waited. A team of 12 patrolmen did not suspect anything and walked straight ahead. When the patrolman walked more than 10 meters, Maltz walked towards the alley. I am willing to establish friendship with you, but it is a great risk. Well, that is? Odo, who was ready to make more money, began to chatter, but after saying one sentence, he saw Maltz looking behind him unexpectedly. Odo turned around subconsciously. Puff! A dagger stabbed him in the back. And Odo subconsciously opened his mouth to scream in pain, but a hand covered his mouth, blocking the cry of pain that was about to come out of his mouth. And then, the dagger swept across his throat. Don't be nervous, it's normal to feel dizzy. Odo couldn't believe it until his death, that Maltz dared to kill him. Why? Odo's remaining consciousness let him vaguely see Maltz smiling at him. That smile was extremely strange, full of cruelty. How could such a cruel smile appear on someone who was about to retire, on the honest Maltz? Odo was puzzled. As the residual consciousness faded, Odo only saw Maltz turn around and saluted outside the alley. But who that person was, He couldn't see clearly. Arthur stood at the entrance of the alley. He watched Maltz wipe Odo's neck. And his mouth curled up slightly. Maltz turned around and smiled. This is what Arthur said. The support that can promote our cooperation. Maltz also said as he said, it will be done in an hour at most. The cooperation between the two sides has gone a step further. Mr. Kratos. Martz, you can call me Arthur. After all, we are friends now. Arthur pointed to Otto's dead body on the ground. Choosing Otto was not a random choice. He was quite active in the Shire district, and was a staunch supporter of Wolt. For this, Wolt spent a lot of effort and invested considerable resources. So, if something happened to the other party, Wolt would definitely rush from the dock area to the Shire area overnight. Coincidentally, Wolt also has a mistress in the Shire area. And it is absolutely impossible for Wirt to stay in the morgue overnight. So, if something happened to Sheriff Wolt, who was heartbroken and working all night, it seems reasonable. Right? At least, it seems reasonable enough. Once some positions are vacant, it is enough to attract everyone's attention. This is the case with Locke. Walter? No exception. Arthur. Martz changed his address, but his tone was still respectful. The two walked side by side. Arthur became more and more satisfied with Martz, but his vigilance also began to rise sharply. This seemingly harmless old man is the real scary one. Look at Odo's body on the ground. There is no doubt that anyone who hinders the old man's goal will be killed. But when Arthur looked at Martz, he became more kind. Because the two have the same goal. He needs the other's help to get rid of Wolt. The other also wants to get rid of Wolt. With the foundation of killing Otto, and after killing Wolt together, the friendship between the two will inevitably become solid. If they do something else, it will be indestructible. So at this moment, Arthur is very concerned about catching the mastermind of the baby theft case. It is for his present self, and for his future self. It is a win-win situation. He, Arthur, had to win twice. When they were about to reach number 14 Kirk Street, Arthur did not follow the patrol team anymore. He just handed a few bottles of holy water to Maltz, and then jumped onto the house. Seeing Arthur jump directly onto the roof with just a running start, even though it was only a low first floor, Maltz's pupils shrank. Maltz, who had originally connected Arthur with some of his past, was even more certain at this moment that Arthur was related to those things. Especially when he saw Arthur holding an umbrella, carrying a medium box, and putting Anna in his arms, walking on the roof in the drizzle. Martz immediately retracted his gaze. A strange feeling rose in his heart again. He was worried that if he continued to watch, he would fall into a nightmare again. At that time, he might not even be able to lift the sword, replace the crossbow, get the kerosene bottle ready, and listen to my orders. 3, 2, 1, throw. 6 kerosene bottles that had crashed into the pottery jar were thrown directly onto number 14 Kirk Street. And then, 2 torches. Boom! Even in the rain, the flames had already risen. And the next moment, bang! The door of number 14 Kirk Street was knocked open, and a figure rushed out. Whoosh! 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 The patrolman who replaced the crossbows with rainy days pulled the trigger together, and the arrows pierced the figure directly. But the sound was wrong. Chop! 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 It seemed to be pierced into the wood. When the figure landed, all the patrolmen found that it was actually a hanger with a coat on it. And at this time, whoosh! A figure rushed out and ran straight to Maltz. Chapter 40 Victory Life. The next moment after the pottery jar filled with kerosene broke, Graham smelled the special smell of kerosene. Immediately, his heart tightened. However, when he found out that it was just a group of blue dogs, Graham was relieved again. These blue dogs came for those babies. It should be that he left a flaw when he snatched the last baby from the police station before. Thinking of this, Graham cursed Arthur again. Damn you! If it weren't for you, how could my strength be so weak? The secret technique of Ode to Iros, which pulls people into dreams and uses dreams as the main field, is powerful and strange, but it also has various limitations. In addition to the necessary contact, there are also distance restrictions, especially the consumption of the caster, which is beyond imagination. Even if Graham completes Ode to Iros normally, he will be weak for 2 or 3 days. Not to mention that now that Arthur has broken the secret art, not only is his spirituality obscured, but his physical strength has also been greatly reduced. He can no longer perform any secret art except the simplest illusion. But It is enough to kill a team of blue dogs. Graham thought so and did so. However, this mysterious person did not rush out directly. But he saw the crossbows in the hands of those blue dogs. Despite the rise of gunpowder, the crossbow has not completely withdrawn from the stage of history. On rainy days like this, the crossbow still has its place on the battlefield. Graham doesn't want to resist the crossbow arrows with his body, which is something he couldn't do in his heyday. Now, he doesn't want to withstand any crossbow arrows. If he hits the vitals, it will be the end. Therefore, he threw out a hanger with his coat on. Seeing those blue dogs hit the hanger one after another, Graham smiled. Although the crossbow can be loaded with arrows. However, the time for loading arrows is enough for him to kill the whole team. As for the aftermath, of course, it is to delay time. As long as it is after midnight, he can leave Nanlos calmly. Even if he is chased by the Count of Nanlos afterwards, he is sure to get rid of him in the vast ocean. After all, the other party cannot really leave the territory for a long time, unless the other party does not want this territory anymore. For a guy like him, who only killed a team of blue dogs, 5 babies, 6 families, a total of more than 40 people, it's not worth it. Of course, that is later. Now, of course, we should kill the leader first. Graham rushed out and stabbed Maltz with a dagger in his hand. The surrounding police officers exclaimed, but Maltz looked calm. The third-level police officer seemed to have returned to his youth. At that time, he stood on the battlefield, facing the cavalry. He still held the musket in his hand. It seems that nothing has changed. No, there are some changes. At least, I am no longer holding the musket. But, holy water. Thinking of Arthur's previous instructions, Maltz poured out the holy water in his left hand and shouted, "Evil spirit, purify." Suddenly, Graham, who rushed to Maltz, was splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid in his face. Swish! The sound of concentrated sulfuric acid corroding the skin was heard. Graham screamed, "Ah! It worked!" Seeing this, Maltz did not hesitate, and the holy water in his right hand was immediately poured out. Graham covered his face with both hands, and the back of his hands and neck were immediately corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. The pain made Graham retreat. Trap! This is a trap for him. Who is it? Seudic. It must be Seudic. Only Seudic can be so familiar with him. And only then can he set up such a trap. Graham was getting more and more angry. He wanted to roar, but he didn't dare to. He was worried about being splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. If concentrated sulfuric acid was really splashed into his mouth, he would completely lose the ability to chant, which would be a devastating blow to him. No! This must not happen. Graham, who was retreating, was concentrating on guarding against Maltz. In his opinion, Maltz in front of him was Seudic in disguise. Thinking back to when he rushed over just now, the indifference and the vague sarcasm in the other party's eyes. It was Seudic without a doubt. Graham was sure of it. Therefore, the mysterious person did not see Arthur standing on the roof of Kirk 14. After placing the umbrella on the roof to protect Anna and the medium box from getting wet, Arthur stood with a sword, with his left hand in front. His 4 fingers and thumb formed a right angle with the base of his thumb. The blade was like a gun, and was placed on top, aiming at Graham. Fine raindrops hit Arthur on his face. Arthur adjusted his breathing, mobilized all his strength, and with a push of his right foot, he flew down from the roof, and his right hand holding the sword thrust straight out. Swift bird sword technique. Fake. In the rain, the 12 patrolmen stared with their eyes wide open. At this moment, they seemed to see an eagle descending from the sky, preying on prey on the ground. Graham also heard the sound of breaking through the air above his head. The mysterious person finally sensed something was wrong. But it was too late. The sword flashed. Arthur jumped down from the roof and past Graham. Graham's body was stiff. His hands were still on his face. His eyes could only look at the back of the sword-holding figure through his fingers. The extremely familiar back made Graham instantly confirm Arthur's identity. At this moment, Graham found out that he was wrong. It was completely wrong. "It's you?" Puff. Frustrated, angry Graham wanted to say something. The blood on the neck sprayed like a fountain. Gorilla drifts more than 3 meters high in the air. Graham's footsteps. The shape is crooked, falling at Arthur's feet. "I don't care about the corpse at the feet." Arthur's right hand with a sword turned, immediately. The blade was scratched in front of me as semicircular, the blood stains contaminated. After throwing a straight word on the muddy ground, get the sword back to the sheath. His eyes looked at Graham accurately, saying, "It is the text that he can see in front of him. Killing and seriously injured the mysterious eye person, XP plus 20. Sure enough, only by killing the mysterious person can you get XP. Arthur, who had confirmed another guess in his mind, began to examine Graham's body with a long sword with a scabbard. He hoped to gain something. At this moment, Mouth shouted to the stunned patrolman, "Put out the fire, save people. You are not allowed to touch anything." Although Mouth knew that the latter reminder was of little use, he had to express it in front of Arthur. Arthur knew this very well. But he didn't care. It wasn't that he ignored Mouth's expression. But he knew that number 14 Kirk Street in front of him was not the Toad's Nest. In his previous life's memory, a family of 4 lived here. The husband seemed to be a first mate. The wife was a full-time housewife. And the son and daughter should have just reached the age to hire a tutor. Arthur couldn't help but glance at number 14 Kirk Street. The broken door allowed him to see the body in the dim corridor. 2 adults and 2 children, discarded at random. What a cruel world. Arthur thought silently, and when he looked at Graham's body again, there was no sigh, but a slight prefix was added. What a cruel world. With this evaluation in his heart, Arthur searched for spoils from Graham more seriously. It is the same in every world. Strength and vigilance are indispensable. The winner gets everything. The loser loses everything. Arthur didn't want to be the loser, so he could only explore the surroundings with a more vigilant heart, absorb more nutrients, and make himself stronger. After all, victory is life. And soon, he found something on Graham's body. Huh? Chapter 41 The Hand of Nothingness. Arthur found a piece of paper in the inner pocket of Graham's vest. The paper was slightly yellowed, with neatly cut edges, and recorded many strange words that Arthur could not understand. But in the rain, these words were not blurred. The age of the paper and the characteristics of the words both told Arthur that this piece of paper was unusual. But he did not reach out to take it immediately, but took out a handkerchief from his jacket pocket. Arthur was very careful, as he could not be sure whether the paper was poisonous. He shook the handkerchief, put it in his hand, and then picked up the paper. At this moment, he could see clearly that in the gaps where he couldn't understand the words, there was a common language that he could understand. Both sides of the paper were filled with words. Arthur also understood what was recorded on the paper. No! To be precise, this page of Hulk's notes recorded a secret technique called Hand of Nothingness. Immediately, Arthur felt grateful to Graham. Needless to say, this kind of translation of unfamiliar words was done by the other party. If it wasn't for the other party's translation, he wouldn't understand it at all now. And now that he can understand it, naturally spirituality is being judged. Spirituality has reached the lowest level, judgment passed. Yes/no. Consume 10 XP points, learn the Hand of Nothingness. From the talent Eat All Things. Once again showing his ability, just killed Graham and got 20 XP. Arthur, whose total XP reached 36, naturally did not hesitate. Hand of Nothingness LV1. During a trip to the Talon area in the south of the Empire, Hulk discovered the original version of this secret technique from a fallen tower. The secret technique at that time was incomplete. Hulk spent a lot of energy to complete it. And after making many changes, the current secret technique was born. This secret technique is very similar to the widely circulated Hand of Nothingness, but it is fundamentally different. Effect, based on spirituality, consumes physical strength, creates a void hand with the IA to serve you. Note 1. The void hand will be the same as the palm of the creator, with flexible fingers, and retains part of the wrist, and is always visible to the creator. Note 2. The void hand is invisible to others, but can be touched by others, and will be hurt. When the damage limit is reached, the void hand disappears. Note 3. The current level of the void hand can pick up objects not exceeding 5 kg. The speed of movement is the same as that of an adult walking. The maximum distance from the creator is 3 meters. Note 4. After creating the Hand of Nothingness, the creator will continue to consume physical strength. When the Hand of Nothingness picks up an item, the physical strength consumption accelerates. Note 5. When the Hand of Nothingness is released, the Hand of Nothingness disappears. But the disappeared physical strength will not be returned. Note 6. At this stage, you must fully recite the graphic complex language EIA to complete the creation of the Hand of Nothingness. Herc? It's actually related to Hulk. Looking at the words in front of him, Arthur's eyes were filled with surprise, and then the synchronization of body and knowledge began. Unlike before, this time the synchronization of knowledge took longer. Not only that, a lot of unfamiliar knowledge appeared in his mind. but also a little chill appeared on his heart. That chill wandered in his heart. Arthur could clearly feel that the chill carved a small palm-like pattern on his heart. Almost instinctively, he chanted, "Yah-eh." Boom, boom. His heart beat twice violently. In Arthur's perception, the small palm pattern on his heart was filled with blood and lit up. As his left hand shook, a glove that felt like wool, but was actually transparent, appeared. The next moment, Arthur's mind moved. Immediately, the glove left his left hand and floated in the air. Arthur looked at the hand of nothingness he had created. There was a look of joy in his eyes. He had seen the mysterious side more than once, but this was the first time he used the power of the mysterious side. He could not help but feel excited. However, soon Arthur frowned. It was not that the hand of nothingness consumed too much. In fact, the consumption of the hand of nothingness at this time was only equivalent to the consumption of Arthur's steady jogging. With such consumption, Arthur could run for an hour without resting. Arthur frowned because he still has 26 XP left. An upgrading hand of nothingness to LV2 and Swift Bird Sword Art Fake to LV3 both require 20 XP. Simply put, he can only choose one. After a little thought, Arthur chose Hand of Nothingness. It's not that Swift Bird Sword Art Fake is bad, but Hand of Nothingness will be more helpful for his next action. Of course, it's also because Arthur believes that soon he will have a large amount of XP in his account. Consume 20 XP. Hand of Nothingness LV1 LV2. Hand of Nothingness LV2. You have spirituality, but you are extremely mediocre, showing to the world that hard work can make up for shortcomings. Your Hand of Nothingness will go one step further. Effect. Based on spirituality. Consume physical strength. Use the IA to create 2 Hands of Nothingness to serve you. Note 1. Omitted. Note 2. The Hand of Nothingness is invisible to others, but can be touched by others, and will be hurt. When the damage limit is reached, the Hand of Nothingness disappears. When one of the 2 Hands of Nothingness disappears, you cannot replenish it. You must wait until the remaining Hand of Nothingness disappears before you can create another Hand of Nothingness. Note 3. The current level of the Hand of Nothingness can pick up objects not exceeding 10 kg, and the speed of movement is like that of an adult jogging, and the maximum distance from the creator is 6 meters. Note 4. After creating the Hand of Nothingness, the creator will continue to consume physical strength. When the Hand of Nothingness picks up an item, the consumption of physical strength accelerates. When 2 Hands of Nothingness are present, the consumption of physical strength doubles. Note 5. Omitted. Note 6. Omitted. The same body and knowledge are in sync as before. The trace of that little bit of coolness on the heart continues. On the heart, the tiny, palm-like pattern becomes more and more refined, and the knuckles have been outlined from the general shape of the palm. Yah-eh. Once again, strange syllables sounded from Arthur's mouth. Boom, boom. Just like the heart beating violently before, the palm pattern filled. But unlike before when it only appeared on the left hand, this time it appeared on both hands. Hand of Nothingness appeared on Arthur's hands in the form of left and right hands, then separated, floating beside Arthur. Then, it floated to the roof according to Arthur's wishes. Arthur's umbrella, the medium box and Anna are all here. Right. The Hand of Nothingness picked up the medium box. Left. The Hand of Nothingness holds an umbrella, and the little finger hooks Anna. As the 2 Hands of Nothingness fall, Arthur first takes the umbrella, puts Anna and a page of Herc's notes into his arms, and then picks up the medium box. This scene happened to be seen by Mounts. In Mounts' field of vision, he only saw Arthur raise his hand. Then, the umbrella, Anna, and the box floated down and landed steadily in Arthur's hands. The 3rd-level police officer's pupil shrank. His breathing became rapid. Almost subconsciously, Mounts wanted to escape immediately. But immediately, he saw Arthur turning around and smiling at him. There is no doubt that Arthur did it on purpose. He deepened his cooperative relationship with Mounts in his own way. But, is Mounts' performance a bit too much? Or has Mounts experienced similar things, and left him with an indelible memory? Arthur guessed in his heart, but it did not prevent him from holding an umbrella and walking to the door. Next step? He asked softly. Mounts nodded heavily, and said meaningfully, This year's rainy season is 1 month longer than in previous years. Please leave it to me. Chapter 42 Walter. Number 14. Kirk Street, outside the door. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, Mounts bowed respectfully to Arthur and said, Thank you for your contribution to the Shire District. I will report it truthfully, and I will definitely give you a corresponding reward. Arthur smiled and shook his head, holding an umbrella, carrying a medium box, and walking towards number 2 Kirk Street with Anna in his arms. The Kirk Street residents, who were watching on the side, subconsciously made way for a passage. Arthur! Arthur! Wait for me! I want to interview you! Scott chased after him. The residents of Kirk Street showed envy in their eyes. Although they were real middle class, none of them had the opportunity to be published in the newspaper. Mr. Kratos is worthy of being called the medium. He solved another case so quickly. I was wondering how these patrolmen suddenly found the murderer. It turned out that they relied on Mr. Kratos. What a pity, Alan's family. Alas, may they rest in peace. Arthur listened to the neighbors' discussions behind him, and his eyes swept over Wiggins hiding behind the crowd. Compared to the openness of the young reporter, the Goldfinger who received his signal was cautious. The next thing needs the help of these two. Of course, it's not just one thing. First, news reports. Arthur will definitely be careful to maintain his stable XP source. Second, while staring at mouths, he was looking for the real foothold of the toad. With the experience of successfully finding beggars, Arthur was willing to give Wiggins more trust. At the same time, he also expected that there would be more valuable things in the real foothold of the toad. Arthur, who had obtained the Hand of Nothingness, hoped to get as much as possible. After all, he had found the soil and nutrients, and was in urgent need of seeds. It was just that the Hand of Nothingness, that is definitely not enough. Of course, the most important thing is Mouths. Although Mouths showed that he was trustworthy, and Mouths himself was full of confidence. What if there was an accident? Arthur thought that some insurance should be taken. When he returned to the door of the courtyard at number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur heard Mouths' question from number 14 Kirk Street not far away. Where is Officer Odo? Mouths asked a patrolman with a bulging trouser pocket and a bulging chest. As a third-level police officer, Mouths chose to turn a blind eye to the patrolman stealing. Because, in the Shire District, and even in the entire South Los, this is the norm. In fact, the most generous portion will appear on his desk in a moment. If it were a few hours ago, Mouths might still hesitate. Now, he is concentrating on his performance. Mr. Odo? The patrolman who was asked was stunned, and then turned his head to ask his colleagues behind him, who also had bulging pockets. Have you seen Mr. Odo? No. Mr. Odo seems to have been gone just now. The patrolmen who were completely immersed in the unexpected harvest looked at each other. Only then did they realize that Odo, one of the team leaders, was missing. Immediately, these patrolmen showed contempt. In the eyes of these patrolmen, Odo must have been worried that the previous battle would affect him, so he left temporarily. After all, it was impossible for him to miss out. However, this kind of behavior, but it made the participants around a little uncomfortable. You know, they had fought. Since they had fought, they should take the trophies. Especially compared with Odo. Mouths, who was at the forefront, should take more. This is a tradition left over from the sheriff period. As for the new law, no patrolman took it seriously. Mouths, who was standing at the door and paying close attention to the patrolman's expressions, said immediately, "Go." 2 people, call back Officer Otto. After saying that, he sighed at the right time. I'll go. I'll go too. The patrolman, who was called by Mouths, volunteered. His bulging pockets were already full, and he got what he deserved. If he put more things in, it would break the rules. It would be better to go find Otto. Although he despised Otto's cowardice in his heart, but this kind of thing that could please Otto, this patrolman was obviously very happy to do it. The other patrolman did the same. Soon, the 2 came back tumbling. Oh, Mr. Odo is dead. His throat was cut. The 2 stuttered. What? Where is he? Mouths asked immediately with a shocked look on his face. In the alley just now, the patrolman said. Mouths immediately ran towards the alley. The scene that he had cleaned up long ago, and the subsequent rain, naturally, it was impossible to leave any traces. In fact, it made the scene he faked more realistic. Odo rushed to the entrance of the alley with his head down, and lay there with his face down. His blood stained the surrounding land. The patrolmen, who were originally in high spirits with the discovery of Odo's body, their faces became dull and uneasy. Unlike the deaths of Locke, Joseph, and others, Odo's death was unclear. The murderer needs to be found. It can't be that Odo was also killed by the evil spirit, right? More importantly, Otto's death may affect their income this time. In fact, it is true. They turned in all their income this time. The police station in the Shire District is located on the side of West Merck Avenue. Turn right from Elta Square into L Lane. And you can see the police station consisting of two two-story buildings, a three-story building, and a small square. A carriage will be parked on one side of the small square paved with square bricks. And there will be 3 or 4 horses in the stable behind the two-story building on the right. These are used to deal with emergencies. However, the carriage and the horses did not move today, but the entire Shire District Police Station was in a state of panic. It was more nervous than when someone broke in for no reason and took away the baby. Every police officer on duty had a serious face. They listened to Maltz's retelling, but their eyes subconsciously looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the side, Wolt, the sheriff of the dock area, wearing a traditional white curly wig, leggings, and a red dress coat hanging on the hanger. The man, wearing a vest and a white shirt with lace, had a tense face and slightly lowered eyes, which made it difficult to see his gaze. However, judging from his rapid breathing, he was not in a good mood. "Did Otto ask you to leave?" Werder asked, his eyes fixed on Maltz. Under the gaze of the dock district sheriff, Maltz was a little nervous, but answered with certainty. Yes. He was feeling a little uncomfortable. Although Maltz said it quite tactfully, Worth knew that this was the style of that useless Otto, not only greedy but also afraid of death. But it was precisely because of this that he started with him and opened up the situation in the Shire District. Otto Maltz wanted to continue to say something, but Worth immediately raised his hand to stop Maltz from speaking. Maltz was not unhappy at all when his words were interrupted. On the contrary, he knew that Worth was annoyed. Why did he choose Otto? Because not only did he know Otto's character, the whole Shire District knew what Otto was like. So, when such an unfortunate incident happened, it was impossible to blame him. An old police officer who was actively retiring, and it was even more impossible to suspect him of being the murderer. Didn't you see that he was nervous when he answered just now? How could he kill someone? Mart stepped forward cautiously, bent down. With a nervous and flattering smile on his face, he said softly, "Sheriff, I will retire in 3 months. Can you please?" Hearing the sheriff, the corners of Wolt's mouth curled up. The second half of Maltz's request had already made it clear that the sheriff was addressing the sheriff of the Shire District. Wolt felt relieved. He knew what Maltz wanted. It was nothing more than early retirement. If Maltz's position had not been promised to be exchanged early, he might have agreed. But now? Wolt said next. Chapter 43 Rules of the Times. Maltz, you are the first police officer at the crime scene. According to the new law, murder cases must be solved, even if you have 3 months to retire. 1 week. I'll give you 1 week. Otto's murder case must be solved. Wirt said in a high-sounding manner. The new law was implemented 3 years ago, and everyone knows this. But what is more well known is that the new law is not recognized. Most police officers are perfunctory, just like Sheriff Locke. He also put the sheriff's badge on his police cap and took the main position. A few police officers completely ignored it. For example, Joseph, who had been killed. These police officers maintained strong characteristics of the sheriff's era, although the new law was in name only. But when it came to Walter's mouth, it was different. The new law, at this moment, had the authority it deserved. Moreover, it could not be refuted. In the office, the police officers on duty all looked at Maltz. They knew that Maltz was being targeted. However, no one spoke. It wasn't against them. Why did they want to upset the sheriff? Not only Maltz knew, but everyone present knew that Wirt was the most likely to become the sheriff of the Shire District. Therefore, the police officers on duty looked at Maltz with pity. A police officer seeking retirement. A sheriff who is about to take office. Everyone knows what will happen to Maltz. Maybe we should give the new sheriff a big gift? No. I can't pay for it alone. We have to pool our money together. The police officers present thought at the same time, and after their eyes met, they reached an agreement. Everyone smiled with relief. Not only was this gift too much for one person to bear, but also because with this gift, they once again formed a camp. After the death of Sheriff Locke, the new camp after the new sheriff took office. Although such a camp is extremely short-lived and loose, it is enough. And it can definitely take a big bite of the big cake originally allocated in the Shire District. After all, only some of the police officers are here today, not all of them. Of course, except Maltz. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone looking at Maltz are no longer just pity, but deep pity. Poor guy. The police officers present sighed, seeing Walter standing up and patting Maltz on the shoulder. holding his coat and whip and walking out of the office. They all followed him out. Walter, with a red dress-like coat on his left arm and a whip in his right hand, felt the police officers following behind him, and thought in his heart whether there were any police officers on duty who were worth winning over. He knew very well what these on-duty police officers were thinking. He knew even better that the contribution money of the Shire District needed to be redistributed. However, he knew best that the amount of the contribution award could not be changed, and could only be the original amount. Otherwise his position as sheriff would definitely not be stable. The amount was constant, and he wanted more. So what should he do? He must reduce the number of people who share the profits. Otherwise, if he spent money to attract other people, it would be impossible to make a profit in the short term. The dead Joseph, Odo, and the dying Maltz were not enough. He had to choose a few more and let them be free for a while. Wold was thinking about the best candidate, but this did not prevent the sheriff from scolding the patrolman. Snap! The whip hit the table next to him hard, and the force pulled off a piece of paint on the table, and the sound was even louder. But even louder was Wolt's curse. You are all trash. 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 Wolt pointed at all the patrolmen with the whip and cursed. Different from the police officers of the same class. These temporary patrolmen, in Wolt's opinion, it was insignificant, and he could be rude. Therefore, Wolt did not hold back. In his excitement, the powder on the police chief's face fell off. Moreover, the thick nasolabial folds also made the police chief's powder sticky. This made Wolt, who always regarded himself as a noble, look like a prostitute who was taken advantage of in a tavern but did not get paid and started to make a scene. All the patrolmen lowered their heads and dared not speak. All the police officers hugged their shoulders and watched the joke. Only Maltz looked at the patrolman with a worried look on his face. All the policemen, including Worth, saw it. They were more and more disdainful of the weak Maltz in their hearts. The cursing lasted for nearly 10 minutes. The patrolmen were miserable. The policemen on duty were also a little surprised. Only Maltz understood that Worth was taking the opportunity to vent his anger. Undoubtedly, the other party invested more in Otto than expected. No! Not just Otto, there are others. Especially the appetites of the sheriffs, it's not a small amount to feed them. Even if Werder took out all his own treasury, it wouldn't be enough. So, redivide the cake? Martz thought about what he should do, but on the surface, he was still worried. 5 minutes later, Werder, tired of scolding, finally left. Before leaving, he left a message. Solve the case within a week. Otherwise, take off your clothes and leave. When he said this, Werder looked at the patrolman with sinister and fierce eyes. 12 patrol positions, also a good deal. Even if they are just temporary workers, the blue uniforms are still valuable. Martz saw Worth's eyes clearly. He knew that the other party was trying to get the position of the chief of the Shire District, and he had already done whatever it took. But the more this happened, the better it was for him. Afterwards, with the respectful farewell of a group of police officers, Worth got on the carriage parked on one side of the small square. As for the emergency carriage? Isn't it time for an emergency carriage now? After watching Wolt's carriage leave, all the police officers returned to the police station's office, with Maltz walking at the end with a worried look on his face. Moreover, unlike the police officers, who went straight back to their respective offices, Maltz stopped and comforted the patrolman beside him. I will try my best to let you keep this income. You fought, and I saw it. Maltz had a smile unique to elders on his face. This made the patrolman, who had been scolded for more than 10 minutes, feel much better. When Maltz took out another gold note and handed it to the patrolman, who was first stopped by him at the door of number 14 Kirk Street, the people around him were stunned. They didn't expect that Maltz really cared about their feelings. It was not illusory, but real. Dyko, take everyone out for a drink. Thank you, Mr. Maltz. Thank you, Mr. Maltz. The charm of the gold note is infinite. A team of 12 patrolmen showed gratitude, especially after comparing it to Worth showing off here. The gratitude became even heavier. At this moment, this team of patrolmen very sincerely believed that if Worth was compared with Mr. Maltz, Worth should die. Maltz watched the team of patrolmen leave. He knew that 1 gold note could not buy these patrolmen. Even 100 gold notes would be difficult. But he was not buying them off. He was just sincerely comforting these young temporary workers. In front of everyone's eyes. The easiest thing to be deceived is the human heart. Martz sighed in his heart, turned and walked towards his office. He had to let everyone see that. He was in the police station. The police officers standing at the door of their respective offices looked at Martz's back, some sighed, some laughed, and some didn't care. But there was no respect. A guy who couldn't protect himself still had pity in his heart. Really? Damn it! With deep disdain, these police officers returned to their respective offices. From beginning to end, no one went to the morgue to check Otto's body. Walt didn't go either. These are the police officers of Nanlos. They are also the police officers of this era. Chapter 44 Hourglass. Wheels, wheels. The carriage rolled over the flooded road, splashing water, so that passers-by who could not avoid it were soaked in dirty water. The dirty water mixed with the stench of feces naturally attracted the angry glares of passers-by, and when they were about to curse, they immediately stopped after seeing the badge on the carriage. The police carriage. The passers-by who knew the meaning of this badge kept their mouths shut and lowered their heads to continue on their way. Wash the dirty clothes clean. But the interrupted bone, I took it, also disabled. The driver showed a malicious and happy smile. The other party is not a police officer, it's just a patrol police. But at this time, the other party felt that he had a more position than a police officer. Walter sitting in the carriage certainly knows what happened. But the sheriff didn't care. He didn't care about the patrol police, not to mention that it is a lower position. In the eyes of the sheriff, these civilians are just consumables for him to create wealth. The people he really needs to care about, apart from the guys of the same level as him, are only a small part of the entire South Los. And the latter. Basically he will not encounter them. Because the Earl of South Los lives in seclusion. The nobles of South Los also advocate this trend. In fact, one lord even announced that the entire family would withdraw from the world in order to please the Earl. Of course, this was just a pretense in Walt's eyes. The whole family had withdrawn from the world. But the family had a manor outside of South Los, with a wine cellar, a mill, a sweet-water well, and a nearly 16-hectare farm outside the manor. Not to mention that the head hunter of the family could bring servants into the forest to hunt at will. It was simply a small country there. The lord even became a king. If it were him, he would also be willing to stay there. In South Los, there are many such nobles. When can I become such a person? Walter fantasized while sitting in the carriage. The sheriff of the Shire district is certainly not his end. Seriously speaking, it will be his starting point. With this starting point, he will obtain the knighthood. And then, with the reward of the Earl, he will become a real noble. He will also own manors, farms, hunting parks, and even real fiefdoms like those lords. When he thought of this, Walt's face was full of smiles. But then, this smile turned gloomy. In order to obtain the position of the sheriff of the Shire district, he had already paid too much, and it was already a state that could not afford to fail. And now Otto's death, but he lost a chip. The remaining guys will definitely have ideas again, especially the two old guys left in the dock area. He has seen the greed of those two people. And tomorrow morning at the latest, when the news of Otto's death reached the two men, he had to bleed again. What was worse, he did not have the corresponding cash. In other words, he needed to give his property to the two men in exchange. When he thought of losing at least one cargo ship, Walt gnashed his teeth. And then, he could not help cursing in a low voice. Greedy guy. Because he thought of the two sheriffs in the new and old city, and the bastard in the Dord district. Another shop will be lost from the two sheriffs in the new and old city. As for the Dord district, Sarah, you won't blame me. Right? Walter whispered to himself. He hoped that his lover could help him invite the sheriff of the Dord district. The other party had expressed to him that he was very interested in his lover. He hoped that this interest could last longer. At least until he got the position of sheriff of the Shire district. The sheriff is here. The patrolman who was driving the car turned around and jumped out of the car, first holding up an umbrella, and then opening the door. Garden Street is another middle-class neighborhood near West Merck Avenue. Unlike Kirk Street, which is less than 200 meters long, this one is longer and has a larger area. Naturally, the house price is cheaper. However, Sarah rents the house she lives in. As for buying it, don't be ridiculous. Walter would never do such a stupid thing. For Walter, Sarah is just a toy to relax. However, when this toy was needed, Walter was still very attentive. He first tidied up his appearance, and then touched the jewelry box in his pocket. There was a ring inlaid with crystals in it. Sarah had begged him for a long time before. And this time, he made her get what she wanted, and regarded it as a reward. She must not let him down. Thinking in his heart, The sheriff got off the carriage and walked towards the two-story building in his memory. The sky had already darkened, and the rain began to fall again, making the already dim vision even darker. Even the streets where the middle class lived lacked lighting, which slowed down Walter's pace. I heard that Newen already has gas lamps, which can illuminate the streets. I wonder when South Los will have them. Walter thought as he took the umbrella and refused the patrolman's continued following. He didn't want more people to see Sarah. This would make it difficult for him to deal with Sarah later. It will be much easier. Sheriff, do you need me to wait for you? The patrolman asked flatteringly. Come pick me up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Walt thought for a moment and said so. He had to go back to the dock area tomorrow, and without a horse, walking was not a good option. Okay, Sheriff. The patrolman bowed and walked towards the carriage. Walt turned around and walked towards the steps. Neither of them noticed that 2 spiders floated over from the corner. It fell directly on Worth. Ding ding. The doorbell rang. When the girl found that her lover had arrived, she could not wait to open the door, with joy on her face. Worth smiled in cooperation. Under the light in the room, the smile seemed warm and charming to the girl. The girl hugged Worth, and the two walked into the room. Neither of them noticed that 2 uninvited guests had broken in, and as the light shone, the 2 uninvited guests quickly went to Walter's pocket and wig. The flash of light illuminated the unique pattern on the spider. It was an hourglass. It recorded the passage of time. At this moment, it was like a countdown of life. After a while, there were quarrels, slaps, crying, and the sound of vases breaking in the room. When there was a quarrel, Walter's voice was high-pitched. When there was a slap, Walter raised his arm. When there was crying, the girl's voice was full of grievance. When the vase broke, Will cried out in pain. Then, there was no sound. When the sound came again, the girl had changed her clothes and hurried out with a box. She was so flustered that she didn't even close the door. Arthur, standing in the shadows, looked at Wirt lying in a pool of blood in the room, and raised his hand. The 2 black widows were caught back. This is one of the props left by old Charlie. It is very rare. Arthur didn't want to lose them. After putting the 2 black widows in a special breeding box, Arthur was ready to leave, without even looking at Walter. He was bitten more than once by the 2 black widows, and was shot in the head by a vase. The other party was dead. It can be said that the plan was completed unexpectedly smoothly. He needed to thank the girl, making the whole process much simpler, and making the result more favorable to him. Subconsciously, Arthur looked at the girl's back, and said in his heart, all the gifts given by fate have already been secretly marked with a price. I wish you. Chapter 45 The Marginal Person. Before Arthur finished his blessing, he unexpectedly saw a figure appear in front of the girl. It was Amy, the female receptionist of the Joel Joker Sword Club. It was obvious that Amy knew the girl. After hugging her and comforting her for a while, she took her back to Garden Street. Before the door closed, Arthur in the shadows clearly saw Amy dragging the body of Walter into the bathroom. He took out a kitchen knife and an axe from the kitchen. The sound of chopping meat and splitting bones was mixed with the sound of vomiting. It wasn't Amy. It was that of Walt's mistress. And Amy? Not only was her breathing steady, but the sound of chopping meat and splitting bones was also very rhythmic. It's not the first time I've done this. Arthur narrowed his eyes. This female receptionist of the Joel Joker Sword Club really gave him a big surprise. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that she could do such a thing as dismembering a body. At the same time, he had begun to doubt his guess that she was a country girl from the vicinity of South Los when he first met her. A country girl would not dismember a body so neatly. No wonder she subconsciously avoided me after learning of my identity as a psychic. Is it because she was worried that I would find out something? Then who is she? The mistress of Walter. Who came to see him today? The doubts in his heart made Arthur listen attentively. Fortunately, even though they were separated by the door, 1.7 physical strength, the hearing ability, also allowed him to clearly hear the conversation in the bathroom. Amy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault, I'm not good. Sarah cried and hugged Amy, who was wearing an extra coat and an apron. Amy put down the axe and raised her hand to comfort her friend, but when she saw the blood on her hand, she shrank back. The extra coat and apron were to prevent blood from splashing on her body. But the hands can't do it. The hands holding the kitchen knife and the axe were already covered with blood. I don't blame you. I'm just repaying you. When I first arrived in South Los, you saved me. Amy narrated calmly, while the kitchen knife and the axe in her hands continued to chop. But, I came here tonight, actually to say goodbye. I met a very scary psychic. He can communicate with the dead. I'm not sure if he saw anything, but I have to leave. It is my luck to help you get rid of this guy before I leave. Amy turned her head, and a smile appeared on her blood-stained face. Sarah collapsed on the ground, sobbing softly. You are innocent. You killed them because they wanted to do something bad to you. Sarah argued for her friend. Amy smiled and shook her head. Killing is killing. There is more than one person. Even if there is a reason, how could those high-ranking guys care? Just like the village chief of her village. She will never forget the way the other party and his 3 sons looked at her when she rebelled against her adoptive father. She guessed what the 4 guys wanted to do. So, she killed them all. However, in the process, she first dismembered her adoptive father and hid him in the cellar. The 4 guys also tried their best to create the premise for a sneak attack. But when she was dealing with the last guy, was stabbed. After that, she gritted her teeth and ran to South Los, wanting to start over. As a result, she was seriously injured and fell into a coma just after arriving in South Los. If she hadn't been rescued by the kind-hearted Sarah, she would have died long ago. Therefore, when she was about to leave South Los, she said goodbye to Sarah. Of course, she also had some thoughts. She could see that the bastard Walter didn't love Sarah at all, and was just deceiving Sarah with sweet words. Originally, she wanted to do something else. But now, it's not necessary. Quickly, Amy cut the body of Walter into the smallest possible pieces, and then she said faster, In a moment, I will deal with the missing bloodstains first, and then I will leave with these body parts. After I leave, you will shout for help, and when someone comes, you will say someone broke in here, and Walter went after the intruder. Remember, you didn't see the intruder's face clearly, and no property was lost. The rest, those bastards will help you fill it. At Amy's emphasis, Sarah nodded repeatedly, but her hand was tightly grasping Amy's sleeve. Immediately, this smart country girl realized something was wrong. Wilt wants me to accompany the sheriff of Dord. Bastard, Sarah said weakly. Amy immediately shouted angrily, and the axe in her hand hit Walt's head hard again. The axe was embedded directly on it. Amy was angry at Walt's shamelessness. She was even more angry that, even if Walt died, her friend would not be safe. That bastard in Dort district would never let her friend go. Even, the other party would hold on to Sarah tightly. Because, only in this way could the other party plunder Walt's property in the name of Sarah. Obviously, Sarah also knew this. Can I leave with you? I want to go to Niwan. And life will be hard. Faced with her friend's request, Amy did not refuse. But just reminded him. Sarah nodded repeatedly. Then she picked up a kitchen knife and chopped at Walt. The girl made a promise in her own way. Then, the valuables were placed in a box. Walt was placed in the remaining 4 boxes. Amy transported these things away in 2 batches. And when she returned for the 3rd time, she directly set the house on fire. The rising flames looked like a blooming flower under the night sky. The flames dispelled the darkness. It illuminated the path that Amy and Sarah were leaving in the distance. The 2 did not look back. Therefore, they did not see Arthur watching them go away. Nor did they see the smile that Arthur raised at the corner of his mouth. Arthur was in a very good mood. If the death of Walter would have been in his favor before, then the result now was almost perfect. The remaining little bit? Of course, it needed to be supplemented by his collaborator. He believed that the other party would do his best. Then, Arthur took a step back and merged into the shadows again. The neighbors around him had come out to put out the fire. He didn't want to be misunderstood. He was not a bad guy who killed people or set fires. He was just a medium passing by. The blaze on Garden Street did not cause more damage. The neighbors around him put out the fire before it spread. However, when the patrolman who arrived reported the fire to the police officer on duty, the 2 police officers on duty were stunned. Mildred and Kit looked at each other. Although they were both marginalized people in the police station, they also knew who lived in the place where the fire broke out. They also knew what would happen if something really happened to Walt. The 2 of them on duty would definitely become scapegoats. No. There are 3. Another one is Mouths. Subconsciously, they both looked at Mouths' office at the same time. In the office, Mouths took a deep breath. He had heard the panicked voice of the patrolman just now. Huh? Has it finally started? Mouths stood up from his chair and thought about the plan in his mind again. After confirming that it was correct, he walked out with a serious face. Outside the door, There stood Middle and Kit, who also had serious faces. Both of them were level 5 police officers. Unlike traditional police officers, they were promoted after the implementation of the new law. Those who entered the Shire District Police Station through selection are naturally incompatible with the police officers under the sheriff's system. Therefore, the two were marginalized and did thankless work. Just like now, when others were sleeping soundly, the two were sent to guard the night. The two did resist, but it was useless. The police officers under the sheriff's system are not only numerous, but also experienced, which is not something that rookies like them can deal with. After being severely punished several times, the two finally learned their lesson and chose to stop. Maltz knew this very well. That's why he chose the two. Go to number 4 Garden Street. Maltz said nothing and walked straight out. Middle and Kit followed him. Soon, after checking number 4 Garden Street, the faces of the three became more gloomy. Good news. No body of worth was found. Bad news. The three of them will definitely take the blame. Middle, Kit could even imagine what excuses those bastards would use. Middle, Kit killed Wolt in order to get the position of sheriff of the Shire District and destroyed the body. Such excuses will eventually become evidence. Moreover, there are witnesses and physical evidence. In the past 3 years, even though they have been excluded, the two have seen too many tricks of those bastards, and they know very well that if they are allowed to be framed, then wait for the conviction. As for the fact that Walter is not dead? Impossible. At this time, Walter must die. If he is not dead, he must die. After all, the other party's position, and the property left behind by that time, have already belonged to each other. What should I do? The two level 5 police officers looked at each other, and their hearts were in turmoil. And at this moment, suddenly a wallet was handed to them. When they looked up, they saw Maltz looking at them with complicated eyes. Before the two could say anything, Maltz lowered his voice and said, "Run! There are still 3 hours until dawn. Run! Leave Nanlos. You still have a chance to survive." Looking at the wallet in front of them, the two level 5 police officers were stunned. What's going on? Do you really think we are the ones who killed Worth? It's not me. What about you? Middle wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Git. The level 5 police officer stared at Maltz's expression, then I saw Maltz smile. A smile of relief. A smile of liberation. And a hint of ferocity? Git was stunned. Before he could figure out what was going on, Maltz stuffed the wallet into his hand and said in a deep voice, "You have done enough. The rest, naturally, will be done by me. Why force me? I am just an old guy who wants to retire. But why do you always target me? Ha! Then all of you can die." A cold smile appeared on Maltz's face, and his murderous expression frightened Middle and Git so much that they trembled. But immediately, when the fear in their hearts receded, they gritted their teeth at the same time and made a certain decision. Run? Maybe they can survive. But after giving up everything and leaving Nanlos, how will they live as wanted people? I'm afraid they will be worse than refugees. At that time, it will be worse than death. It's better to fight. Maltz saw the expressions of the two people and breathed a sigh of relief. If he dragged Middle and Git into the water, his chances would increase by 20%. Now there is only that person left. Chapter 46: The Clamor of the Beneficiaries. 1 hour before dawn, Wiggins walked through the darkness. The shock on his face could not be concealed even in the darkness. It was really surprising. Martz actually went to the Earl's mansion. What was even more surprising was that the Earl, who lived in seclusion, actually received him. He saw Martz walk into the Earl's mansion with his own eyes. Then, he came directly to Arthur. It was not that he did not want to continue to follow, nor that he was short of manpower. It was because after Martz entered the Earl's mansion, the Earl's guards expanded their patrol range. Wiggins didn't dare to stay for long. After signaling his 2 men to leave, he reported directly to Arthur. After jumping over the fence of number 2 Kirk Street, Wiggins didn't ring the doorbell, but knocked on the door gently. The next moment, the door opened. Arthur, wearing pajamas, held a bowl and slurped noodles while signaling him to come in. Midnight snack? Wiggins blinked. He always felt that this scene was a bit weird, and it was completely inconsistent with the mysterious and bloody Arthur in his impression. The medium also eats midnight snacks? Thinking in his heart, the golden finger did not delay, and immediately told his employer everything. Arthur ate while listening, and when the last noodle was finished, he picked up the bowl and poured the whole bowl of soup into his stomach. Burped the rich beef soup, made Arthur burp with satisfaction, and then he put the bowl down. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Comfortable. When it's late at night, someone always feels hungry. No more skewers, hot pot, fried chicken and fat house water. But there is still noodles. Even if it's not instant noodles, it still satisfies Arthur's stomach. Also, it makes Arthur feel good enough. Would you like a bowl? Arthur asked. Wiggins waved his hand immediately. As a golden finger. He didn't have the habit of eating midnight snacks, but the noodles tasted so good. Do you want to eat something? But immediately, Wiggins shook his head, and threw away the idea in his mind. There are more important things to discuss now. Boss, what should we do? Wiggins asked solemnly. After accepting Arthur's employment, he and Arthur are now grasshoppers in the same boat. If Arthur gets into trouble, he will not be much better off. Especially when it involves the Earl of Nanlos. It can be said that, at this time, Wiggins, I was already in a state of confusion. Arthur, however, looked calm and relaxed. Just wait. Trust Martz. Arthur looked at the anxious Wiggins, and said with a smile to comfort him. Such comfort worked. Wiggins soon calmed down. Because he believed that Arthur was not a person who shot without purpose. But in his heart, he still had doubts. How could Martz be connected with the Earl? Wiggins said quite tactfully. In fact, Wiggins wanted to say that if Maltz really had any relationship with the Count of Nanlos, he would be bullied like that. Of course Maltz didn't, but others did. Arthur explained. Others? He only brought Middle and Git. Wiggins frowned, still didn't understand the key point. Wiggins had certainly heard of Middle and Git's names, but like Maltz, if these two were related to the Count of Nanlos, will he be promoted to a full-time police officer after serving as a 6th-level police officer for more than 2 years? Middle Git, to some extent, are quite famous in the Shire District, because they are the only 2 trainee police officers in the history of South Los. After the implementation of the new law, in the staffing of the Shire District Police Station, except for a police sergeant, who is considered a first-level police officer, the remaining are 2 third-level police officers, 3 fourth-level police officers, and 4 fifth-level police officers, and several patrol officers. As for the trainee police officers, they belong to the 6th-level police officers. Middle and Git passed the assessments and became the 6th-level police officers. Then, the 2 who were supposed to be officially promoted after a year took more than 2 years to be promoted to the 5th-level police officers. Therefore, in the daily life of the Shire District, there are 6 5th-level police officers. After that, there are no so-called trainee police officers in the Shire District. Just like according to the new law, there should be a 2nd-level police officer as the deputy sheriff. But for various reasons, there has been no such person. Even old Charlie mentioned the names of the 2 more than once in front of his predecessor. He sighed at their luck and misfortune. Fortunately, he had the identity of a police officer. Unfortunately, he was out of tune with the original police officers. However, that was before. Now, it doesn't matter anymore. Because a new order will appear in the Shire District Police Station. The new law could be implemented in Nanlos 3 years ago, with the approval of the Earl of Nanlos. Otherwise Middle would not have appeared. Git, 2 trainee police officers, even if it was under pressure, at least it was implemented. Even if there were layers of resistance later, it didn't matter if the form was greater than the reality. Arthur believed that Martz would resolve these layers of resistance and turn it into motivation, as long as he grasped the benefits. Yes, the benefits. If he were to do what he did tonight, when he visited the Earl in the name of Middle Git, he would confess that he would take the remaining 3rd-level police officer in the Shire District. The wealth of the 3 4th-level police officers and 4 5th-level police officers will all be given to the Earl. And it is promised that Wolt and Locke's wealth will also belong to the Earl. At the same time, it is also promised that the wealth of the remaining sheriffs and police officers will eventually be handed over to the Earl. Anyway, it can be exaggerated. As long as the Earl is interested, everything will be settled. And will the Earl be interested? Yes. No one will refuse free wealth, especially when one's financial situation is not so good. Although the Earl is the master of Nanlos, he has his own manor, farm, hunting park, fleet, which makes people extremely envious. But at the same time, the annual maintenance of the hunting park and fleet is an astronomical figure. It is impossible to rely on the output of the manor and farm to achieve a balance between income and expenditure. It can only rely on the fleet to do this. But this year's rainy season is more than a month longer than in previous years. The continuous heavy rain prevented the Earl's fleet from leaving the port for a long time. Some of the goods on board were probably going moldy. Presumably, the Earl was already extremely worried. After all, in addition to the hunting garden and the fleet, the Earl had to pay a considerable amount of taxes to the Duke of Newen every year. The tax payment day was approaching. Therefore, Arthur could already imagine the future success of Middle and Kit. However, the most important thing is Mouths. With the current benefits, for the future benefits, the other party will definitely send Mouths to the position of Sheriff of the Shire District. Of course, there is another point, good reputation. After getting rid of these termites, the Blue Devils, the Earl will definitely gain a better reputation among the people of Nanlos, and people will praise him. Under these premises, why wouldn't the Earl do it? Of course, what if the Earl is a psychopath? He did not agree with these, and directly killed Mouths. Although from the past rumors, this possibility was very small. But Arthur, who was used to preparing for both situations, had already packed his luggage. Once an accident occurred, he would run away. Whether he went to hide in the mountains as a bandit, or went out to sea as a pirate, he was ready. However, he did not tell Wiggins about these. He just took out a gold note and handed it to the other party. The task of staring at Mouths, the other party completed it very well. Next, the task of finding the real place where the Toad lives still depends on the other party. In yesterday's battle, due to the angle, the other party clearly saw the face of the Toad before it was burned by sulfuric acid. Thank you for your generosity. Although Wiggins was still confused in his heart, he still accepted the gold note and put this doubt behind him. Controlling his curiosity well is the only way for Wiggins to grow up smoothly on the street. Then, Wiggins stood up and said goodbye. At this moment, the sky was gradually getting brighter. There were pedestrians on the street soon. Neither Arthur nor Wiggins wanted to be seen. Wiggins quickly flashed out of the door of number 2 Kirk Street and turned straight towards Dow Lane along the street. At this moment, a group of newsboys rushed out of Dow Lane carrying newspapers. Extra edition. Extra edition. Police Constable Mouth solved the murder of Sheriff Wolt and Police Constable Odo, the fearless man born in the storm, the guardian of the inland sea, the owner of the southern islands, the ruler, the Chief Justice, the advocate of the new law. The Earl of Nanlo signed the appointment letter to promote Police Constable Mouths to the position of Sheriff of the Shire District. Suddenly, Wiggins was stunned. Chapter 47, trembling when guessing. Hearing the shouts of the newsboys, Wiggins stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. He stared with wide eyes, opened his mouth, and turned back in disbelief. He saw Arthur with a smile on his face. Are Middle and Kit really related to Count Nanlos? Although when he heard the new law advocate, Wiggins figured out the key point. But even so, why could Mouths be sure that the reclusive Count would help? What if the Earl refuses? After all, before collecting taxes, the Earl basically ignored Nanlos. More doubts appeared in Wiggins' mind. Then, the Goldfinger subconsciously raised his head and looked at number 2 Kirk Street again. Arthur! It must be Arthur. It was Arthur who made the Earl agree. As for what method he used, don't forget Arthur's identity. Arthur is a medium. The doubts had not yet dissipated from the heart of the Golden Finger, and more unfounded speculations followed, so that the Golden Finger, who had already walked a long way, bowed deeply again in the direction of number 2 Kirk Street, and then left. Arthur saw this scene clearly. In fact, Arthur guessed what Wiggins had just imagined. Arthur did not want to explain this. For Arthur, reverence is a compliment, and being able to keep Wiggins in such awe, he was very happy. After watching Wiggins leave, Arthur, in his pajamas, bought an iron newspaper from the newsboy. This newspaper cost 10 cents more, but it was more popular. After all, the price of hiring a butler was much more expensive than this. Of course, the newspaper was not the Bugle. For such big news, the Bugle was not qualified to report it. It could only be the South Lowes Daily. The Earl of South Lowes had a stake in this newspaper. Arthur stood at the door and flipped through the newspaper. It is divided into 2 parts. Police Officer Aled is the murderer of Sheriff Wolt and Police Officer Odo, and has been shot dead by Mouths. At the same time, many police officers in the Shire District were involved and have been detained by Mouths. This is the first half, just a few sentences, written as simply as possible. But what is contained in it is enough to make people shudder. Aled is a 3rd-level police officer, the only second 3rd-level police officer in the Shire District. With the sheriff dead, And the deputy sheriff gone, the third-level police officer is the highest level. To make everything go smoothly? Arthur thought to himself, and continued to read the newspaper. The second half of the newspaper introduced Mounts. This part was extremely detailed. I wish I could start from Mounts' infancy, and 4 pages were filled with Mounts' life experience. There is no doubt that this is paving the way for Mounts. For this, Arthur was a little envious. Although he was on the horn many times, but the South Lows Daily was obviously better, whether it is the distribution capacity or the radiation range. It is not comparable to the Bugle. Even the South Lows Daily can be seen in the Inner Bay. The XP brought is naturally higher than that of the Bugle. But it is not easy for him to be on the South Lows Daily. Not only does the South Lows Daily have a threshold, but also because of the rules of exclusive reporting. Arthur does not want Scott, who can already be called a friend, to lose the psychic detective's special topic. Of course, because Arthur wanted both. He wanted to continue to appear in the Bugle, and also in the South Lows Daily. It's a bit difficult, but it's not impossible. Arthur thought of the fencing competition. That's when he can really reap the rewards. But it also requires more preparation. Subconsciously, he looked at the words that only he could see the twists and turns of the baby theft case shock people, the hatred for human traffickers. Made the people of South Lows want to kill them on your behalf, XP plus 20. More people have heard your name, XP plus 2. Without hesitation, Arthur directly upgraded Swift Bird Swordsmanship. Pseudo. This was a decision made yesterday. Arthur did not intend to change it. Consume 20 XP points, Swift Bird Swordsmanship. Pseudo LV2 LV3. Swift Bird Swordsmanship. Pseudo LV3. The form of Swift Bird Swordsmanship, as you keep recalling and practicing, it has reached the extreme. Before obtaining more swordsmanship secrets, you can't go any further. Effect. When you use the Swift Bird sword stance you have learned, the speed of the next sword will be increased by an additional plus 0.3. Note, this skill level limit has been reached. The synchronization of body and knowledge begins. The familiar warmth in Arthur's body appears again. At the same time, there is also bird calls. When he heard the bird calls, Arthur found himself flying. And there were countless birds flying around him. These birds are huge. It was moving very fast. Its eyes were bloodshot. And its beak was full of fangs and sharp teeth. And his body was long and slender, winding and circling, with wings on his back. But before Arthur could see clearly, he returned to the door of number 2 Kirk Street. Physique plus 0.1. Spirit plus 0.1. The feeling of being strengthened in all directions appeared again. Although Arthur was not sure about the specific changes of Spirit plus 0.1. The hearing brought by 1.8 Physique. But it was the most direct. Even with the door closed, Arthur could clearly hear the neighbors' discussions. What do they want to do? Do they want to rebel? A bunch of termites. Damn blue dogs. At first, they made reasonable inferences, but later they started cursing. Arthur shook his head. When he heard these curses, Arthur knew that the purpose of the Nanlos Daily had been achieved. No, it should be that the purpose of the Count of Nanlos had been achieved. The other party should be able to accept the property smoothly. Arthur did not envy this at all. However, the Earl of Nanlos, who was originally just a symbol, gradually became more concrete in Arthur's heart. Power is not simply giving you something, but a terrible power that can take away everything from you at will. What do the nobles who possess this power? Control? Involuntarily, Arthur began to have a guess in his heart. A guess that is often overlooked, but is cruelly true. If that is the case, that is the biggest trouble. Arthur raised his hand and rubbed his temple, and felt more urgent in his heart. He needed the complete Swift Bird swordsmanship, or swordsmanship of the same level. It was not enough for Scott, and the owner of the Joel Joker Swordsmanship Club, to help. Do I need to find her? Arthur thought of Ms. Melinda Julia Caesar. With the opponent's power, it should be quite easy to find similar swordsmanship. But immediately, Arthur shook his head. The opponent's danger level was too high. Before he had enough strength or a perfect entry point, he didn't want to have too close contact with the opponent. Then he could only ask, Mounts? After what happened last night, his cooperation with Mounts was a step further. In fact, the two people who both held each other's handles and needed each other's support and help could be said to be close allies. What will happen to this relationship? It will naturally be mutually beneficial. He believed that Martz would not mind helping him find some small things, like swordsmanship, when he was planning for a stable retirement. After all, he would make the other party's stable retirement even more stable. I need to discuss our future plans with Martz in detail, Arthur thought, but his eyes were looking at the door behind him. The next moment, the doorbell rang. Ding ding. A group of unexpected visitors appeared outside the door of number 2 Kirk Street. When Arthur saw them, his eyes were full of surprise. Chapter 48 Fake Painters Create Real Miracles. 5 young couples holding their children, standing in front of number 2 Kirk Street. The mothers holding their children, with loving smiles on their faces. The fathers stood in front. The one in the front was the cleanest and most decently dressed among all the people, but even so, his elbows and knees were still patched, and the basket he carried was filled with eggs and bread. These were gifts of gratitude. They were also the most precious things they could offer. And they? They are the parents of the baby theft case yesterday. Looking at the people in front of him, Arthur's palms were slightly sweaty. He was nervous. When facing people with malicious intentions, he could be ruthless and kill them without mercy. But when facing people who came to thank him with good intentions, he was a little at a loss. People are so contradictory. Arthur, even more so. At this moment, he was a little complaining about the propaganda in front of number 14 Kirk Street yesterday. These parents must have heard about it from there. As for the newspaper, given the economic conditions of these 5 families, they could not read or write. Thank you for everything you have done for us. After the father, who was the representative, handed the basket to Arthur, he bowed deeply with everyone, and then the parents of the 5 families left with their children. There were no more greetings, and no petty tricks. There was only a simple and unsophisticated thank you. They are not good at speaking. They are inflexible. They only know how to work hard. Fathers will work hard to get a salary for their children, while mothers take care of their children. They will subsidize the family as much as possible. They look forward to their children's growth, and do their best to provide the best living environment for their children. Arthur looked at the baby sleeping quietly in the arms of his mother, looked at the smiles on the faces of the 5 mothers, looked at the 5 fathers who were not straight, but still full of energy. He looked at the backs of 5 couples holding their children in the morning sun. The morning sun seemed to be blurred at this moment, turned into the most real hope. A hope that is brought to the family entirely by the children. Even if there are twists and turns, there are difficulties, but for the sake of the children, the parents' hope always exists. Perhaps the parents of these 5 families cannot read. However, their children may have a chance. One day in the future, their children will take the newspaper to tell their parents about the interesting things that happened in South Los. After dinner, they would help their parents go out for a walk. They would also become inflexible. Because they were not good at speaking. They only knew how to work hard. But everything would be better. Right? I wish you peace and happiness. Arthur, carrying a basket, bowed slightly to the back of the receding figure, nodded to the neighbors who cast curious eyes around, and returned to number 2 Kirk Street under the kind gaze of the neighbors. Arthur carried the basket. He went straight to the kitchen. He did not refuse, because this was the intention of all the people on the other side. A seemingly well-intentioned refusal would only hurt the self-esteem of the 5 families, and would also lead to gossip and the like. Arthur did not want to see the scene. And food is a necessity in life. And breakfast is the beginning of a happy day. Under the basket of eggs and whole wheat bread, Arthur found a bag of corn grits. After a little thought, he boiled the water and put in the corn grits. Then, I kept stirring. And soon, it became thick and fragrant. The whole loaf of whole wheat bread, which was as thick as my forearm and weighed 1 kilogram, was as plain as the family that I just came to thank. I cut it into 6 with a knife, heated it in a frying pan, and put it on a plate. Then, I made fried eggs and sausages. The 6 fried eggs also came from the basket. A half-pound sausage was delivered by the butcher yesterday. These were naturally Arthur's food alone. As physique increased by 0.1, Arthur felt his appetite had improved. After the food was served, it was brought to the table nearby. Honey syrup was poured on the corn paste. As Arthur stirred it, the sweetness immediately spread out, and Arthur took a sip. It was sweet, not hot. Immediately, Arthur squinted his eyes in satisfaction. He hummed unconsciously. I heard you slurping. I still eat young snails. Herring is hard to swallow when it comes to stewing. Don't chop your feet. I sucked a straw. You suddenly feel hungry. He picked up a piece of bread and soaked it directly in the corn porridge, mixed with the honey syrup on top. When put into the mouth, it has another taste. The sweetness did not cover the wheat flavor. On the contrary, the crispy touch of the bread that had just been fried in the frying pan, when it entered the mouth, really made Arthur's appetite. Arthur ate it with a slurp. From time to time, he ate a piece of sausage and swallowed an egg. Arthur finished his breakfast at a very fast speed. Just when he was about to take a break with a glass of water, the word suddenly appeared in front of him: a simple breakfast made with grateful ingredients, makes you happy, XP plus 5. Food. It's actually this kind of food. Arthur looked at the words in front of him, and was slightly stunned. Then, he sighed with emotion, and was relieved. He really couldn't accept the maggot-like delicacy. But if the food is like this, it seems that there is a lot of room for maneuver. Arthur thought about meeting with Scott to talk. This method of increasing XP still requires Scott's cooperation. He will ask the other party to help him place an advertisement in the horn. It's not the kind of outright talk, but hidden in the normal psychic investigation. It will be introduced inconspicuously that you want to consult the psychic Arthur, Kratos. In addition to the necessary consultation fee, you also need to provide a portion of your own food. As for the excuse, naturally, it's because of the kindness or the need for exorcism, Arthur thought while walking towards the basement. The corridor mechanism of number 2 Kirk Street has not been repaired. He plans to use today's day to completely repair it. Otherwise, Arthur always felt a lack of security. Walking to the basement, Arthur moved the shelves for storing sundries. And there was a secret room at the back. Or, to be more precise, it was the real weapons warehouse at number 2 Kirk Street. A large amount of gunpowder, bullets, and firearms were stored here. From the hand cannon that Arthur often used, to thunder guns, rifles, etc. Everything was available. Arthur even saw 2 small Emperor cannons. And next to them was a box of 6-pound shells and a variety of artillery tools. In addition to these gunpowder weapons, there are cold weapons, knight swords in the style of the Holy Empire, lances, infantry lances, short knives, and half-handed swords that combine the styles of two-handed swords and war swords. Of course, even now, there are still people who stubbornly believe that this is a bastard sword. After choosing a suitable spear, leaving old Charlie's arsenal, Arthur directly took a pack of flints from the sundry shelf outside. Picked up the kerosene in the corner, he returned directly to the ground. Filling the spear, flint, kerosene are the simplest. Carpentry and painting are not difficult for number 2 Kirk Street, which is not really broken. In fact, it was the scarlet painting that took up a lot of Arthur's time. Arthur has the skill of simple painting. Even if it is a level 1 skill that cannot be upgraded, it also means that Arthur has his own ideas. He thinks that the simple scarlet is too monotonous for the horror atmosphere. There is no sense of hierarchy. There should be a knight dragged into the scarlet, to better reflect it. So, in the scarlet, he spent a day, drawing a knight in full armor. But simple drawing is just a simple drawing, and the level is only LV1, he did not draw the knight in his mind, but it looks a bit like Zaku. My knight can't be Zaku. Arthur immediately modified it. After wasting another whole day, Arthur looked at the blue kin on the canvas. For some reason, he seemed to hear a cry in his ears. Loyalty. Emperor. Arthur picked up the paintbrush expressionlessly, smeared it with red paint, and painted the whole painting red. The original is the best, isn't it? How can a person be omnipotent? This is good enough. Arthur shrugged, comforting himself who had no talent for painting, then prepared to go into the bathroom. Today is Saturday. It was also the day of the Long Night Lady Salon. In order to show due respect to the salon owner, he had to clean up. But at this time, the words in front of him began to appear. Paintings with soul always bring miracles. Simple painting LV1, painting LV1. When Arthur saw the words in front of him, he felt his scalp tingling. It was an inexplicable intuition that came to his mind, telling him what to do, and it had to be fast. Without any hesitation, he lit up the painting he had just painted. In the raging flames, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, but then frowned again. Chapter 49 Poison is like purgatory. Arthur found something wrong. When he saw the text prompt just now, he instinctively felt that he should burn the painting just now. It was an instinct from the depths of the soul of a living being. Even if he had never encountered similar things before, it was as if countless ancestors had imprinted their reactions in his soul. Burn it! Burn it! When the flames rose, the uneasiness in his heart completely disappeared. However, Arthur's eyes turned to his attribute column spirituality, 0.2. Any change has a reason. Everything has its own cause and effect. It can't be for no reason. Arthur had never encountered anything like this before. But since his spirituality increased by 0.1, he encountered this strange thing. For a while, many guesses emerged in Arthur's mind. Arthur's face gradually became ugly. Because these guesses were not very good. Especially the worst one, which made Arthur raise his hand and rub his eyebrows. The higher the spirituality, the higher the probability of encountering mysterious events. The mysterious side not only has the power that people yearn for, a life full of surprises, a romantic adventure, but also danger. These dangers are often accompanied by death. And the cause of death may be the power you yearn for. You want to enjoy a surprising life, or the adventure that everyone wants but cannot get. Of course, the most likely possibility is the kind of unspeakable thing that Arthur just encountered. Arthur also doesn't know what kind of soul will be integrated into his painting, but burning it is the best choice. At this moment, he wanted to know more about the mysterious side, including but not limited to his speculations on spirituality and many rules. The speculations on spirituality are particularly important, because if his speculations are correct, he will inevitably fall into a vicious circle. He seeks power, but power will bring spirituality, and spirituality will bring unknown things, thus posing a threat to him. Once this threat exceeds the level he can handle, what will happen? Death. Death without a doubt. And it won't be a good death. It is very likely that life is worse than death. For example, that beggar. When Arthur thought of himself becoming that beggar, sometimes stupid, sometimes crazy, his scalp tingled. As for giving up power, for Arthur, it is even more impossible. In the world before him, if he has no power, he will be at the mercy of others. In fact, he will die faster than the former. Is this the reason why the mysterious side is gradually declining? Have they not found a way to protect themselves? Or do they have a similar method? But keep it secret? More speculations emerged. Arthur took a few deep breaths, and then he suppressed his chaotic thoughts. He knew that anxiety would only lead to errors in his judgment, and wild thoughts would lead to his failure. What he needed to do now was to patiently wait for Wiggins' news, and attend the salon of Melinda Julius Caesar. For this salon of the Lady of the Long Night, it was arranged before. Arthur would not break his promise. When the night fell completely, when Edwin knocked on the door of number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur put on his black double-breasted windbreaker. The silver buttons shone brightly under the bright light of the carriage, matched with clean leather shoes, making the handsome Arthur even more energetic. The medium box in his hand added a mysterious color to the boy. "Good evening, Mr. Kratos." Edwin greeted Arthur, bowed, and opened the door of the carriage. "Good evening, Edwin," Arthur responded, but frowned in his heart. Edwin was the coachman of Miss Caesar, and should only serve her. But now the coachman of the other party drove the other party's carriage to pick him up. This is the etiquette for welcoming the most distinguished guests. It was extremely grand. But the grandness of Lady Caesar did not flatter Arthur. On the contrary, Arthur's vigilance was raised to a higher level. He clearly remembered the tone of the coachman when he said he would come to pick him up. That polite tone, in Arthur's understanding, meant that Lady Caesar would send a carriage, instead of sending her own coachman and driving her own carriage. Doing so would attract too much attention. At this time, Edwin spoke. "Sorry." The voice was lowered. Only 2 people could hear it. Arthur got on the carriage calmly, but in his heart, he felt more and more strange. Because, he knew, this was Edwin apologizing for his master. It should be the intention of that Lady Caesar. While the lady acted recklessly, she immediately apologized to him. This means the other party is in a state of helplessness. Is he being monitored? Arthur narrowed his eyes. He began to think about the meaning of it, and evaluated the risks and benefits. Soon, Arthur came to the conclusion that the risk was not high and the benefits were good. It was very simple. If the life was really endangered, the driver of the other party would not show up at all, and even the salon would be closed. The other party should be in a state of knowing that he was being monitored. But he could not break up with him, and could only distract the monitor's attention. Thinking of this, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't stop thinking. Assuming that the other party is in a state of helplessness and needs me to attract other people's attention, then, what does the other party want to do next? Arthur frowned. He knew too little about that Lady Caesar. Even at this time, he couldn't guess anything. However, there was one thing that Arthur was sure of. The lady was seeking cooperation. Immediately, Arthur's narrowed eyes glowed. He seemed to see a large amount of XP waving to him. "Mr. Kratos, we are off." After greeting, Edwin whipped his whip. With a snap, the carriage started, driving at a steady and stable speed, so Arthur did not feel any bumps. "Arthur." who knew the road conditions of Kirk Street well, expressed his sincere admiration for Edwin's driving skills. Even if other people were driving this horse-drawn carriage, it would be impossible for them to be so stable. As the coachman of Miss Caesar, such driving skills were necessary. The carriage drove smoothly through Westmeck Avenue, past Garden Street, and at the end of Garden Street, turned into the tree-lined path, past the Fountain Square, and finally arrived at the destination of this time, the White Bird District. If Garden Street is a general middle-class residential area, Kirk Street is the first choice for middle-class families. Then the White Bird District is the choice of the truly wealthy. Not only is the environment here beautiful, it is close to the Fountain Square and is only a short distance away from the Earl's mansion. Of course, the most important thing is safety. There is a sentry box at Fountain Square. A whole team of patrolmen are on duty there, blocking any residents who are not from the White Bird block from approaching Fountain Square. That's right. The 1-kilometer stretch from Fountain Square to the White Bird block is also included in the White Bird block. With Edwin as a familiar face, Arthur's carriage will naturally not be stopped. Seeing this scene, Arthur became more certain of his previous guess. The Lady Caesar was under surveillance, but she was not in danger. This was really good news for him, because it meant that if the two of them worked together, it would be low risk and high return. This was what everyone wanted. Arthur was no exception. The carriage continued to drive, arriving at number 6 White Bird Street without any obstruction, and drove straight into the courtyard without stopping. The iron gate opened, and the waiter at the door said, welcoming guests one after another. The horse-drawn carriages that would make the entire street look crowded when driving on Kirk Street seemed just right in the courtyard in front of us. Even though there were 3 carriages parked next to it, it did not make the entire courtyard look crowded. Even though there were many people standing in the courtyard, there were both waiters and guests. The waiters smiled and served every guest with all their heart and soul. The guests talked loudly in groups of 3 or 5, and walked in pairs in the courtyard. In the sound of music coming from the hall, everything seemed so beautiful and desirable. After Edwin opened the carriage door, when Arthur got off the carriage, both the guests and the waiters cast their eyes at the same time. Obviously, these people recognized Edwin, and also recognized the carriage of Melinda Julius Caesar. They looked at Arthur getting off, and many people speculated about his identity. Especially the young ladies stared at Arthur's handsome face. She covered her mouth and chuckled quietly. The slightly older ladies were much bolder. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and commented on Arthur. The ladies' unusual movements naturally triggered a chain reaction among the men. The older men just watched the scene with a smile, as if they were reminiscing about their youth. The young men, urged by hormones, stared at Arthur like fighting cocks. Arthur, who was surrounded by people, was calm and composed. A group of people who were not dangerous, in Arthur's eyes, were just a bunch of pumpkins. Compared to these, he was more concerned about the lady of the long night. Because, at this moment, he finally understood what that Melinda Julius Caesar wanted to do. Chapter 50. A frank transaction. What kind of person is Melinda Julius Caesar? First, she is beautiful. Second, she likes women. Then, she is ambitious. And she has the ability to match her ambition. This lady has ambition and ability far beyond that of ordinary men. Otherwise, she would not have organized the first salon in South Los and held an auction. Of course, the most important thing is, she has a strong desire for revenge. When they first met, Arthur was impressed by the fact that the other party killed Docule simply because his relationship was exposed. However, it was obvious that even if the lady retaliated against Docule and tried her best to minimize the impact, she still suffered unnecessary losses. You know, the tradition of Nanlos meant that the relationship between this lady and Ms. Anna was not allowed. This was the tolerance of Nanlos as a port city. If it were a more closed place like North County, someone would probably have called for the stake. Therefore, Ms. Melinda Julius Caesar now urgently needs something to divert attention from this matter. How to divert attention from a relationship that is of public concern? Answer: start a new relationship that is in line with public cognition. And he, Arthur Kratos, is the character that fits this description. No matter his appearance, age, or cognition, all of them are like this. Especially the latter, Arthur believes that in the midst of all the criticism, he simply recognized the lady's sexual orientation, and must have won her favor. Even, it is very likely that this incident made the lady choose him. Of course, these are just Arthur's guesses. What exactly is going on? Arthur doesn't know. But Arthur believes that he will soon know whether his guess is right or wrong. In fact, this is also true. Mr. Kratos, please follow me. Edwin parked the carriage and walked back. Arthur nodded and followed the coachman into the lobby of number 6 White Bird Street. There were waiters and guests in the lobby. Unlike the old-fashioned aristocratic banquets, the salon was more free. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting with similar interests, or simply holding a glass of wine and walking to the garden. No one would think it was impolite. The new atmosphere came as Nanjun recovered from the 7 Years' War. It is quietly born and spreading rapidly. Edwin, who was walking in front, was greeted from time to time. Edwin nodded politely. However, the guests always looked at Arthur. There was a strong curiosity, exploration, and a hint of hostility in their eyes. These hostile eyes were more direct than those in the courtyard. Naturally, they were all young men. Arthur didn't care about this. He had long known the principle of repelling the same sex. He was more concerned about the bar and the dining table. Cup after cup of fruity wine, a portion of creamy pastry, and some meat-like richness. This made Arthur pause. Low-alcohol wine paired with cold dishes, I guess it's a different taste, Arthur thought to himself. As for the band behind the bar, Arthur took a quick look and didn't pay more attention. Although the performers tried their best, Arthur didn't have the musical talent to match them. He quickened his pace and went up to the second floor. In the first room on the left corridor, Arthur met the Lady Melinda Julia Caesar again. Unlike the simple hunting outfit when they first met, this time she was wearing the most popular puff shoulder and leg of mutton sleeve long skirt in Niwan this year. The blue and white long skirt did not have complicated lace edges, but was dotted with shining chips, making the lady free from the constraints of necklaces, rings and other accessories. The lady, holding her billiard-style long-handled pipe, smoked. After seeing Arthur come in. He immediately lowered his left leg and put his left shoe back on. Edwin did not come in, but stood at the door. When Arthur entered the room, he chose to close the door and stood at the door like a guard. Good evening, Mr. Kratos. Please apologize for my recklessness. Because of what happened between Anna and me, I had to choose this rude behavior. I have no ill intentions, but I don't want the people who are staring at me to pay attention to you from my abnormal behavior. That's why I didn't inform you in advance. I'm so sorry. Melinda apologized again as soon as they met. Unlike the previous apology, this time she apologized in person. And when she finished speaking, she bowed directly. It was not the skirt-lifting salute of ladies, but the knight's salute commonly used by men. The lady put her pipe on one side, put her left hand on her chest, and bowed slightly to Arthur. Seeing this scene, Arthur was certain. What he was most worried about was not knowing what the other party wanted. Thus he became indecisive. And when he knew what the other party wanted, he began to plan what he could get from it. Or to be more precise, more XP, sword secrets, and mysterious knowledge. Arthur believed that Lady Long Night could satisfy him with these. Even missions. There is a clear mission in the talent all-eating, but it has not been triggered once so far. According to Arthur's understanding, it is nothing more than 3 points. 1. Lack of a clear client. 2. The matter is not big enough to form a task. 3. Change. When there is a possibility of changing the facts that are about to happen to the client, a task will be formed. After the change, you will get a reward. And now, Ms. Long Night seems to be satisfied with all these. So, he remained silent and waited for the price. Melinda looked at Arthur's expression and felt relieved. She understood that Arthur had already guessed something, and she didn't need to explain more. Even though Arthur's subsequent silence made the lady realize that Arthur was not like other men, who would be fooled by her words and promise everything. The lady's expression did not change at all. On the contrary, she appreciated this kind of bargaining. After all, she didn't want to find a fool partner, which would cause unnecessary trouble. But at the same time, that kind of oversmartness, she also doesn't like smart people who ask for a price right away. She appreciates people who can judge the situation. Like Arthur. Only when she cooperates with such people, she can feel at ease. Of course, it is also because she is confident that she can satisfy everything Arthur wants. So, she said directly, Baron Camille died a week ago. This Baron is a lonely old man with no wife or children. So it is possible to operate. I want to get this title. So I need to make myself look normal. This is very important to me. So, you can ask for a high price. At this point, the lady smiled at Arthur. The blue eyes became lively with such a smile. Like a tide surging in the sea. making people look at him twice more unconsciously. Arthur was an exception. At this moment, Arthur frowned secretly. Because the words in front of him did not flash. The mission he expected did not appear. What went wrong? Arthur guessed, subconsciously observing the lady's expression. He wanted to confirm whether what she said was true. Don't worry. It's true. It's not difficult for you to find out about Baron Camille's death, and the despicable means used by those guys to prevent me from obtaining this title. You should also be able to find out that Dokul is their pawn. The people who have been watching me recently are also them. Of course, there are also some flies that always pester me, which you need to deal with. Facing Arthur's scrutiny, Melinda Julius Caesar confessed to Arthur, although she did not say that Dokul was eliminated by her. It was enough. Arthur would not ask like an idiot. Why do you trust him so much? If the other party dared to say it, he must have made sufficient preparations. Arthur did not want to know what these preparations were. He just wants what he deserves. After a pause, he said, I want the complete Swiftbird sword art, or the mysterious knowledge of the same level. The complete Swiftbird sword art? Melinda Julius Caesar frowned slightly. She didn't expect Arthur to want this. Although the Swiftbird sword art is no longer a secret due to the 7 Years' War, it is not easy to find a complete one, because it is blocked by the nobles. Compared to this, the same level of mysterious knowledge is easier. After a quick assessment in her heart, the lady nodded. Okay, I agree to your request. Within a month, I will find the same level of mysterious knowledge. Similarly, within this month, you need to be more intimate with me. After the lady made the promise, her words were a little stiff, not angry, but embarrassed. The skills torch eyes, observe words and expressions, flashed. Arthur was sure of this. At the same time, Arthur, who already knew the origin of Swiftbird swordsmanship, also confirmed one point: the higher level swordsmanship should have been blocked by the nobles. Blocking knowledge is not uncommon, but in a world with mysterious power, it obviously has a different meaning. Not to mention that Arthur had just experienced a strange event after his spirituality increased, and there must be some unknown connection hidden in it, Arthur thought, but did not ignore the lady beside him. Since there is a deal, it must be fulfilled truthfully. Are we going to start? Arthur asked. Well, can I call you Arthur? After Melinda Julius Caesar nodded, he asked. Of course, Melinda. Arthur quickly got into the role, and raised his right hand. This was a new greeting, and it was also required for the performance later. You can't introduce this as my lover from 2 meters away, right? Melinda looked at Arthur's right hand. After 3 or 4 seconds, she gritted her teeth and raised her left hand. But when Melinda's fingers touched Arthur's palm, the lady's whole body tensed up. Her hair stood on end. And when her fingertips touched Arthur's palm, she tried her best not to vomit. After taking 3 deep breaths and completely suppressing her body's intense reaction, the lady continued, Let's go! Then, the two walked side by side and pushed the door open. Chapter 51. A wealthy and generous lady. Outside the door, Edwin was stunned when he saw Arthur and Melinda Julius Caesar walking out hand in hand. The coachman's eyes were filled with disbelief. He even almost cried out in surprise. As a confidant, Edwin naturally knew his master's problem. But because he knew it, he found it even more incredible. So much so that the coachman pinched himself hard. Hiss! The intense pain spread from his thigh, making Edwin grimace in pain, and the driver immediately bowed to cover it up. However, the driver did not forget the business, and lowered his voice. Those people have entered the hall. As these words came out, Melinda, who wanted to pull her hand away to relieve her adverse reactions, held back. However, her face became very ugly. Arthur, who was very close, could even clearly see the other's cheeks bulging due to clenching his teeth. Moreover, the puffy cheeks trembled. It has developed from psychological to physiological. This is probably not just simple misogyny. Looking at this scene, Arthur thought to himself, and quietly loosened his hand. Otherwise, he was afraid of being spit on by the sour water. He only knew that a fellow man had a strong misogyny, and even got hives when a man approached him. So he hired a bunch of women as bodyguards. He didn't expect to see someone with a stronger misogyny like Melinda. Melinda was startled. And then she gave Arthur a thankful look. It was definitely not pleasant to hold back vomiting, especially when it came in waves. She almost couldn't hold it back just now. Huh? After another deep breath, Melinda quickly returned to normal. And she said this. I will take you to meet the guests in the salon later. There are no nobles from Nalos today, because of the death of Baron Camille. They are avoiding suspicion. Of course, it's also for fishing. They are really a group of bitches who want both profit and respectability. Melinda's last two words were in a very low voice. If Arthur hadn't been standing right in front of him, he wouldn't have heard it at all. However, Arthur quite agrees with this lady's evaluation. The arrogance of the nobles is known to the world, and the greed of the nobles is beyond doubt. Arthur didn't know how much it would cost for Melinda to operate the Baron's title, but judging from the other party's tone just now, it is definitely not a small amount. In fact, it may even be all his worth. As for whether it is worth it, Arthur himself cannot judge, because, in his opinion, it is not worth it at all. But since the other party did it, he naturally thinks it is worth it. Moreover, with the other party's intelligence, he will never do a loss-making business, even if it seems to be a loss at the moment. If he looks at the long term, he may make a lot of money. Unfortunately, there are too few people like this. Arthur sighed in his heart, while Melinda continued. Most of the guests below don't need to be taken seriously, but you must be alert to two groups of people. The Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Emin Chamber of Commerce. They are my biggest opponents in this operation of the title. I'll give you a hint in a while, Melinda said as she raised her hand, ready to shake hands with Arthur again. But Arthur shook his head. Do you really think you can hide it from those people with your appearance? Arthur found the relevant parts of Coaster Chamber of Commerce and Emin Chamber of Commerce in the memory of his previous life. Both chambers of commerce are important forces in South Los. The Coaster Chamber of Commerce has 3 fleets, which travel to the ports of North County and many islands on the sea, and conduct enviable fleet trade. The Emin Chamber of Commerce focuses on investment in South Los, and owns 6 factories in the Duo Special District. Being able to do business to this extent, she is certainly not an idiot. Arthur does not believe that Melinda's performance can deceive these two groups of people. Then, she must use some tricks. And vomiting, what does a woman have to do with it? It goes without saying. As for reputation, a woman as ambitious as Melinda doesn't care at all. He doesn't care even more. But he doesn't want to be vomited on. Besides, seeing through Melinda's tricks will bring him what he wants. Of course there are XP. He wants it too. So, Arthur raised his hand and pointed forward. There is, the straight corridor on the 2nd floor. You just want to break the rumor. There is no need to take me to meet those people one by one. We just need to let them see it. The rest? Their brains will tell them everything. Arthur said slowly. How to get more XP at a salon. Of course. Become the protagonist of the salon. He didn't waste time wandering among the guests. Instead, he instantly attracted the guests' attention, making everyone see him at a glance. Compared to the constant greetings, this was a straight shot that made the final decision. Suddenly Melinda's eyes lit up, and she gave Arthur a thumbs up. Arthur, you are so smart. No, I just don't want the rumors to change unpredictably. Arthur responded politely. Melinda, who was discovered, immediately stuck out her tongue and said playfully, Sorry, I really care too much about this title. Tonight, Melinda was dressed up, naturally. She was dressed up carefully, and her playfulness at the moment set off her blue eyes, really charming. But Arthur saw at a glance that this was intentional. The other party's trick was discovered, and wanted to get away with it. What a woman who is good at taking advantage of herself. Arthur thought in his heart, but his eyes did not show any strangeness, but said in an increasingly indifferent tone, I think I can get a compensation of some unimportant mysterious side books. How is it? The XP prelude is done. The compensation, Arthur will not forget it. No matter how beautiful a woman is, it is not as happy as the real one in the pocket. Especially these compensations, which he needs very much now. Although the toad may have it, it is only a possibility. Arthur has to make more preparations. Okay. Seeing that she was exposed, Melinda nodded very straightforwardly. Although the compensation is worth a lot, she did not bargain. Because she was really prepared to make up a lie like morning sickness if something undesirable happened. After being discovered, she really wanted to rely on her own advantages to get away with it. As for doing it again, hoping Arthur would not compensate, Melinda couldn't do it. The first time could be said to be a skill contest between each other. But after being exposed, the next time was just nonsense. She didn't want to lose this unexpected partner. The other party was far more suitable than she had imagined. Is there anything more suitable than a partner with a clear price tag? Of course. Every time this partner has a clear price tag. Melinda couldn't help but laugh. Arthur laughed too. He admired Melinda's attitude of not making trouble and standing at attention. He immediately whispered, "Happy cooperation." "Dear." The trembling voice made Melinda shiver, and goosebumps appeared on her exposed skin. She was sure that Arthur did it on purpose. Arthur did not deny it. Facing Melinda's gaze, he admitted it frankly. "Small-minded?" Melinda snorted. But Arthur ignored her. Just bowed slightly. Raised his hand and beckoned. It was time to go on stage. Melinda took 2 deep breaths. Put her palm in Arthur's hand again. And the two walked to the second-floor corridor. Stood side by side. And looked at the guests downstairs. Melinda's eyes were like a king, overlooking and examining her guests. And Arthur? No need for extra action. Just stand there and keep smiling. Soon, someone noticed the figure on the second-floor corridor, and immediately widened his eyes. The person who was talking to him obviously found that his friend was not right, and subconsciously turned his head to look, and then widened his eyes. Gradually, the first-floor hall became silent. Everyone looked up at the 2 people on the second-floor corridor, and everything was just as Arthur and Melinda expected. The effect was quite good. Just as the 2 were about to take the next step, there was a strange sound downstairs. Bang! A wine glass fell on the carpet, and the wine was spilling, and the man holding the wine glass fell straight to the ground, and he was no longer breathing. Chapter 52. Never forget. Someone is dead. When Edwin confirmed the death of Brody, the president of the Brody Chamber of Commerce, there was a sudden uproar in number 6 White Bird Street. What? Dead? How could someone die? Amid the chaotic voices, the crowd inevitably panicked. When facing death, there is no difference between civilians and wealthy businessmen. In fact, the latter are more afraid, because they have too much. Panic can spread. People who were calm at first, when they saw people around them getting in a mess, also got in a mess. People squeezed and pushed each other. When more tragedies were about to happen, bang! Merida Julius Caesar stood on the second-floor corridor, raising her musket high, shooting into the air. In the glow of gunpowder, the chips on her blue and white dress shone brighter and brighter. The crowd suddenly became quiet. They subconsciously looked at Merida holding her musket. The lady spoke loudly. "Gentlemen, ladies, please maintain your manners. Your etiquette. When facing a corpse, you should not panic. Of course, if it is someone with ulterior motives, that is another matter. First the praise, then the warning." Made number 6 White Bird Street quiet down quickly. Taking this opportunity, the lady returned the musket to Arthur, her eyes full of gratitude. This musket was naturally the one Arthur had just handed to her. She would not ask why Arthur brought a musket. She only knew that the musket Arthur had just given her had saved her trouble. "I owe you one," Melinda whispered. "Just pay me. We are doing a fair trade." Arthur smiled as usual. "Okay." Melinda nodded solemnly. Then, she looked at the 2 people in the crowd, Coaster from the Coaster Chamber of Commerce and Edmund from the Edmund Chamber of Commerce. Just now, the 2 of them were the first to shout and almost cause chaos. Similarly, Melinda had reason to suspect that Brody was also murdered by the 2 of them. It was to prevent her from obtaining the title of Baron Camille. Everything was reasonable. After all, the 2 of them almost succeeded before. Although she calmed down the news as quickly as possible, Anna still had to leave her. Even just now, the 2 of them almost succeeded again. But this did not make Melinda angry. On the contrary, the lady became calmer. When she was honored as the Lady of the Long Night, she personally chopped off the heads of 37 opponents. When she was making a fortune, she sent the entire gang to feed the fish. When she felt Anna's love, she hesitated. She hoped to live peacefully with Anna and remain unchanged. Then, under the pressure of her opponents, I had to send Anna to the Inner Bay. This terrible situation, once is enough. A second time? Never. If it happens a second time, she will not forgive herself. So, everything happened tonight. But there are always unexpected plans. She glanced at Brody's body. Then, whoosh! Melinda Julius Caesar took a deep breath, sniffing the remaining but very familiar smell of gunpowder. It seemed that at this moment, she returned to those unrestrained days. And her face naturally showed her old bright smile. Then, she stood on the second floor, overlooking everyone in the hall. When she saw Coster and Edmund, her smile began to fade. The coldness in the lady's eyes made the 2 businessmen shudder. This crazy woman is going to take action, the 2 men said in their hearts at the same time. Absolutely not at this time. Here, They are dead. It's not me. It's not me either. You need evidence. You can't frame others. Are you going to kill us in public? The two businessmen started shouting loudly and began to drag the people around them into the water. Heh. Miranda Julia Caesar chuckled, but didn't pay any attention to the two, let alone take action directly, even though she wanted to cut them into pieces. But not now. She knew very well that the gunshot just now, the patrol officers in the White Bird Street district have been alerted. The police will be here soon. After that? Naturally. He will deal with the unexpected incident in his own way. Soon, Mounts and a team of patrol officers appeared at number 6 White Bird Street. Then, he saw his partner Arthur at a glance. Almost instinctively, the new sheriff wanted to cover his face. Why is it you again? Mounts looked at Arthur, with a puzzled look on his face. I didn't want to do that either. Maybe I'm just unlucky? Arthur shrugged helplessly. The two exchanged glances, but Mounts did not stop, and he walked quickly towards the body. Foaming at the mouth? Bitter almonds? Almost instantly, Mounts determined that it was cassava poisoning, because just a few days ago, he had handled a similar case. The murder case of the Joel Joker Fencing Club. At that time, Arthur was also present. Moreover, the case was solved by Arthur. My partner is not the god of death. Is he? Why do you go everywhere? Where will people die? Or is it really as Scott said, that the physique of a psychic is destined to attract more trouble? The new sheriff thought involuntarily. Because of his relationship with Arthur, Mounts and Scott also have a good relationship. When Mounts became sheriff, not only the South Lows Daily reported the incident, other newspapers also interviewed Mounts. The reporter sent by the Bugle was naturally Scott. The interview was recorded in the form of a casual chat, and it was clearly an interview with Mounts. But the final result turned into a discussion about Arthur, although many of them could not be published in the newspaper. The relationship between Mounts and Scott advanced by leaps and bounds. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Mounts subconsciously checked the palm of the corpse. There was no smell. The cup must have been poisoned. But the next moment after Mounts made such an inference, the new sheriff was stunned. Because he saw the wine table. In order to highlight the freedom of the salon, there was no bartender at the bar, but there were glasses of wine on the table, and the guests could take them at will. At a glance, there were at least 30 glasses of wine on the table. In addition, the waiter would refill the wine from time to time. Among so many glasses of wine, how did the murderer determine the victim? Or randomly selected targets? When he thought of this, Martz felt his temples swell. If the targets were really randomly selected, that would be troublesome. There was no connection between the murderer and the victim, unless he is caught on the spot. The case cannot be solved at all. Captain Mounts, can you identify the murderer? We need to prove our innocence. Otherwise, some people will not let it go. When Coster and Edmund saw Mounts frowning, they came over immediately. Their tone was full of sarcasm. They were eager to leave. Number 6 White Bird Street was too dangerous. Even with bodyguards. They were terrified. We must return to their territory. I'm still. Since we can't identify the murderer, are we just waiting here? Coster interrupted Mounts' words, and once again incited the people around him. Immediately, the guests around him spoke up. Yeah, are we just waiting here? What a useless blue dog. Didn't the newspaper say that Sheriff Mounts was very capable? Among the many guests, Martz's forehead was covered with sweat. If these guests were not of high status, he would have taught these guys a lesson with his baton. What to do? What to do? Anxious Martz suddenly saw Arthur. Arthur walked down the second floor slowly, one step at a time slowly. Simple etiquette. Flashed, although it was only LV1, which could not be upgraded, but it still made Arthur look elegant at the moment. Originally, everyone was looking at Martz. When they noticed Martz's gaze, everyone looked at Arthur, watching him walk slowly to the bar, watching him gently stroke the white tablecloth on the bar, watching him sigh softly, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, I heard the low moan of the dead. Chapter 53 Standing on the Shoulders of Giants. Arthur's words made Melinda stop in her tracks. She looked at Arthur unconsciously. She hoped that Arthur could save her trouble again. All the guests in the hall were also stunned. Then, many people's eyes lit up. Arthur's identity, along with Melinda's grand welcome, had already spread among these people. Don't underestimate people's curiosity, and don't underestimate the intelligence network that a group of people have when they get together. As long as one person knows, then a group of people know. So, everyone present knew that Arthur was the medium who had become famous in the past week. Curse. Axe murder. Revenge of the evil spirit. Joel Joker fencing club murder. Baby stealing. Etc. were the most talked about cases among these people after dinner. Some of them were dismissive of it, thinking it was just a trick to fool the fools. Some of them remained neutral. They thought that since he did it, there must be a reason. But most of them were curious. Curious about how Arthur did it. And curious about what kind of person Arthur was. However, no matter what kind of person they were, at this time, they all stared at Arthur, afraid of missing anything. Those who were dismissive wanted to expose the trick. Those who were curious wanted to satisfy their curiosity. As for the neutrals, most of them just watched for fun. Arthur knew this very well. But he was fearless. Because he really knew who the murderer was. It wasn't because he had a meticulous mind, nor did he have amazing reasoning ability. He just saw too many cases solved by famous detectives. Some wandered around the foggy city with a doctor's assistant. Some shouted in the name of Grandpa. Some were called Grandma, but were actually the Queen. Some were elementary school students who would never grow up, or, in the name of Crow, with ominous and weird, constantly mumbling. Too many. Too many. Too many to be imagined by people in this world. Therefore, cases that are unimaginable to people in this world are traceable to Arthur. Just need to observe carefully, analyze calmly, then the murderer can be found. Just like now. Is that so? Do you really want to do this? Okay, I'll help you. Arthur murmured to himself, but his eyes were looking at a female waitress in the crowd. When her eyes met Arthur's, the waitress's face turned pale. The people around her subconsciously moved their feet to distance themselves from the waitress. In an instant, it was as if a stage appeared out of thin air. On the stage, Arthur stood at one end and the waitress at the other. Under the stage, there were a group of onlookers with different thoughts. And high up, Melinda's blue eyes stared at the waitress with a hint of coldness. Elena? Arthur asked softly. This is not a prediction, but I just heard Edwin asking him to watch the bar when I passed by. The waitress put her hands in front of her and nodded slightly. The pale face made her delicate face even more pitiful. Anyone who saw such a waitress would not think of her as a murderer. In fact, someone immediately spoke up for justice. Impossible. It can't be Elena's. You must be mistaken. A male waiter who seemed to have a good relationship with Elena shouted loudly. Yes. Is it a mistake? This lady doesn't look like she would kill anyone. Some of the guests also agreed. Looking at the people who speak up for justice, Arthur was not surprised. People have always been visual animals. Judging people by appearance, there are people everywhere. And good-looking people, in a way, are really like having superpowers. Whether it's work, study, or life, they will get tangible and intangible help. Let everything go smoothly. But no matter how good-looking he is, some facts that have happened will not change. Arthur did not speak, but reached out and took out the ice from the ice bucket beside him. The ice in this ice bucket was cut in advance and covered with cotton to keep warm. However, even so, it melted a little. Seeing Arthur's action, the waitress Elena's face turned pale again. The people around him did not understand, but Maltz was stunned, exclaimed, Is there poison in the ice? Hearing Maltz's words, the guests around began to whisper. Some were surprised, some suddenly realized, and some began to find fault. Impossible, the ice in this bucket has melted. If the one with the poison has also melted, we will all be poisoned. A young guest said loudly. The guests around him nodded, acknowledging the guest's words. Arthur smiled. He was not afraid of someone asking. But he was afraid of no one asking. Without twists and turns. How could he get more XP? Arthur was not in a hurry to reveal the mystery. He swept his eyes over the guests present, looking at the expressions on their faces, and silently remembered those who were obviously malicious towards him, especially the young guest who stood up to find fault. Why did the other party come? Of course, it was for Melinda. In fact, those who were obviously malicious should also be for Melinda. But Arthur was not angry. He took money from others to help them get rid of their misfortunes. Since there was a deal, it was natural to complete it. There was a good opportunity in front of him. Facing Arthur's gaze, the young guest did not back down, but took a step forward. What? Didn't you consider this? It is not gentlemanly to frame a lady. As he spoke, he looked towards the second-floor corridor. He hoped that Melinda could see clearly how he exposed Arthur as a liar. Seeing his own wisdom and bravery. Seeing Arthur's meanness and vulgarity. Of course, it would be better if he could feel love for him. Unfortunately, Melinda didn't even look at him. The other party immediately felt gloomy, and then looked at Arthur with more resentment, and the same was true for several young people with malicious intent around him. They were even more excited when they didn't get Melinda's favor. Yes. Yes. How could you do this? Arthur's smile became even stronger. The situation in front of him was exactly what he wanted. He watched these young men become more and more rude, watched them stir up the crowd's emotions. Then he bent down and lifted the tablecloth of the wine table. Suddenly, the crowd was quiet. Everyone saw that there was an ice bucket under the table. This. The young men just now began to stammer. They had a premonition that something was wrong. But Arthur did not give them any chance to turn over, and directly opened the ice bucket. Unlike the half-melted ice in the ice bucket on the table, the ice in this ice bucket is not only intact, but also neatly arranged. The ice bucket above is naturally not prepared for Brody. This one is. Imagine facing half-melted ice and intact ice. What would you choose? Not to mention, you know him so well. Ms. Elena, who has been guarding here just now. Arthur ignored the young men and looked at Elena again. The other party's hands were tangled together in front of her. Under the force, the knuckles turned white, and the teeth bit her lips tightly. After several seconds, under great pressure, and in front of the evidence, the waitress said softly, "It's me." Boom! Hearing Elena's confession, the guests around went wild. However, at this time, they no longer paid attention to Elena, but looked at Arthur. Wonderful! So wonderful! You are worthy of being called a medium. The compliment was given without cost. But Arthur ignored it. He silently watched Melinda walking down from the second-floor corridor. The coldness in her eyes had long disappeared. What was left was only concern and worry. The lady ignored the people around her, came to Elena, grabbed Elena's hand, and asked softly, "Why?" Chapter 54 Reversal. Everyone could hear that there was no anger, questioning, or even a little resentment in Melinda's words. Even though Elena messed up her salon, her words were just puzzled. She even stroked Elena's back and comforted the waitress. Elena, who had suffered a major change, burst into tears. Amid her tears, her words were intermittent. He promised to marry me before. We will have many lovely children, but a few days ago he told me again. Arthur did not listen anymore. The story was too old-fashioned. It was just a story about a playboy and a silly girl. Of course, there were some doubtful points. Therefore, Arthur thought about it, and added a prefix and slightly changed the title of this old-fashioned story, A Rich Playboy and a Gullible Girl. Arthur's eyes swept over the bracelet on Elena's wrist. It should be gold. There are also 2 small earrings. They are inlaid with emeralds. Why he was able to identify the murderer so quickly, these accessories played a big role, you know. The waiter's salary can't afford these things. So just now when he saw the waitress with such accessories on the second-floor corridor, he couldn't help but look at her twice more. And now, his eyes are completely attracted by Melinda. Wonderful. It's so wonderful. If it wasn't from the beginning, he kept staring at Melinda's words. And he was almost fooled by the lady's acting skills. Putting himself in her shoes, Arthur thought he couldn't be as natural and unobtrusive as Melinda. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to learn. So, he kept silent and left everything to Melinda. He believed that Melinda would handle everything. In fact, it was true. "Leave it to me next. Don't worry. It will be fine," Melinda whispered to comfort Elena, but such a low voice, everyone around could hear it clearly, including the 2 presidents of the Chamber of Commerce, Coster and Edmund. After hearing such words, Coster sneered. "Murder is a serious crime. You think?" Just now, he was threatened by Melinda's eyes. Coster would not give up this revenge. He stretched out his tone, and was extremely sarcastic. "Seriously speaking, this method is just a simple verbal pleasure. There was no real gain." In the end, in Coster's eyes, Elena was just an inferior person. Such a person, whether he lived or died, what did it matter to him? He wanted to stimulate Melinda. It would be best if Melinda was angry and lost her composure. This would be of great help to him in obtaining the title of Baron Camille. Add to that the murder today. Coster was sure to make Melinda lose the qualification to obtain the title. So, when he saw Melinda looking at him angrily, Coster was not panicked, but was overjoyed. But, the next moment, Coster panicked? "Because I thought? You thought that you and Edmund secretly instigated Elena's affairs. Didn't I know? Otherwise, with Elena's weakness and her own knowledge, how could she know that ice cubes could hide poison? And the poison was probably provided by you. Right? Melinda stared at Coster. Edmund, the two biggest competitors, said coldly. Immediately, there was an uproar around. It was Coster, Edmund. Of course it was them. Apart from them, it couldn't be anyone else. The guests present knew what Melinda, Coster, and Edmund were fighting for recently. That was why, when Melinda spoke, they believed it a little. Especially the young people who spoke directly. They firmly believed everything Melinda said. Not to mention, Melinda's words were reasonable. Then Irina, who had been comforted by Melinda, also spoke. They instigated me. Irina, whose delicate appearance made people want to protect her, raised her hand and pointed at Coster and Edmund. The innocent look made the people around them believe it even more. Arthur, who saw the scene, almost applauded. Women are born with a 3-point acting ability. Melinda acted perfectly. Irina was also quite good. Was Elena instigated by Coster and Edmund? Arthur was not sure. Maybe. Maybe not. But Arthur was sure of one thing. Elena regarded Melinda as a lifeline, especially after she killed someone. Melinda continued to comfort her, saying that Elena was soft, simple, shallow, and provided a reasonable murderer behind the scenes. As long as Elena is not a fool. As long as Elena still wants to live. Then you know what to choose. After all, she is a soft, simple, and shallow woman, which is why she was deceived by Brody, and why she was instigated by Coster and Edmund. Arthur looked at Melinda, with admiration in his eyes. This woman is really amazing to be able to turn the unfavorable situation around in an instant. Similarly, the danger level has to be increased by 1 point. As Arthur thought so, Mart on the side had already taken action. Asked someone to take the body away. And took Elena away. Similarly, Coster and Edmund were also invited to investigate. There was no coercive measure. Only courtesy. Courtesy to wealth, reputation, and hidden connections. And Elena was not treated excessively. Because Melinda personally sent the waitress out from the hall to the courtyard. Arthur did not pay attention to what Melinda said. He only saw Melinda return to the hall. The ladies were the first to applaud. Melinda, I will support you. And me. Those who take advantage of others' feelings are unforgivable. Count me in. Ladies came to Melinda one by one. Some young ladies had already wiped their tears, obviously putting themselves in Elena's shoes, feeling the unforgettable pain and love. Love, how sacred it is. How rare it is. When it is desecrated, blasphemers should go to hell. There is no doubt that Brody is a blasphemer. Coster and Edmund are also blasphemers. Arthur can be sure that, at this moment, Coster and Edmund have lost the battle for the title of Baron of Camille. Never underestimate the power of these ladies. Maybe they are just some rich ladies, but there must be some noble ladies in their circle. And what happened tonight will definitely be known to those noble ladies as they tell their stories. Then, common hatred and common enemy. Not only did he turn the unfavorable situation around, he also gained a group of natural allies, and gained a heavy bargaining chip for himself to obtain the title, which was beyond the ordinary scope. Arthur admired again in his heart. Then, he completely handed the stage downstairs to Melinda, and returned to the lounge upstairs. He was worried that the ladies would notice him, so that their attention would be diverted from Elena. If he had to put him and Melinda together, he was afraid of being vomited on. Of course. More importantly, Arthur began to doubt the real purpose of Melinda's cooperation with him. Just now, when Melinda fired a gun on the second-floor corridor, he could feel the coldness of the other party. That was murderous intent. The murderous intent directed at Coster and Edmund. If it was just to divert everyone's attention, the other party should not have shown murderous intent at all, but should have hidden murderous intent. Therefore, the other party cooperated with him, the probability is, paralyzed the opponent. Thinking of this, Arthur couldn't help but secretly shook his head, and once again raised Melinda's danger level by 1 level. As for staying away, Arthur didn't think about it. Not only the XP gained by cooperating with the other party, but also because he needed more mysterious knowledge to understand the world in front of him. Spirituality. The changes brought by the increase made him very uneasy. Sitting alone in the lounge, Arthur guessed Melinda's next move. And just a few minutes later, Melinda also returned to the lounge. The lady picked up the billiard pipe and filled it with tobacco, and lit it directly, and took a deep breath before turning her head to look at Arthur, who was sitting in the chair leisurely. She knew Arthur saw it, but she didn't mind. The two sides were originally in a cooperative relationship, and Arthur's previous performance, which made her willing to cooperate with Arthur more deeply. Of course, just a little. Take a puff? As she said that, Melinda handed over the pipe. Looking at the warm color on the cigarette holder, Arthur waved his hand and refused. Do you dislike me? Melinda frowned, slightly dissatisfied. Please, brother. I'm not used to sharing a pipe with a guy who also likes women. Arthur shrugged. Melinda smiled immediately at this kind of teasing. She liked the title of brother. Then, she took a deep puff of the pipe, walked slowly to Arthur's side, leaned down, and the smoke in her mouth passed by Arthur's ears. When it dissipated in front of him, a faint voice sounded. Is the ghost of Elena angry? Chapter 55 Interests, Cold Meals and Hot Pot. Irina will eventually die. When the other party chose to kill on the day of the salon, it was destined that the other party would die. Melinda will not let the other party go. But definitely not now. Because this is not in the interests of Melinda. After finally turning the situation around and forcing Coster and Edmund into a dead end, how could she let Irina go so easily? Similarly, Coster and Edmund would not sit and wait for death. They will try every possible way to get away with it. The best way is naturally to convince Elena. And this is what Melinda is waiting for. Only at this time, Elena's death can be in her best interest. Imagine, when Coster, Edmund's lobbyists met Elena, and the latter died like this, what impression would it give people? Murder to silence the witness. According to common sense, Melinda would definitely do this, but thinking back to Melinda's previous killing intention, Arthur was not sure. But there was one thing Arthur was sure of. I once said, my psychic ability can let me find wandering dead souls, and I can also take the initiative to contact the dead souls, as long as she is in front of me. As he said, Arthur shrugged. At a very close distance, facing Arthur's shrugging shoulders, Melinda instinctively took a step back, and quickly distanced herself from Arthur. However, the lady was not angry. For the collaborator, who wanted to go further, she would naturally be quite tolerant. Moreover, it was also her test. She heard Arthur's heartbeat. It was very steady, without any acceleration. It should be true. That is to say, Arthur really has the talent of medium. But the lady was not 100% sure. At the same time, she also knew that the test tonight must be stopped, otherwise, she would lose a very suitable partner. Therefore, the lady paused for a moment, then asked with a smile, Would you like something to eat or drink? I'll ask Edwin to get it for you. There will be an auction later. That's right. The auction will continue. Even if someone died, it did not affect the second half of the salon. After all, the murderer was found, and there was a reasonable excuse. So what reason was there not to continue? Even if Melinda wanted to stop, the guests who came tonight would not stop the auction. I'll go down and choose for myself. What about you? Arthur rejected Melinda's kindness and asked her back. I think it's better for me to stay here alone when I'm sad. At the same time, to comfort me when I'm sad, you will definitely bring me food later. Right? Melinda looked at Arthur with a pleading look. Of course. Arthur nodded, got up and walked out of the lounge. The door closed behind him. A door separating the two worlds. In the room, under the bright light, Melinda took another deep puff of her pipe, and in the smoke, the lady raised her lips, and her eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. Outside the room, standing in the dim shadows, Arthur also raised his lips. His mind was full of thoughts, but on the surface, there was no change at all. Melinda chose to cooperate with him, not just to paralyze the opponent. And the identity of medium. The other party needs the ability of a medium. So cautious, it shouldn't be a simple exorcism. And it won't be just one or two simple attempts. Arthur thought. His breathing remained the same, as usual in the room, and his steps did not stop. He walked straight downstairs. Facing a lady like Melinda, Arthur thought it was never too cautious. Even if the two parties were partners, it was the same. He had seen the lady's tricks with his own eyes. As he walked down the stairs, Arthur, who was still smiling, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. The only words he could see were jumping in front of him. Bluffing experience +1. Bluffing LV2, 2/5. Bluffing. He had gained experience again. Arthur was not sure whether it was because of dealing with Melinda or the guest just now. Or both? Although Arthur could not confirm which one it was, but there is one thing Arthur can confirm. His skills can be upgraded through training. This is good news for him. He is already talented and relies on his own efforts to improve his strength. Of course, he would not mind working harder to become stronger. even though he still hasn't figured out the mission mechanism. The good news at the moment still makes Arthur smile a lot brighter. And when he saw acquaintances among the guests, Arthur smiled even happier. Arthur! Scott held a plate in one hand and waved at Arthur with the other. This is another fateful encounter, the young reporter said in an exaggerated manner, as if Scott would appear wherever there was news about Arthur. In fact, it was Mouths who returned and informed Scott, who was going to continue the interview with the new sheriff of the Shire district. Therefore, Scott hurried over. He hoped to obtain first-hand information. As for entering the salon, Scott was in the name of the Shire District Police Department. Arthur guessed this. However, he did not reveal it. Cheers to fate! Arthur turned around and picked up a glass of ice water without ice cubes, and after signaling to Scott, he took the young reporter's plate and walked to the corner. With Brody's life reminder, Arthur knew more and more how to choose food. Just like Scott's plate, it was already full of food. Especially the egg tarts, which are quite tempting, with a rich aroma, which goes straight into your nose. Ms. Longnight's salon has always been a cold buffet, only when winter comes, will some dishes that can be heated continuously be added, such as stew or porridge. Now it is still early for winter, so the main dishes are cakes, sausages, chicken breasts, fruits and vegetable salads. Arthur, who has his own eating habits, doesn't like to eat fruits and vegetable salads. But cakes, sausages and chicken breasts don't. Arthur took a bite of the egg tart, the crispy skin, the smooth heart, both made him feel comfortable. Sweets and meats really make people never get tired of eating. Scott looked at Arthur, who had already started dinner in the corner, felt helpless, and could only walk to the buffet again, choose food. But when he came back with the food, Arthur raised his hand and took the food again. Thank you, Scott. Seriously? Without you, I don't know what to do. Facing Arthur's sincere look, the young reporter silently turned around and walked towards the buffet. Fortunately, Arthur did not raise his hand to take it this time. It was not because he was full, but Arthur felt that at this time, he should eat some hot food. For example, hot pot. Cold food, after all, was not good enough. Even if there were Arthur's favorite sweets and meat. After all, hot pot and sweets, meat is more suitable. The sigh in his heart made Arthur unable to help but recall whether Nanlo's had sesame paste, and how to stir-fry the hot pot base. Of course, he did not forget to talk to Scott about the food rules and consulting fees. Scott was naturally puzzled about this, but did not ask more. However, Arthur murmured in a low voice, "Food full of good intentions is not to be wasted. It not only makes me happy, but also helps me deal with the troubles when exorcising spirits. Of course, as food, they are far more important than money." When Arthur discovered that only real food could increase XP, he realized this from the bottom of his heart. Scott, who obviously had the potential to be a gourmet, immediately had his eyes lit up. He heard from Arthur's words that he loved food and had compassion for those who could not afford the consulting fee. If it were not for such compassion, how could Arthur use food as part of the consulting fee? Scott, who had some misunderstandings, looked at Arthur with more respect. Just when the reporter was about to discuss with Arthur in detail how to improve the food rules and consulting fees, several uninvited guests came over. Not strangers. They were the young men who had been targeting Arthur when Brody died. Now, the leader was like an angry bull, not only breathing loudly between his nose and mouth, but also with red cheeks. As soon as he walked to the corner, he shouted directly at Arthur. Arthur. Kratos. I want to duel with you. Chapter 56. The nature of human heart is gossip and paranoia. The young man did not suppress his roar. Immediately, the music behind the dining table stopped. In fact, it was not just these performers. When these young people came from a distance, the guests in the hall noticed them. These well-dressed guests were very excited, because they saw that these young people were looking for trouble with Arthur. It was not that they had any malicious intentions. They were just watching the fun. When it comes to watching the fun, people are not divided into high and low, because everyone wants to watch the fun. The guests were all very excited, and they did not expect that there would be continuous fun to watch all night. Faced with these repeated provocateurs, what would Arthur do? Would he scold these people? Or would he really draw his sword to duel? Or curse? When they thought of this, under the bright lights, many of the guests were so excited that their faces flushed. If they were not afraid of the reputation of the Lady of the Long Night, they would probably have started to roar at this time, just like when they were watching the fight in the underground arena. Moreover, compared to the underground arena, they wanted to see the curse more. After all, They had never seen what the real curse looked like. They didn't expect to have the opportunity to see it today. Suddenly, these people's eyes widened. Arthur sat on the sofa and held down Scott, who had picked up the empty plate. It's not that Arthur thinks that the young people in front of him shouldn't be beaten. In Arthur's opinion, the impulse of youth is inevitable, and it is experienced by every young person, especially when hormones are overflowing. Such impulse has long blinded reason. However, this does not mean that there is no price to pay. Since he was stimulated to lose his mind by the woman named Melinda Julius Caesar, then of course he must teach the other party a lesson. So, using a plate is not enough. Giving the other party a slap in the face here is not enough either. As for dueling here, that is even more ridiculous. First of all, as a collaborator of Melinda, it is impossible for him to do anything that would affect his collaborator's salon and auction. Just because he could not gain more XP by doing so, Arthur was not interested. As the other party said, he dueled here. The other party was knocked down, and the guests around were surprised. Then what? That's it. It's nothing more than some after-dinner talk. But what if the stage in front of you changes? What if it changes to the whole of South Los? What will happen then? Before, there was no chance. But now, there is such an opportunity. The Swordsmanship Conference. The upcoming Swordsmanship Conference. Just imagine winning the championship by participating in the Swordsmanship Conference without any special events, and having to participate in the Swordsmanship Conference for the person you love, overcoming all difficulties, and finally winning the championship. Which one is more sensational? Use your toes to think. It's the latter. Love between a man and a woman, the aggressive third party, the bloody romance, the swordplay of life and death, putting these elements together in Nanlos, which has never experienced the information explosion. It must be the focus of the world. How much XP will be obtained at that time? It must be an extremely exaggerated number. Thinking of this, Arthur couldn't help but tremble, and his gaze towards the young men in front of him became more and more peaceful. Such a gaze hurt the young men, and the leader shouted again, "Arthur! Kratos! I want to duel with you!" Arthur shook his head. "Coward! Coward! How can a person like you be worthy of Miss Caesar?" Seeing Arthur shaking his head, the leading young man laughed immediately, and the young men behind him also laughed out loud. It was as if they had won a great victory. Arthur looked at the few people with more pity in his eyes. He was very sure before that with the extent of Melinda's misogyny, these young people in front of him would never be able to get close to each other. And now, he was even more sure that these young people would be excited for a long time just by standing in front of Melinda and breathing the air in the same room, let alone getting close to Melinda. If Melinda was willing to say a word to them, it would be like a gift from God. Woof woof woof. For some reason, Arthur heard a dog barking. Not just one dog, but a group of dogs. Alas! Arthur sighed softly. He stood up amid the puzzled gazes of the young people. Melinda is exhausted because of what happened just now. I don't want to make her feel uneasy at this time. I hope I can give her a sense of security. I want her to let go of everything and lean on my shoulders when she is tired. Instead of making trouble out of nothing, when you succeed and win the honor, give her a mess to clean up. Arthur said word by word. The voice was neither humble nor arrogant, but it spread throughout the hall. Hearing such words, the ladies among the guests who were waving feather fans looked at Arthur with different eyes. Before, they were a little surprised that Melinda chose Arthur, or simply thought that Melinda chose Arthur because Arthur had the identity of a medium. But now, they found out that they were wrong. Melinda chose Arthur because of his reliability. As a young man, if her male companion had encountered such a provocation, he would have thrown his gloves on his face. However, Arthur held back for Melinda. This was Arthur's sacrifice for Melinda. The ladies looked at Arthur with amazement. However, the ladies still felt a little regretful. They were amazed at Arthur's thoughtfulness, but they always felt that it was a little bit short. Arthur had already seen this expression. He was waiting for this moment. The next moment, Arthur said loudly, "But facing your duel, I can't turn a blind eye, so a swordsmanship contest. I will sign up for the swordsmanship contest. There, we will compete. Since we need to warm up before the game, we naturally need communicators, and who can spread the news better than those rich and idle ladies?" Arthur would not give up these free labors. So, after a slight pause, he spoke again. "Make way, I need to bring some food to Melinda, she is hungry." As he said that, Arthur stretched out his hand to push away the young man in front of him. The other party plopped down on the sofa, muttering with a pale face. "How could this happen? Why didn't I consider this? Miss Caesar will hate me. Right? What should I do? What should I do?" The young man seemed to have lost his soul. But except for his companions, no one in the hall paid any attention to him. Everyone was looking at Arthur. Especially the ladies who had been attracted to Arthur before, now covered their faces with feather fans, and their eyes were full of brilliance. At this moment, they were completely attracted by Arthur's reliability, thoughtfulness, and gentleness, especially when they thought of Arthur's identity as a medium. The sense of mystery made them breathe faster. When Arthur took the plate and started to choose food, they suddenly realized that Arthur was handsome. Isn't he the perfect lover? Immediately, many ladies were jealous. Originally, they thought Arthur and Melinda were not suitable, but now they think Melinda is too lucky to have met Arthur. Of course, jealousy also appeared. Why is Melinda so lucky? Why didn't I? However, most of the ladies kept their senses. They didn't dare to go too far in front of Melinda. But there were one or two who thought they could. So, even when Arthur went upstairs with the food, they stared at him closely. Arthur also felt the burning heat behind him. Is it a bit too much? Arthur thought, but he knocked on the door slowly. Melinda held her pipe in her mouth, looking at him with a half-smile. Obviously, the lady knew what happened next. However, the lady did not make any sarcastic remarks. Nor did she mock at all. Instead, she restrained her smile, and said in a very serious tone, "Arthur, thank you for everything you have done for me. I will remember it and compensate you." Arthur appreciated Melinda's sensible and clear-headed partner, and immediately placed the plate next to her, and said with a smile, "Try the egg tarts, it tastes good. Aunt Mary has admirable cooking skills." Miranda called the cook affectionately, and it was obvious that they had a special relationship. Just as the lady picked up the egg tart, there was a knock on the door. It was Edwin. After the coachman came in, he looked at Miranda, and when he found that Miranda waved her hand nonchalantly, he lowered his voice and said, "Coaster, Emmond and the other two are dead." Chapter 57 Madness and Madness of the Daughter. Coaster, Emmond are dead? So fast? Arthur narrowed his eyes, and looked at Melinda. If he hadn't noticed the previous clues, he might have guessed that the perpetrators were those insatiable nobles, or that someone from the two chambers of commerce of Coster and Edmund was planning to seize the chamber of commerce in the chaos, or even that some guys, who were not qualified originally, but suddenly found this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But now, it can only be Melinda. Look at Edwin. How did this coachman who never left number 6 White Bird Street know the deaths of Coster and Edmund so quickly and accurately? The other party's just right report was enough to make people imagine. In addition, when the other party reported, Melinda's frank performance once again made Arthur think more, for the title of Baron Camille. Number 6 White Bird Street has long been targeted by those guys. Coster, if Edmund's death is accidentally spread, Coster, Emmond's two chambers of commerce, and some guys who were originally unqualified will do what? They set more people to keep an eye on number 6 White Bird Street. They must keep a close eye on this place, because they want to prove that it was Melinda who killed Coster, who had a grudge against her, and now instigated her maid, Emmond. Kick Melinda out of the competition for the title of Baron Camille completely. Even you can get more. As such speculation appeared in his heart, Arthur couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He discovered the cleverness of Melinda. This lady gave those with bad intentions enough room for imagination, and used impossible to cover up her real purpose. Arthur could fully imagine that when these stalkers were guessing which party killed Coster and Edmund, they would even jokingly guess whether it was Melinda who did it. Then the people around him refuted how it was possible. But they didn't know their guess was true. The person was really killed by Melinda. In order to lure them all out, to kill them all. Melinda's target was Coster and Edmund. But Coster and Edmund were not all Melinda's targets. Melinda wanted more. And him? He was so dazzling tonight, he must be an excellent bait. So the question is, what can he gain from it? And where does Melinda's confidence come from? You know, this is not a small fight. It involves 2 large chambers of commerce, and a large number of small and medium-sized chambers of commerce. Even nobles have to be cautious. Nobles? Suddenly, a guess appeared in Arthur's mind, making him look at Melinda, who was eating egg tarts in small bites. Coincidentally, Melinda also looked at Arthur. The two looked at each other, the corners of their mouths turned up at the same time, and their eyes flashed with a look that would scare ordinary people. That look was like a knife, cold and deadly. But there was something different. Melinda was more excited. Arthur was calm. Edwin, who was standing by, saw this scene, and immediately lowered his head and continued. According to your previous instructions, I have let people know about the deaths of Coster and Edmund. And those of us who are known to them are staying at our respective locations at number 6 White Bird Street. Just now. In addition to the original stalkers, there are new stalkers. And the number is increasing. Hey. The fish is biting. Come on. Come out. I really can't wait. Melinda picked up the pipe again. And the bitterness of tobacco and the sweetness of egg tarts began to interweave in her mouth, making the lady more and more excited. When she smelled the smell of gunpowder just now, she almost couldn't hold it back. Now, finally, I can let go and do something big. Although there are some twists and turns, the plan has become smoother. She knows what kind of people these guys are, so after Anna left, she has already started to prepare. She showed weakness to the enemy. She withdrew the manpower of some industries, including number 6 White Bird Street. Let those guys who took advantage of the situation think that they were overwhelmed by the accidental exposure and had to choose a conservative defense state. Let those guys think that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even in order to cooperate with these people, she also created opportunities for them. Those guys did not disappoint her. They seized this opportunity. They naively thought that at this moment, she was thinking about how to minimize the impact of the death of Coster and Edmund. After all, from the other party's point of view, the death of Coster and Edmund was of no benefit to her. In order to settle the matter, she would definitely come forward to meet with Sheriff Mounts. To settle such troubles, at least, we need to send representatives. Otherwise, once the incident ferments, let alone competing for the title of Baron Camille, I am afraid that her original situation will be impacted. And this incident ferments, it does not take too long, just a few hours, or even a shorter time is enough. What about them? They block her hands during this period of time, catalyze or let the incident ferment. As for her taking the initiative, that would be great. Without her hosting the auction, it would inevitably lead to some suspicion, which would only make the deaths of Coster and Edmund ferment faster. Then, they could unite more people to boycott the salon of the so-called Lady of the Long Night and expel her completely. Similarly, these people would definitely send a large number of people to keep a close eye on Arthur, who shined brightly tonight. And all of this was what Melinda wanted. Because, under her guidance, these people were hastily prepared. There must be a shortage of manpower. When they keep an eye on Arthur again, the opponent's already limited manpower will definitely be stretched to the limit. So, for this opportunity, these people will definitely mobilize their reserve forces at home, so that the old nest is empty. At that moment, it's time for the people she sent out early to take action. From the beginning to the end, her target is them themselves. Thinking of this, the lady looked at Arthur. Arthur, I need you to do me a favor. You need to help me meet Sheriff Mounts. Tell the sheriff of my good intentions. Of course, the most important thing is that this will allow you to help me lead away those guys outside number 6 White Bird Street. Then, the people I arranged before can raid their lair. This is very dangerous, but I will give you a high reward. Melinda did not hide it, and said it very frankly. First, she really needs Arthur's cooperation. Second, she knows that Arthur has discovered her plan. Melinda is very smart about the collaborator in front of her. Once again, she had a new understanding. She appreciated this kind of intelligence, and even more appreciated Arthur's calm reaction at this moment. She thought that she and Arthur could cooperate better, because she was confident that the high reward she gave would be enough to impress Arthur. What kind of high reward? Arthur asked with a smile. Secret arts? It is a secret art in the true sense, not just knowledge. Moreover, the mysterious knowledge equivalent to swift bird swordsmanship that I promised you before will be given to you together with the secret arts at the latest tomorrow night. Of course, there is also compensation for the help you just gave me. However, I cannot give you gold notes, real estate, etc. for the time being. I need to give most of these things to exchange for the support of that person. Melinda said seriously. That person. Melinda did not say it clearly, but Arthur had already guessed it. Count Nanlos. Apart from Count Nanlos, who else would give this lady such confidence? Moreover, compared with Mounts' gamble, this lady obviously has a deep friendship with Count Nanlos. So much so that the lady was sure that the Count of Nanlos would stand on her side. Wait! Ms. Long Night's auction, wouldn't he the Count have a share? Arthur suddenly thought of this. What kind of friendship is the strongest? Of course, it is mixed with interests. If this is the case, Melinda may be the other party's white glove, and may also be the other party's black glove. Then Arthur, who was speculating, suddenly thought of another possibility. This possibility shocked him. That is, this matter itself was not led by the Count. Right? Chapter 58 Spider's Claw. Arthur originally thought that this was a low-risk, high-return cooperation. But who could have imagined that there was such a danger hidden? When he thought that this matter might be led by the reclusive Count of Nanlos, Arthur felt his temples swell. Count Nanlos was not born to be a recluse. The other party became a recluse after the old Count suddenly died of illness, and took over the master of Nanlos. A young man became the ruler of a place, but he became a recluse, no matter how I think about it. I feel something is wrong. In fact, there are still some rumors until now. Old Charlie said to his predecessor more than once. The lions of Niwen will grow old one day, and the tigress of Nanlos will grow up one day. The predecessor didn't quite understand the meaning of this statement. But Arthur understood. Involved in the fight between the Grand Duke of Niwen and the Earl of Nanlos. This is a bit troublesome. Arthur frowned secretly. He knew very well that there were great opportunities here, and a chance to rise to the top overnight. But if he was not careful, he would die without a burial place. Just like Coster and Edmund. These two people might not be the Grand Duke's men, but they were slightly inclined towards the Grand Duke. And now they were killed by the Earl. It is even possible that these two people appeared in front of the Earl at the right time, and were regarded as the fuse of the whole thing. Then, even the Chamber of Commerce founded by the two was crushed to pieces. And everything that is happening now is the beginning of the Earl's attempt to get rid of the Grand Duke's control. Because of this, he cannot receive the task. With the Earl in charge, even if the process of things will change, the result will not change at all. Thinking in his heart, Arthur remained calm. He looked at Melinda, took back the previous topic, and said in the same serious tone, Compensation? I just helped you 4 times. Starting from when I proposed to go to the second floor corridor, then I will lend you the musket to get rid of the trouble caused by Brody's death. And then the provocation of those young people. So, it's 4 times of compensation. Arthur's serious calculation made Melinda laugh. She didn't hate this kind of fussing. At least, it made her feel more at ease than hiding and causing misunderstandings. So, Melinda promised immediately. I remember. Not one less. No. 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 I mean, can I exchange the 4 compensations for one big one? And, it's better to pay now, otherwise I always feel like I'm looking at a bad check. Arthur corrected Melinda's words. The check came with a gold note. When the large gold note could not meet the transaction, the check was used. However, in the early days, because of the loopholes in the check, there were several cases of bad checks, which made several nobles and merchants lose face. But in order to save the face of the nobles, these cases were not made public. So, no one knew who these nobles were. But there were rumors that the one from Yanbao seemed to have died of depression because of this incident. However, everyone treated it as a joke. After all, Yanbao was far away overseas, not to mention that it was not under the jurisdiction of Nanjun, and the Grand Duke of Yanbao was well known to be in poor health, so it was reasonable for him to suddenly get sick and die. Melinda naturally knew these rumors. Even, she knew more. So, she looked at Arthur's sincere face, and felt a little relieved. She waved at Edwin without any hesitation. Empty promises are far less valuable than actual benefits. She always thought so. Especially when Arthur played an important role. If Arthur just accepted empty promises, she might hesitate to change this person. Because, people who believe in empty promises, either he is a fool, or he has other intentions. However, no matter how Arthur looked at him, he did not look like a fool. In the lounge, Melinda picked up another egg tart, and Arthur picked up a piece of puff pastry. The brown puff pastry was dotted with nuts, and cream was sandwiched inside. It was crispy and milky, and the nuts made a unique crisp sound in Arthur's mouth while chewing. Didn't you eat it? Melinda looked at Arthur, who was about to pick up another piece of strawberry cream millefeuille. She found that Arthur loved sweets. Naturally. So did she. This is a midnight snack, Arthur emphasized. As his physical strength improved, his appetite increased day by day. He ate more and digested faster. Especially since he had been thinking too much just now. His digestion was accelerated. Now he was really hungry. Of course, the cooking skills of the cook in Melinda's house were also really good. When Arthur ate another piece of shell egg cake and drank a glass of water, Edwin came back, holding a long box in her arms. Melinda sucked her fingers in a rather unpresentable manner, and then wiped her hands with the tablecloth beside her and took the box. She was careless, just like those rough sailors on the sea. Even though the other party was wearing a nice, shiny little skirt. Arthur took the basin handed by Edwin, and used warm water to wash the grease and butter on his palms. When he wiped his hands, the box had been opened by Melinda, pushed it in front of him. In the box was a long sword with a sheath. The style was a half-hand sword. The sheath, the hilt were black, the counterweight, and the hand guard were silver-white, under the light. When the silver and black colors intertwined, there was a sense of contradiction that was flickering but silent, and when Arthur grasped the hilt and pulled it out, a sense of sharpness stimulated the hairs on Arthur's face, but the blade was dull. Even under the light, it was inconspicuous. More words appeared in front of Arthur's name. Spider Claw. Type, sword weapon. Quality, mystic. Attribute, 1, sharp, 2, light, 3, bloodthirst, 4, poison sac. Note, during the 7 Years' War, an assassin used this long sword to assassinate 2 West Coast generals, until he chose a third target. In order to kill and silence her, he pointed the long sword at a little girl, but the sudden appearance of the orange cat destroyed everything. The assassin died of his injuries, and his body was hung in front of the 2 armies, but the long sword was lost, until it appeared at the auction of Lady Longnight, and was collected in Lady Longnight's private treasure house. Sharp. Its sharpness can easily pierce, cut through steel armor. Lightweight. Much lighter than ordinary weapons, allowing the user to swing effortlessly. Bloodthirst. Special blood groove, making it easier to tear wounds, and wounds difficult to suture. Poison sac. The counterweight contains poison, which can wipe the blade, making it poisonous. I got it by accident. A pretty good weapon. You can try it. Buzz. Before Melinda finished speaking, Arthur drew out his long sword, gently waving it. The experience of basic swordsmanship made him quickly adapt to the sword, and made him understand that the sword was very suitable for swift bird swordsmanship. Pseudo. In fact, he just held the long sword according to some of the methods in swift bird swordsmanship. Pseudo. And he had the illusion that the sword became an extension of his arm. Undoubtedly, this was an excellent compensation. Very good sword, Arthur praised, but did not thank him too much, because this was what he deserved. Melinda didn't care about this either. The lady just said, Edwin will leave soon, and you will leave later. They will regard you as their main target, so be careful. Arthur nodded, picked up the long sword, and wanted to put it into the long box. However, after thinking about it, he still put the long sword across his waist. He disliked the saliva that might be on it, although it looked clean. Melinda noticed this, and curled her lips. However, she still stopped Arthur, who was about to leave. I'll show you something good. Chapter 59 Brilliant Fireworks. In the second half of the salon of Lady Longnight, the auction officially began. The guests walked to the side hall with smiles. Not everyone is qualified to participate in the auction. Miranda set a threshold quite cleverly, a threshold that is simply unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the guests at the scene, there is hope if you work hard. Some of the unqualified guests left, and some continued to stay in the salon, holding glasses and chatting with friends, or they talked to the ladies they had just met. The waiters in the hall only kept the necessary number of people, and the lights were dimmed, so that the gentlemen and ladies could open their hearts when communicating. The musicians received their wages and left with the departing guests. One carriage after another left White Bird Street. Edwin and Arthur made some necessary preparations, and then they took carriages to blend in with the departing guests. The two looked as hidden as possible, but for professionals, it was nothing. When the carriages of the two left number 6 White Bird Street one after another, several carriages immediately followed. Sitting in the carriage in front, Edwin loaded bullets into the musket while observing the followers. These followers were not fools. They would not start in the White Bird Street. At least they had to leave the Fountain Square. The boulevard or the Garden Street further away was a good choice. At the corner where the boulevard turned into the Garden Street, it was especially suitable. Guessing the possible locations those guys might choose, Edwin picked up another musket and continued to load bullets. There were 4 muskets in total on the seats next to him and opposite him, including the one in his hand. There were 5. Edwin knew that this was a fierce battle, and knew that after the battle started, there would be no time to reload ammunition, and these 5 muskets would be all his long-range firepower. Then, it would be a hand-to-hand fight. I hope Mr. Kratos can hold on until then. Edwin could not help but pray silently. Even though he firmly believed that his master's plan was foolproof, he also knew that, compared to his simple task of distracting the enemy, Arthur, Who was the focus of the enemy's attention? Was the most dangerous? Those guys were not good people. They were a group of vultures. Not only fierce, but also well-trained. You must hold on until I support you. Edwin inserted one musket after another into the gun belt on his chest, with the muzzle tilted upwards. Daggers and short swords inserted into both sides of his waist. After putting the long sword on his back, the driver picked up 2 muskets and made final preparations. Wheels. Wheels. Soon, Edwin's carriage drove away from the fountain square and drove onto the tree-lined path. Arthur's carriage had just entered the fountain square. Arthur glanced at the patrolman, who seemed to be patrolling very seriously in the square outside the window, and slowly placed 2 bundles of bombs on the seat. The fuses of these 2 bundles of explosives were obviously much shorter than normal explosives. Arthur also inserted a lot of nails in the gaps. Melinda didn't make any plans in her wits. She chose to let Arthur play. So, Arthur planned to use the method he was best at. What was Arthur good at? Attack. He pulled out another box of explosives specially prepared by Melinda from under the seat. This was part of the good stuff Melinda mentioned. As the other party said, this is really a good thing. After Arthur replenished his medium box, he just threw the 2 bundles of short-fuse explosives on top. Then, Yah! In the unfamiliar syllables, the invisible hand floated beside Arthur. Arthur handed the matches in his pocket to the left hand of nothingness, and asked the right hand of nothingness to pick up a musket. Then he tapped the carriage 3 times. This was the code he and the coachman agreed on. It means, prepare and slow down. The coachman immediately became alert and began to adjust the speed of the carriage. The originally steady and fast speed immediately slowed down. In the carriage, Arthur picked up a thunder gun and began to wait for the target. This thunder gun, naturally, was also provided by Melinda. It was also one of the good things in the other party's mouth. Compared to ordinary thunder guns, this thunder gun is larger in size, can be loaded with more gunpowder bullets, and looks like a small cannon. It is extremely powerful, but it requires extremely high operation. Ordinary people can't operate it at all, and can't tell who the target is at this time. But for Arthur, it was not a problem. His 1.8 times physique allowed him to operate the thunder gun freely. And it was even easier for him to identify who was the stalker among a group of people who had a death intuition. Carriages passed by one after another. The stalkers were very careful. When they found that the carriage Arthur was riding in slowed down unexpectedly, they did not rush up immediately. Instead, they saw that all 3 carriages passed by the carriage Arthur was riding in, and nothing happened. Then he shook the reins and rushed forward, and then, bang! The muzzle of the special thunder gun provided by Melinda flashed with fire, and 24 bullets almost instantly covered the accelerating carriage, and the bullets hit the solid wood carriage, creating huge holes one after another, and the huge impact caused a small part of the carriage to be shattered. Amid the flying wood chips, the people sitting in the carriage were directly beaten into sieves. The driver was not spared either. It can even be said that the driver, who had no protection at all, was the worst. At least 6 or 7 bullets were shot at him, and the next moment after the gunshot, half of his body became a bloody mess. Arthur threw the empty thunder gun into the carriage, and rolled down from the side of the carriage with his medium box. The driver pulled the reins to stop the horse at the moment of the gunshot, and before the carriage stopped, he jumped into the grass beside the road. Everything happened in a flash. The stalkers who were secretly following around had no time to react. When they came to their senses, they found that their 2 companions were dead. In addition, the frightened horse pulled the carriage and crashed into a tree nearby. The carriage being followed, but stopped steadily on the side of the road. Where are the people? The stalkers looked at each other in bewilderment. They just saw the driver jump into the bushes. They didn't care about this. They just wanted to know where the target person was. You have to know that we have just left the Fountain Square. There is a patrol team at the Fountain Square. There is no time to waste. Just when these stalkers were about to go forward to search for Arthur, they saw a gun barrel sticking out of the window of the carriage parked on the side of the road. Bang! The muzzle flashed, but the bullet did not hit the target at all. The bullet flew over the heads of the stalkers. Although the distance was very close, some of the stalkers even heard the unique whistling sound of the bullet. However, each stalker was not panicked. They all looked at the direction of the carriage with surprise. The target was still on the carriage. Without any hesitation, these stalkers rushed towards the carriage like crazy. They all knew that the loading of the musket could not be completed in a short time, and this time was enough for them to rush to the carriage and capture the target person. You know, this target person, but worth a large bounty. As long as you have this bounty, you will have a worry-free life for the rest of your life. Therefore, these running stalkers fought for their lives. Finally, one of them ran to the side of the carriage. The other party first glanced at the competitors around him with pride, then raised his gun and aimed, while opening the door, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Give up resistance. Mr. Kratos, we will give you the gentleman treatment you deserve." The voice was high-pitched and loud. It was like a salute to welcome the highlight of life. The fastest stalker seemed to have seen the good days of his second half of life. But the next moment, the sound stopped abruptly. The stalker's face changed from excitement and surprise to horror in less than a second. Because the other party saw the fuse that was about to burn out. He turned around and was about to run again. But it was too late. Boom! Chapter 60. Nonsense. The dazzling flames bloomed in the darkness, and a fireball leaped up. The stalkers near the carriage were instantly engulfed by the flames, and the stalkers a little further away were blown high up by the shock wave, and their bones and tendons were broken. The stalkers further away? They didn't escape either. One after another, nails flew over, piercing their bodies like arrows. Only a few stalkers were lucky enough to escape. But their ears were still filled with the roar of the explosion. Not only was it buzzing, it also made them dizzy and staggering. In the blurred vision, a black figure came with a sword. Fast. Very fast. The other party stepped on his feet, and rushed past the burning carriage. A large number of sparks rolled up, gathered around the figure, and slashed forward with the sword. Countless red sparks flickered and danced, chasing the deep and dark sword blade. Poof! A stalker had no time to react when the sword blade slashed across his neck. The sparks that hit the opponent's face suddenly lit up, and then went out. Then came the second, and the third stalker. The dull sword blade danced with the figure's rush. Continuously, a strange sound arose in the sound of the sword blade cutting flesh and blood. Ah! Then, the sword blade slashed past, and it was silent. After Arthur confirmed that there were no survivors around, and that he would never be shot after that, he habitually shook the sword and put it back into the sheath. Click! Amid the crisp sound of the sword and the sheath colliding, Arthur exhaled slightly and recovered his strength. The seemingly one-sided battle was actually Arthur's careful calculation. He chose a position close to the fountain square to shoot, started by parking the carriage, and then used the upcoming patrol to force these stalkers, leaving them no time to think, and finally used the hand of nothingness to shoot, and ignited the explosives, all of which Arthur had carefully thought about several times. Worried about accidents, Arthur had two backup plans. Fortunately, none of them were used. Smelling the unique burning smell of flesh and blood in the air, Arthur looked at Edwin, who was running from a distance. Not only was the opponent fully armed, but the driver behind him also held up two muskets and had a long sword on his waist. Not slow. Quick reaction too. Arthur looked past Edwin and looked at the driver behind him. Edwin had extremely strong strength. This is beyond doubt. Becoming a close attendant of Melinda, the coachman is enough to explain everything. Arthur was surprised that the coachman behind him seemed to have considerable strength. Is he Melinda's subordinate? Or borrowed from the Earl? Arthur guessed. The two who came, looking at the battlefield that had already settled, had a look of astonishment on their faces. You know, the two originally thought that this was a fierce battle. But now? Edwin and the unknown coachman looked at the broken limbs, and the enemies, who had all lost their lives. His heart was filled with horror. Using himself as bait, to attract these impatient guys to take the bait, and then using explosives, what a crazy guy. After Edwin instantly grasped what had just happened, he couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't know how Arthur managed to remain unscathed in this situation, but he knew that he should never fight Arthur easily. Because he didn't want to become like these guys on the ground. Turning around, Edwin looked at the grass beside the road. The driver who drove Arthur was standing there at the moment, but his face was dull. Obviously, he didn't believe what he saw. Unlike others, as Arthur's driver, he came with the intention of dying. But everything was too unexpected. Edwin kicked him as soon as he came up, and then rubbed his hair hard. This was his subordinate, who he trained himself. It was great to be alive. Quick! Clean up the scene. Go inform the owner. Edwin shouted. The two part-time drivers immediately took action. They knew that they didn't have much time and needed to race against time. Edwin looked at Arthur again. This time, Edwin's eyes were more kind. Mr. Kratos, please go back to number 6 White Bird Street to rest first. The rest of the matter, I will take care of it, Edwin said. Arthur shook his head. I haven't seen Sheriff Maltz yet, he said, walking quickly and disappearing into the night in an instant. Edwin stared at the direction where Arthur disappeared, with some confusion on his face. Hasn't the matter been resolved? Wasn't going to Sheriff Maltz just an excuse for those people? Can a sheriff decide the situation at hand? Then Edwin shook his head and began to bend down to clean up the battlefield. The driver didn't intend to think about the things he couldn't figure out. Anyway, he just needs to follow his master's orders. Maltz really doesn't know what to do now. The new sheriff of the Shire district looked down at the two bodies in front of him, his brows furrowed, and he couldn't help sighing. Will I not become the sheriff with the shortest tenure in the Shire district? Damn it! Why did the assassination happen when I entered the police station? Maltz recalled the scene just now, and his back couldn't help but feel cold. The two consecutive shots, the distance between them was 100 meters. You know, with the emergence of firearms firing technology, firearms were quickly equipped to the troops. But the shooting accuracy was still very worrying. Even if the special firearms added gunpowder, it only increased the range and power of the projectiles, and did not help the shooting accuracy at all. As a result, the army had to adopt rows of shooting formations in order to compensate for the problem of shooting accuracy with density. But some people are born different. They seem to be born with the skill of accurate shooting. Maltz, who participated in the 7 Years' War, was lucky to have seen such a person. Why lucky? Because such a person is a treasure for every general. If used properly, they will become a surprise force, and even determine the outcome of a battle. So, he never thought that such a person would become an assassin. He also didn't believe that such a sharpshooter would become an assassin. This kind of sharpshooter will be welcomed anywhere, will be given double courtesy. Because this kind of sharpshooter is enough to scare anyone. Just like him now. Not to mention that he dared not to do it in an open area, he only dared to check the body in his office. More importantly, he knew the danger behind this matter. Although I don't know why, it must be that some noble wanted to kill Koster, Emmond. And I? The unlucky guy, I was involved in it. Could it be that I have met that Earl, and he is hated by me? So he is plotting to kill me? Thinking of this, Maltz was stunned. Then he thought more and more that it was possible. It is true that Earl Nanlos is the master of Nanlos, but the nobles of Nanlos are not convinced by the master of Nanlos. Some are fence-sitters. Some are hypocritical. Because interests. Because the old line of Niwen. But none of this has anything to do with Maltz. He plans to run away. He absolutely does not want to be cannon fodder in the fight between the nobles. Maltz made a decision in an instant, and was ready to take out the 10 gold bars he had hidden in his desk long ago. This was hidden by him long ago. Just in case. Why not hide it at home? Because it is not safe. Confiscating the house is always chosen by the public. So he put it here. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. The new sheriff of the Shire district looked up and found his partner standing at the door of the office, holding a box in one hand and keeping the other hand knocking on the door. Arthur, I'm in big trouble this time. I don't know if it will implicate you. Why don't we run away together? Go to sea as a pirate, or go up to the mountains as a bandit. It's up to you. I have some old friends, and we can buy a batch of arms at a low price. The moment he saw Arthur, Maltz had a plan to grow bigger and stronger with Arthur in his mind. Retire? After such a thing happened, he didn't dare to think about retirement at all. What he was thinking about now was how to survive under the premise of being stared at by the sharpshooter. There were not many people who could deal with the sharpshooter, but Arthur, who mastered the mysterious power, was definitely one of them. With Arthur, he at least didn't worry about being killed directly. And growing bigger and stronger was for a better exchange of interests. However, before Maltz finished speaking, Arthur waved his hand. Maltz wanted to run away. And Arthur guessed it. He knew what kind of person he was. He might not be cunning, but he was definitely sly and cowardly. Especially when it came to life and death. He didn't mind fighting desperately. But if fighting desperately didn't work, he would definitely run away to survive. So, he came here. He didn't want the position of the sheriff of the Shire district to fall into the hands of an unfamiliar person. Therefore, after walking in, looking at the bodies on the ground, he said softly, Koster and Edmund are so pitiful. They actually chose to commit suicide. Maltz was stunned. He looked at Arthur's serious look and confirmed that Arthur was not joking. But being shot in the back. How could it be suicide? Subconsciously, Maltz asked. Shot in the back. Suicide? Yes. Suicide. With the Earl's back. let alone being shot in the back once. Even if he was shot in the back 7 times, it would still be suicide. However, just as Arthur finished speaking, the 2 bodies on the ground seemed to move. Chapter 61 Fading and Stopping, Ashes Burning. Coaster's body moved. Arthur was very sure of this, because he not only saw it, but at this moment, that kind of soul instinct appeared again in his heart. Burn! Burn! Burn both bodies. Without any hesitation, Arthur opened the medium box, took out kerosene and poured it on the 2 bodies. Although Mouths did not see the movement of Coaster's body, he believed that Arthur must have a reason for doing so. Without hesitation, the new sheriff of the Shire district reached out to help, picked up another bottle of kerosene from the medium's box, and began to pour it on the body. At this moment, a noisy sound came. Under the orange light, the police station office area was covered by a group of black people on the ground floor. The patrolman looked up from behind the desks on both sides of the hall in surprise. Looking at the group of people walking quickly along the middle aisle, they walked quickly and looked aggressive. The 2 leading people were young, their faces were full of pride, and the gilded cane in their hands exuded a noble aura under the orange-red lights of the police station. Behind the 2 men were young men wearing caps or with their hands in their pockets. Although their clothes were different, each of them was strong and had a fierce look in their eyes. Facing this group of people, the patrolmen around them did not dare to stop them. However, when they found that these people were rushing towards Mouths' office, the patrolman Dicko rushed out to block them. "Stop! What are you doing?" Dicko shouted. But the group of people ignored him. The 2 young men in the lead did not move, nor did the group of young men behind them. Instead, they used their chests to push. This group of people obviously knew how to avoid committing a real crime, and they also knew how to use the advantage of numbers. They just rushed in. "Good evening, Sheriff Mouths. Stop! Are you destroying evidence? Damn it! You are violating the law." As soon as he arrived at the door of the sheriff's office, a thin-faced man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a blue suit greeted Mouths, but was then interrupted by the roar of 2 young men behind him. Arthur ignored him at all, looked at the 2 young men behind him, and then glanced at the rest of the people, and roughly understood in his heart. Mouths also ignored him, but just waved to the embarrassed Dicko. However, unlike Arthur, Mouths recognized him. Lodel, a native of South Los, was a lawyer. Before the new law came into effect, lawyers existed in South County. However, people preferred to call them blue-skinned dog brokers. There was no so-called acting in accordance with the law, but only human relations and worldly wisdom. The blue-skinned dog brokers mainly communicated with the criminals' families and the sheriff, and on the premise that both parties were satisfied, make some money for yourself. Of course, if the victim's family is rich, the blue dog brokers can also feel sympathy. Therefore, such people, the common people, can't afford to offend. The nobles look down on them, but they are very popular among the middle class. Most of the middle class has some money, but no power. What they need is these blue dog brokers to deal with some troublesome things. When the new law is implemented, this is even more true. Lodel has a considerable reputation among the blue dog brokers, because this lawyer only accepts big clients. Similarly, the words that were just interrupted also prove that the person behind this lawyer is indeed a big client. Ordinary people dare not shout in the police station. "Mr. Coster, Mr. Edmund, please believe that Sheriff Mouths is fair and selfless. He must have a reason for doing this. Sheriff Mouths, please forgive Mr. Coster, Mr. Edmund. They just lost their father." Not calm enough. Lodel stood between the 2 parties and began to mediate. He was very familiar with this process. This was his job. But he really didn't want to come today. Although he received a considerable consulting fee from the Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Emon Chamber of Commerce every month, Lodel, as a blue dog broker, was not stupid. After learning about the sudden death of Coster and Emon, he knew something big was going to happen. Although he didn't know the specific situation, but at this time, in the name of self-cultivation, hiding in the countryside is a good choice for him. Unfortunately, he was blocked by little Coster and little Edmund before he left. He had no choice but to come. On the way here, he tried hard to persuade little Coster and little Edmund to let him communicate and exchange ideas, and there would definitely be a satisfactory answer. Lotto thought clearly that since the matter was inevitable, he would try to control the situation as much as possible. Little Coster and little Edmund also agreed verbally. But just now, they interrupted him. This made Lowell unhappy. Then, something even more unsatisfactory happened. Little Coster and little Edmund ignored Lowell's mediation and rushed directly into the office, and pounced on the two bodies on the ground. Before they reached the bodies, they cried, "Father!" in the sad cry, as if wailing for his father's misfortune. But Maltz frowned. The sheriff of the Shire district smelled the smell of alcohol and powder on the two people. He knew what they were doing before. More importantly, the two people shouted loudly, but not a single tear was shed, and the corners of their mouths were slightly raised. Obviously, they were both excited that their father died. They were even more excited that they got here before the other brothers and sisters. If they bring their father's body back, there will be more supporters in the Chamber of Commerce. Maltz instantly understood what the two were thinking, and was about to pick up his baton to teach these two pretentious guys a lesson. But he was stopped by Arthur. Maltz stopped immediately. Arthur's sudden pouring of kerosene just now was really weird, and Maltz would not hesitate at this time. Why was Maltz able to survive the 7 Years' War and live a very comfortable life? That's because he understood two principles. First, mind your own business. Second, leave professional matters to professionals. Arthur is a professional. Maltz, of course, chose to listen to Arthur's advice. Looking at little Coster, little Edmund, and the other fell on him, watching the two of them burst into tears, but there was no sign of tears. Lawyer Lot felt embarrassed. He walked carefully to Maltz's side, and was ready to apologize. Lotto knew very well who he relied on to achieve his current position. Little Coster and little Edmund were indeed his clients. But Maltz could help him have more clients, and make every client satisfied. Holding a 1,000 yuan folded gold note in his hand, Lotto handed it over calmly. But Maltz didn't take it at all. Lotto was stunned, and immediately took another gold note. But Maltz still didn't take it. Lotto's heart sank. I know I'm in trouble. Immediately, the lawyer took out a 10 gold note, and was ready to try to make up for the relationship between the two parties, but then he found something was wrong. Maltz still didn't react at all. This shouldn't be the case. Thinking in his heart, Lotto looked up at Maltz, and then, he found that Maltz didn't pay attention to him at all, but was looking at the body. Huh? The body? Lotto was puzzled, and looked in the direction of Maltz's gaze. Immediately, "Oh my God!" The lawyer, who had a good reputation, screamed. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. However, the others present were similar, screaming continuously, especially little Coster and little Edmund, who had just cried miserably but without a single tear, were now running out with tears streaming down their cheeks. And they were even yelling, "Don't come over here! Get out! Get out!" Even Sheriff Maltz was trembling, because the bodies of Coster and Edmund began to move, just like two skinned bullfrogs in hot pot. Their postures were indescribably strange. Those strong young men with arrogant eyes turned pale, and retreated one after another. The patrolman outside just glanced at this place and ran away. Dicko did not run directly, but shouted tremblingly, "Police! Sheriff! Run!" The patrolman shouted while retreating. But when he found that Maltz was standing there, his face changed several times, and he picked up the baton next to him and moved back little by little. Maltz looked at Dicko's cautious appearance and couldn't help rolling his eyes. He dared to guarantee that if there was a little more noise here, this subordinate would definitely turn around and run away. However, it was already pretty good, Maltz thought to himself, and looked at Arthur beside him. Why was the sheriff of the Shire district so calm? Besides the fact that he had experienced similar things, he believed in Arthur. Under the gaze of the sheriff of the Shire district, Arthur had a solemn face, holding a kerosene lamp in one hand, and rhythmically drawing unknown patterns in the air with the other hand, and chanting softly, "The eternal night tower is vertical and horizontal, and the flesh and bones are rolling backwards. The scorching light reigns over the earth, fading and stopping, and the ashes are burning." The sudden chanting immediately attracted the panicked crowd. Under the gaze of everyone, Arthur raised the kerosene lamp in his hand high above his head, and then slammed it heavily on the two moving corpses. Boom! Chapter 62 Fearless Heart. The kerosene was ignited instantly, and the flames spread like water, and spread all over the body. The bodies that were originally moving around moved more violently. One of them even stood up, but it was useless. Under the flames, they finally fell to the ground, and were completely burned like the previous body. Looking at the motionless body, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, everyone looked at Arthur. Whether it was the patrolman, the lawyer, the heirs of the Chamber of Commerce, and their subordinates, who were still harboring ulterior motives, were all looking at Arthur with a mixture of awe and curiosity. They all heard the chanting just now. It must be the mysterious power infused into the flames that destroyed the weirdness. Otherwise, ordinary flames simply don't have such power. Everyone thought so. And this is what Arthur wanted. In fact, the flames are the real decisive force. And the chanting is just an atmosphere group. Such chanting, naturally, comes from old Charlie. However, in order to make it more suitable for the current situation, Arthur added fading and stopping, ashes burning to the original. Arthur did this for more XP. Of course, he never forgot the importance of XP to himself. When there is a chance, he will naturally give it a try. Just now, that's it. Little Coster. Although little Edmund will lose his wealth after dawn later. They might even lose their lives. But during this period of time, the two of them will attract a lot of attention. And they will definitely spread the news about what just happened. Because, in exchange for a meal, they will tell stories in the tavern, or simply beg on the street to make a mystery. Arthur doesn't care about the outcome of the two. He only cares about the effect they bring. The effect brought by their identities will definitely be quite good. Not to mention, there is a group of people behind the two men. Although these people are just subordinates of the two men, playing a role similar to Jester, they are an important link in most information channels. The interlinking of the links is the circulation of information. After the circulation, it is the time when Arthur's fame rises, and it is also the time when XP is harvested. Never underestimate the shock brought by seeing with your own eyes. Of course, in addition to XP, there is another point to let Coaster. Edmund's suicide is more reasonable. Although he has the backing of the Earl of Nanlos, Malthus is different from Melinda. Melinda and the Earl are close partners, and have brought a huge amount of wealth to the Earl. There are even plans that he doesn't know about. And what about Malthus? At most, he is a person who has a little impression, but can be replaced at will. Simply put, Malthus is very likely to be implicated. A wise man once said, "Never overestimate the humanity of the nobles, just like never underestimate their greed." Arthur didn't want Malthus to be pushed out as a scapegoat. Therefore, Arthur looked at everyone and said, "Brody's ghost has gone away. It hates Coster, Emmond, and the others for instigating Elena, so it made the two of them commit suicide. And when you appeared," Arthur said, looking at little Coster, little Edmund, and the others with a calm face. The elongated tone made the group of people extremely uneasy. Arthur's original intention was to deepen the impression of these people. But when the two young men, little Coster and little Edmund, smelled a foul smell in their pants, Arthur immediately sped up his speech. The smell was too strong. And it was definitely not just urine. You stimulated it. It was going to take you away with it. But fortunately, Sheriff Malthus discovered something was wrong in advance, and notified me to come here in advance. Otherwise, Arthur sighed. What will happen if you are taken away by the undead? Everyone knows it. Death. That will be the only outcome. Little Coster, little Edmund. The two young men shuddered. The smell became stronger. After that, he barely stood up with the help of his men. After bowing to Arthur awkwardly, he did not dare to look at the body on the ground again, turned around and ran. The lawyer also left. He left behind 3 gold notes, with a total denomination of 12. Martz picked up 2 gold notes, with a denomination of 1, after sending him out of the office with a smile. He handed the gold note to Dicko. Well done. Malthus praised directly. After that, Malthus returned to the office. Dicko was stunned. Then, surprise appeared on his face. The salary of patrolmen is not high. Most of the time, they only eat some scraps left by police officers, such as the harvest at number 14 Kirk Street before, which may not happen once every few months. So Dicko had a good impression of Malthus, who was generous and protected him. Otherwise, he would not have stopped at that moment, worried, and almost ran away. Now that he had an unexpected reward, Dicko was naturally overjoyed. This reward money was enough to buy new clothes for his daughter and wife, and a pair of new shoes. His daughter had asked him for new shoes several times. When he thought of his daughter calling him Dad happily, a smile appeared on Dicko's fat face unconsciously. The patrolmen around looked at Dicko with envy and jealousy. They knew that this was the sheriff's reward to Dicko, and they immediately hated themselves for running away just now. If they hadn't run away, would they have been rewarded now? Just when the patrolmen around were about to let Dicko buy them a drink, the door of the sheriff's office opened again. Martz didn't come out, but just stuck his head out and said to Dicko, "Submit an application for a trainee police officer tomorrow." Outside the office, It was suddenly quiet. After a moment, they all breathed heavily. Police officer? Not patrolman. All patrolmen know what this represents, a class leap. Martz watched this scene with satisfaction. Now the Shire District is short of police officers, so why not promote a patrolman who is inclined towards him and is relatively reliable as a confidant? Moreover, unlike the re-recruitment of retired police officers, which requires the signature of the Earl, the normal admission of trainee police officers, and replacement of police casualties, the sheriff can just sign it. Especially the latter. Most of them will let their family members take over. Even the Earl will not say anything about this matter. After all, merit and blood are inherited, which is what any noble must maintain. Thinking about Dicko's arrangement in his heart, Maltz thought of Midell and Kit. He naturally had arrangements for these two people. Although they were the only two new police officers in the Shire District after the new law, they were not qualified to obtain the position of deputy sheriff. The position of a level 4 police officer is enough. As Maltz thought, he looked at Arthur, who was studying the two charred corpses. He did not interrupt, but just watched quietly. About 10 minutes later, Arthur sighed and stood up. What's wrong? Maltz looked nervous and directly grasped the hilt of the sword. The strange movement of the corpse just now was still vivid in his mind. The sheriff of the Shire District definitely did not want any accidents to happen. Arthur immediately waved his hand. Nothing. Arthur didn't explain much, because he himself didn't really understand. The reason why he stopped Maltz just now and let little Coster and little Edmund act was, in addition to getting more XP and helping Maltz get rid of the misfortune of becoming a scapegoat, there was another point. Arthur wanted to test this strange phenomenon. First, whether it was the same as killing the mysterious person, killing the weird, and also getting XP. Second, are the weirdness that appeared before and the weirdness that appeared now the same? The result? All failed. In the burning flames, there was no prompt to gain XP, but it does not prove that XP cannot be gained. It is possible that the other party ran away. It is similar to the toad. The first point cannot be confirmed. The second point is even more impossible to mention. When the intuition reaches the extreme, Arthur has a premonition that it will turn into death intuition. He took action, he was just experimenting, and didn't really want to risk his life. This feeling of getting nothing made Arthur frown secretly, and he became more and more eager to obtain the mysterious knowledge in his heart. Arthur took 2 deep breaths, calmed himself down, and told Maltz about what happened at number 6 White Bird Street. The two sides had handles on each other, and were solid allies with interests. These news would spread throughout South Los after dawn, and Arthur didn't think they should be hidden. Arthur believed in Martz's information channels and wisdom. In fact, that was true. Was the sharpshooter said by Count Nanlos? Is what is happening now the beginning of the fight between Count Nanlos and Grand Duke Niwen? It's terrible. Martz looked surprised and scared, but his face was not panicked at all, but full of smiles. If you retreat and give in, you will only be crushed to pieces. If you fight back, there is still a glimmer of hope. This is the truth he understood during the 7 Years' War, but life in Nanlos was so comfortable that he completely forgot such a belief. Fortunately, it was not too late. He met Arthur. Maltz took a deep breath and looked at Arthur. The eyes of the Shire District Sheriff were shining at this moment, and also full of questions. Arthur saw these. He also looked out the window. There was light on the horizon. The morning sun did not appear, and the gloomy sky was full of dampness and strong winds. Undoubtedly, another heavy rain was coming. However, he smiled and whispered, "No matter what shore the storm takes me to, I will go ashore as a master." The charm of language is infinite. The originally dim morning light was dazzling at this moment. Arthur stood by the window waiting for Maltz's answer. He knew very well what the other party meant just now, since he wanted to seek deeper cooperation, but I was worried about his attitude. So I asked, and Arthur gave the answer. Undoubtedly, this answer made the other party feel satisfied. Maltz stood up, raised his hand to sweep all the gray hair hanging down from his forehead to the back of his head, bowed slightly, and said solemnly, "Sir, Maltz is honored to cooperate with you." The voice was clear and powerful. In the field of vision, there was an extra palm. Arthur's palm. Maltz reached out and held this palm. The relationship between the two became stronger and stronger, gradually becoming indestructible. Therefore, Maltz said without hesitation, "Now, we need to solve one thing first. Chapter 63, where the retreat is, Reckless. Is it a ship?" Arthur asked in a low voice. Martz nodded immediately. Arthur was not surprised by this. Although the new sheriff of the Shire district had the courage to fight, it did not mean that the other party would not leave a retreat for himself. The same was true for Arthur. No one could guarantee what the final battle between the Count of Nanlos and the Grand Duke of Niwen would look like. And unlike others who could still choose, the appointment letter of Martz as the sheriff was signed by the Count of Nanlos. And Arthur stood beside Melinda openly. It can be said that the two of them have been branded by the Count. In this case, if the Count wins, as early investors, they will naturally enjoy great benefits. But if the Grand Duke of Niwen wins, they will have no other way to go except to go to the sea. The Count has a noble status, they may be deprived of many things, but they will definitely be saved. This is the rule among nobles. But they are not nobles. Moreover, as early investors, they are definitely the first targets to be eliminated. Wait! Melinda wants the title of Baron Camille so much. Isn't it to leave a way out for herself? Arthur was a little confused. But he didn't stop talking. We need a ship that can be used as a last resort. A ship that can leave the port at any time. This ship can trade normally on weekdays. But it must be at the port at critical moments. Maltz nodded. A ship that can send them out of South Los is easy to find. But it is difficult to find a ship that can send them out of South Los at a critical moment. So, this ship must be theirs. Moreover, the people on the ship must also be confidants. Leave the ship to me. The sheriffs of South Los all have their own ships. I am no exception. The people on the ship. Arthur, what suggestions do you have? Maltz asked. Instantly, Arthur thought of Wiggins. However, Arthur immediately shook his head. There is no doubt about Wiggins' ability. But Wiggins' ability is more about his familiarity with the local area of South Los. Once on the ship, how much ability is left? So, Arthur said, first recruit sailors normally. Captain, how did the sheriffs of South Los do it? Just do what you want to do. Confidence can also be cultivated. Arthur believes that after several rounds of selection, plus certain interests, there will soon be someone who is pleasing to the eye. But Maltz misunderstood. You want to use your psychic ability to control them? Will it affect you? Looking at the worry on Maltz's face, Arthur did not say that he could not do it. Maintaining a certain degree of mystery is crucial to the cooperation between the two sides. Even if the relationship between the two sides gradually becomes indestructible. After all, gradually becoming indestructible does not mean that he is already indestructible. Moreover, who can guarantee that he cannot do similar things now? And he will not be able to do it in the future? It is well known that he, Arthur, is talented. At the same time, Arthur once again discovered that Maltz seemed to be not completely ignorant of the mysterious side. Maltz, have you ever been exposed to similar things? Arthur asked with a smile. Well, at the end of the 7 Years' War, the musketeers I was in once encountered something that was completely incomprehensible. At that time, the situation of the war was already very clear, and there would basically be no major conflicts. The 120 members of the entire musketeer team missed their hometowns. We couldn't wait to return to South Los. Everyone sat by the campfire, drinking, singing, and talking about what would happen after returning home. One guy even said that he had made an appointment with his fiancée to go home and get married after the war. Everyone was blessing him. Suddenly our captain opened fire, shooting him dead directly, then swung his sword and killed his best friend, our vice-captain. When the smell of blood spread, everyone went crazy, started killing each other. I didn't have time to react at all, and was punched away by my former teammate, and fell into the tent and fainted. Not only did they become extremely powerful, but they were also very fast, and they seemed to have become different people, saying words I couldn't understand. When I woke up, I was the only one left alive in the entire camp. As their relationship deepened, Maltz was willing to tell some of his past. But when he was telling the story, the old soldier's face turned pale. Obviously, the straightforward story could not cover up the fear in his heart. Arthur came over and patted him on the shoulder. Believe me, this ability is extremely complicated to use and consumes a lot of energy. Even I am not willing to use it casually. Arthur comforted his partner half-truthfully. But he secretly remembered this matter in his heart. Although it was at the end of the 7 Years' War, the large-scale slaughter of soldiers was enough to show that the mysterious side at that time was far more prosperous than it is now, and unscrupulous. Is the mystery declining? Or is it hidden? Or is there an agreement? Arthur guessed in his heart. From the clues he has now, the nobles can basically be sure to monopolize certain mysterious knowledge, and they enjoy the abundant resources openly. And the mysterious people in the folk? Whether it is Sayudik, the blood replacement who exchanges bronze for scrap iron, or the toad like Graham, they both left a very bad impression on Arthur. Both of them are extremely secretive and bloody. Perhaps it is related to the fact that the two were hunted down. What does the real mysterious side look like? Arthur kept guessing, making associations, and looking forward to the promise that Melinda would give him. After that, under Arthur's deliberate guidance, the topic with mouths began to turn to something more relaxed. Do the police have breakfast? Of course. The patrolman's breakfast is average. The policeman's breakfast is pretty good. And the sheriff's breakfast is rich. Mouth said this, handed the 10-denomination gold bill on the table to Arthur, and shouted outside, "Bring me 2 breakfasts." Arthur put the gold bill in his pocket, took out 3 1-denomination gold bills, and handed them back to Mouths. Mouths was startled. Maybe you think 10 gold notes are nothing to you now, but I believe in fairness and clear pricing, so I'll take 70% and you'll take 30%. Hearing Arthur's words, Mouths also became serious. He knew that this was related to their future cooperation. After thinking for a moment, Mouths took one of the gold notes. What happened just now? I didn't help at all. I just borrowed my identity, and it happened here, so, for the sake of fairness, I will get 100% and you 90%. Of course, if I contribute in the future, it can be 200% and 800%. Martz is very self-aware. He knows who is in the dominant position in this partnership. He knows even more that in the future, he will need to rely on Arthur in many ways. He also knows that people are always greedy. He is no exception. In order to avoid unnecessary embarrassment in the future, he has formulated a fair distribution method for himself. Arthur nodded, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. People who can control others are scary. People who can control themselves are even scarier. Immediately, Arthur was full of expectations for what Mouths could do in the Shire district. But that was later. Now, Arthur looked outside the office. 2 patrolmen, who had just changed shifts, came over with food. Even though everything was fine, the 2 policemen were still cautious, especially when Mouths opened the door. After they came in, they were extremely cautious. Not only about the charred corpse on the ground. They were also afraid and awed by Arthur. Obviously, it was just a short fermentation, and the patrolman, who did not see the incident, had already regarded Arthur as some horrifying and terrifying existence based on hearsay. Arthur obviously noticed this change. Not intentionally, but instinctively glanced at the 2 patrolmen. Immediately, the hands of the 2 patrolmen holding the plates began to tremble. The milk in the cup kept swaying, drawing one arc after another, and the spoon lightly hit the wall of the cup, making crisp sounds. When Mouth signaled the 2 to put down the food and leave, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and ran out. The unknown and the mysterious are always scary, aren't they? Mouth said as he picked up his own portion. Arthur nodded without comment, and then focused on his own portion. Hot milk, fried eggs, fried ham, nuts, sliced bread with butter and honey, green cabbage, and a small plate of dried fish on the side. Just as Mouth said, the sheriff's breakfast was really rich. Just as Arthur picked up the milk, he saw 2 charred bodies on the ground that had not been cleaned up. Although he didn't mind having bodies next to him while eating, Arthur always felt a little uncomfortable after the inexplicable scorched smell entered his nose. Most importantly, this discomfort reminded him of the 2 bad meals. Therefore, Arthur looked at the sheriff of the Shire district, who had already started to enjoy breakfast, and said, "Mouth, do you know the Red Rose Restaurant and the White Rose Restaurant? There is something I want to ask you." Chapter 64: A Thoughtful Reward. When Arthur walked back to number 2 Kirk Street from the Shire District Police Station, it was already afternoon, but Arthur was in a very good mood at the moment. The sound of the special editions attracted people's attention. From this morning, until now, the newsboys have not rested at all. Not only did the murder at the ladies' salon in the Long Night appear in the special edition last night, the incident of Coaster, Emmons' revenge by evil spirits, was also reported after Scott's interview this morning. It was published in the afternoon supplement. It was also because of Scott's interview that Arthur came back late. He definitely didn't come back late because he wanted to see the chefs of White Rose and Red Rose eat his special dishes. Let the other party eat the food he made. This is what Arthur asked Mouths to do. It's not an excessive request. Just let the 2 chefs eat the special dishes he promoted. And they must ensure that there is no leftover. If there is any leftover, he will be slapped. Scott will do it personally. When Arthur left, the two chefs had already eaten half of the meal with sad faces. And Scott asked Mouths for iron gloves. Obviously, the maggot that jumped into his mouth left an indelible shadow on the young reporter, and he had to wave his arms vigorously to vent his anger in order to completely eliminate it. In the afternoon, the morning clouds had long since dissipated. People who had no idea what happened in South Los were still living at their own pace, and the warm sunshine was scattered on the ground. The muddy ground became dry, and the newspaper boys ran fast. For groups of newspaper boys had already run past Arthur. Apparently, newspaper sales were very good. People were not tired of him as a medium. Or, today's supplement was too attractive. Whether it was Lady Longnight, Coster, or Edmund, they were all big shots in South Los. For these big shots, both the common people and the middle class would be in awe. With such awe, there comes a strong curiosity. A newspaper. Someone on the roadside called the newspaper boy again. The person who bought the newspaper was well-dressed, clean, and had a brand new hat. He looked like a middle-class person who lived a good life. Otherwise, he would not have been strolling around in the afternoon. The other party handed over 60 yuan, and after taking the iron newspaper, he quickly flipped through it, muttering to himself. Watch it, Kelmy, I will definitely be more liked by Ms. Linda than you. You just rely on some news you read in the newspaper to please Ms. Linda, but I am different. I will bring Mr. Kratos' autograph. Wait, I will definitely find a chance to meet Mr. Kratos formally. The voice of this person made Arthur look at the young middle class, and then he quickened his pace. The psychic who was not good at speaking, and had a little social anxiety almost trotted back to Kirk Street. Of course, we must avoid Ever's snack stand. Phew! When he stood at number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur finally let out a long sigh. And just when he opened the gate, he heard the sound of the carriage wheels rolling over the road, and subconsciously looked around with the corner of his eyes. The two-wheeled Hanson carriage, Edwin stood behind, pulled the reins. After the carriage stopped steadily, Edwin, wearing a cowhide coat, jumped down, and immediately smiled and greeted Arthur when he saw him standing at the door. Good afternoon, Mr. Kratos. Then, 2 large boxes, one large and one small, and a basket were carried out from the carriage. The basket was still warm when it was touched, even though it was covered. Arthur knew that it was filled with egg tarts, puff pastry and cream cakes by the strong sweet and milky aroma. Thank you, Ms. Mary. After Arthur took the basket, his mouth curled up. Who would refuse delicious sweets? Not even diabetes. Edwin, with a tired face, looked at Arthur's smile when he faced the food. I couldn't help but laugh. This is what the master asked Mary to work overtime to make. Mary's craftsmanship will never disappoint. Especially the egg tarts. The coachman of Melinda said, while handing the 2 boxes to Arthur. This is the reward you deserve. Edwin lowered his voice. Thank you, Edwin, and thank you, Melinda, for keeping your promise. No, it should be that you fulfilled the promise in advance. Do you need to come in for a cup of tea? For Melinda fulfilling the promise in advance, Arthur expressed his appreciation. At the same time, some of the habits of his hometown also made it difficult for Arthur to calmly let an acquaintance who helped him deliver things stand at the door. No, Mr. Kratos. You know, there are too many things that need me to deal with. Can I leave these in the corridor for you? Edwin rejected Arthur with an apologetic look. It was not an excuse. The fatigue on Edwin's face that could not be concealed, and the residual smell of blood on his body were telling Arthur, the matter is not over yet, the lady is still taking action. However, this has nothing to do with him for the time being. In this matter, his part has ended. Even if he knew that the lady's actions in the future would be the real benefit of this incident, he would not have any heart to move. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's not that he doesn't dare. It's that he can't. With his current situation, if he participates, he will only die without a burial place. Strength. Strength. Arthur sighed in his heart, holding the 2 boxes tightly, one large and one small. After watching the driver drive away, Arthur returned to number 2 Kirk Street. When the door closed, Arthur did not open the box impatiently. Instead, he whispered, "Yah-eh," with the appearance of 2 hands of nothingness. Arthur immediately retreated to the limit of 6 meters, then held a long sword with 2 hands of nothingness, and then used the tip of the long sword to pick open the 2 boxes. Snap! Both boxes were picked open. The big box contained a scroll and 2 books. Apparently, they were the secret arts and mystical knowledge that Melinda had promised. The small box contained something that was beyond Arthur's expectation. It contained a pipe. The same long-stem billiard pipe as Melinda's. It was obvious that Melinda was still thinking about his refusal to share a pipe. Of course, the lady also remembered that he liked sweets. How thoughtful. Arthur said these words, then he controlled the hand of nothingness to pick up the basket of cakes and put it in the kitchen. He did not eat the cakes, but after putting down the basket, he broke off a little bit of each cake and scattered it in a corner outside the yard using the hand of nothingness. According to the memory of his predecessor, rats often appeared there. It was not that he did not trust Melinda, but he thought it was better to be careful. Just like what happened next. He still used the hand of nothingness to pick up the pipe and rinsed it more than 10 times. He also checked that there were no centipedes, spiders, or other poisonous insects hidden in the pipe before putting it on the desk in the medium-small hall. When he finished all this, Arthur sat behind the desk, took out a pair of gloves from the drawer under the desk, put them on neatly, and then followed his initial intuition and raised his hand to pick up the 2 books, the one farthest from him in a scroll. Just then, the next moment he flipped through and discovered the picture complex language, basic, judging, possessing spirituality, judgment past. Do you want to spend 10 XP points to learn Tufu language basics? It's Tufu language. Looking at the text in front of him, Arthur's mouth curled up when he saw the annotations about Tufu language in Hand of Nothingness. Arthur knew that if he wanted to truly understand the mysterious side, he must understand this kind of language. In fact, Arthur even guessed that Tufu language should be the exclusive language of the mysterious side. Arthur glanced at the earlier hint murder in the Long Night Lady Salon. The people of Nanlos were shocked, XP plus 20. Coaster, Emin was avenged by the evil spirit. The people of Nanlos were shocked, XP plus 20. More people heard your name, XP plus 3. Unexpected continuous gains, adding the remaining 13 XP points before, Arthur now has 56 XP points, which can be said to be unprecedentedly rich. Under such circumstances, what hesitation is needed? But just when Arthur was about to study, he suddenly paused. He frowned, and tapped his desk lightly with his fingers. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. It shouldn't be like this, Arthur whispered to himself, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 65 Layers of Testing. Sitting in the chair, Arthur's mind was spinning rapidly. Assuming that Tufu language is a special language unique to the mysterious side, then the mysterious side people should be familiar with Tufu language. At least they should be able to master the basics. In Melinda's eyes, he should belong to the mysterious side, and should have mastered the basics of Tufu language. But the other party still sent the basics of Tufu language as a reward? This is definitely not the case, that the other party is so stingy that he wants to pass off inferior goods as good ones. Based on his understanding of this lady, the other party's style of doing things is quite generous, and will definitely not do anything tricky with the key thing that affects cooperation, such as remuneration. Is that a test? Subconsciously, Arthur thought of he thinks that a true mysterious person would not master the basics picture in language. But you put the basics picture in language in the remuneration, which is a violation of the original promise of remuneration. When he went to the other party with the excuse, an embarrassing situation will happen. He will definitely be embarrassed. Because, with the lady's style of doing things, there will definitely not be such an obvious loophole. In other words, the remaining book not only must meet the original promise of value comparable to the complete version of Swiftbird swordsmanship, but also must make the basic illustrated language reasonable to the point that people cannot refute it. Of course, if he does not discover this temptation, it will be even better. Arthur paused as a guess came to his mind. Without hesitation, Arthur raised his hand and picked up another book. Discovered the advanced version of Tufu language, Judgment in Progress. Unchecked to have mastered the basic version of Tufu language, Judgment failed. Looking at the text prompt in front of him, Arthur, whose guess was confirmed, sighed in his heart. What a cunning collaborator! Giving the basic version of Tufu language alone would make the previous promise ridiculous, but with the addition of advanced Tufuyu, it's different. It will just become just right. After all, no one can blame a lady who has given the corresponding reward of advanced Tufuyu, and said basic Tufuyu with good intentions. And Arthur can be sure that, even if he has a grudge, the lady must have thought of compensation. This is the lady's style of doing things, delicate, obscure, yet he was extremely generous. But what does this lady want to do? Why did she keep testing me? Is it because of the identity of a medium? Or is it because I suddenly appeared on the stage of Nanlos? It can't be because of the Kratos family. Right? Arthur pondered, and began to speed up the tapping of his fingers. But he was ultimately fruitless without the key information. Finally, Arthur looked at the foundation again figure for you. Arthur was hesitant about the key to the mysterious side. You know, in addition to being delicate, obscure and generous, the lady's style of doing things also has a bigger characteristic: ruthlessness. Ruthlessness to kill without blinking an eye. Coster and Edmund can prove it. The families behind them, and the Chamber of Commerce can also prove it. Even the smell of blood on the other driver can prove it. This lady's style of doing things is delicate, the obscure, yet generous lady has tested him several times in a row, indicating that the situation is quite urgent. In such a pressing situation, will the other party be anxious? Yes, definitely. With such a premise, is the logical test itself a bit simple? Does the other party have another hidden test? Arthur looked at the book in his hand. Basic illustrated language. A bold guess followed. Is there danger hidden in basic illustrated language? As long as the learner will be involved? Thinking of this, Arthur narrowed his eyes. Because this guess is very likely, compared to the logical temptation, the basic figure for you. If it contains something, it is more in line with the style of the mysterious side temptation. Similarly, it is reasonable for the lady to do this because he, Arthur, is a mysterious side person. How could he not know the danger of figure Fuyu? Arthur narrowed his eyes and his eyes flashed. Finally, he slowly put down the book in his hand. If the unknown dangers in Tu Fuyu are just his guess, there is one thing that Arthur is sure of: the higher the spirituality, the higher the probability of encountering mysterious events. Will learning basic Tu Fuyu have any impact on spirituality? To put it simply, will basic Tu Fuyu increase his spirituality? It is very likely. Since Tu Fuyu is a mysterious text, it must be different. It must not be viewed as ordinary words. Now, 0.2 Spirit has made him encounter two inexplicable strange things. Especially in the second time, after he delayed a little, it had already developed to the point where death intuition was about to flash. What if it increases again? According to the principle of the higher the spirituality, the higher the probability of encountering mysterious events. As the spirituality increases, the frequency of encountering strange things will inevitably increase. As the frequency increases, it is inevitable that he will encounter things that he cannot handle. At that time, he will be dead. Arthur has always refused such things that rely on luck. In his opinion, 90% certainty is extremely dangerous. Therefore, Arthur temporarily suspended the study of Hand of Nothingness. How do real mysterious people solve spiritual problems? What is the correct way to learn Tu Fuyu? Is there any connection between the two? Arthur thought again. After more than 10 minutes, Arthur sighed, shook his head slightly, and put all these things in his heart for the time being. Then he stood up and pulled out the book on the far right of the third row of the bookshelf behind him. Click! Amid the sound of the spring turning, a secret compartment under the desk appeared. This secret compartment was located exactly in the center under the desk. The secret compartment was square and not big, but it was more than enough to store 2 books and a scroll. Before putting it in, Arthur curiously touched the scroll. Discover the secret art: spirituality is being judged. Spirituality has not reached the minimum learning level. Judgment cannot be passed. Yes/no. Consume 20 XP points. Learn the secret art in an overloaded way. Note: overloaded learning will cause irreversible changes. Overload, irreversible, such words Arthur instinctively rejected. His intuition told him this would be something more terrible than death. Click! As the books on the shelf were pushed back, the secret compartment automatically recovers under the drive of the spring. This is also the design of Old Charlie. The elder of the Kratos family made 17 secret compartments in the entire building of number 2 Kirk Street, some large and some small, some for storing guns and ammunition, some for storing medicines, and some empty, for storing valuables. The most important thing for a psychic is to adapt to circumstances. And to adapt to circumstances, you must be fully prepared. Old Charlie's famous saying, I've heard it before. And Arthur? I think it is a wise saying. So, after Arthur put away the 2 books and a scroll, he began to organize his medium box again, and then put Anna in his arms. Sitting at home and waiting, there is no way to solve the spiritual trouble. He needs to take the initiative. He needs to use his own feet to walk through every corner of Nanlos, and use his own eyes to look for possible traces of the mysterious side. Although the hope is slim, it is better than waiting without doing anything. As for bringing Anna, it was just in case we ran into that beggar. Of course, you must bring an umbrella when you go out in South Los. Ordinary umbrellas have only one purpose. Arthur doesn't he like them? He likes umbrellas with long swords hidden in the handles, which are convenient and practical spider-esque claw, and cannot be carried openly during the day. According to the new law, ordinary people in South Los are not allowed to carry swords on the street. Of course, including muskets. Although most of the time, no one really cared. But Arthur's experience told him not to do such blatant things. Especially since the umbrella sword was not a rare item in number 2 Kirk Street. However, just as Arthur walked out of the medium-small hall and prepared to choose an umbrella sword, the door at the end of the corridor rang very rhythmically. Dong. Dong dong. This was the way Arthur and Wiggins agreed to knock on the door. Chapter 66, Transit Station and Destination. Arthur's face instantly showed a touch of joy. According to the agreement between him and Wiggins, only when Wiggins finds the whereabouts of the toad will he return to number 2 Kirk Street. And Wiggins, who was born on the street, is definitely not a person who makes a fuss. So did Wiggins find the toad? Arthur opened the door with expectation. And Wiggins did not disappoint this expectation. Good afternoon, Mr. Kratos. Are you going out? Wiggins greeted with a smile, which made Arthur confirm that this street Goldfinger brought him good news. Suddenly, Arthur's slightly depressed mood became better. Of course, because Anna told me you were coming. Arthur, who was in a better mood, joked. But Wiggins couldn't laugh at all when he looked at the scary doll in Arthur's arms. He always felt that the doll's eyes were looking at him. Immediately, Wiggins's hair stood up on his back. He twisted his body uneasily, and without any hesitation, the street-born Goldfinger said directly, "You asked me to find it, and I found the man's whereabouts. Please follow me." After saying that, Wiggins immediately turned around and led the way. This Goldfinger really didn't want to look directly at Anna. Moreover, even with his back to Anna at this moment, he felt uncomfortable. In order to dispel this strange feeling, Wiggins immediately continued to speak. "That guy is far more cunning than we thought. Not only does he have 2 footholds, but he also has multiple identities. That guy uses multiple identities to travel around South Los. If he hadn't set up a transfer station outside Rat Street and one of my men had seen it, I would never have been able to find him." Wiggins led Arthur towards the toad's foothold. Arthur was not surprised that the other party set up a transfer station outside Rat Street. In a chaotic place like Rat Street, for a person like Toad, it is really a natural shelter. As for whether it is a transit station or a place to stay, the chaos of Rat Street is like this for the pursuers. And it is also like this for the residents. In other words, in addition to safety considerations, the Toad must have important items on him. The other party was worried about leaving these important items on Rat Street. So he found another place to stay. Thinking of this, Arthur was excited. He quickened his pace. But he did not forget to glance at the place where he threw the cake. There was no dead mouse. Not bad. But Arthur decided to wait. When he came back, he would check again. Following Wiggins, Arthur crossed Dow Lane and stopped a public carriage on Sissick Road and headed straight for Mule Street. This time he was lucky. There were only Wiggins and Arthur in the public carriage. After half an hour of bumpy ride, when they arrived at their destination, Wiggins breathed a sigh of relief. The last trip on the public carriage had left a deep impression on this Goldfinger. He was afraid of encountering some troubles. With Scott's propaganda, this Goldfinger also knew that the medium would always be in trouble. In fact, if he was not poor, he would never wear his current shoes again. This way, Wiggins led Arthur to walk in the narrow and uneven streets, and turned a corner before pointing to a low house on Mule Street. The house doesn't look big from the outside. Only 2 fists wider than the door, and as narrow as a corridor. The whole house is made of brick and stone, with a wooden roof, no courtyard walls, and no windows. It faces the path directly. Arthur even suspected that the original location of the house was a real courtyard. Unlike Dow Lane, where wealthy civilians live, Mule Street is where civilians gather in Dortmund. Most of the residents here are outsiders who rely on factories in Dortmund to make a living. Without much property, most of them rent small cubicles divided from a large house. In fact, these cubicles themselves are made of wooden boards. After working day and night, they earn a meager salary, which is not only enough to maintain basic household expenses, but also to save money, because most of them have dreams. They dream of buying a house of their own in South Los. However, Most people will not realize their dreams until the day they die. They will not be able to fulfill this dream. Then, with death, they will soon be forgotten. Because more people will pour into South Los, take up their previous positions, repeat their lives and dreams. Arthur looked at the street filled with despair and hope, shaking his head slightly, and signaled Wiggins to stand guard. He walked quickly towards the low house. Although it was daytime, the residents here had already gone out to work, but accidents were inevitable. The door was closed, not locked, but blocked from the inside. Mule Street was poor, but there were still gold fingers sneaking in and picking locks. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the Toad made this simple arrangement. At least, such an arrangement would prevent most gold fingers from coming to try. But it also had its drawbacks. If it was not locked for a long time, and fell into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives, it would become too suspicious. In fact, Wiggins relied on this to quickly lock this place. Arthur looked around, and when he found a chimney on the roof, he blurted out unfamiliar syllables. Yah-eh. 2 hands of nothingness flew directly into the chimney, got into the house, and opened the secret lock inside the door for Arthur. A bolt made of square wood. Then, creak! The door opened. This scene scared Wiggins. Although he was on sentry duty, Wiggins always kept part of his attention on Arthur. When he saw Arthur chant a spell, and the door opened automatically, he began to doubt his life. Wiggins never doubted Arthur's ability. He certainly didn't doubt Arthur's identity as a medium. But was Arthur too omnipotent? He was waiting for Arthur to let him open the door. You know, he was the #1 golden finger in the Shire district. He could open any door. Safe. But he was definitely not as easy as Arthur. Just chant the spell. Can I learn this spell? Such a thought suddenly arose from Wiggins' heart. Instantly, the golden finger shook his head, and threw this thought out of his mind. He often hangs out on the streets, and has heard many people say that mystery will bring misfortune. One of the guys who said this was his teacher. A man who lost his legs, and his right hand, and only had a little finger left on his left hand, but he can still open the lock with his tongue. The other party said that the reason why he became like this was because he was infected with mystery. Wiggins didn't want to become like this. So, he no longer paid attention to Arthur, but began to devote himself to the work of guarding. Arthur didn't pay attention to Wiggins' psychological activities. He looked at the house in front of him with full concentration. Who can guarantee that the Toad didn't set a trap in it? The house was wider than it looked from the outside. But the area was still limited. After placing a bed, a cabinet and a stove, anyone who walked in had to turn sideways. Undoubtedly, this was a house that would be crowded even if only one person lived in it. Arthur's eyes stayed on the cabinet for a second. And then he let the 2 hands of nothingness begin to probe in all directions without blind spots, within the range that Arthur kept at the maximum distance. The 2 hands of nothingness on the left and right knocked little by little, probing. Whoosh! Just when a hand of nothingness touched a piece of floor about 2 meters in front of the door, the sound of a bowstring suddenly sounded. A crossbow arrow located above the door, which was in a blind spot of vision, shot out. The strong force made the crossbow arrow penetrate the floor fiercely, and also triggered the next mechanism. Whoosh! Another crossbow arrow shot out from the blind spot above the door. Due to the different angles, this crossbow arrow was shot further inward. If the person dodging rushed forward, he will definitely be hit by an arrow. Since he is calculated to move forward, the opponent will definitely calculate to dodge backward. Arthur did not think twice, and he dodged to the side. Just when Arthur had just finished dodging, a crossbow arrow hidden under the bedclothes shot out. Whoosh snap! The crossbow arrow pierced the ground in front of Arthur. This scene made Wiggins tremble with fear. The golden finger swallowed his saliva, and after moistening his dry throat, his attention became more focused. He had already discovered, this job is more dangerous than imagined. After glancing at Wiggins, who was on alert, Arthur continued to let hand of nothingness explore the room. After a few minutes, the whole room was explored, only the cabinet was left. When the 2 hands of nothingness opened the cabinet door, as expected, another crossbow arrow. The arrow pierced the wooden wall opposite, and penetrated most of it, raising a large cloud of dust and falling down. Arthur immediately covered his mouth and nose, and stepped back several meters, after all the dust had settled, and there was nothing unusual. He manipulated the 2 hands of nothingness to take out the only thing in the cabinet. It was a rattan box, a bit heavy, and it was difficult for 1 hand of nothingness to hold it. It required the combined efforts of 2 hands of nothingness. However, At the moment when the two hands of nothingness worked together to pick up the box, Arthur's face changed. He clearly felt that something under the box was torn off. Chapter 67 Lionheart Gift. What was torn apart? Arthur knew it the next moment. The hissing sound of the burning fuse beside his ear was too familiar to him. Without hesitation, he let the two hands of nothingness throw the wicker box over, and caught it, turned around and ran. Of course, he did not forget to remind Wiggins. In fact, this street-born Goldfinger did not need Arthur to remind him at all. When he saw Arthur running away, he ran away directly. Just when the two ran more than 20 meters away, boom! The flames swept up. The house used by Toad as a foothold was blown to pieces. And 5 or 6 houses around were also affected. Wiggins looked at the scene behind him with a lingering fear on his face. He had overestimated the danger of traveling with Arthur. But until now, he realized that his overestimation did not even reach Arthur's bottom line. Not to mention the explosion in front of him. Even the crossbow arrow just now, it is hard to see on the streets. Most street gangs still choose sickles, pitchforks, and only occasionally formal swords. Crossbows and muskets are only owned by some powerful gangs. As for this kind of explosion? No. As far as he knows. Except for Rat Street. No street gang can have it. If there is, then this gang must not have it. Big trouble. Just as Wiggins muttered to himself, Arthur put 150 gold notes in his hand. What is this? Wiggins looked at Arthur in confusion. Compensation. Arthur pointed at the destroyed houses. Compared with the houses in the Shire district, the houses in the Door district are undoubtedly much cheaper. For example, in the Shire district, 5 or 6 houses would cost not only 150 gold notes, but even 1,500 gold notes would not be enough. But in the Door district, it is more than enough. According to the memory of the predecessor, the better houses in the Door district are the 1.5-story houses with separate courtyards. It's about 100 to 120 gold notes. And the cubicles cut out of a house, like Neal Street, are even cheaper, only about 20 to 30 gold notes. But this is also unaffordable for outsiders. As for where do the civilians in the Shire district get the money to buy houses? Houses can not only be bought, but also rented. Compensation? Wiggins was stunned. He looked at Arthur in disbelief. He never thought about paying money. In his 17 years of life, he had never had this concept before. The people around him, his teacher, all told him that if he got into trouble, he had to run away quickly. So, at the moment of the explosion, he thought of running away first, then, naturally, he had to hide in the Rat Street, and then show up again after the storm. Mr. Kratos, are you pitying them? Wiggins asked in confusion. Pity? No. I'm just not violating my principles. Arthur smiled, and casually put the gold note in Wiggins's hand. He didn't lie. He really just didn't violate his principles, and stuck to the bottom line that seemed a little incredible, even though he was laughed at and ridiculed by many people. But he still did it, because principles and bottom line made him look like a human being at least. Principles? Wiggins didn't quite understand what Arthur meant, but he thought he could understand it. Of course, the Golden Finger did not forget what he should do now. You go to the street corner to rest. Please leave this to me. It will be done soon. Wiggins promised. Without money, you have to run. With money, you have more ways. Standing behind the crowd, Arthur watched with interest as Wiggins used his gang identity to bargain with the landlord, who came because of the explosion. That's right, those rooms belonged to one person. The landlord cleverly converted his old house into 7 or 8 houses to rent to young people who had just arrived in South Los. And he used the rent to live on the edge of the Shire district. It's not that he couldn't live in a better location, but the landlord was saving money and preparing to buy a house on the edge of the Shire district. Then, naturally, he rented it out again. Arthur watched the shrewd and mercenary landlord smile immediately after Wiggins revealed his gang identity and directly reduced the compensation of 180 gold notes to 130 gold notes. He couldn't help but remember the landlord's name, Haywood. Thick-faced and black-hearted, there must be a future. If you're not in a hurry to go to the transfer station on Rat Street, I have a way to get him to drop a little lower. Wiggins sighed. We agreed to go to the transfer station on Rat Street before we came. Although the Toad's things are probably all on Neal Street. What if? As for Wiggins' sigh, Arthur smiled and said nothing. It's not that he didn't believe it, but he believed it very much. although Wiggins always kept awe in front of him. But a person who acted in the name of a gang, and the golden finger that can freely enter and exit the rat street is really not something that ordinary civilians can afford to offend. Although he acted in the name of the gang, Wiggins also paid tribute. Your money. Wiggins handed over the remaining 20 gold notes. Arthur waved his hand. In Wiggins's astonishment, Arthur said this. 3 gold notes are your reward. And the remaining 17 gold notes? I need you to do something. Immediately, Wiggins became nervous. The reward of 3 gold notes, for a gold finger like him. It was high enough. What about the remaining 17 gold notes? Would he kill someone? He was just a gold finger. Not a killer. Arthur saw Wiggins's nervousness, and said softly while hailing a public carriage. Recruit people. I need you to have more trustworthy people. Don't worry. I'm just using these people to get information. Arthur didn't know how many people Wiggins had, but he should have seen those who could be on the stage. That is, the 4 half-grown boys. When they met for the first time, Wiggins would definitely show him his strength. And naturally, he would bring out all the people he could bring out. But 4 people were too few. He needed more people. It was not only to get information, but also for a way out. This was not considered a lie. But it was not all said. As for the 17 gold notes, Arthur knew that the money was not much. But it was not that he was unwilling to give more. He is not rich, though. He seems generous. But after giving out 150 gold notes, he only has 12 gold, 12 soda, and 13 soda left. I need to find a way to earn more gold notes, Arthur thought to himself. But he looked at Wiggins calmly. Wiggins looked at Arthur for a long time, finally gritted his teeth and nodded. As you wish. He wanted to refuse, but he didn't dare. He had seen the medium-S methods before him. And if he refused, I'm afraid I won't know how I died. Moreover, following a powerful but principled psychic seems not bad. As his mind turned, Wiggins quickly took on the role. Do you have any other requests? According to your way, those 4 little guys that day were good, they were full of energy. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Arthur knew this truth very well. He would not give orders blindly. Compared to Wiggins, who knew South Los and the streets, he was just a layman. But in Wiggins's opinion, this was Arthur's trust. Please rest assured. I will do my best, Wiggins promised, and even performed a lion-heart salute in the carriage. This was one of the earliest knight ceremonies popular in the imperial period. When a knight follows his master, he kneels on one knee, bows his head, and holds his right fist on his heart. However, it was abolished by the Pope during the Holy Empire, but it became popular again in the Silver Age. Until now, some people still choose to use it. I look forward to it. Arthur gave a corresponding response. Not just verbally. He drew out the long sword and the umbrella, and after touching Wiggins' shoulder, sheathed the umbrella sword and handed it to Wiggins with the hilt turned upside down. The knight followed. The Lord rewarded. The contract was established. It was natural. Wiggins did not expect to receive a reward. He thought he would just be praised. In fact, he had heard about the Lionheart ceremony from the bard not long ago. It's like learning on the spot. So, have you and I signed a contract now? Wiggins thought, and suddenly found that Arthur frowned. Just when he was surprised that his suspicion made Arthur unhappy, he heard a shout outside the carriage. Let me go! Let me go! You don't know Mr. Kratos at all? This signature is fake. Chapter 68: The Incomplete Way. Mr. Kratos? Someone is cheating in the name of his master. Wiggins instantly understood why Arthur frowned. Reputation in South Los, and even the entire South County, is extremely important. Once the reputation is damaged, it is a big deal. Even, it may not end until death. My lord, please leave it to me. Wiggins patted the carriage confidently, and jumped off the carriage with the umbrella sword in hand. At this moment, the carriage has arrived near the entrance of the outer part of Rat Street. Simply put, near Wiggins's base camp. Here, Wiggins has a natural sense of security. More importantly, his 2 men wait here every day. In fact, just when Wiggins jumped off the carriage, the 2 men ran over. Boss! The 2 boys, whom Arthur had met once, greeted Wiggins, and then rushed into the alley without Wiggins's instructions. When the 3 men who were extorting money saw the 2 boys, the neck shrank. One of them even exclaimed, "It's Wiggins's people." Hod's face was gloomy. Of course he knew that Wiggins was not easy to deal with, but the fat sheep around him was even harder to deal with. It was not just the money in the other party's wallet. So, Hod was ready to take a risk. He took out a dagger from his arms. Then, he was stunned. Because, he saw Wiggins walking slowly into the alley. He saw Wiggins draw a long sword from an umbrella, looking down at the rusty dagger in his hand. And then at the long sword in Wiggins's hand. Hood's face tightened. Wiggins? My God. Hood had given up on this deal from the bottom of his heart. But he still wanted to retain a little dignity. However, as soon as he said this, he screamed. Not only him, but his two men also screamed. Because a terrifying puppet that made people's scalps numb was walking into the alley step by step. The scary puppet seemed very curious about what happened here. It looked left and right. When it glanced at Hod and the other two, they collapsed to the ground without any surprise. Wiggins's scalp was tingling. He knew it. Anna was alive. His intuition had never been wrong. The golden finger shouted in his heart. Put away the sword. Bowed and greeted. Miss Anna, please wait a moment. I will deal with these people soon. Wiggins was very glad that he had decided to follow Arthur. Belonged to the same camp as this Lady Anna. The two men watched the boss salute. Though they were afraid, they also saluted. Then, hit me hard. Facing the three people who were already paralyzed on the ground, Wiggins did not attack. Two men were enough. He looked at the young man who was also scared. Even if his clothes were dirty, he could see that he was decent. His face was not weathered. His fingertips were trimmed. The hat was brand new. This kind of fat sheep was his favorite. Not only was he stupid, but he also made a lot of money. However, with his master in the middle, Wiggins wisely chose to give up. Leave here quickly. This is not a place for a young master like you. After saying that, Wiggins dragged the other person out of the alley. The young man was stupid, staring at the carriage on the side of the road without blinking, and he saw that the scary doll jumped back into the carriage. At the moment when the carriage door opened and closed, he saw a man's profile. He was talking to the doll, but he couldn't hear clearly, but his eyes were gentle. Who was he? What happened to the doll? The young man was puzzled. When he came to his senses, the carriage had disappeared. The young man, in despair, walked towards the Shire district helplessly. Ms. Anna is curious about what happened just now, Wiggins asked respectfully in the carriage. Well, Anna is always very curious, and always likes to meddle in other people's business. It's a headache for me. Arthur nodded, looking like he had a headache. But Wiggins looked at the doting in Arthur's eyes towards Ms. Anna, and wisely said nothing more. That look was almost like looking at his own daughter. What else should he say? I'm afraid if I say too much, Ms. Anna will come to talk to him in the middle of the night. Right? When he thought of waking up in the middle of the night, Wiggins shuddered at the sight of Ms. Anna at the bedside. Arthur looked at Wiggins, and was quite satisfied. He had planned to use the hand of nothingness to make Anna move. Arthur had planned to create a second topic to prevent the South Low's people from getting tired of the old and loving the new. Now, of course, it was to give Wiggins a warning. Always keep in awe. It is good for Wiggins and him. And there was the young man just now. He seemed to be the one who produced his XP. For such a producer, Arthur kept his distance, but if it was just a small favor, he didn't mind. Moreover, regarding the topic of Anna, someone had to detonate it. Right? We're here, the driver shouted. Arthur, Wiggins jumped off the carriage. The houses outside Rat Street were no different from other civilian houses in the Dord district. In the Toads transit station, he removed the necessary clothes, apart from the fake beard. There was nothing valuable at all. But Arthur was not disappointed. He had already gained the most. Wasn't he? After saying goodbye to Wiggins, when he returned to number 2 Kirk Street, it was already completely dark. Arthur checked the corner and found no dead rats, which made him feel relieved. If possible, he really didn't want to be an enemy of the other party. But if the other party really took action, then he would have to think about how to eliminate the trouble forever. Fortunately, it is not yet at this stage. Just like opening the box given by Melinda, Arthur chose to let hand of nothingness hold the sword and pick up the wicker box. Snap! The box was opened. The imagined scene of crossbow arrows shooting out and poisonous insects jumping out did not appear. This wicker box is just an ordinary box. The reason why it is heavy is that it contains 3 thick books, as thick as a head, which can be used as weapons, and a conical bottle tightly wrapped with a sponge and gold notes. A whole stack of gold notes, with a face value of 10. Arthur, wearing gloves, counted them. There were as many as 30. 300 gold notes. Suddenly Arthur, who was still thinking about how to get the gold notes, breathed a sigh of relief. With these 300 gold notes, he had enough money for a short time. Thinking in his heart, Arthur picked up the tightly wrapped conical bottle. It was already empty inside. According to the scale, if it is full, it will be about 75 milliliters. However, there is a label on the conical bottle, Apophis saliva. Apophis? What is that? Arthur thought to himself, and began to check the 3 books. The first 2 books were fine. When his finger touched the 3rd book, Unknown Secret Technique Discovered, Judgment in Progress. Spiritual Judgment Passed. Should I consume 10 XP to learn the activation rope technique? Unknown Secret Technique Discovered, Judging. Spiritual Judgment Passed. Should I consume 5 XP? Learn Noise. Unknown Secret Technique Discovered, Judging. Spiritual Judgment Passed. Do you want to consume 5 XP? Learn Arrow Guiding Technique. Discover Unknown Secret Technique, Judgment in Progress. Spiritual Judgment Failed. Necessary Object Judgment Failed. Yes/no to consume 100 XP points. Learn the secret technique in Overload mode? Note: Overload learning will cause irreversible changes. Discover Unknown Secret Technique, Judging. Spiritual Judgment Failed. Necessary Judgment Failed. Yes/no consume 200 XP points. Learn the secret technique in Overload mode? Note: Overload learning will cause irreversible changes. A series of words appeared in front of Arthur, but it did not end. More words continued to appear, making Arthur unconsciously whisper, Blood Ritual. Remnant. Lake Light Ritual. Remnant. Cat Hole Theory. Incomplete. Snake Sect Secret Medicine Record. Incomplete. Griffin Cultivation Method. Incomplete. Raven Sect Alchemy. Incomplete. Talon Sect Meditation Method. Incomplete. Assassin Blood Flow Secret. Incomplete. As he murmured, Arthur's brows gradually frowned. Finally, he really couldn't help it, and complained in his heart. Incomplete, 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 all disabled. Are you disabled? However, Arthur said this without any disgust. On the contrary, his intuition told him that he would gain a lot this time. According to his intuition, Arthur picked up one of the other 2 books. After just a brief look, Arthur's frown relaxed. Even, the corner of his mouth curled up. Chapter 69, Graham's Diary. In the medium small hall late at night, the sound of pages turning never stopped. 2 kerosene lamps and a high candle allowed Arthur to clearly see every word on the page. For 2 whole days, Arthur did not leave number 2 Kirk Street. He eagerly read through the 2 books in the Toad's Legacy. No! He should be called Graham more formally. Through the 2 books, Arthur not only knew the other party's name, I also learned about the other person's life. Graham was born on September 3rd, 1713 in Amalton, a small town near Yemage, further north of the North County. It mainly produces tall redwoods, which are covered with ice and snow all year round, and there are many ferocious beasts. Graham's father and mother died in the mouths of beasts. Then, he sold his sister and younger sister for a good price, and got a job as a gravekeeper. Of course, being a gravekeeper is definitely not what Graham wants. Graham, who wants to make a fortune, wants grave robbery. He started robbing graves when he was 17 years old and became a gravekeeper. He gained a lot of wealth in 10 years. Just when he was about to retire, he found a tomb of a mysterious person. It was that tomb that completely changed Graham's life. Recalling Graham's diary that he had just read, Arthur got up and walked to the kitchen to make himself a cup of hot cocoa. It was not boiled water, but hot milk. Of course, sugar must be added. The dessert was croissant set by Alvin, the bakery apprentice. Arthur was once again thankful that he lived in Nanlos in this era, with the convenience of the port, which allowed him to taste most of the food in the world. You know, in the Silver Age, sugar, cocoa powder and other things. Except for the nobles. Ordinary people could not afford it. As for the dessert sent by Melinda, Arthur still chose to feed the mice. The vigilance in his heart made Arthur unable to eat the food sent by the lady calmly. Even though he had done 3 experiments, all of which were safe, he was still worried. Suspicious guy. Arthur laughed at himself, and then sipped the hot cocoa. The rich aroma of milk and cocoa mixed with sweetness made Arthur's spirit, which was a little sluggish due to long-term reading, rise. He began to quickly memorize the important part of Graham's diary to him. October 11th, 1740. I knew it. I knew it. In such a tomb, How could there be no valuable things? No. This is no longer valuable. This is a gift from fate. I will eventually rise above mortals. December 30th. 1740. Why did I lose an arm just for learning this language? Does this mean that I am not even qualified to touch other books? Damn it! What is going on? June 1st. 1741. I have stopped studying for half a year, my spirit has recovered, but the lost arm can never be restored. I can no longer work in isolation. January 6th. 1742. Found it. Found it. January 8th. 1742. Damn it, that bastard actually asked me to lick his XX. Fuck. January 9th. 1742. Bastard, what right does a veterinarian have to laugh at me? He doesn't know what I'm doing. Even if I paid the heaviest price. But I know, the language I learned is called Tufu language. I also know, when learning Tufu language, I must use fragrance to isolate it. I also know, people with spirituality are called gifted. May 5th. 1744. Finally! I finally mastered Tufu language. I can finally learn those magical skills. October 2nd. 1744. I learned it. I can animate a rope. Let it become my weapon. I am a genius. October 3rd. 1744. What happened? Why did the corpse in front of me come alive? October 21st. 1745. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. November 1st. 1746. Damn bastard. You actually concealed your spirituality. Although it is the key to mastering extraordinary power, but with the stimulation of spirituality, you will encounter information about terrible things. Learning figure for you. Although it will not increase spirituality, but it inspired my spirituality in a sense. Not to mention the subsequent study of the secret arts. I want to kill him. Damn it. February 1st. 1747. I hired 2 groups of bounty hunters. And finally killed that guy. I took over his legacy. All the bounty hunters went to feed the dogs. February 2nd. 1747. Haha. Great discovery. It turns out that the fragrance he gave me is called saliva of Apophis, which comes from a school called Snake. It can not only be used to learn Tufu language, but also to meditate. Moreover, this school also has ways to deal with the increase of spirituality. February 3rd. 1747. Why is it not there? Why is it not there? I remember it. It is definitely there. February 4th. 1747. I am sure that there is something wrong with my memory. It should be the sequelae of the first time I learned Tufu language. As my spirituality continues to increase, it's getting worse. I have to find a way to solve this problem. Oh! Right. Write a diary. June 5th. 1749. The gathering I run in Yamagite has attracted unnecessary attention. The situation in the North County has been a little tense recently. However, I'm lucky. I finally got a useful piece of mysterious knowledge. Arrow guidance. After learning it, I won't have to fear arrows anymore. October 10th. 1752. My gathering has become more famous. I exchanged for more mysterious knowledge, including noise, vampiric touch, and some incomplete swordsmanship. Oh! Mortal swordsmanship is not worth recording. Delete it. However, the problem of spirituality has not been solved. My condition is getting worse and worse. Not only has my memory disappeared, but it has also become confused. And sometimes, I will fall into hallucinations. I don't know how long I can hold on. March 1st. 1753 solved. I found a solution. A dying assassin actually has a solution. A method is recorded in the secret of assassin blood flow. June 15th. 1753. The information on raw materials has been collected, and the ceremony begins. June 16th. 1753. I felt unprecedented comfort, and my spirituality problem has been solved, and I started to learn all the secret techniques I had collected before. January 1st. 1755. Vampiric touch can not only heal injuries, can the broken limbs be regenerated? My luck is so good. January 8th. 1755. Damn it! Why is the spirituality out of control again? I need a ritual. January 31st, 1755. The ritual was successful, but the spirituality is still out of control. The ritual doesn't work. February 6th, 1755. I must find another way. I started to teach in the name of gathering, exchanging mysterious knowledge. Surprisingly, many guys actually found all kinds of mysterious knowledge in the ruins. There are also several kinds of fragrances. Should I go to look for the ruins too? November 2nd, 1755. The plan to find the ruins was interrupted by a group of witch hunters. They came to me and actually wanted to sentence me. Haha, I hanged them all. However, the knowledge they brought, the lake light ceremony, is very interesting, and it can actually stabilize my spirituality. It can also create a barrier. Maybe the arrival of these guys is not all bad. February 1756. More witch hunters appeared. My gathering was destroyed. My collection was gone. I fled in a panic, but I will be back. December 1759. The war has been going on for 3 years. The East Coast and the West Coast are in full swing. Nobles, knights, the mercenaries hired by the army all appeared on the battlefield. But what I like more are those witch hunts hidden under the so-called wars. June 30th, 1760. How did the assassin on the East Coast die? I thought he could turn the tide of the war. What happened to that cat? What happened to that girl? What happened to the West Coast? Escape. Escape quickly. May 1st, 1761. Harvest. Harvest. A West Coast mystical school was destroyed. I took over their legacy. Praise of Iros? There is so much mysterious knowledge. June 6th, 1761. Sure enough, just as I guessed, as the spirituality increases, the original rituals lose their effect, and a deeper ritual is needed to reconcile and control the spirituality. Damn it! The secret of the assassin blood flow only records this one method. June 7th, 1761. New harvest. The ways to reconcile and control the spirituality can be divided into 3 categories: keeping the precepts, indulgence and oath. And each category is divided into dozens of categories due to different schools. The snake school knowledge I mastered before is just a branch of the Yuan snake? Do I have a chance to get the real secret of the Yuan snake? September 9th, 1762. The witch hunters and the West Coast? A decisive battle took place on the mysterious side of the East Coast. My chance has come. September 10th, 1762. Damn, why do so many guys have the same idea as me? September 21st, 1762. Escaped. Why is there such a terrifying existence? However, I found what I wanted. May 21st, 1763. The 7 Years' War is over. But the witch hunters have not stopped hunting me. Why didn't I get this knowledge earlier? Damn it, take the vows, indulge in different schools of desire will backfire. The oath is unrestricted, but I haven't found the corresponding ceremony yet. October 9th, 1764. The hunt has lasted for 2 years. I am exhausted. The hidden dangers of learning Tu Fuyu at the beginning have erupted again. Damn it. Why didn't I learn Tu Fuyu with more caution? My spirituality also began to become chaotic. However, why is the cat school ritual of keeping the precepts that I learned so powerful? No, this is not an ordinary cat school. It is the cat hole of the source. Cat hole, haha. It turned out to be one of the strongest cat holes on the West Coast. I will eventually surpass all living beings. October 15th, 1765. Once again got rid of the pursuers, but I was injured. The initial backlash appeared again. Are those guys still staring at me? The stronger I am, the happier those guys will be. Cat hole. I will use the secret art of cat hole combined with the secret art of praise of Iros, and use the blood ritual as a disguise, with the protection of lake light ritual, to change my appearance. This will definitely help me get out of trouble. Unknown year and month. I woke up, but I don't know the time. I need to go out and take a look. June 1st, 1795. 30 years? 30 years. Why do I feel it was just a moment? However, the backlash of good news has been suppressed. But I can feel that those guys are still looking for me. Mad. June 5th, 1795. Is Nanlo so prosperous? June 6th, 1796. I unexpectedly met a guy named Sayudik, who smelled like a strong snake. He told me, He wanted to trade. Maybe I can get more information about the snake sect from him. And the weak talon sect actually has Herc's notes and Herc's silver medicine. Heh, as a supplement after waking up, I agreed. That's the legacy of the Great Hulk. August 1st. 1797. Everything went well. The notes, the silver medicine are all mine. Maybe this can help me completely get rid of my own backlash. However, why are there so few secret gatherings in Nanlos? There are only 2 in Rat Street and White Bird Street. Moreover, the one in White Bird Street is actually related to Count Nanlos. Maybe I should try my luck in Rat Tail Alley in Rat Street. September 3rd. 1797. That bastard Sayudik actually ran away with the silver medicine. Also, why did the 46 towers appear in Nanlos? Is there a connection between the Talon sect and the 46 towers? I was fooled by that bastard. I want to find the silver medicine and then leave Nanlos. September 15th. 1797. Ha ha, I found it. I will take the chess piece named Arthur Kratos that you placed. Sayudik. Next, it's you. Born in Amalton on September 3rd. 1713, GRA lived for 84 years. His diary became extremely cumbersome because of his own problems. The other party seemed to always worry about his amnesia, so he chose to record in more detail. Although he was foolproof, but it made Arthur, who was reading, consume more energy. However, Arthur did not dislike this. By reading the other party's diary, he had a general understanding of the mysterious side. And the next day, he focused on reading the parts about picture language and spirituality. After confirming that it was correct, Arthur did not immediately go to the secret gathering on Rat Street to buy the raw materials of Apophis saliva. He had a simpler way. The next moment, Arthur picked up the pen and dipped it in black ink and began to write. Dear Melinda. Chapter 70 Fragrance. After Melinda had slept for an hour, there was a knock on the door of the study. Dong, dong, dong. Sir? Outside the door, the cook Mary asked. Melinda quickly rubbed her face, dispelling the fatigue on her face, and then picked up her pipe. The tobacco made Melinda quickly refreshed. Come in, I'm awake, Melinda said. Mary, the cook, came in with food. A large portion of boiled beef, fresh cherry tomatoes, pickled onions, cucumbers, radishes, and a cup of strong coffee. This is the recipe that Melinda requested. Coffee is for refreshing. A lot of fruit is helpful for her who stays up late. And beef? It is a must for body energy. There is no knife and fork. And there is no etiquette. Melinda grabbed the food with her hands and stuffed it into her mouth. Looking at the letter that Mary brought in, seeing Arthur's signature, Melinda was a little surprised. After seeing the contents of the envelope, the lady laughed. The letter read, Dear Melinda, can you prepare some reading supplies for me? I think I deserve it. What do you think? Arthur always keeps looking forward to it. There is no specific date, but the handwriting and ink are very new, and have a faint cocoa smell and sweetness. Melinda already imagined Arthur drinking hot cocoa while writing to her. When was it delivered? Melinda asked. It was delivered by the newsboy on Kirk Street 15 minutes after breakfast today. The cook answered accurately. Oh, a clever and fussy fellow. Go to the warehouse, the 6th drawer of the 3rd row of cabinet number 2, and take a potion for Arthur. Let Edwin deliver it personally. Although Melinda expressed dissatisfaction, she was not stingy. Yes, sir. The cook left quickly. Melinda didn't give too many instructions. For Melinda, the cook Mary and the coachman Edwin were people she could trust unconditionally. As the study door closed, Melinda picked up the letter again. Her attention was distracted by many things, and Melinda, who hadn't had a good rest for several days, was not careless at all. She looked at Arthur's handwriting carefully. Clear, steady, without a single sloppy handwriting. She raised her hand and placed it on the letter to feel it carefully. Confidence. Full confidence. No temptation. Undoubtedly, Arthur knew that Tufuyu needed to be learned with the help of fragrance. The formulas of fragrance in various associations and schools were different. But except for the slight differences in the details, the main function was to isolate peeping. And there were no restrictions on its use. Of course, when meditating, it must be consistent with the school. But most people don't know this. Only those who are truly mysterious know this. The Kratos family? Sure enough, that old Charlie is the mysterious person. Drake and Cassandra left separately. It should be that old Charlie found some clues about the fight between the Earl and the Old Lion, and wanted to reduce the losses of the Kratos family. As for Winters, who left 3 years ago. Baker Farm? Miranda looked solemn, unconsciously picked up the pipe, and took 2 deep puffs. As the smoke rose, recalling some information about Baker Farm, the lady couldn't help but frown. It was terrible. She definitely didn't want to get involved. However, Melinda smiled. The lady thought of Arthur again. Old Charlie, you may have expected everything, but you definitely didn't expect your grandson. Arthur's age? Young Arthur is more showy than you think, Melinda whispered to herself, as if she thought of the shocked and helpless look on old Charlie's face after hearing the news. She suddenly found it very interesting. Immediately, she pulled the handle on the desk. The bell at the other end rang. Sir? The waiter bowed and asked after entering the room. Please contact the editor-in-chief of the South Los Daily for me. I think Arthur Kratos' deeds are worthy of being published in the South Los Daily. Melinda said seriously. Yes. The waiter bowed again and left. As the door closed, Melinda chuckled. For a moment, the fatigue from continuous work subsided a lot. Melinda continued to devote herself to the follow-up work of the coaster. Edmund's suicide incident. There were 2 large chambers of commerce, and more than a dozen small and medium-sized chambers of commerce. She had to sort it out in the shortest time. Only in this way could she get the greatest benefit. Of course, she would never take what she shouldn't take. After all, the Countess was not a fool. Those guys can't hold back any longer. Right? Come on! Come on! Don't let me down! Melinda thought of something. The smile on her face became more intense, and the pen in her hand wrote quickly. For a moment, Melinda was in a good mood. Similarly, Arthur was in a good mood. The potion that Edwin had just sent proved that what was written in Graham's diary was true. Although everything was the spoils he had obtained with his own hands, who could guarantee that Graham would not lie? After all, who would write a diary if they were serious? Therefore, Arthur could only feel relieved after getting confirmation from Melinda. Of course, the most important thing was the potion in his hand. Unlike the empty bottle of Apophis saliva, which only had the label left, the potion given by Melinda had detailed information as soon as it was in his hand. Name, Orinkate's potion. Type, potion. Quality, mystic. Attribute, isolation. Note, before the collapse and disintegration of the Holy Empire, someone discovered that if you don't prepare for learning Tu-Fu language, you will be spied on by horror. But the Holy Empire does not admit this. Unfortunately, the Pope's majesty is not enough to cover up the whole thing. More news began to spread. And the leader of the cat faction from the cat cave, Orinkate, was the first to create an effective isolation method. The secret medicine. Isolation. Take 15 milliliters of the secret medicine, which will make you invisible to those beings within 1 hour. Note, this is a 30 milliliters test tube, but it only contains the standard 15 milliliters of liquid medicine. Cat by fragrance? Good luck. Arthur's eyes flashed with surprise. As for the act of getting something for free from Melinda? Seriously speaking, it's not free, because Melinda tried it with picture and language. But she owed him a favor, so she had to make up for it. But Arthur still felt happy. Then, Arthur's eyes subconsciously looked at the book that recorded cat hole theory. Remnant. In picture and language. According to Graham's diary, it records at least one ritual of keeping the ring to harmonize the spirituality. This is particularly important to him. And the Orinkate medicine, obtained from Melinda, is also derived from the cat sect that extends from the cat cave. Does that mean that Melinda has more things about the cat sect? Or even things about the cat cave? Thinking in his heart, Arthur couldn't help but have some plans in his mind. However, that's for later. Now, after learning that learning Tu-Fu would not increase spirituality, Arthur boldly took Orinkate's medicine and basic Tu-Fu to the secret room. He chose a lightless, windless secret room as described in Graham's diary, drank the potion in one gulp, and chose to study basic Tu-Fu. Then, darkness fell. Chapter 71 Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 72 Staring at the Will-o'-the-Wisp lights. Darkness. Pure darkness, without a single ray of light. Arthur felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Not only was it difficult to breathe, but also his heart. Boom, boom. Arthur's heart beat more violently than ever before at this moment. As it expanded and contracted, pain spread from his chest. Suddenly, Arthur instinctively placed his palm on his chest, opened his mouth to breathe, but immediately, his body froze in place. Eyes. Pairs of scarlet eyes appeared on the dark dome. Like the sun, like the moon. As if they had never changed since the beginning of time. They scanned, and their eyes were filled with coldness, cruelness, chaos, blood, distortion, destruction, despair. Buzz. Death instinct. Flashed at an unprecedented speed, like a 100-watt light bulb. Arthur, who was frozen in place, had never felt so small. Small as dust. Small as an ant. Those eyes did not stay for long, and disappeared in a flash. But in that flash, Arthur almost had a mental breakdown. Huh? Arthur gasped for air, and his vision was blurred. In the rapid shaking, words began to appear. Figure for you. Basic, LV1, // words used to have real power. But as time passed, most people forgot their strokes. Forgot their pronunciation. Even their existence has been forgotten. Only a few gifted people can get a glimpse of them. Herc once traced the origin of these words, but when someone asked, the master chose to keep silent. Now you have mastered the basics of this kind of writing. You can read some of the words recorded in Tu Fu language. Words are truly powerful. Arthur glanced at this sentence, and unconsciously thought of the look just now. What were those eyes just now? As soon as he thought of those eyes, Arthur's eyes were filled with horror, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably again. Although he had already guessed, and Graham's diary had described the dangers of learning Tu Fu language. More than once, he had never thought that it would be such a terrifying scene. Pairs of eyes appeared in front of him like stars falling from the sky, staring at him. That feeling made him feel suffocated from the depths of his soul. Huge, scarlet, boundless, and the negative emotions in that look, like the ocean under the storm, seemed to swallow him up. What would it look like if such a look really came? Unconsciously, such a thought emerged in Arthur's mind. Then, he began to instinctively shift his thoughts. But inexplicably, he still thought of those looks again in another way. Why didn't Graham mention those looks in his diary? Arthur wondered. He quickly recalled, confirming that Graham had never written about these looks in his diary. Just as he was about to flip through Graham's diary again, wanting to check if he had missed anything, his heart suddenly tightened, and then came a chill that penetrated deep into his bones. Death intuition. Flashed again. Suddenly, Arthur reacted. Don't think about these looks anymore. Don't record these looks. Otherwise, something bad will happen. Arthur's eyes were darker than ever before. Will it be dangerous just to think about it? Is this the true mysterious side? It's more terrifying than I expected. With this inward whisper, Arthur stood up and left the secret room. He would not joke with his life. Therefore, he would never think about those looks again, let alone record them. And experience has taught Arthur that, if you want to stop thinking about one thing completely, then focus on another thing. Holding the cooked hot cocoa and a few slices of bread, Arthur returned to the medium small hall and opened the books Graham left behind again. Not the two diaries, but the one that was completely written in Tu Fu, and recorded many secret arts and rituals. Unlike the direct analysis of the gift all eating. After mastering the basic Tu Fu, Arthur, who read it, had a deeper understanding of those secret arts and rituals. For example, he knew, to make spit of apophis, you need 3 venomous snake fangs, a 30-centimeter snake vine, and a piece of pure amber. Put them into 10 liters of strong liquor, and boil them over high heat for 6 hours. The final light blue liquid is the medicine itself. For example, he knew that the 2 unknown secrets brought by Graham were vampiric touch and praise of Iros. He also knew the secret that Melinda gave him, which was usurpation of smoke mirror. However, knowing is knowing, still unable to learn because of lack of spirituality or lack of necessary things. Just like vampire touch. In addition to the necessary spirituality, it also requires a material called vampire fangs. It is not the vampire that Arthur knows conventionally, but a corpse that has been resurrected from the dead, somewhat similar to a ghoul. And even more exaggerated is praise of Iros, which actually asks learners to collect good dreams and bad dreams, and there is no specific value, but it needs to be collected until enough, which seems to be a long and meaningless process. On the contrary, the smoke and mirror usurpation, given by Melinda, seems to be approachable, as long as the spirituality is sufficient. Of course, Arthur still focuses on reading the part about reconciliation and control of spirituality. In the legacy left by Graham, there are 3 rituals for reconciliation and control of spirituality. Cat Cave Theory. Remains. Talon Meditation Method. Remains. Assassin Blood Flow Secret. Remnant. The three rituals come from different schools, and also represent harmony. 3 ways to control spirituality. Cat cave theory. Remnant. Records keeping the precepts. Cat orange. Talon meditation method. Remnant. Records oaths. Tower oath. Assassin blood flow secret. Remnant. Records indulgence. Blood excitement. Among them, Tower oath. Only needs to find a tower over 10 meters high, under the starry sky, take the Talon S medicine made from moon grass, and then swear with your real name to keep learning with a humble heart, and keep learning for more than 6 hours a day. But if you break your oath, you will face death. It is a real death, with no room for turning back. Blood rise. Is even more direct, hunting 12 people who have grudges against you, bathing in the blood of the enemy under the scorching sun, silently reciting the real pleasure of killing from the heart. After that, every time you kill an enemy, you can bathe in blood and get great pleasure. However, as the pleasure accumulates, the ritualist will become obsessed. If you don't control it, as the obsession intensifies, you will feel extremely empty under normal circumstances. In the end, you will only become a tool that knows how to kill because of the pleasure. Arthur knows the fragility of reason. He will collapse directly at the slightest temptation, especially when faced with some pleasure, which will make people fall into the abyss at a very fast speed. Others are like this. He is no exception. Therefore, you can only stay away. Once, that's hell. Similarly, always be humble, it's the same. You can be humble in front of a master, but when you face someone who seems inferior to you, will you still be humble? Even if you restrain yourself, it's extremely difficult. After all, arrogance is the original sin. So, among the 3 rituals, Arthur chose cat orange. Because it's safe. Chapter 73 Cat's Orange. In Graham's diary, he repeatedly mentioned the inheritance and power of the cat's hole. And the ritual of keeping the precepts as the cat's hole to reconcile spirituality also reveals this power everywhere. Cat's orange. The whole ritual requires 6 naturally fallen orange cat whiskers. Adult tiger-striped orange cats are the best. A piece of fresh catnip, a piece of Polygonum multiflorum, 50 grams of salt, 100 grams of dried fish, a golden acorn as the base material for the ritual. Next, choose the day of the full moon and eat the base material mainly composed of golden acorns. Except for the golden acorns, the rest of the things are very easy to find. And the golden acorns? Although they are secret materials, they are also very valuable, but compared with the moon grass required in Tower Oath, they are nothing. You should know that a complete moon grass can be exchanged for at least 10 golden acorns. And the side effect of cat orange? It will only make you unable to be picky about food, weight gain, slightly sleepy. These side effects, in Arthur's opinion, are almost equal to the negative effects brought by Tower Oath and blood rise. Convenience, strong applicability, make the cat hole powerful? Sure enough, powerfulness makes sense. Arthur can fully imagine the heyday of the cat hole. Of course, cat orange also has its shortcomings. That is breeding. In order to ensure that it is a real orange cat whisker, you have to raise an orange cat yourself. Then, it's a long wait for the cat's whiskers to fall off. Raise a cat? Arthur rubbed his brows and thought very seriously. He had never raised small animals before. This was a big challenge for him, especially in order to be more efficient. He needed to raise an adult cat first. As for the predecessor, raising spiders, centipedes, toads would do. Cats? Like him, there was no breeding experience. I must consult a professional. If there is a professional pet agency, it would be even better, Arthur thought as he began to change his clothes. From his previous life's memory, Arthur found a similar pet agency. It was a cat pet store on Garden Street. It was said to be very old and popular. In South Los at this time, cats were greatly loved and welcomed. But earlier, cats were considered ominous. In fact, during the Holy Empire, when the last pope declared cats to be evil, especially black cats, which would bring disaster, cats suffered an unprecedented disaster. Many cats were burned to death at birth. Women who kept cats were considered witches and burned to death. Men who kept cats were considered wizards and burned to death. Even some newborn babies had eyes as bright and clear as cats. It would also be considered ominous, and it would not be possible to escape the burning at the stake. In that era, people were frantically burning at the stake under the order of the Holy Empire. Just like a carnival, people lifted the heads, limbs, and torsos of innocent women above their heads like strings, and sang and danced around the burning house. They loudly announced that this was to drive away the devil. But what was the truth? They created the devil. They also created the devil. Every day and every moment, the flames continued to burn. The scorching flames burned more and more vigorously. The light became brighter and brighter, and everything seemed to be purified. But the remains in the ashes did not turn into ashes. The black smoke above the light became thicker and thicker. Purification? It was just wishful thinking. In the thick black smoke, a plague called Black appeared. 6 years. The Black Plague ravaged the entire Holy Empire, plundered the lives of tens of millions of people, and smashed the seemingly unbreakable Holy Empire into pieces. The Pope died. 22 cardinals died. The Inquisition was littered with corpses. Their bodies were completely black, just like the stumps in the ashes. But at that time, no one cared about them anymore. The nobles from all over the world regained their glory. They put on the armor of their ancestors, raised the banners of their ancestors, shouted the family name, and opened a new era. The Silver Age. And at the beginning of this era, when the Holy Empire was still struggling, all the nobles announced one thing: cats were innocent. Cats were not only not a disaster, but a good omen. Because cats could catch mice. However, the foolish behavior of the Holy Empire caused a large number of cats to die abnormally, and mice began to proliferate, and eventually brought the Black Plague. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Holy Empire. Similarly, no matter how big or small the territory was, every noble began to raise cats. Originally, it was for catching mice and preventing plague. However, as time passed, after 200 years of the Silver Age, cats had already changed from simply catching mice to being for viewing. Their value also soared. According to the memory of the predecessor, there was a cat in the Inner Bay that was sold at a sky-high price of 20,000 gold tickets under the bidding of nobles. Of course, Arthur definitely did not need such a sky-high cat. He only needed an ordinary tiger-striped orange cat. It rained again in Nanlos in the afternoon. Rain quickly gathered on the road. Arthur got off the public carriage, holding an umbrella in one hand, carrying a medium box in the other, and holding Anna in his arms, and walked quickly towards his destination. He walked north from Garden Street, and into a smooth street. Arthur found number 17 North Garden Street. He stood in front of the door, looking at the wooden sign hanging on the door. Amanda's Cat Friend's Home, built in 1552, 245 years ago. The text in front is written in the normal way. The date at the back was changed to small cursive characters, and the last signature was a pink cat paw print. Through the field-shaped window, Arthur could see cats playing in the semi-enclosed room. There was a carefree feeling. Arthur, infected by this feeling, unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth, while Arthur was standing in front of the door, ready to take a closer look at the cats. An elderly lady had already opened the door from the inside. "Do you need shelter from the rain?" The other person was wearing a black dress, no more decorations. His hair had already turned gray, and he had a warm smile on his face, looking very approachable. Arthur looked at him in surprise. You know, since he had Anna in his arms, no one had ever greeted him, let alone approached him. Anyone who can stop and smile for a cat, even if he looks fierce, cannot be a bad person. The elderly lady invited Arthur as she spoke. Arthur, who came for the cats, would not refuse. He nodded kindly, and after saying hello, he went straight into the Amanda Cat Friends. Arthur felt warm as soon as he entered the room. Cats don't like cold weather. They love sunshine and dried fish. Do you need something to drink? The old lady smiled and explained to Arthur. Then, immediately added, 4 ordinary drinks, I'm free here. The old woman pointed to the wall beside her. There was a menu hanging on it. Coffee, free refill 1 soda. Milk coffee, 1.2 soda. Hot cocoa, water/milk 80 soda/1 soda. Juice, currently apple, orange juice, pineapple 50 soda. This price is not cheap. The same orange juice, Evers Mobile Snack Stand only costs 10 soda, but here it's 50 soda. 5 times difference. Arthur was secretly surprised, but when he saw the cats separated by wooden fences, he understood a little. There are special waiters here, so it is understandable that they are a little more expensive. Boiled water, thank you. Okay, guest, wait a moment, the old woman said as she walked to the beverage area. While Arthur carefully examined the cats behind the wooden fence, he wanted to find a cat that met the cat orange ritual. But there was no one inside. Immediately, Arthur was about to ask the old woman. At this moment, the doorbell rang, and another guest came to the Amanda Cat Friends. 3 well-dressed young ladies, holding their cats, walked in under the umbrellas of servants. The moment one of the ladies saw Arthur, Her eyes lit up. Chapter 74. How many lives does a cat have? Arthur immediately noticed the young girl's gaze. Acquaintance? I think he had seen her at the salon of Mirinda. After a little thought, Arthur confirmed the other party's identity. At this time, the other party had already walked over. Good afternoon, Mr. Kratos. Do you remember me? The young lady greeted generously. We should have met at the salon of Mirinda, Arthur said truthfully. At the same time, he glanced at the cat in the other's arms. The black and white symmetrical cow cat was a little thin, but very energetic and not afraid of strangers. In the arms of the young lady, it looked around curiously. If the lady hadn't held it tightly, it would have jumped down by now. Hearing Arthur's words, the young lady was very happy. She really didn't expect Arthur to remember her. She immediately introduced herself excitedly. I'm Linda. Linda Camille. Are you here to choose a cat as a pet? Black cat. It must be a black cat. Only black cats can match your ability as a medium, the lady in front of me said to herself. In the local legend of Nanlos, there is a saying that black cats are the favorites of mediums and witches because black cats can communicate with the dead. Some people believe this. Some other people simply believe that black cats are psychic because some people were frightened by black cats in the dark, and then spread the rumor. After all, cats move silently, and with the cover of night, it is normal to be frightened by black cats, especially when black cats appear in cemeteries. There are many associations. However, Linda Camille obviously belongs to the former. Facing the expectant eyes of this young lady, Arthur shook his head very straightforwardly. No, it's an orange cat. Ah? It's an orange cat? But orange cats are also very cute, Chubby. Linda Camille looked surprised, and subconsciously tried to find a new topic, but Arthur's unexpected answer made the lady's prepared speech useless. And now she was looking for a new topic, naturally. She was unable to do so, her voice became stammering. The two young ladies, who were traveling with her obviously noticed this. The two immediately came over to help their friend. Like Linda Camille, the two young ladies were obviously from wealthy families. One had a round face, watery eyes, and looked very cute. She was holding a pure white cat with a round face and long cheeks. The cat was lazy and didn't want to move at all. It just lay in its owner's arms, and its stomach was gurgling. The other lady was wearing a veil, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. But the cat in the other person's arms made Arthur take a closer look. It was a long-haired cat with light brown ears, a perfect face, and blue eyes. Even when the cat was held by its owner, it still gave people a fairy-like feeling. A very good-looking cat. But it should be very expensive. Arthur glanced at the pearl embellished by the owner on the middle of the cat's forehead, and the pigeon egg-sized crystal pendant hanging around its neck. And he had a fairly correct evaluation in his heart. Anchi. Jesse. This is Mr. Kratos, the famous medium in South Los recently. Mr. Kratos? These two are my good friends. Anchi. Jesse. Linda Camille immediately introduced the two friends, in a boastful tone. But when Anchi, who had a round face, heard Arthur's name, she subconsciously frowned. Although it was fleeting, Arthur noticed it. At the same time, Jesse, wearing a veil, also took a step back. Arthur saw the reactions of the two clearly. Subconsciously, Arthur thought of Amy, the hostess of the Joel Joker Sword Club. Undoubtedly, both of them had secrets that must not be discovered. Linda Camille did not notice the resistance of the two friends, and she even wanted to pull Arthur into their afternoon tea party. For Arthur, Linda Camille had an indescribable curiosity. When she saw the newspaper, she had been imagining what a medium would look like. Cloak? Crystal ball? Ouija board? Black cat? The images from the novel she had read before emerged in the lady's mind. When she met Arthur at the salon of Lady Long Night, although she did not see the cloak, crystal ball, Ouija board and black cat, she was not disappointed. Instead, she felt that a medium should be like Arthur. Being able to communicate with the dead, she can also be gentle and polite. And most importantly, be considerate. Unfortunately, this medium already has someone in her heart. Linda Camille is not as bold as those women. Of course, those bold women may have been terrified in recent days. The Lady of the Long Night is really terrifying. Fortunately, she has no other thoughts. Just curiosity. Linda Camille told herself this. But facing the expectant eyes of this lady, Arthur shook his head. He did not forget why he came here. What he needed was to complete the cat orange ceremony, not to attend a tea party. Sorry. Saying this, Arthur walked towards the old woman. He wanted to ask her about the price of the orange cat. Adult tiger striped orange cat? After the old woman handed the cup to Arthur, she confirmed Arthur's request. Yes. Do you have any here? Arthur nodded and asked. No, but there is one in the next room. If you don't mind finding a cat of your own by adoption. The old woman observed Arthur's expression while she was talking. When she found that Arthur was not unhappy, she was slightly relieved. There are many people who keep cats in Southlos, but most of them are rich people who buy them at high prices. Few people choose to adopt them, because this will lower their status. It will be considered as a loss of status by others. Especially some nobles, merchants, they pay special attention to this. As for the common people, a good cat is one that can catch mice. Arthur guessed what the old woman meant by asking. But for him, an adult tabby orange cat was enough. Other things? It doesn't matter. Please follow me. The old woman greeted the three young ladies, gestured to the waiter on the side, and led Arthur to a room on the side. Behind Arthur, Linda was a little disappointed. However, the lady was quickly pulled into a new topic by her two besties. Under the warm light, three well-dressed young ladies sat around the tea table, holding their own cats. They talked quietly. There was constant laughter and a harmonious atmosphere. The kittens in the arms of the three people gave the picture a soft light filter, which made people yearn for it. Suddenly, H.U. Jessie, who was wearing a veil, sneezed. Jessie, are you okay? Linda. Anchi looked at her friend with concern. It's okay. It's okay. Is it still an allergy to cat hair? It was fine before. I don't know why it suddenly started to be allergic. I've been wearing a face mask. But it still doesn't work. Jessie waved his hands. Jessie, you should be fully recovered before coming to Cat Friends. Linda sighed. If I could, I would like to stay here every day. This place is simply heaven. Allergies are just a small matter. Right. Lily? Jessie picked up his cat without any care and kissed it again. This scene made Linda sigh again. Anchi on the side took out the snack she brought. Try it, my special snack. It's delicious. Sweetheart. Linda praised. Jessica also gave a high evaluation. The three of them drank tea, ate snacks and petted the cat. As usual, every customer who entered the store would notice the three of them, and then when they saw Lily in Jess's arms, they would cast envious eyes, and began to ask the store clerks if they had similar cats, and when they got a negative answer, the envious eyes became stronger. Jessie, who was wearing a face scarf, could not see her expression. She just put Lily on the table, so that everyone could see more clearly, with a strong smile in her eyes. Suddenly, the smile paused, and then it dissipated. Only pain remained. Jessie covered his throat, and fell to the ground. Chapter 75 Vanity Intertwined. Next to the hall of Amanda S. Cat Friend S. home, more cats appeared. This room is larger than the hall, same brightness, warmth. Although lacking those luxurious-looking furnishings, the solid wood cat climbing frame and cat bed make Arthur feel more real. When the door opened, some cats quickly came to the old woman, some looked alert. Some were locked in cages. It wasn't that the old woman wanted to restrict their freedom on purpose. But these cats were injured, and a separate room would help them recover faster. Meow. If you want to eat dried fish, show your belly. The old woman took out a handful of dried fish from her pocket. Suddenly, all the cats gathered around, including the vigilant ones. When the cats lowered their heads to eat the dried fish, the old woman took the opportunity to stroke the two most vigilant ones. The two cats were completely attracted by the dried fish and did not resist. Arthur took a glance and decided to buy more dried fish when he left. Then, he looked at the cages on one side. In the top cage, there was a tiger-striped orange cat. It looked like an adult, but it was very thin, especially its cheeks, which looked like a monkey's face. There was a bandage on its hind legs. It's a poor little stray cat. When I found it, it was covered in wounds, especially its hind legs, which were almost broken. But it recovered well. The old woman handed a small dried fish to Arthur, and the meaning was obvious. Arthur handed the dried fish to the orange cat through the cage. The orange cat, who was obviously not in good spirits, smelled the dried fish and immediately came over, chewing it with big mouthfuls, and his stomach also made a gurgling sound. It is very docile, and it is a family. As a novice cat owner, it is the best choice, the old woman introduced. Just now, Arthur had already stated that he was a novice cat owner. This is it. How much do I need to pay? Arthur confirmed the tiger stripes on the orange cat and asked directly. I told you. It is adopted by you. Please leave your address. I will visit you every other week. At the same time, you need to promise not to abandon it again, the old woman said seriously. Of course. Arthur made a promise. Since he had adopted the cat, Arthur would never give up, even if his original purpose was just for the ritual cat orange. Please remember your promise. Also, please take these with you. They are all my gifts, the old woman urged. Then, she took out the cage, the litter box, the cat litter, and a week's worth of cat food that had been packed long ago. In a corner of the house, the packed items were neatly arranged. It was obvious that the old woman had prepared a copy for every adopter. You are such a kind person, Arthur exclaimed sincerely. Adopting these stray cats was enough to show the kindness of the old woman, and adopting them for free was beyond the expectations of most people, not to mention that she also gave away a full set of cat supplies. No. I'm just doing long-term business. You will only buy from me if you find it useful. The old woman smiled warmly again, bent down, and held a tabby cat in her arms. The cat enjoyed the hug and kept rubbing the old woman's neck and chin. Really? Can I buy some dried fish? Arthur asked in the same relaxed tone. Of course. You're welcome. After the old woman finished speaking, she walked out with the cat in her arms. However, when she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and asked, Guest, what are you going to call it? Arthur looked down at the orange cat, and suddenly a little lion waving a barbecue appeared in his mind. Almost subconsciously, he said, Pendragon. Pendragon? A good name. Guest, I hope you can remember your promise. The old woman reminded again. Arthur smiled and nodded again, just as he was about to say something to dispel the old woman's doubts. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Then, there was a sharp and piercing cry. Someone's dead. Jessie is dead. The old woman's face changed. She put the cat down and pushed the door open. Arthur frowned. What's going on? Am I really the god of death? Where I go, I'll die? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everything is an accident. No, the continuous accidents are too coincidental. Arthur's eyes showed a trace of thought, but he did not stop. He temporarily placed the cage containing Pendragon on the ground, stretched out his finger, and scratched Pendragon's chin. With a gentle cry of the orange cat, he returned to the hall with his medium box. Jessie fell to the ground. The warm light shone on the corpse, giving it a layer of oil painting texture. But it would never make people stop. There was only fear and sadness. Linda, Anchi had already cried so hard that they couldn't speak. The servants of the three went directly to call the police. Mr. Kratos, Jessie died of suffocation due to allergies. Seeing Arthur, Linda Camille cried. Arthur nodded and squatted down to check Jess's body. At this time, Jessie's face towel had been tied down, and his swollen face and lips proved that Jessie died of allergies. Jessie has been allergic to cat hair recently. We all persuaded her to rest more. But, Anchi also said, allergic to cat hair, still keeping a cat? And coming to the cat friend's home? How much do you love cats? No. To be precise, it should be how much you love to show off. Although in the next room, Arthur couldn't see, but his 1.8 physique allowed him to hear the words here clearly, especially when other guests praised. Arthur heard Jessie's laughter in response more than once. Without seeing with his eyes, Arthur could sense the pride in it by just listening. That kind of false and vain heart, Arthur kept his distance. However, these are not important. Arthur is more concerned about Anchi, who is crying. The lady curled up while talking, looking frightened and uneasy. But from Arthur's perspective, Anchi's hands under her armpits were not only clenched into fists, but also her mouth corners could not help but slightly curled up. Skills torch eyes. Observe words and expressions. Flashed at the same time. Have hostility towards me? But feel proud? Because? Arthur looked at Jess's body. I could hear the sighs of the onlookers. What a nice lady. Why did she die like this? I heard it was allergies, caused by that cat. What? I just wanted a cat like that. You should be thankful, otherwise you would be the one to die. Shut up. Not everyone has allergies. Ms. Jessie is so unfortunate. Lily, it's such a pity. The owner died of an allergy to the cat. What will happen to the cat? It goes without saying. Standing on the shoulders of the giant, Arthur's mind suddenly popped up too many similar cases. The twisted emotions of those criminals made him grasp quite a lot of things in an instant. Then, his eyes looked at the snacks on the table. He moved slightly closer and quietly broke off a piece. The faint smell of peanuts lingered around his nose. Then, Arthur looked at Lily. The cat squatted there, not knowing what was going on. When he wanted to get closer to his owner, but he was driven away by the people beside him. The scolding in his mouth made the cat wonder what he had done wrong. Dingling. The doorbell rang, and the door of the shop was pushed open again. It was Maltz. Not alone. In addition to the necessary patrolman, behind the Shire District Sheriff, there was also a middle-aged man and woman. Both of them were well-dressed, but with sad faces. With just one glance, Maltz saw Arthur. "Why is it you again?" "I don't want to." Arthur shrugged to show his innocence. The middle-aged man and woman behind him threw themselves on Jesse and cried loudly. They were Jesse's parents. The woman fainted in grief. The man helped his wife up and put her on the sofa beside him. He saw Lily, who had finally run back to her master and kept rubbing against him. Suddenly, the middle-aged man grabbed Lily, who had no idea what was going on and just wanted to get closer to her master. With red eyes, the man roared, "I'll throw you to death, you murderer." After yelling, he was about to fall down, but he was caught by a hand. "Yes, Arthur." The angry middle-aged man was stunned when he saw Arthur, or to be more precise, when he saw Anna in Arthur's arms, he was shocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Arthur took Lily from the other's hands. He sighed softly. "Okay, I saved your cat. Can you tell me everything?" Chapter 76 Cat's Bewitchment. As Arthur spoke, the hall of Amanda's cat friends fell silent. Linda, who was crying, looked up blankly. This was not the first time she had encountered something like this. A few days ago, she had seen a similar scene at number 6 Whitebird Street. Immediately, the young lady was horrified, because she knew what the scene before her meant. Her friend did not die accidentally, but murder. Thinking of this, the young lady's muscles tensed up, and she was extremely nervous. Then, she was angry. Who was it? Who killed Jesse? Subconsciously, the young lady looked at everyone in the hall. She could clearly see that everyone's attention was on Arthur, who was listening attentively. Some people even had a look of realization in their eyes. The guests who were able to come to the Amanda Cat Friends home in the afternoon were all rich and free. Simply put, they all knew how to read. It was a common practice for literate people to read newspapers in South Los. Therefore, they all knew about the reports on the medium Arthur Kratos. At this moment, when they saw Arthur holding Anna in his arms, carrying a box, and pretending to listen attentively, they immediately thought of the reports they had seen about the medium Arthur Kratos. For this medium, who was reported repeatedly, these guests were full of curiosity. However, at this time, they did not come forward to disturb Arthur's psychic. They were all looking forward to what would happen next. Psychic Arthur Kratos would definitely find the murderer. They were so convinced, because that's what the newspaper said. Similarly, the murderer thought so too. After reading the newspaper, the murderer looked at the sudden surprise and disbelief on Arthur's face as he listened attentively. No more luck. She took a step forward. "Jesse, I killed him." The calm words came out of Anshi's mouth. Everyone looked at the young lady in disbelief. Especially Linda Camille. She looked at her friend in disbelief. "Why? Anshi, why did you kill Jesse?" Linda asked her friend why she killed another friend. And she looked at Linda and asked back, "Do you still remember Lily?" At this moment, the Lily that Anshi was talking about was obviously not the one held in Arthur's arms. Remember? It didn't fall into the water. It didn't drown. It was strangled to death by Jesse and thrown into the water. Anshi interrupted Linda's words. Linda was shocked. "How is this possible? How is it impossible? Do you know why Jesse wore a face mask?" She was covering her cheek that was scratched by Lily. And she ridiculously claimed that it was because of cat hair allergy. In such a short time, this guy probably only thought of these things in his mind. After all, she just strangled Lily to death and was really allergic to peanuts. She killed Lily, so I killed her. Anshi's words made Linda feel like she was struck by lightning. Her body swayed repeatedly. And finally she fell on the sofa with a pale face. "So you killed her to avenge your cat?" Maltz asked. The sheriff of the Shire district felt a little absurd in his heart. It's not that he thought it was absurd that someone killed someone for a cat. After all, he had seen a painter kill someone because his building blocked his view of the mountain he was painting from his home. The sheriff of the Shire district simply thought that Anshi would not do that. There was no concrete evidence, just pure intuition. At this moment, the other party, although he had the temperament of a murderer, was far from the kind of murderer that the sheriff of the Shire district knew. Is that so? You killed Jesse for Lily? Arthur sighed, and stared at Anchi with deep eyes. This was the first time he encountered such a situation where the murderer jumped out without throwing out evidence. However, this did not mean that the other party confessed everything. On the contrary, the other party still concealed the key points. And the other party's confession was a cover-up. What else? Anchi was fearless. She had already admitted to the murder. So what else did she have to fear? But the next moment, the lady's face changed drastically. Because, Arthur said, the undead I communicate with are not limited to humans. A simple sentence, the intuition broke the defense of the lady who had just killed someone. She shouted in a high voice. Is it Lily? What did Lily tell you? I bought it such expensive clothes, feed it with the best cat food, and prepared a luxurious cat bed for it. Why didn't it obey? I just hope it can show its beauty to the people around it here. Why didn't it obey? I just hope Jesse can teach it a lesson. Who knew that it would be strangled to death by Jesse? Why could Jesse find another cat prettier than Lily? Damn it! She was provoking me. Have you ever heard her laugh? She was laughing at me. Of course I have to kill her. How dare she laugh at me? Amidst the roar of Slish, Marks directly handcuffed the lady. He knew that such a person would never kill for a cat. It turned out to be an imbalance between showing off and jealousy. Ah, I'll kill you. After hearing these words, Jesse's parents rushed directly to Anchi, but were stopped by Anchi's parents. The two sides wrestled with each other. When the white cat with puffy cheeks was frightened and ran to the side, Arthur grabbed it and held it in his arms. Then, Arthur held Lily and the white cat and walked towards Linda, who was still sitting on the sofa in a daze. She hopes you can treat Lily well. Of course. There is also this one. Arthur put both cats in Linda's arms. Arthur, who considered himself a novice cat owner, felt that he could not take care of 3 cats at all. Not only was it feeding, but there were also some mechanisms inside number 2 Kirk Street. He did not want to see cats burned or pierced. As for Pendragon, Arthur was quite confident that he could take care of 1 cat. Ah? Okay. Linda, who had not fully recovered, just nodded instinctively. This made Arthur frown and think about whether to find someone else to take care of the 2 cats. As for returning them to Jesse, Anchi's parents, forget it. Based on the performance of these 2 parents, these 2 cats would probably not survive tonight if they were in their hands. After all, these 2 parents would never admit that it was their failure in education that led to their daughters' mistakes. They would definitely think that their daughters were bewitched by the cats. At this time, Amanda came over. She sighed. Please give it to me. The old woman said so. For the old woman, Arthur was quite relieved. The other party's professionalism and kindness were naturally the best choice, but Arthur was worried that he would cause trouble for the other party. The simplest thing was the anger of Jesse and Anchi's parents. But Linda would not. In the small group of 3 just now, although Linda was silly, Jesse and Anchi were somewhat focused on Linda. Obviously, it was not because Linda was silly enough to be kind enough. It could only be because Linda's family background was so extraordinary that the 2 of them subconsciously did so. As if she saw Arthur's worry, the old woman smiled. She raised her hand and pointed at the sign. Amanda's Cat Friends Home, founded in 1552. 245 years ago. The old woman pointed at the date. 245 years? Arthur suddenly realized and handed the 2 cats over. A shop that has been in business for more than 200 years naturally has its own way of existence, especially when the world involves mystery. Then, Arthur watched Anchi being taken to the carriage by Mouths. His brows furrowed again. The feeling that something was wrong became stronger. Without hesitation, he used the medium's box as a table, took out the pen and paper in his pocket, and wrote on it, Dear Melinda, come to my house. My cat can do somersaults. Chapter 77 Late Night Invitation. Late at night, the doorbell of number 2 Kirk Street rang. Dingling. The crisp sound made Pendragon, who had just eaten 4 dried fish, a bowl of chicken-baked food, and drank a bowl of water, raise his head from the cat bed. However, then, under Arthur's caress, he made a series of gurgling sounds and buried his head to continue sleeping. Just as Amanda said, orange cats are really suitable for novice cat owners. At least Pendragon didn't jump up and down when he returned home. Just eat quietly. Eat, and then sleep. Of course, It could also be that the injury to the hind leg has not healed well, but no matter what it is, Arthur now feels quite happy to raise a cat. What else can make people feel more happy than petting a cat? Of course, a petted cat has a good temper and is clingy. Arthur walked towards the door with a faint smile on his face. Outside the door, there stood Melinda. Melinda, wearing a deerstalker hat, a pipe in her mouth, and a khaki windbreaker, saw Arthur and she said directly, "You'd better have a cat that can do somersaults. Otherwise, The voice was neither loud nor soft. It was enough for the neighbors, who were woken up by the doorbell, to hear. After hearing this slightly coquettish words, the woken-up neighbors muttered something, turned over immediately, and went back to sleep. When Melinda walked into number 2 Kirk Street, the door was closed, and the lady looked normal, and walked straight to the medium-small hall. "Huh? Do you really have a cat?" The lady looked at Pendragon in surprise. Then, expectation appeared in her eyes, but then it became dim, because she saw Pendragon's injured hind leg. "Do you really expect a cat to do somersaults?" Arthur sat behind the desk and asked with surprise. Arthur was already quite surprised that Melinda didn't hate cats, but now she actually expected a cat to do somersaults. If he hadn't seen that the coachman outside the door was Edwin, Arthur would only think that the other party was a fake. After all, in Arthur's impression, Melinda's desire for control and the uncertain creatures of cats are in natural conflict. "It's good luck to see a cat do somersaults, my mother always said so." Melinda teased Pendragon for a while, and after being ignored by Pendragon, who was sleeping soundly, she couldn't help but sighed. Then, the lady sat in the chair opposite Arthur. When she first appeared in the small hall, she continued to ask, "Is it because of Anchi and Jessie?" "Yes." Arthur was not surprised that Melinda knew what happened in the afternoon at Amanda's cat friends. With the other party's business in South Los, it would be difficult to conceal such a death. On the contrary, it would be strange if the other party didn't know. Arthur told Melinda what happened in the afternoon as detailed as possible. The lady nodded, and looked at Arthur with both eyes, waiting for Arthur to tell the ultimate purpose. Without beating around the bush, Arthur said, "Anchi, Jessie has attended your salon. Right? Their parents are wealthy businessmen, so they are naturally eligible to be invited. Irina is a maid in your salon. Right? Yes. If I'm not mistaken, Rare has also attended your salon, with a coach named Desi. Yes, as the third place in the last fencing competition, Ritter was also invited. He is also qualified to bring people into the salon. What about Sheriff Locke? Given his status, he should be a frequent visitor to your salon. Right? Yes." As Arthur and Melinda asked and answered, the question that Arthur cared about the most began to emerge. As the conversation went on, Melinda took out her pipe, lit it, and held it in her mouth, still looking at Arthur. She knew that Arthur had not finished speaking. In fact, that was also the case. Arthur continued to ask, "Among those people hunted by Sheriff Locke as the axe murderer, there shouldn't be anyone you dislike, or simply your competitor. Right?" As he said this, Arthur also looked at Melinda. The two looked into each other's eyes, under the candlelight, and smiled at the same time. Melinda took a deep breath of smoke, and exhaled heavily. "No. If I want to kill someone, I will be more direct." The lady said some frank words that made people's scalps numb. Arthur nodded in agreement. The style of the axe killer was too rough, far from Melinda's delicacy. Of course, it could also be said that it lacked the necessary planning. It was precisely because Arthur recognized this that he invited Melinda tonight. And at the same time, he asked about the words just now without any reservation. "Thank you for your honesty." Arthur sat there, bowing slightly, seeing the partner bowing without any sincerity. Melinda rolled her eyes rudely. She muttered, after killing Locke, "I helped you clean up a lot of messes. Shouldn't you be more sincere?" Hearing this, Arthur smiled, because he knew that this was Melinda's bargaining. From the series of conversations just now, Melinda had already understood that someone was making trouble in her salon. And from the bargaining at this moment, he knew more about Melinda's current stretched money. The Countess's asking price is more than I imagined. There are not many things that can make Melinda stretch money. One of them is to operate the title of Baron Camille. But what does this matter have to do with a poor psychic like him? Facing a rich man like Melinda, he naturally cannot be so-called generous. Therefore, helping me is helping you. But the psychic cannot be owed money. Arthur said very seriously. He would not deny that Melinda helped him, just as he would not deny the benefits that Melinda gained from it, and that he would get the corresponding remuneration. Okay, what do you want? Mystical items? Melinda nodded helplessly. Of course. I want sunflowers, moon grass, golden acorns, vampire fangs. The kind you think of. Arthur began to name a series of items. Among them, moon grass can be used in many rituals in addition to brewing Talon's medicine. Sunflowers are necessary for Griffin training method. Remnant. And vampire fangs are necessary for learning the secret technique vampire touch. Of course, none of these matter. These mysterious items are only to hide the golden acorn. A kind of hiding that can eventually be discovered by Melinda. When Melinda finally confirmed that he really wanted the golden acorn, with Pendragon as evidence, she naturally guessed that he was related to the cat. Or Pendragon could think of more. But no matter what, this is the handle he gave to Melinda. A handle that can temporarily make Melinda feel at ease. A handle that allows him to continuously acquire knowledge of the cat hole. But hides what he really wants to hide. And what he really wants to hide is Snake. It is the Talent Dark Snake. Remnant. Facing Melinda, Arthur's reason and intuition are divided into radical and conservative. As a radical reason, Arthur is told to keep it. Intuition? Intuition thinks reason is too conservative. So, Arthur thinks he needs to keep a trump card. And what is more suitable than Snake? After all, the snake in the shadow is the most deadly. Heh. Why don't you go and rob? Do you know what the current market price of sunflowers and moon grass is? Melinda sneered twice. And 2 streams of thick smoke spewed out of her nostrils. The lady expressed her anger in this way. But then, the lady continued, I can't do anything about the golden acorns. They are all in Lord Doyle's Oak Manor, which is his exclusive industry. But I can give you one of those vampire teeth. This is also in line with the corresponding remuneration. You know, its value is not low. Arthur did not refute. With Graham's diary, he knew the value of these mysterious items. In his heart, Arthur remembered Lord Doyle and Oak Manor. In his previous life's memory, there were also some things about Lord Doyle and Oak Manor. The other party was the noble, who announced that the entire family would withdraw from the world in order to please Earl Nanlos. Therefore, Arthur did not believe that Melinda could not get the golden acorns. It was just that she did not have enough chips. The next moment, the lady continued to say, But if you are willing to do me a favor, I can give you sunflowers, moon grass, golden acorns, and vampire teeth as rewards. As she said that, the lady looked at Arthur with a smile. The malicious look made Arthur guess what the other party wanted to do. Suddenly, Arthur curled his lips. Not enough. You have to pay more. Chapter 78 New Cooperation. What does Melinda want to do? It is not difficult to guess. In Graham's diary, it was mentioned that there are only 2 secret gatherings in South Los. One is Melinda's Long Night Lady Salon, and the other is Rat Tail Alley in Rat Street. There may be other gatherings, but those are not on a large scale. There must be very few good things. Even if there are, you have to rely on luck. When Melinda swept away the 2 big chambers of commerce, after annexing more than a dozen small and medium-sized chambers of commerce, the power can be said to be unprecedentedly expanded. What is the next target of Melinda? It can only be Rat Tail Alley in Rat Street. However, compared to those chambers of commerce, Rat Tail Alley in Rat Street, which has close ties with the mysterious side, is not so easy to deal with. Not only do you need to be cautious, but you also need strength. Even with the help of the Earl, it is still the same. Or, the Earl is not willing to go to war with Rat Tail Alley head-on. Therefore, Melinda offered a high price for Arthur. But such a high price was not enough for Arthur. Hearing Arthur's words of additional money, Melinda, who knew that Arthur had guessed her purpose, was not angry at all, but said with a smile, As long as you don't ask me to help you find a complete set of Swiftbird swordsmanship, or similar swordsmanship, we can talk. Sure enough, Swiftbird swordsmanship, or similar swordsmanship were monopolized by the nobles. But what is the purpose of such a blockade? What exactly do these swordsmanship techniques hide? Arthur thought in his mind, while speaking calmly. I need secret techniques related to the cat school. Of course, if it is the mysterious knowledge of the cat cave at the source of the cat school, then it would be even better. Melinda, however, looked at Arthur for a second while holding her pipe. She was wondering if Arthur was going with the flow. The fragrance she gave Arthur came from the cat pie. At the same time, Arthur also adopted a ginger cat. Does Arthur really need this? Or is he misleading her? Melinda pondered in her heart. She was not sure, but she had paid attention. At the same time, she had already agreed. Okay. The mysterious knowledge about the cat pie and the cat hole, although the secrets are rare. But if you can help me eliminate Rat Tail Alley, I will give you a surprise. Melinda promised. Even if he misled her, as long as Arthur got the job done, she didn't care. It has to be done my way. At the same time, the spoils are mine. Arthur continued. Of course, everything is up to you, and you can also deal with the spoils. But at the same time, I can't provide you with more help. Melinda nodded. Fair enough. Arthur raised his hand. Melinda shook the hand directly. The two began to work together again. But after that, neither of them discussed this topic anymore, they just chatted. Most of the topics were about the swordsmanship competition after late autumn and before winter. When the sky was bright and there were a few pedestrians on Kirk Street, the topic came to an end. The Earl attaches great importance to this swordsmanship competition, Melinda suddenly said. Is it because of the old lion of Niwen? Is the Earl going to break up with the other party at this time? Arthur pretended to exclaim. As we all know, the first place winner of the Nanlo sword competition will go to Niwen to participate in the Nanjun sword competition. But if the master of Nanlos directly conducts actions such as declaring war, assassination, strong verbal attacks with the Grand Duke of Niwen, destroying the last bit of dignity of both parties, Arthur will never dare to get the first place in the Nanlo sword competition. That's no different from going to die. Of course not. Although we seem to have the advantage now, but in fact, such advantage is only on the surface. The Earl has been forbearing for so many years. Not just for these. Melinda was hinting, but didn't say it clearly. Arthur knew it well, and didn't ask again. What will happen when the lion gets old? It's not just the tigress in Nanlos who is recuperating. You know, the whole Nanjun is very big. Everyone was sharpening their claws, preparing to share the old lion. Of course, in the fight to the death, would the old lion take 1 or 2 young people with him? No one knew. But no one wanted to be the 1 or 2 who were taken away. Melinda began to tap her pipe, pouring all the ashes into Arthur's ashtray. This was prepared by Old Charlie for visiting guests. Old Charlie himself did not smoke. The danger of mediums is that you must observe details at all times. Smell of cigarettes, you will be exposed at unnecessary moments. The predecessor did not care, and secretly touched tobacco. After being discovered by Old Charlie, he began to quibble again, and the result was that he was directly hung up and beaten by Old Charlie, and then he remembered the so-called exposure in his heart. And Arthur? He does not need such education. He cares about his life more than anyone else. After putting away the pipe, the lady began to fix her hair. She deliberately let her short golden hair lean to one side. It looked like it was pressed out by a pillow. Then, he walked towards the door. Picking up the ashtray, Arthur saw Melinda off. It's just some ashes. Is it necessary to be so concerned? Melinda glanced at it. It's just some ashes. Is it necessary to be so concerned? Arthur smiled in response. The same words, but with different meanings. Melinda thought Arthur was too obsessed with cleanliness. Arthur simply didn't want anything belonging to Melinda to appear in his residence. There was no malice. I just simply feel that it is dangerous. Unless it can be completely confirmed. For example, ultracarin medicine. Put the ashtray on the bracket platform outside the door. The lower bracket can hang the visitors' umbrellas. There were originally 2 pots of flowers on the upper board, but as Old Charlie went away, the flowers withered, and the explosion later broke the flower pots. Therefore, they were all cleaned up by Arthur. And now? Arthur found that, putting ashtrays or some sundries, it is more suitable than a simple flower stand. Walking side by side with Melinda, Arthur and Melinda were watching each other in a friendly manner under the gaze of passers-by and neighbors. I'll give you a surprise later, Melinda suddenly said as they walked out of the gate of number 2 Kirk Street. Arthur was startled. Subconsciously, he thought Melinda wanted to be more intimate with him. And at this moment, what could be more suitable than a farewell kiss? Arthur refused. He was really afraid of being spit on by Melinda. But to Arthur's surprise, until he saw the carriage that Melinda was riding in completely disappear on Kirk Street, the so-called surprise did not appear. And Melinda was not a person who would speak out of turn. Just as Arthur was guessing. South Los Daily. South Los Daily. The real medium Arthur Kratos in the pioneer era. The shouts of the newsboys began to resound through the streets. South Los Daily. Arthur was stunned, then a smile appeared on his lips. This was really a surprise. Without hesitation, Arthur took out 60 cents and bought a newspaper. Just as he opened the newspaper and was about to take a look at how the South Los Daily reported on him, and what was different from the Bugle, A carriage stopped in front of number 2 Kirk Street. The young man Fontel, who had met Arthur once, jumped off the carriage. After seeing Arthur, he said directly, "Sir Kratos, I am here on behalf of Oak Manor, and ask you to help us." Chapter 79, Bastard. Arthur swallowed the words of rejection that were on the tip of his tongue. He looked at Fontel in front of him. Although he was wearing a top hat, you could still see some hair sticking out from under it. You could tell that if he took off his hat, his hair would be messy. Although his clothes were of good quality, they were wrinkled. It was obvious that they had not been ironed for a long time. When you smelled them up close, you could smell a faint smell of sweat. The shoes that should have been clean and bright were already covered with stains. Not only mud and water, but also horse manure. Especially the other party's eyes were red and bloodshot. He just said a word to Arthur and blinked unconsciously. Obviously, the other party was quite nervous. The flashing of skills torch eyes and observe words and expressions allowed Arthur to quickly grasp the information of Von Tell. Arthur's impression of Von Tell was still when the other party compensated him with 20 gold notes. At that time, Von Tell was a typical rich kid who was idle and liked excitement. And now, not only was the other party in a very embarrassing situation, but it was also related to Oak Manor, even though Melinda had been with him last night and had just left. At this moment, Arthur still suspected that Melinda and the other party were colluding to act. Isn't this too coincidental? He needs the golden acorn, and Oak Manor needs his help. Arthur frowned. However, he still invited the other party to number 2 Kirk Street. "Sir Kratos, please help me." As soon as he entered the medium-small hall, the young man said again, "Don't worry. Please sit down and talk slowly. I need to know what happened." Arthur raised his hand and patted the young man's shoulder, signaling him to tell the reason. Pendragon woke up at this moment, and after eating a bowl of cat food, he was about to return to the cat's nest, but was held in Arthur's arms and sat in the chair. He thought he should establish a deeper friendship with Pendragon. Pendragon took things as they came, adjusted his posture, continued to sleep, letting Arthur's palm stroke from the top of his head to his back. Only his tail would flick from time to time, reminding Arthur to pay attention to the intensity. With Arthur's comfort and a few minutes of petting, Von Tell finally calmed down. He began to introduce himself in detail. "Lord Doyle is my father, and my mother is a bartender in South Los. They only met because of the influence of alcohol. My birth was also a wonderful misunderstanding. My father's identity made it impossible for him to bring my mother and me to Oak Manor. So he bought a house for my mother and me in South Los, and provided me with the opportunity to go to school and learn to read." Although Von Tell said it quite euphemistically, through such a description, Arthur still confirmed the identity of the other party's illegitimate child. And Lord Doyle treated his illegitimate child very well. No wonder he can hang out in South Los. Arthur sighed in his heart. As for the reclusive Lord Doyle family, everyone in Nanlos has heard of it. In order to please the Earl of Nanlos, the Lord does not allow any member of the family to leave Oak Manor. Of course, this does not include servants. Although Oak Manor is self-sufficient, some fresh fruits, seafood, and meat food still need to be purchased by servants. Some people call Lord Doyle the diehard of the Earl of Nanlos. Some people even contemptuously call him the running dog of the Earl of Nanlos. But Lord Doyle didn't care, and continued to do his own thing. Arthur guessed that the Lord just wanted to remain neutral between the old lion of Niwen and the tigress of Nanlos. Of course, there were other possibilities. Before he could be sure, Arthur continued to listen. "Every year on my birthday, my father would ask the servants to bring me birthday presents. From the time I was born until now, it has never been interrupted. But this time it was interrupted. At first, I just thought that my father forgot or was delayed by something. After all, he is getting older. This is normal. And one day ago, I finally waited for my 22-year-old gift, a finely crafted dagger. But I received a similar gift when I was 15. I was very excited at the time, and then I was too happy and the dagger cut my arm, and it almost cost me my life. My mother was furious about this, and she didn't allow me to touch weapons again, and my father also wrote to apologize to me. He expressed his concern and promised that he would never give me the same gift again. This made me confused. So I checked the dagger. And then Von Tell said this, and then took out a piece of silk from his pocket and handed it to Arthur. The silk was delicate, and it should be part of the pajamas. There were 2 scarlet words on it. Help. Arthur frowned. The words were sloppy, and judging from the width of the handwriting, It seemed to be not much different from a finger. I bit my finger right on the torn pajamas cloth, and then asked for help from the illegitimate child. Arthur guessed in his heart, and looked at Von Tell again. He believed that Von Tell, who received this secret letter, would not remain indifferent. Facing Arthur's speculative eyes, Von Tell nodded. I didn't tell my mother, but I took some people, some necessary bodyguards, and a few reporters, and returned to Oak Manor. They stopped me, and I broke in, and then I saw my father's body entering the coffin. My father is dead. After sending me a letter for help, he is dead. They killed my father. Von Tell clenched his fists, his eyes widened. They? Arthur asked. My two brothers. Von Tell gritted his teeth while speaking. Why? Facing such a determined Fontet, Arthur continued to ask. Because, in my father's will, I and those two guys have the same inheritance rights to Oak Manor. The savings and some properties of Nanlos were all divided into 4 parts. I own 1 part and my father's current wife owns 1 part. They were dissatisfied with this practice and had several quarrels with my father, which caused my father to fall ill and die. Von Tell said, as he lowered his thighs. A familiar coldness appeared in his red eyes. That was murderous intent. Seeing this murderous intent, Arthur narrowed his eyes. Obviously. Although this rich boy was idle, but it's not stupid. At least, the other party knew to bring some bodyguards, and hired some reporters before returning to Oak Manor. Otherwise, the other party might not come back. Don't underestimate the power of money. Facing a brother who had never met and wanted to share a large sum of money that belonged to him, it would be strange if the 2 brothers of Von Tell did not want to kill him. Of course, if Von Tell wanted to kill his 2 brothers, it would make sense. But it would definitely not be so obvious. It should be more obscure. What did you find? Arthur asked directly. Sure enough. I can't hide it from you. It's not that I found something. Someone mailed me a letter, which said my father was murdered. Von Tell sighed, and took the letter out of his pocket. It was a very ordinary letter, without a signature, just a sentence: your father Lord Doyle was murdered. Other than that, there was nothing else. The letter was found in my carriage. The driver didn't see anyone approaching. I don't know if what's written on it is true or false, but I hope you can help me find out the truth. Von Tell looked at Arthur pleadingly. Arthur pondered in his heart. This letter led Von Tell to come to me, plus the coincidence that I needed the golden acorn before. Is he targeting me? And Melinda? Does she know about this? His relationship with Von Tell is not a secret. Just investigate, and you will know. Instinctively, he wanted to give up. Although he lacked golden acorns, he thought it was safer to buy golden acorns, rather than get involved in the affairs of Oak Manor. Who knows what is hidden inside? But just as Arthur was thinking about how to refuse, the young man said directly, I am willing to use half of my inheritance as a commission. Chapter 80 Oak Manor. Arthur agreed to Von Tell's commission. The other party offered too much. Arthur couldn't refuse. The market price of a golden acorn is about 500 to 600 gold notes, but most of the time, direct purchase is not accepted, and barter is required. So how much is a manor that produces golden acorns continuously worth? Arthur couldn't estimate it, even if he only owned 1/8 of it. So, he really couldn't refuse. After all, he really needs money. Anything related to the mysterious side is not cheap, especially some knowledge, which is so expensive that it makes Arthur tremble. Not to mention some unique mysterious side materials. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are priceless. Of course, Arthur is not eyeing this kind of material, but in order to maintain his daily study of the mysterious side, he also needs sufficient support. Relying on the profession of medium as support? Isn't he doing that? In order to complete the commission more smoothly, Arthur wrote 3 letters, to Melinda, Mounts, and Scott respectively. The letter to Melinda simply said Lord Doyle's death, he is going to Oakwood Manor, and he needs compensation. Until now, Arthur is not sure whether Melinda knows about the death of the Lord, and whether the mention of Oakwood Manor in the previous words is just a coincidence. But Melinda did say it. So he took it as if Melinda already knew it, and set him up. And he also fell into the trap. So, he needed compensation. This was definitely not a free ride, because he told the other party about the coincidence and gave the other party a reminder. At the same time, facing this series of coincidences, Arthur himself became more and more vigilant. He always felt that someone was plotting. He had to be cautious at any sign of trouble. So, he also informed Mounts. Compared to his collaborator, Melinda, the letter to Mounts was much simpler. I need some manpower. It would be best if you could come in person. Arthur believed that Maltz would give him the best answer. As for Scott, although he had appeared in the South Los Daily, he did not intend to give up the Bugle. Of course, facing a noble-esque manner, reporters are more useful than thugs. Even though the Silver Age had already ended with the 7 Years' War, the nobles in the pioneer era are no longer what they used to be. But no one can deny the nobles' military power. Especially Arthur, who has come into contact with the mysterious side. Arthur's guess about the nobles' military power makes him quite respectful. He still hired those newspaper boys to run errands. Soon, Scott arrived as soon as possible. When the young reporter saw the South Los Daily this morning, he felt betrayed. He thought Arthur would give up on him. The whole person became confused. Therefore, when he received Arthur's letter needing his help, he rushed over without hesitation. Arthur! As soon as they met, Scott shouted excitedly. Sorry, sometimes I can't help myself. That's what Melinda thought. She thought I should be known by more people. It would help her career. After all, the title of Baron Camille needs more fame. Arthur gave the young reporter a hug. He said it very seriously. Arthur had no psychological burden to blame Melinda, because Melinda probably had this in mind. Arthur was well aware of this lady's calculation. I understand. Scott looked at Arthur with a guilty look on his face, nodded immediately, and patted Arthur's upper arm hard. As long as he was not abandoned or betrayed, it would be fine. The young reporter thought in his heart, and looked at Von Tell, whom he had met once. Without waiting for the young reporter to ask, Von took the initiative to tell everything. Immediately Scott, who had a strong sense of justice, promised, Leave it to me. I will definitely tell everyone the truth. About 15 minutes later, Martz also came. He also brought a patrolman with him. It was not the familiar Dicko, but a new patrolman. The other party was respectful and polite. It was obvious that the other party was the next patrolman that Martz was going to train. What happened? As soon as they entered number 2 Kirk Street, the sheriff of the Shire district asked. Von Tell told the story again. Arthur listened again. In fact, while Von Tell was telling Scott, Arthur had been observing Von Tell. Although the young man's words were well-founded, Arthur would not listen to one side of the story, and with Maltz's cooperation, it was even more convenient. Arthur winked at Maltz. When will you arrive at Oak Manor? Yesterday evening, before 6 o'clock. Among the people you brought was a man called Huck? Yes, he is somewhat famous at the dock. Martz interrupted from time to time, or suddenly asked about what Von Tell had just said. The interrupted words could be connected. The flashback words could also be matched. So far, it shows that Von Tell did not lie. Arthur winked at Martz again, and asked him to take charge of the situation temporarily, and then went to the side room to organize his medium box. There are also cat cages, cat food, etc. Arthur would not leave Pendragon alone in 2 Kirk Street. It is too dangerous. Of course, the most important thing is to take Miss Anna with him. At 10 a.m., 2 carriages set out from 2 Kirk Street and headed for Oak Manor in the suburbs of South Los. Arthur took Pendragon, Anna, Scott, and Von Tell in one carriage. Maltz and Andy sat in the carriage at the back. The driver was hired by Von Tell. At the same time, they also work as bodyguards. Arthur could tell at a glance that the 2 men were armed, but when facing Maltz, they immediately lowered their heads and curled up, looking guilty. Arthur was not surprised by this. The Huck hired by Von Tell was a gang member. These 2? Of course they were 2. Wheels. After the 2 carriages left Nanlos, the road immediately became more muddy, but the air also became clearer, without the pollution from the factories in the Dord district. The wind here is mixed with the smell of seawater and soil, which makes people want to take a deep breath. His predecessor had never left South Los. So this was Arthur's first time leaving South Los. Looking at the fields, woods, streams, and hares that popped up and ran away from time to time. His mouth curled up, and the round eyes of Pendragon lying in his arms were full of curiosity. Arthur stroked Pendragon's head. I felt happier and happier. Especially when the words that only he could see appeared published in the South Los Daily. You are recognized by more people, XP plus 30. More people have heard your name, XP plus 2. The report on Amanda Cat's best friend as home yesterday. Scott was riding in the carriage, but the XP prompt for the South Los Daily had already appeared. More importantly, with the publication of the South Los Daily, Arthur believed that in the next period of time, he would have more passive XP income. Arthur did not mind the 1 to 2 XP passive income per day in the past few days. But XP is something that naturally increases as time goes by. XP 82. Arthur glanced at his current total XP value and looked at his skill bar. To be precise, it was the auxiliary skill bar. Tufu was classified as a combat skill by all eating. Before the ritual cat orange solves the spirituality problem, Arthur will never arbitrarily upgrade the level of Hand of Nothingness. Tufu or learn those newly acquired secret arts. Looking at the 5 skills, writing LV1 0/1, Intimidation LV2 0/5, Bluffing LV2 2/5, Burning Eyes LV1 0/1, and Reading Words and Expressions LV1 0/1. Arthur briefly calculated the requirements for the next level of Hand of Nothingness, Tufu, and made a decision. He wants them all.